Chapter 001. Jiangzhou City. Inside a dilapidated apartment, a birthday cake and candles sat on the dining table. Xiao, our family of three is finally going to be reunited. Chunfong gazed affectionately at the woman sitting across from him. She was breathtakingly beautiful, yet completely devoid of color, cold and lifeless, clearly a corpse. Beside her sat a small urn. At that moment, a man in black standing behind Chunfong respectfully handed over a glass bottle filled with a colorless liquid, his expression heavy with reluctance. Boss, I'm truly sorry about your wife and niece. But given your current status and power, starting a new family would be easy. Why put yourself through this? So long, just leave. Don't disturb us, Chunfong said quietly. Long sighed helplessly, then turned and walked away. Ignoring the deadly poison label on the glass bottle, Chunfong uncapped it and poured the cyanide directly into his mouth. The next moment, he tightly grasped his wife's cold hand and held his daughter's ashes, then closed his eyes. Under the effect of the cyanide, within mere seconds, Chunfong hovered on the brink of death. Past memories flashed before his eyes like a flickering slideshow, swirling uncontrollably. Young Chunfong had been a hopeless gambler. After losing all his money and piling up huge debts, when his wife Jiangxi became pregnant, they could only live in a rundown dormitory near a chemical plant. Due to radiation exposure, their daughter fell ill shortly after birth and at age 3 was diagnosed with leukemia. Unable to bear her husband's worthlessness any longer, Jiangxi stormed back to her parents' home in anger. Chunfong remained obsessed with gambling tables, completely ignoring his sick child. It wasn't until after an entire night of gambling, dazed and stumbling home, that he discovered his daughter had already stopped breathing. After hastily cremating their child and burying her remains, Chunfong returned straight to the gambling den. Later, when his wife came back, weeping and demanding to know where their daughter was, Chunfong, resentful that she had left him, lied, telling her he'd sold their daughter to human traffickers in Southeast Asia, sending her on a wild goose chase. Half a month later, unable to repay the loan sharks, Chunfong was bound and thrown into the river by his creditors. But fate spared him. He was rescued by a mysterious old man. The old man also passed down extraordinary skills to Chunfong. Using these abilities, Chunfong rose within 3 years to become the top figure in Jiangzhou City and even throughout Jiangnan province, immensely wealthy, riding high on success, with followers around him who were billionaires themselves. Yet at that moment, he suddenly received a call from a police station in Southeast Asia. Rushing there, he saw his wife again for the first time in 3 years, but now, she lay in a morgue, cold and bruised all over, her body scarred with stitch marks. From local officers, Chunfong learned the truth. After being deceived by him into coming to Southeast Asia, Jiangxi had never left. For 3 full years, she searched desperately for their daughter, until eventually captured by a criminal gang. Subjected to inhuman torture, nearly all her organs were removed before she died. Boom. In that instant, Chunfeng's world collapsed entirely. An endless wave of regret surged through him. Everything he had achieved suddenly felt meaningless. In the end, he brought his wife's body back home, unearthed his daughter's ashes, and returned to the shabby apartment where their family once lived. There, using the most potent cyanide, he ended his own life, to reunite with his wife and daughter in the next world. Wah. Daddy, please, I beg you, don't hit mommy anymore, okay? It's all my fault. Wah. Dazed and disoriented, Chunfong opened his eyes. He found himself holding a rubber slipper. On the floor before him lay a young, beautiful woman, covered in bruises. And a pale, emaciated little girl with sallow skin knelt there, hugging his leg tightly, crying loudly. These two, the woman and the child, were none other than his wife and daughter. Chapter 2002. I didn't die. I was reborn. Chunfong stared blankly at everything around him, as if waking from a long dream. At that moment, his wife Jiangxi wiped the blood from her nose and said fiercely, "You bastard. Go ahead, keep hitting me. Just kill me already. Living with a gambling scum like you. I've never had a good day anyway. If you don't beat me to death today, you're no man at all." These words cut deep into Chunfeng's heart. In his previous life, it was precisely this sentence that wounded the pride of Chunfong, the addicted gambler. Enraged, he had brutally beaten his wife until she was hospitalized. Afterward, her family came and took her away. Her departure had been the origin of all tragedy. Xiao, don't cry. Chunfong gently stroked his daughter's head and gave her a warm smile. He picked her up and placed her gently on a chair, then walked toward Jiangxi. Jiangxi scrambled backward in fear, her beautiful eyes fixed rigidly on the rubber slipper in Chunfeng's hand, her face filled with terror, believing she was about to be beaten again. But to her surprise, when Chunfong reached her, he did not raise his hand. Instead, he dropped down with a thud, kneeling directly before her. "Wife, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you. And I definitely shouldn't have deceived you, causing you to wander alone in a foreign land for 3 whole years, dying with regrets unfulfilled." As he spoke, Chunfong banged his head on the floor 3 times with full force. Red marks were left on the floor where his forehead struck. What are you talking about? Jiangxi was momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained herself and sneered coldly. "What do you want now? The 5,000 yuan I have on me is for Xiao Zhao's medical treatment. No matter what you say, I won't give it to you for gambling. Wife, please believe me, I will never gamble again." Chunfong raised his gaze, speaking sincerely. Ever since he had acquired extraordinary skills, he had never touched a gambling table again. But Jiangxi refused to believe him. "How many times have you said those exact words to me? Do you even remember?" No matter what you say today, it changes nothing. If you have the guts, just kill me. With that, she closed her eyes tightly, refusing to spare him even a single glance. Chunfong reached out and gently touched the bruise on her cheek, asking tenderly, "Does it hurt, wife?" Jiangxi stayed silent, lips pressed tightly together. But soon she realized something. Under Chunfeng's gentle touch, the pain from her bruises began to fade. Chunfong was using the healing technique he had learned from the mysterious old man, channeling internal energy through massage to improve blood circulation and dispel stagnation, slowly healing Jiangxi's injuries. Gradually, Chen Xiaoxiao, sitting quietly on the chair, stopped crying too. She opened her almond-shaped eyes wide, curiously studying her father, as if sensing that her dad had suddenly become completely different from before. "Dad, is it really you?" Xiao asked innocently. "Of course it is," Chunfong smiled, gently stroking her hair, while also transferring a small portion of his internal energy to her, somewhat relieving her pain. Then, turning back to Jiangxi, Chunfong said, "Wife, Xiao's condition is very serious. I need some medicinal herbs to treat her. Could I borrow that 5,000 yuan from you?" Before he could finish, Jiangxi let out a cold laugh. "I knew it. You pretend so convincingly every time. Ultimately, it's just to get money from me for gambling." Chapter 3003. Seeing Jiangxi's intense reaction, Chunfong wanted to explain, but he had no words. After all, he'd done so many despicable things in the past. How many times had he lied to his wife, relatives, and friends just to get money for gambling? He'd long since lost any credibility. It was only natural that Jiangxi didn't believe him. If she had believed him, that would have been suspicious. Thinking this, Chunfong quickly changed his tone to avoid provoking her further. "Honey, that 5,000 yuan you have, it's meant for Xiao's medical treatment. We absolutely must use it for that. Don't lose it or let anything happen to it." Jiangxi said nothing, only stared at Chunfong with deep suspicion, her eyes filled with wariness. Chunfong didn't say much more. He got up and brought over a basin of hot water. "Honey, come on, soak your feet." He placed the basin beside Jiangxi's feet, then gently took her ankle, slipped off her socks, and lowered her feet into the water. As he soaked them, he began lightly massaging the acupoints on the soles. Medicine was Chunfeng's greatest skill. Foot massage like this was child's play to him. Besides, Jiangxi's feet were pale and slender, so delicate they felt like handling a work of art in his hands. The only flaw was a layer of calluses. That came from years of standing at her jewelry store job as a sales consultant, wearing high heels every day, bustling about non-stop. The relentless grind had worn them down over time. Chunfong felt immense sorrow. As he softly kneaded her soles, he apologized quietly. "Honey, I'm sorry. All these years I've made you suffer so much. I swear to you, from now on, I'll never let you endure even the slightest injustice again." These words startled Jiangxi. Suddenly, she realized, though Chunfong looked exactly the same, the person inside seemed like an entirely different soul. Still, she remained cautious. "No matter how sweet your words are, you won't get a single cent from me. I won't take your money ever again," Chunfong replied with a gentle smile. "In fact, I'll earn money to give to you." Jiangxi had heard similar promises before, but those were always just crocodile tears. Now, her expression bore two clear words. "Yeah, right." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Chunfong went to open it and found two uniformed constables standing outside, along with an elderly white-haired lady. "That's the damned one. He's a gambling addict. When he loses money, he comes home and beats his wife." Her cries were so loud the whole building could hear them. "Such a pitiful thing. Officer, please arrest this bastard and sentence him. Consider it a good deed." The old lady pointed at Chunfong and shouted. She was Grandma Zhou, Chunfeng's landlady, who lived alone and relied on rent to survive, a kind-hearted elderly woman. In his previous life, whenever Chunfong beat his wife, it was always Grandma Zhou who gathered neighbors to come intervene. This time, clearly disturbed by the noise, she'd gone straight to calling the police. The two constables were furious. "How can you be such a man? That girl is so beautiful, willing to stay with a gambling trash like you. Yet not only do you fail to cherish her, you hit her? Are you even human? No more talking. Take him away and lock him up." Just as the two officers pulled out their handcuffs, ready to drag Chunfong off, Xiao, who had been sitting quietly on her chair observing Chunfong, suddenly jumped down and rushed over, tightly hugging Chunfeng's leg. She looked up and pleaded, "Uncle policeman, please don't take my dad away. Xiao, don't protect this bad father of yours. Let the officers take him away so he won't torment you and your mom anymore." Grandma Zhou scolded sternly, but Xiao shook her head and said, "Grandma Zhou, the bad dad has left. This daddy now is a good daddy. He won't hurt mom again. He's even washing her feet." Hearing this, Chunfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that his daughter had somehow noticed he'd been reborn? No way. "Silly child, those are crocodile tears. You can't trust him," Grandma Zhou said in frustration, disappointed in both of them. At this moment, Jiangxi finally spoke. She moistened her lips slightly and said to the officers and Grandma Zhou, "We did have a bit of an argument earlier, but my husband has already apologized to me, and I'm fine. Grandma Zhou, I'm sorry we disturbed your rest." Since even Jiangxi was pleading for leniency, the constables naturally had no grounds to make an arrest. Grandma Zhou could only sigh helplessly. "She will manage somehow. But you, promise me you'll protect yourself. If things get too bad, just divorce him." "You lucky dog," the officer warned sternly. "This time we're letting you off, but if you ever lay a hand on your wife again, we'll haul you in for sure." Chunfong couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Now that he'd been reborn, he barely had enough time spoiling his wife. How could he ever harm her again? "Officers, Grandma Zhou, I can guarantee to you, 100%, that if I ever lay a hand on my wife again, I won't wait for you to arrest me. I'll tie myself up and turn myself into the patrol department." Chunfong spoke with utter seriousness. The two constables exchanged glances, then said nothing more. They turned and left. Grandma Zhou followed them out, though just before she stepped away, she muttered under her breath, "Only a fool would believe a piece of trash like you." After the commotion ended, Chunfong continued massaging Jiangxi's feet. "Honey, Xiao, it's getting late. We should go to bed. Sleeping early is good for your health. Thanks to Chunfeng's foot massage, which had a strong soothing and sleep-inducing effect, Jiangxi soon drifted off into a peaceful slumber in bed. Xiao Xiao curled up beside her mother. Mother and daughter slept soundly, their breathing soft and even. At this moment, Chunfong felt an unprecedented sense of deep fulfillment in his heart. Even if in my previous life I possessed peerless medical skills and wealth rivaling a nation, what did it matter? In the end, I was still utterly alone, living a solitary existence. Chunfong sighed softly. He didn't go to sleep. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the floor and began practicing the Heavenly Physician Manual, a cultivation technique passed down by the mysterious old man from his past life. Since being reborn, all his prior cultivation levels were gone. He had to start over. But with the experience he'd gained in his former life, this wasn't difficult for Chunfong, only time-consuming. Only by growing stronger and earning enough money could he make up for his regrets and repay the debt he owed to his wife and daughter. In the middle of the night, Xiao Xiao suddenly let out a few murmurs in her sleep. Her delicate little face twisted occasionally with unbearable pain. Chunfong immediately rose and gently stroked his daughter's frail body with his palm, easing her suffering. Because of the terrible conditions surrounding Xiao Xiao's birth, coupled with severe malnutrition, her constitution was extremely weak. On top of that, she suffered from the most feared illness of all, leukemia. This terminal disease couldn't be cured. The only option was regular chemotherapy to keep it at bay. Yet each treatment left Xiao Xiao nearly dead, tormented beyond endurance. Even with my cultivation of the Heavenly Physician Manual, completely curing Xiao Xiao's leukemia will require me to reach at least the level of Saint Physician. But right now, the most urgent thing is to find medicinal herbs to suppress her pain in the short term. I can't let Xiao Xiao suffer like this any longer. Chunfong took a deep breath. He had to buy the herbs immediately, without a single moment's delay. But purchasing medicine required money, and he was completely penniless. So he turned his gaze toward his sleeping wife. Chapter 4004. Jiangxi was lying on her side, tightly hugging her white kitty cat pillow. Seeing this, Chunfong couldn't help but smile. He knew Jiangxi was an extremely simple-minded woman. Otherwise, in his previous life, she wouldn't have stayed devotedly by his side for so many years, nor would she have traveled overseas alone after he casually lied that their daughter had been sold to Southeast Asia. Normally, Jiangxi never hugged a pillow when sleeping. Chunfong walked over quietly, carefully took away the pillow, unzipped it, and sure enough, beneath the pillowcase found a plastic bag filled with cash. Inside were 100 yuan bills, but mostly smaller denominations and coins. Altogether, they added up exactly to 5,213 yuan, the precise cost of one round of chemotherapy treatment for their daughter in the hospital. Honey, I'm borrowing this money from you. I'll pay you back soon. Chunfong took the money, returned the pillow to Jiangxi, and gently kissed her forehead. It was exactly 5 in the morning now, and outside, faint light could already be seen. Chunfong walked all the way from the suburbs to the medicinal herb market in the city center, just as vendors were beginning to open for business. Besides formal pharmacies, there were also roadside stalls selling herbs at relatively lower prices, but without any guarantee of quality, making it easy to be cheated. However, in his past life, Chunfong had reached the pinnacle of traditional Chinese medicine as a heavenly physician, and identifying herbs was one of his greatest skills. How much for this piece of poria? Chunfong glanced around a street stall and noticed an old farmer carrying a hoe, spreading out some soil-covered herbs on a sheet of newspaper. Among them was a wild poria cocos that caught Chunfeng's attention. Not by weight. 500, said the old farmer. 500. Hearing this price, Chunfong was momentarily stunned. Not because it was too expensive, but because it was shockingly cheap. This wild poria was at least 20 to 30 years old, excellent in appearance, and large in size. By weight, it should easily fetch several 10,000 yuan, and in a major pharmacy, even tens of thousands more. Clearly, the old man didn't know its true value, and thought 500 was already a lot. Seeing Chunfong silent, the farmer grew uncertain. Well, how about you name your price? Just don't make it too low. I dug this out near a cliff edge, nearly lost my life doing it. In that case, let me give you more, for 1,000. Chunfong immediately pulled out 4,000 yuan in cash. Though the man would have accepted 500, Chunfong, guided by the healer's conscience, couldn't bring himself to act unethically. Oh my, what lucky day is this? I've actually met a living bodhisattva. The old farmer held the money joyfully. I'm no living bodhisattva. I'm just an ordinary person. Chunfong smiled slightly. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something. Old sir, if you find any more wild herbs later, sell them directly to me. I'll make sure you earn more than selling here on the streets. The old man nodded repeatedly. In a while, I'll be busy working in the fields and won't have time coming into town. How about this? If I dig up anything, I'll tell my granddaughter. She's studying in the city. She can contact you. All right. Chunfong immediately exchanged contact information with the old farmer. Then, he spent another 1,000 yuan at the herb market buying several other medicinal ingredients. Fulling was the main component for the medicine he intended to prepare for his daughter. The rest were merely auxiliary materials, so the cost wasn't high. With about 100 yuan left, on his way back home, Chunfong passed by a vegetable market and bought some fruits, vegetables, and a fresh sea bass. Sea bass had delicate, tasty flesh and few bones. Xiao Xiao loved it most. But because it was expensive, she rarely got to eat it. Just as Chunfong was heading home with his purchases, he suddenly saw a crowd gathered ahead, murmuring excitedly. A man in traditional Tang suit lay on the ground, convulsing, face pale, clearly suffering from some sudden illness. Yet no one dared to help him. These days, people's hearts had hardened. Helping someone might end with losing your house to false accusations. Chunfong strode forward and lifted the elderly man into a sitting position. Young man, I won't frame you. The old man gasped weakly, face pale. There's medicine in my pocket. Please, help me take it. Chunfong reached into the elder's pocket, pulled out a pill bottle, took 2 tablets, and helped the old man swallow them. Soon, the old man's complexion returned to normal. Chunfong also examined him discreetly and realized the man had serious internal injuries. But having taken the medicine, he was stable, for now. Young man, thank you so much. People like you are rare these days. The elderly man gripped Chunfeng's hand tightly, full of gratitude. You're welcome. Chunfeng nodded. At that moment, a black Range Rover rushed into the crowd. A young girl jumped out with several dark-clad bodyguards and quickly rushed to the side of the old man in the tank suit. Grandpa, are you alright? I'm fine, thanks to this young man here. Seeing the old man's family had arrived, Chunfeng didn't linger. He turned and strode away with his bags in hand. But he hadn't taken more than a few steps when the old man in the tank suit suddenly called out, stopping him. Just gave him a little help. Nothing worth mentioning. Chunfeng assumed they wanted to thank him, so he spoke first to decline any gratitude. But to his surprise, the young girl snapped coldly. Don't play innocent. My grandfather's jade Buddha is missing from his pocket. Did you just slip it into your pocket while helping him? Huh. Chunfeng froze. I'm warning you, the girl said grimly. That jade Buddha is worth more than your life. Hand it over right now, or you'll regret it. Beside her stood several burly men with broad shoulders and thick backs, all glaring at Chunfeng with cold eyes, clearly ready to pounce at any moment. Chunfeng felt stunned. Never did he expect that after coming to someone's aid, he'd actually be framed. Could this be some kind of new scam? Chapter 005. Facing these several burly men, Chunfeng, having just been reborn, was practically an ordinary person and truly had no confidence in defeating them. At this moment, the elderly man in traditional attire, despite his frail condition, hurried over and shook his head. Xiaoqian, you've gone too far. If it weren't for this young man, I'd already be dead. How can you so casually suspect my savior? The jade Buddha must have been lost along the way. It's just a material possession, insignificant. Grandpa, but... The young girl tried to speak, but the elder waved her off firmly. Young man, I'm truly sorry. My granddaughter is naive. I apologize on her behalf. The elder bowed slightly to Chunfeng. He must have moved too quickly, as he suddenly burst into violent coughing. Though the girl had been rude, the old man was reasonable and clearly well-mannered. After a brief pause, Chunfeng warned, Elder, your injury is internal. Relying solely on medication to delay its progression won't work. It will eventually erupt all at once. You understand medicine, young man? The elder looked astonished. Chunfeng nodded. If you trust me, give me 10,000 yuan, and I can cure you. This injury was internal, falling beyond the scope of modern medicine. But for Chunfeng, a celestial physician, it was simplicity itself. Just a few acupuncture needles, that's all it would take. Hence, his price was modest. If you want money, just say so. Stop pretending to be something you're not. The girl sneered. Xiaoqian, don't disrespect your benefactor. Old Master Ye's expression turned stern. Go to the bank immediately and withdraw some cash for our benefactor. Yi Xiaoqian pouted, clearly reluctant, yet she dared not defy him. But at this moment, Chunfeng shook his head. Since you don't believe in my medical skills, consider my earlier words withdrawn. He'd only warned the elder out of genuine respect for the man's character. As for the 10,000 yuan, he really didn't care about it. In his previous life, as a celestial physician, he could summon 10 billion or even 100 billion with ease. A mere 10,000 meant nothing. Caught in your lie, now embarrassed? Yi Xiaoqian rolled her eyes dramatically at Chunfeng. Chunfeng chuckled. Miss, at your age, such a terrible temper indicates excessive liver fire. If you don't regulate it properly, you'd better watch out. You might end up infertile one day. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yi Xiaoqian's pretty face darkened instantly. Filthy mouth. Get lost. Scram. Go as far away as possible. Chunfeng said nothing more and simply turned to leave. Yet just then, old Master Yi hurried after him, apologetically smiling. Young man, my granddaughter is young and doesn't know any better. Don't hold it against her. To be honest, I do suffer from a long-standing internal injury. If you really can heal me, that'd be wonderful. 10,000 yuan is trivial. Since you trust me, let's exchange contact information. I'll reach out when I'm free. Chunfeng replied calmly. Noticing the heavy load of vegetables and meat in Chunfeng's hands, the elder smiled gently and nodded. All right, Xiaoqian, get this young man's contact details. Why should I do it? Yi Xiaoqian grumbled, annoyed. She already despised this guy, and his words only made her angrier. She wanted nothing more than to kick him. Still, she deeply respected her grandfather. Reluctantly, she handed over her business card with icy detachment. Call me. Chunfeng glanced at the number on the card, took out his phone, and dialed. Yi Xiaoqian hung up immediately, then labeled his number in her contacts as idiot. I'll go ahead then. I'll contact you when I have time. Chunfeng nodded and walked away. Yi Xiaoqian sniffed and muttered. Grandpa, you surely don't actually believe this brat can treat you, right? Old Master Yi sighed softly. Master Li isn't in Jiangzhou anymore. No one else can treat my condition. Besides, the young man isn't charging much. Let him try. Maybe he really has some miraculous method. Grandpa, I'd advise you not to get your hopes up, Yi Xiaoqian scoffed, rolling her eyes in disdain. After returning home, Chunfeng immediately processed all the ingredients and herbs. The herbs were placed in a clay pot, simmered slowly over low heat into a rich medicinal broth. The other ingredients were transformed into a full table of delicious dishes. Smells good. In her sleep, Chen Xiaoxiao woke up to the aroma of food. She nudged Jiang Shi beside her. Mom, wake up. Time to eat. Hungry already. I'll go cook for you. Jiang Shi yawned, opened her eyes, and froze at the sight of a dining table fully set with steaming, fragrant delicacies. Just then, Chunfeng came out from the kitchen carrying 3 bowls of rice. Seeing his wife and daughter awake, he smiled. Honey, Xiao, breakfast is ready. All of this, did you make it? Jiang Shi widened her beautiful eyes, as if wondering whether she was still dreaming. Normally, Chunfeng would stay out late gambling every night and never come home before dawn. When he did return, he'd just crash into bed and sleep like a log. Someone who wouldn't even bother washing his own clothes suddenly cooking now. This was like the sun rising from the west. Yeah, I made it. Try my cooking, Chunfeng said with a gentle smile. Chen Xiaoxiao immediately dashed to the dining table, grabbed her chopsticks and bowl, and started devouring the food. Jiang Shi, however, remained wary. Staring at Chunfeng, who seemed completely different from last night, she warned, Don't think making breakfast and acting all nice will get you money for gambling again. I've been fooled by you so many times. I'm as sharp as a monkey now. My wife is the smartest. Chunfong nodded in agreement. I've sworn I'll never gamble again. Please rest assured on that, my love. Jiang Shi stood still for a while, watching cautiously, but slowly began to relax. The three family members sat together for a rare moment, enjoying a hearty breakfast. Oh, right, Xiao, Dad made some medicine for you, Chunfong said, returning from the kitchen with a bowl of herbal soup. Seeing Xiao cover her nose with a reluctant expression, Chunfong chuckled softly. Don't worry, it's not bitter. Dad added sugar. Once you drink it, your illness will go away, and you won't feel pain anymore. Xiao, well-behaved and obedient, sat quietly. Whenever Chunfong fed her a spoonful, she obediently drank it. Watching this scene, Jiang Shi wore a puzzled look, sensing something was off. After a moment, it dawned on her. Chunfong, you bought sea base, herbs, all these things. Where did you even get the money? Once she saw Jiang Shi had almost finished eating, Chunfong finally confessed. Honey, I borrowed the 5,000 yuan you kept inside your pillowcase. Don't worry, I'll pay you back double by tomorrow at the latest. You. Jiang Shi immediately rushed to the bedroom, only to find that all the cash she had painstakingly saved was gone. Tears instantly streamed down her face as she broke into hysterics. You bastard. That was little Xiao's life-saving money. You actually stole it to gamble? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning from the heavens? Honey, calm down. I didn't gamble it away. I mostly used it to buy medicine for Xiao. Chunfong stepped forward, trying to comfort her. But Jiang Shi violently shoved him away, refusing to let him come near. At that moment, Xiao piped up in her soft, childlike voice. Mommy, I can vouch. Daddy didn't go out gambling last night. He only left the house after dawn. Hearing this, Jiang Shi froze, her emotions seeming to settle slightly. Yet almost immediately, she remembered, whether or not Chunfong had gambled it, he still stole their daughter's medical fund. There was no real difference. You piece of trash. I knew you never had good intentions. Furious and livid, her face turned pale with rage, regret gnawing at her heart. Don't worry, honey, Chunfong said. After drinking the herbal decoction I prepared, our daughter is temporarily fine. This treatment is far more effective than going to the hospital for chemotherapy. Before he could finish, Jiang Shi's phone rang. It was a co-worker calling, asking if Jiang Shi could cover her shift today since she had an emergency. She promised Jiang Shi would get both the salary and a personal bonus on top. Jiang Shi's job at the jewelry store was exhausting, 10-hour days with almost no time off. Today was one of her rare days to rest, originally planned for taking her daughter to the hospital for chemotherapy. But now, all her money had been taken by Chunfong. She couldn't afford to miss any opportunity to earn. So Jiang Shi agreed to her co-worker's request, then told Chunfong coldly, I have to work today. Take Xiao to the hospital in the morning. Go see my brother-in-law. Beg him to start Xiao's treatment first. We'll pay the medical fees in a few days. Okay, honey, don't worry, I'll handle everything. To prevent further distressing Jiang Shi, Chunfong gave his word without hesitation. Her brother-in-law, Li Bo, was the youngest attending physician at Jiangzhou City People's Hospital, earning over 1 million yuan annually before even turning 30, a textbook example of a success story. Li Bo's achievements stood in stark contrast to Chunfeng's failures, making the comparison painfully obvious. On top of that, Li Bo looked down on Chunfong, frequently belittling and humiliating him, making Chunfong feel inferior among Jiang Shi's relatives. Chunfong couldn't comment much on Li Bo's character, but when it came to medical skills, he felt perfectly justified in remaining unimpressed. Leukemia was a malignant tumor. Modern medicine relied on chemotherapy, an extremely painful treatment that did nearly as much damage to the body as it did to the cancer, akin to losing 800 men while killing 1,000 enemies. In his previous life, his daughter had suffered untold torment. He would never repeat those mistakes. Once Jiang Shi hurried out the door, Xiao pouted, looking at Chunfong and asking, Daddy, can you buy me a lollipop later? That way, when I'm getting treatment, I can suck on it so it won't hurt as much. Seeing his daughter like this broke Chunfeng's heart. He picked her up and gently kissed her forehead, speaking softly. Xiao, you've already taken your medicine. You don't need to go to the hospital today. Really? Xiao's eyes lit up with joy. Chunfong nodded. This pot of herbal soup wouldn't cure leukemia outright, but it would at least stabilize her condition for a month. Once he cultivated himself to the level of a saint physician, he could completely heal her. How about we skip the hospital today and go to the amusement park instead? Xiao's face filled with longing, but then she shook her head. Let's wait until mommy isn't working. We should go together, just the three of us. As you wish. Seeing how considerate his daughter was, Chunfong felt both proud and heartbroken. For the entire morning, Chunfong tidied the house while Xiao sat on the sofa watching cartoons. Then, Chunfeng's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed only a string of numbers. Who is this? This is your auntie. On the other end, Yi Xiaoqian was furious. Chunfong didn't even have her number saved. Clearly, he hadn't bothered storing it at all. Oh, Missy, what's up? Chunfong asked, surprised. How dare you ask? Your damn jinx has landed my grandfather in the hospital. Get here immediately and treat him. Yi Xiaoqian barked, her tone commanding. I can come and treat him, no problem. But what about the consultation fee we agreed on earlier? Chunfong asked calmly. People's Hospital. Top floor. Hurry up. Without bothering to answer, Yi Xiaoqian hung up. Despite her terrible attitude, Chunfong thought for a moment, then decided to go to the hospital anyway. After all, the Yi family held power and status in Jiangzhou, and old Master Yi was a respected retired general. 100,000 yuan might not seem much, but it would get Chunfeng's name into elite social circles. Once his reputation spread, everything else would follow. When Chunfong arrived at the private ward on the top floor of the hospital, he found that old Master Yi, who had been perfectly fine that morning, now seemed 10 years older in just half a day, wearing a patient's gown, lying in bed with tubes and needles stuck all over his body. Young man, you're here. Seeing Chunfong enter, old Master Yi weakly nodded and greeted him. All because of your cursed mouth. Your nonsense this morning scared my grandfather so badly he fell ill. I'm warning you. If you don't cure my grandfather right now, you won't walk out of here alive. Yi Xiaoqian stood behind with several burly men built like tigers, speaking in a cold, menacing tone. Chunfong ignored her, walked up, and began taking old Master Ye's pulse. This morning, the condition would have been easier to treat, but after delaying for half a day, it's worsened. Hearing this, old Master Yi turned even paler. Don't try to scare us. Can you or can't you treat him? Yi Xiaoqian snapped impatiently. I can, Chunfong replied simply. With that, he pulled out a small packet of silver needles from his pocket. But just then, the ward door swung open, and a middle-aged man dressed in traditional long robe and horse jacket hurried in. Master Yi, how are you feeling? Masterly. The moment the old man in bed saw the newcomer, his eyes lit up and his entire demeanor perked up with energy. Yi Xiaoqian looked equally surprised. Masterly, weren't you away on business? When did you come back? Yes, I was actually studying under my master, but when I heard that old Master Ye's old illness had flared up, I rushed back immediately. Masterly said sincerely. I just so happen to have learned a new prescription recently, one specially designed for internal injuries. It will definitely cure old Master Yi completely. Masterly, you truly are thoughtful, old Master Yi said gratefully, nodding. Then slowly, he took out an exquisite jade Buddha from his person. Masterly, as long as you cure my internal injury, I'll honor my promise and give you this family heirloom jade Buddha. Upon seeing the jade Buddha, Master Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, though he politely said, oh, that's really not necessary. Not necessary at all. Chunfong glanced at it too, noticing that this wasn't merely a piece of jade. It contained concentrated spiritual energy. Strictly speaking, it was already a consecrated talismanic artifact. There was only a minor flaw. Even so, it was undoubtedly one of the finest treasures in the world. No wonder Yi Xiaoqian had been so hysterical earlier when she couldn't find the jade Buddha. At this moment, Master Li finally noticed Chunfeng's presence and asked suspiciously, who is this young man? Chapter 7007. Dr. Li, this young man, I just met him this morning. He claimed he could tell at a glance that I have internal injuries and said he could treat me, so I invited him home, explained old Yi. Dr. Li, you weren't in Jiangzhou before, so we had no choice but to seek help elsewhere. Now that you're back, just say the word, and I'll kick this kid out immediately, Yi Xiaoqian said bluntly. Clearly, in the eyes of the Yi family, Dr. Li held the highest status. As for Chunfong, he was merely a temporary substitute. Now that Dr. Li had returned, this spare tire could go cool off somewhere else. Dr. Li glanced at Chunfong and sneered. Kid, you're so young yet already up to no good, pretending to be a traditional Chinese doctor just to scam people. It's trash like you who ruined the reputation of real TCM practitioners. Are you talking about yourself? Chunfong chuckled softly, replying calmly. Chunfong had heard of this Dr. Li in his previous life. Rumor had it he was once the most renowned physician in Jiangzhou, extremely arrogant and full of himself. Later, he treated a powerful figure and ended up killing the man, completely ruining his own reputation, and then vanished without a trace. Seeing this scene unfold now, Chunfong couldn't help but wonder, could the man who died back then have been none other than old Yi here? Kid, everyone knows who the fraud really is. Either get out now or shut up and watch me closely. Let me show you the true brilliance of traditional Chinese medicine, Dr. Li said, clearly brimming with confidence in his abilities. Hearing that, Chunfong simply nodded and casually pulled up a chair to sit down. All right then, I'll enjoy your performance. Old Yi, this time I've obtained an extraordinary medicinal formula from my master's school. As long as you drink a large bowl of the decoction made from snake skin shed during Jingzha, 2-year-old silkworms, the head of a rooster born that same year, and snow collected in May, I guarantee your illness will vanish instantly, Dr. Li declared excitedly. Noticing the Yi family remained silent, he added, I know these ingredients are hard to find, but don't worry, I've already prepared them for you. With that, Dr. Li took out a cloth-wrapped package containing a purple clay pot, already filled with the pre-brewed medicinal soup. Old Yi, come on, open your mouth. Holding a spoon like a caretaker, Dr. Li fed the medicine to old Yi sip by sip. After old Yi painfully finished drinking it, his complexion didn't improve. Instead, he mumbled weakly, Dr. Li, my stomach feels uncomfortable. That's normal. It's just because you drank too much medicine. Give it some time to digest, and you'll be fine, Dr. Li replied casually. Then he turned toward Chunfong sitting in the chair and beckoned him over. Hey kid, come here. Even if you don't understand Chinese medicine, surely you know something about massage? Give old Yi a quick rub to help his stomach digest better. Then, Dr. Li began giving medical instructions to the Yi family. Once old Yi has taken this medicine, he'll recover quickly. You can rest assured. But since I'm only temporarily back, I need to catch a flight. I can't stay any longer. His tone was gentle and reassuring. Despite old Ye's worsening condition, Dr. Li was, after all, a legendary healer famous throughout Jiangzhou and even Jiangnan province. Hesitating slightly, Yi Xiaoqian dared not ask further questions. She was about to hand over the jade Buddha as instructed by old Yi when suddenly Chunfong burst into laughter. You old fox are quite crafty, aren't you? Trying to finish your scam and sneak away while leaving me behind to take the blame. The moment those words left his mouth, the expressions of every member of the Yi family instantly changed. What did you say? Yi Xiaoqian glared at Chunfong, her eyes wide. Old Yi might have lived for a few more days originally, but after drinking this fake medicine, I doubt he'll last half an hour, Chunfong said, checking the time with calm indifference. On the bed, old Yi, upon hearing this, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. You little bastard, spouting nonsense. Dr. Li gritted his teeth, glaring at Chunfong as if he wanted to kill him on the spot. The Yi family still found it hard to believe what Chunfong had said. But Chunfong merely shrugged. If you don't believe me, then don't let Dr. Li leave. Keep him right here. I won't go near old Yi at all. Let's just see whether he's still breathing half an hour from now. He'd seen through it immediately. The so-called request to massage old Yi wasn't about helping digestion. It was all part of a scheme to pin the blame on someone else. When old Yi inevitably died, this old fox planned to wash his hands clean and walk away. An ordinary young person, awed by the reputation of Dr. Li, might have fallen for it. But who was Chunfong? Upon hearing Chunfeng's words, the Yi family began to grow suspicious. Fiery-tempered Yi Xiaoqian pointed straight at Dr. Li and demanded, "Dr. Li, is what he's saying true or not?" Thud, he collapsed to his knees. What the Yi family never expected was that the usually arrogant Dr. Li, upon hearing this, immediately dropped to his knees without a word, frantically pleading, "Old Yi, I really didn't mean to deceive you. But your long-standing internal injury, it's fundamentally incurable. My medicine may not heal you, but at least it hastened the outbreak of your illness and thus reduced your suffering in a way, right? You despicable bastard." Yi Xiaoqian was so enraged her face turned deathly pale. She rushed forward and kicked him twice hard, sending Dr. Li flying. Then several burly men stormed in, pounced on him, pinned him to the ground, and started stomping mercilessly on his head. Although Dr. Li had been caught red-handed, Old Ye's condition had already deteriorated beyond salvation. Lying on the bed, his face ashen and paper white, Old Yi sighed with deep regret. "Young man, I should have believed you earlier." "Old Yi, take it easy," Chunfong said calmly, offering gentle reassurance. After all, he was still just an unknown nobody. With Dr. Li's towering reputation, most people would naturally trust the latter. At that moment, Yi Xiaoqian, clinging to the last thread of hope, asked anxiously, "You said earlier you could treat my grandfather's internal injuries. Can you still do it now?" "Yes," Chunfong nodded slightly. Chapter 8008. Treating internal injuries himself would take no more than 10 minutes. Old Yi still had half an hour left to live, so there was enough time. "Then hurry up and do something. What are you waiting for?" Yi Xiaoqian immediately urged him on. Before Chunfong could respond, the half-beaten Li medicine master shouted from the side, "You brat, you just called me a fraud, but I think you're the real scammer. Look at Old Yi. How can anyone claim they can cure this? Even if a celestial immortal descended from heaven, he couldn't save Old Yi now. Is that so? Then let me show you what a celestial immortal descending from heaven looks like." Chunfong chuckled lightly. He took out a pack of silver needles and walked directly toward Old Yi. A circle of bodyguards stood around Old Yi and initially tried to block him, but as soon as they felt Chunfeng's aura, they instinctively stepped back several paces. Chunfong reached Old Ye's side, Chichuyinjun, and inserted them one by one into Old Ye's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The needles fell like rain. Then Chunfeng's hands moved like someone plucking a pipa, rapidly pressing and adjusting the needles, causing them to vibrate and spin in place. What kind of technique is this? Everyone around was stunned by the scene. An uninformed observer might have mistaken Chunfong for performing a circus act. Li medicine master, who had insulted Chunfong earlier, froze completely upon seeing this, his eyes wide, mouth agape, as if struck by lightning. This, could it be the lost Taishu 9 needles? Impossible, absolutely impossible. 10 minutes later, right on schedule, Chunfong removed the needles. Old Ye's complexion turned rosy, and all vital signs stabilized. Witnessing this, Li medicine master was utterly shocked. It really is the Taishu 9 needles. "Sir, you must be a saint physician." At that moment, Li dropped to his knees with a thud, kowtowing once again. Medical cultivation had 4 great realms: physician, enlightened physician, saint physician, and heavenly physician. Li medicine master was merely an ordinary physician. Only laymen ignorant of medicine dubbed him divine healer. A saint physician? Not yet. Chunfong shook his head calmly. "But I will be soon." Old Ye's gratitude toward Chunfong was beyond words. He kept saying, "Xiaoqian, quickly go get 100 million cash from finance. We must thank Brother Chun for saving my life." But Chunfong shook his head. "That's unnecessary. 10,000 yuan is enough." He had clearly agreed to charge only 10,000 before arriving. Of course he wouldn't raise his price after success. Principles mattered. "Brother Chun, mere 10,000 cannot express my gratitude." Old Yi insisted warmly. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly handed over his jade Buddha pendant. "Brother Chun, if money means nothing to you, then please accept this jade Buddha. If you refuse it, I won't be able to live with myself." "Then, all right." Chunfong scratched his head, pretending reluctance as he accepted the jade Buddha. In truth, his lips were curving into a hidden smile. Though slightly flawed, this jade Buddha was a talismanic artifact. With just a little polishing, it would greatly aid his cultivation. Originally, Chunfong hadn't intended to accept it, but Old Ye's sincerity left no room for refusal. Could he really cling to principle at the cost of burdening the elder with lifelong guilt? "Xiaoqian, drive Brother Chun home." Now not only did Old Yi address Chunfong differently, he even assigned his beloved granddaughter to serve as his personal driver. "All right," Yi Xiaoqian nodded. Though she still looked down on Chunfong somewhat, she dared not vent her displeasure openly anymore. Thus, Chunfong rode back home in Yi Xiaoqian's Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Virum, virum. Though Yi Xiaoqian appeared ladylike, her personality was fiery and bold. Her driving was wild, blaring the horn non-stop, swerving between lanes, flooring the accelerator as if preparing for liftoff at any second. Chunfong felt nervous but didn't dare say anything. "By the way," Yi Xiaoqian suddenly turned to glance at him. "You said earlier my liver fire is excessive, and I'll become infertile later. Is that true or not?" "Watch the road, Miss Yi," Chunfong reminded. "You answer me first," she replied dismissively. Chunfong nodded. To reassure her and encourage safer driving, he quickly added, "But these are minor issues. When I have time, I'll give you a massage treatment. It'll be fine." "Then do it now," Yi Xiaoqian said, pulling the car to an immediate stop right in the middle of the road. Instantly, several vehicles behind screeched to a halt, nearly causing a collision. But upon seeing the white Mercedes G-Class blocking their way, and noticing its distinctive license plate, clearly belonging to the Yi family's young miss, the drivers could only grit their teeth in silent fury, queuing obediently behind. "Not now. I need to go home and take care of my daughter. How about tomorrow morning?" Chunfong thought for a moment, and said, "All right." Yi Xiaoqian readily agreed. After a moment's thought, she added, "My grandpa said he'd give you 10,000. I don't have cash on me now. Come find me tomorrow, and I'll give it to you." "No problem." Chunfong smiled casually. With such a precious jade Buddha talisman already in hand, the 10,000 yuan hardly mattered anymore. Then Chunfong returned home. It was already evening. Since Jiangxi had to work overtime unexpectedly, Chunfong simply reheated some leftovers, ate dinner with his daughter, and then took her out for a short walk. The sky gradually darkened, while Jiangxi was still at the jewelry store attending to customers. It being a holiday, there were more customers than usual, so her shift ran late. On top of that, her job pressure was immense. I heard our boss has already reached an agreement with Yuye Group. They're going to acquire our jewelry company. Then we'll all become employees of Yuye Group. As if. I heard they're planning massive layoffs right after taking over to cut operational costs. We're all in danger. I heard from Manager Zhang they'll rank us by performance. The lowest performers go first. A group of employees huddled together, whispering anxiously. Though Jiangxi didn't join the conversation, she felt increasingly anxious upon hearing their words. For the past 2 months, she hadn't closed a single deal. Her sales performance ranked at the very bottom of the store. If layoffs truly happened, she would undoubtedly be among the first to go. And given the tremendous financial burden on her family, she absolutely couldn't afford to lose this job. Xiao Zhang, come here for a moment. Just then, store manager Zhang suddenly stepped out of his office and beckoned Jiangxi inside. Chapter 9009. Jiangxi's heart immediately tightened. She arrived at the office feeling uneasy. It was summer, and the air conditioning was on inside the office, but Jiangxi broke out in sweat from nervousness despite the cool temperature. Is the air conditioning too warm? Should I turn it down a bit? Manager Zhang asked, surprised. Jiangxi shook her head and asked, Manager Zhang, you wanted to see me? Is something wrong? No big deal. I just wanted to have a chat with you. As you know, we've had some changes in management. Ye Group has fully taken over now, and the young mistress he reviewed our company's financial reports. She believes personnel costs are too high, so all stores across Jiangzhou City will be downsizing. Manager Zhang sat on the sofa, legs crossed, speaking casually while carefully observing Jiangxi's expression. Seeing her look flustered and panicked, Manager Zhang continued meaningfully. Your performance lately has been terrible. I'm sorry, Manager Zhang. My family has had some personal issues recently. I'll adjust myself quickly and improve my performance. Please give me a chance. Jiangxi said anxiously. She stood before Manager Zhang wearing a black pencil skirt, sheer nude stockings, and high heels, accentuating her flawless curves. Her desperate tone and submissive posture only intensified her allure. Manager Zhang could barely hold back his lust, swallowing hard. Little Zhang, this puts me in a tough spot. As store manager, I can keep you on, but you need to show me sincerity. Just promising to improve your numbers won't cut it, he hinted. So you're saying, Manager Zhang, that if I'm willing to pay some price, you can let me stay? Jiangxi asked. Exactly. Manager Zhang nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself how innocent and naive she still was. Other women would have already thrown themselves at him by now. Yet Jiangxi showed no initiative, forcing him to spell it out. Men could offer labor or money. What could a woman offer besides her body? So he assumed Jiangxi had completely understood his implication. Manager Zhang, it's too late today. Let me go home and prepare. I'll come back tomorrow with feed, a real gesture. Would that be okay? Jiangxi asked cautiously. Of course. Manager Zhang smiled, his eyes fixed hungrily on her legs. By the way, I like black stockings. Remember to wear a pair tomorrow. After work, Jiangxi immediately called her younger sister, Jiang Shiyao, asking to borrow some money to buy gifts for Manager Zhang. Sis, did that bastard take your money again to gamble? Jiang Shiyao asked, curling her lip. When Jiangxi didn't respond, she stopped pressing and instantly transferred 3,000 yuan via WeChat. Thank you. I'll pay you back when I get paid. Jiangxi felt deeply grateful. With the money, she hurried to a nearby liquor and tobacco shop, purchasing a carton of premium cigarettes and 2 bottles of expensive alcohol. Gifts for superiors usually came in the form of cigarettes and alcohol, regardless of whether they smoked or drank. These items were easily resold, serving as universal currency. When Jiangxi finally returned home after everything, Chunfong had already bathed their daughter and put her to sleep. Babe, having a rough day? Seeing her exhausted, Chunfong asked curiously. In his previous life, he'd beaten his wife badly last night and sent her to the hospital. Then she went back to her parents' home and cut off all contact. He had no idea what she'd been going through. Our boss changed hands. They're laying people off. I might get fired, Jiangxi said. To her surprise, Chunfong actually laughed and said, That's great. That job was exhausting anyway, and you didn't earn much. Why don't you quit from now on? Stay home, raise our kid, and enjoy life. I'll make enough money to support all of us. Jiangxi frowned, silent. If any other man said that, she might believe it. But Chunfong claiming he'd go out and provide for the family? Her response could only be 2 words. I'm fright. Chapter 010. I'm tired. After a long day of work, Jiangxi had no intention of wasting her energy on Chunfong. She went to the bathroom for a shower, dried her hair, and then went straight to bed. Though she'd given birth before, Jiangxi maintained her figure extremely well. Her legs were long and slender, yet every place that should have curves had them in full measure. Especially after her bath, her body carried a faint, delicate fragrance. Chunfong felt his heart racing. In his previous life, although he had been fabulously wealthy and held great status, he never took another woman and remained alone until the end. Now that he'd been reborn, Chunfong didn't want to spend this life in loneliness. So he quickly climbed into bed beside Jiangxi, and his hands began wandering toward her restlessly. Jiangxi was startled awake, but showed no interest. Coldly, she said, I'm exhausted. I have to work tomorrow. Don't bother me. I know. Let me give you a massage. It helps relieve fatigue. Before Chunfong could finish speaking, Jiangxi kicked him straight off the bed. Holding his stomach, Chunfong laughed bitterly. Wife, you're going to make me childless. Serve you right. Without sparing him another glance, Jiangxi pulled the blanket over her head. Chunfong didn't press further. He knew it was his own fault. His gambling addiction had shattered her trust and left her emotionally distant. As long as he could show her he truly changed, their relationship would surely heal. Let's take a look at this magical artifact. Due to practicing the Divine Physician's Manual, Chunfong required very little sleep, so he spent the night examining the jade Buddha that Elder Yi had insisted on giving him earlier. Carved from fine jade, the figurine was exquisitely crafted, lifelike, and pulsed with spiritual energy. Worn on the body, it could adjust the wearer's feng shui field, improve physical health, enhance luck, and even aid cultivation for those who practiced martial or spiritual arts. Chunfong put the jade Buddha around his neck and spent the rest of the night in quiet meditation. The next morning, after breakfast, they entrusted their daughter to Granny Zhou, their landlady, and headed out together. Jiang Shi went to her shop for work. Chunfong, on the other hand, went to meet Yi Xiaoqian to help regulate her liver fire. After contacting her, he arrived at the top-floor executive office of Yuye Group, the tallest skyscraper in Jiangzhou City, where he met Yi Xiaoqian in person. She had deep dark circles under her eyes and looked completely drained, with piles of documents scattered across her desk. Clearly, she had pulled an all-nighter and hadn't slept at all. Miss Yi, at your age, pulling all-nighters like this isn't good, Chunfong said, shaking his head in concern. Can you not with the lecture? Who wants to stay up all night? You have no idea how busy I am. Yi Xiaoqian rolled her eyes dramatically and took a large gulp of coffee. Fine, just do your thing already. Stop dragging your feet, or I'll start yelling. But Chunfong didn't move. He said, Miss Yi, I'll need to use acupoint massage for treatment. There might be some physical contact. It'd be better if your partner were here. I could guide them from the side. I don't have a partner. Just do it. I don't mind. Yi Xiaoqian promptly lay down on the sofa, making herself completely available for whatever Chunfong needed to do. Seeing her such an easygoing attitude, Chunfong didn't hesitate either. He stepped over and firmly pressed his hand against her lower abdomen. Ah! Yi Xiaoqian couldn't help letting out a soft cry. What? Does it hurt? Chunfong immediately pulled back. No, it feels too good. Don't stop. Keep going, Yi Xiaoqian ordered. The key point was, this massage technique didn't just feel incredibly soothing, it also relieved fatigue, creating an almost addictive sensation. People outside heard the noise too. They had seen with their own eyes that Chunfong went in alone to see Yi Xiaoqian. It was hard not to let their imaginations run wild. Half an hour later. That's it? Already done. Seeing Chunfong stop massaging, Yi Xiaoqian looked disappointed and unsatisfied. It's been plenty long, okay? Chunfong shook his head with mild annoyance. Yi Xiaoqian's liver fire was extremely intense. Treating it was exhausting work. He could barely feel his fingers anymore from the strain. Yi Xiaoqian quickly sat up and handed Chunfong a cup of coffee. How about you take a break, then come back for another round? Wow, you're really getting addicted, huh? Chunfong chuckled in amusement. When Chunfong refused to continue, Yi Xiaoqian pouted and muttered under her breath, weak man. Chunfong paid it no mind. Anyway, he was here to earn some extra cash. Once he brought home the 10,000 in cash, his wife's frustration toward him would surely ease up quite a bit. At that moment, Yi Xiaoqian suddenly asked, a few days ago, I acquired a jewelry company. While going through the employee list, I saw a female staff member named Jiang Shi. Isn't that your wife? Yes, Chunfong nodded. Since you treated me so well just now, I'll reward you. Let's promote your wife. Make her store manager. How does that sound? Yi Xiaoqian suddenly flashed a mischievous, alluring smile. Chunfong thought for a moment. Since his wife didn't want to quit her job, becoming a store manager was definitely much better than being a salesperson, so he nodded. Then thank you kindly, Miss Yi. Yi Xiaoqian immediately made a call, but the store manager wasn't answering. His phone kept going straight to voicemail. Fine, let's just go over there in person and settle it face to face. Direct and straightforward by nature, Yi Xiaoqian took Chunfong and headed straight for the jewelry store where Jiang Shi worked. On the way, Chunfong couldn't help but wonder, when his wife found out he was the one who got her promoted to manager, would she be utterly shocked? Meanwhile, in the back office of the jewelry store, little Jiang, is this really the sincerity you're showing me? Looking at the 2 bottles of alcohol, a pack of cigarettes, and some fruit Jiang Shi had specially brought, Manager Zhang widened his eyes, instantly enraged. Jiang Shi was momentarily stunned but still respectfully asked, Manager Zhang, don't you like these? If not, just tell me what you do like. I'll go buy it right away. Seeing Jiang Shi's innocent expression, Manager Zhang stopped being angry and instead chuckled darkly. Little Jiang, seems you're still too naive. You didn't understand my meaning at all yesterday. The sincerity I want isn't about cigarettes or alcohol, nor is it money. This is what I want. At that, Manager Zhang suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Jiang Shi. Rip! Her dress was torn in an instant. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. She froze in terror. A moment later, Jiang Shi snapped back to her senses and immediately pushed away Manager Zhang, who was trying to undress her, shouting, Manager Zhang, have some decency. I'm calling the police. Call the police. Go ahead and try. Manager Zhang's gaze turned predatory, like a hungry wolf on the open plain. If you call them now, at most I'll get a 500 yuan fine. But you'll be kicked out on the spot. This month's salary? Not a single penny will you see. Manager Zhang sneered menacingly. Jiang Shi couldn't help but glare. Manager Zhang, you're bullying me. The only reason she could endure this was because she needed the money. And with the end of the month approaching, losing this month's wages would be nothing short of devastating. Seeing Jiang Shi falter, Manager Zhang grinned smugly, calm and composed. Little Jiang, I know your situation at home. Your daughter has a serious illness. Doesn't treatment cost money? And your good-for-nothing husband, gambling himself stupid every day, is just a bottomless pit. I know exactly how vital this job is to you. That's why I'm giving you this chance. Don't be ungrateful. Manager Zhang coaxed with false kindness. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Jiang Shi again. Just obey me nicely, serve me well, become my mistress, and I'll make sure your pay won't be low. Plus, I'll strongly recommend you as our store's top employee. That's a 5,000 yuan bonus waiting for you. Then, once again, Manager Zhang reached out his lecherous hand toward Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi stood frozen, torn with hesitation. She felt like she was balancing on a narrow bridge, with wolves ahead and tigers behind, trapped and unable to move forward or back. If only her husband could be just a little more capable, she wouldn't have been driven into such a desperate corner. Hot tears streamed down Jiang Shi's face. Just as Manager Zhang believed he was about to succeed, suddenly, the locked office door burst open with a powerful kick. A tall figure appeared before Jiangxi. Chapter 011. Bang! The office door slammed open, and Manager Zhang, already feeling guilty as if caught in the act, was immediately startled. Then a tall figure charged in, grabbed Manager Zhang by the collar, and hurled him across the room. Ouch! Manager Zhang fell face first to the ground. He raised his head, staring in shock at the man. Who are you? You don't recognize me? Chunfong narrowed his eyes slightly, and introduced himself calmly. I'm Chunfong, Jiangxi's husband. Jiangxi herself was utterly astonished by Chunfeng's sudden appearance. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, as if she were wondering whether she was dreaming. Oh, so you're finally here. Manager Zhang had initially been nervous, but once Chunfong revealed his name, he instantly regained his arrogance. Sneering, he said, so you're the useless good-for-nothing married to Xiaojiang, huh? Now that you're here, I won't beat around the bush with you. There's going to be layoffs from above. I'll give you two choices. Either hand over your wife to be my mistress, or pack up and leave right now. Both of you. He smirked smugly, confident he had Chunfong cornered. A man like this, a degenerate gambler with no means of supporting himself, completely dependent on his wife's income. How could he possibly let her lose her job? Wouldn't that mean starving to death? I'm the store manager here. Your wife wouldn't be losing out by becoming my mistress. I'll treat her well, and hey, I can even give you some cash as compensation. What do you say? Manager Zhang grinned and pulled out a thick wad of crisp bills from his drawer. Seeing this, Jiangxi couldn't help but feel a surge of panic, fearing deeply that Chunfong might actually sell her out for that money. But Chunfong merely narrowed his eyes and said coolly, I'll give you two options. First, kneel down and kowtow to my wife right now, begging for forgiveness. Second, I'll have your boss fire you on the spot. Ha, you want my boss to fire me? Do you even know who my boss is? Manager Zhang burst into laughter as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. Then, puffing up with pride, he declared, my boss is President Yi of Yi Group. I'm one of her most trusted people. Let me put it this way, if you've got the guts, get her to fire me, and I'll personally kowtow to you. The commotion had drawn a crowd outside the office. Employees gathered, whispering among themselves. I always knew something was off about the way Manager Zhang looks at Jiangxi. He's never had pure intentions. Still, being his mistress isn't all bad. She'd at least keep her job, unlike us, living day to day in fear. What a pity though, Jiangxi's husband shows up right at this moment. I despise men like that the most. Useless freeloaders with no talent, living off their wives, yet acting all macho. How dare he challenge Manager Zhang? Jiangxi grew increasingly anxious. After all, Manager Zhang had powerful backing, someone not to be trifled with. She stepped forward cautiously and whispered, Chunfong, just leave. Let me handle this. Handle it? How exactly will you handle it? Chunfong stared at her in astonishment. If his naive wife had any real solution, he wouldn't have needed to step in to save her. This Manager Zhang actually dared to threaten you. This matter must be settled today, Chunfong said grimly. Exactly. It must be settled. Manager Zhang folded his arms across his chest, unafraid. After all, he held the power to decide Jiangxi's fate. Absolute control. What kind of settlement? Suddenly, an unexpected voice came from the doorway. Chapter 012. What do you mean, an explanation? As the voice came, a tall, stylish young woman walked in from outside. She was none other than Yi Xiaoqian, the beautiful CEO of Yi Group. Seeing the scene before her, Yi Xiaoqian looked utterly bewildered, unsure of what had happened. This Manager Zhang is threatening my wife with termination and touching her inappropriately. He even claims to be one of your trusted people. Miss Yi, you owe us an explanation for this, don't you? Chunfong said calmly and firmly. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoqian's expression immediately darkened. As a career woman, nothing disgusted her more than men in power bullying their female subordinates. Boss Yi, I'm being wronged. This woman was afraid of getting fired, so she threw herself at me. I rejected her several times, but it didn't work. She left me no choice. It was just too difficult. Manager Zhang hastily explained. Jiangxi widened her beautiful eyes in shock, unable to believe someone could be so shameless. But the office was a private space, with no surveillance and no witnesses present. Manager Zhang, playing the victim despite being the real culprit, left Jiangxi completely helpless. Chunfeng's face also hardened, about to take action. Slap. Unexpectedly, after hearing Manager Zhang's excuse, Yi Xiaoqian didn't say a word. She simply raised her hand and delivered a hard slap that spun him around on the spot. Boss Yi, before Manager Zhang could open his mouth. Slap. Yi Xiaoqian struck him again. After 2 slaps, his face swelled up like a pig's. Do you think I'm stupid? If Miss Zhang was coming on to you, why are your clothes perfectly intact while her sock got torn? Yi Xiaoqian asked coldly, her face turning grim. Manager Zhang quickly lowered his head. Sorry boss Yi, I drank too much last night. It was a moment of impulse. I must have been out of my mind. Yi Xiaoqian ignored him completely. Coincidentally, she had already intended to promote Jiangxi to store manager. As for this Manager Zhang, she hadn't yet decided how to handle him. But now, the opportunity presented itself. Coldly, she declared, people like you who violate basic morality have no right to remain in Yi Group. You're fired. Get out. Boss Yi, please don't. Manager Zhang felt as if the sky had collapsed. Though his salary wasn't extraordinarily high, he held power in his position and often received gifts from subordinates. Life had been quite comfortable. Now everything was ruined. Even if he tried to find work elsewhere, there was no way he'd land a job with such benefits. At that moment, Chunfong spoke indifferently. Aren't you the one who said earlier that if your boss fires you, you kneel down and kowtow to me? Damn it, my bad luck has nothing to do with trash like you. Manager Zhang snapped angrily. Even though he'd been fired, he stubbornly refused to connect the two events. But what he hadn't expected was for Yi Xiaoqian to stand firmly beside Chunfong once again. She snorted coldly. A person must keep his word. Kneel and kowtow. Seeing that Manager Zhang hesitated, Yi Xiaoqian threatened. You know the influence Yi Group holds in Jiangzhou. I can not only fire you, I can blacklist you completely, so that no company dares to hire you ever again. Hearing this, Manager Zhang turned deathly pale. Losing this job meant he could still seek employment elsewhere. But if Yi Yip Group blacklisted him, no company would dare touch him. He'd be socially dead. Taking a deep breath, swallowing his pride and grinding his teeth, he dropped to his knees before Chunfong and swiftly banged his head 3 times. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk. The instant manager Zhang finished his kowtows, Yi Xiaoqian took out her phone and made a call. Immediately issue an official announcement in the name of Yi Yip Group. Blacklist this Mr. Zhang completely. Chapter 013. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xiaoqian might have given manager Zhang another chance. But in front of Chunfong, and with the victim being Chunfeng's wife, Yi Xiaoqian would show no mercy whatsoever. Even if manager Zhang had already kowtowed, she would still crush him into the abyss, ensuring he'd never rise again. After dealing with manager Zhang, Yi Xiaoqian turned to Jiang Shi and asked, Miss Zhang, I've reviewed your file. You've worked at this store for 2.5 years. Based on your overall performance during that time, I've decided. Jiang Shi immediately tensed up, barely daring to breathe. She was terrified she might be laid off. But beside her, Chunfong chuckled lightly. Honey, don't worry. Miss He is going to promote you and give you a raise. Don't make things up. That's impossible. Jiang Shi shot Chunfong a skeptical look. She only hoped she could keep her job. Anything beyond that was unimaginable. Yet Yi Xiaoqian smiled warmly. Miss Zhang, your husband is right. I'm appointing you as the new store manager. Jiang Shi stared in utter disbelief. It took her several long moments before she finally registered what she'd heard, then quickly replied. Director Yi, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'll work hard and won't let you down. With Yi Xiaoqian's personal arrangement, Yi Group soon delivered the official appointment letter, officially promoting Jiang Shi to store manager of this jewelry boutique. My God, am I dreaming? Jiang Shi kept pinching herself, unable to believe this was real. Yi Xiaoqian turned to Chunfong and smiled softly. Does this arrangement suit you? Of course it does, Chunfong replied with an easy smile. He had offered Yi Xiaoqian a massage without expecting anything in return, but her initiative in promoting his wife was a pleasant surprise. How about this, Miss Yi? Let's meet again next week. I'll give you another massage. Sure, it's a deal. Yi Xiaoqian agreed cheerfully. Well then, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave. With a brief farewell, she departed gracefully. Wow, doesn't it seem like Director Yi removed manager Zhang solely because of Jiang Shi's husband? But wasn't Zhang's husband supposed to be useless? How can someone like that have such influence? Chill, keep your voice down. Do you want to get blacklisted too? Inside the jewelry store, employees whispered among themselves. Although many remained skeptical, no one dared underestimate Chunfong anymore. Chunfong paid them no mind. He stepped toward Jiang Shi, pulled out the 10,000 yuan in cash that Yi Xiaoqian had given him earlier, and said, Honey, here's the money I borrowed from you yesterday. I'm paying you back. Jiang Shi had already been stunned, but seeing the wad of cash nearly made her jaw drop. Where did you get this money? I earned it. Chunfong shrugged. Just as he was about to tell her everything, that he knew old Master Yi and had gone to treat him personally, so she wouldn't worry, Jiang Shi's phone suddenly rang. Mom, you're here already. It was Jiang Shi's mother, Chunfeng's mother-in-law, Jiang Lan, who had unexpectedly returned to Jiangzhou and was already at their doorstep. Mom, you came so suddenly. Why didn't you tell us ahead of time? I'm still at work. A look of discomfort crossed Jiang Shi's face. Just then, the acting store supervisor hurried over. Manager Jiang, if you have family matters, please go ahead and handle them. I'll watch the store, don't worry. This supervisor was clearly sharp-minded. Seeing how closely Chunfong was connected to President Yi, he seized the chance to be helpful, not necessarily hoping to gain favor, but at least avoiding any offense. Chunfong, however, couldn't help frowning. His relationship with his wife was already strained. Things with her family were even worse. Trouble rarely came uninvited. Chapter 014. The two of them immediately headed home. Since it was nearly noon, Chunfong stopped by the farmer's market to pick up some groceries, while Jiang Shi went ahead to welcome her mother at home. When Jiang Shi arrived, she found her mother already seated on the sofa. Her daughter, Chen Xiaoxiao, sat on a small stool, head bowed as she wrote on a calligraphy practice sheet. These sheets had been brought over by Jiang Lan last time. She insisted that Xiaoxiao improve her handwriting. But Jiang Shi had been too busy with work every day, and Chunfong never paid attention to their daughter, so the sheets had remained untouched until now. Now that Jiang Lan had arrived, she had gone straight to retrieve Xiaoxiao from landlady Zhou's place and personally supervised her practice. Mommy's back. Seeing Jiang Shi return, Xiaoxiao instantly lifted her head joyfully and dropped her pen. Keep practicing. Finish this entire sheet, Jiang Lan said sternly. Xiaoxiao dared not argue and could only bow her head again, reluctantly continuing to write. Witnessing this, Jiang Shi didn't know what to say. Her mother had always been extremely domineering since she was young, and even now, she still felt a bit intimidated. Shi, why are you alone? Has that bastard gone gambling again? Jiang Lan asked darkly. Jiang Shi quickly explained. No, Mom. Chunfong went to buy groceries. He'll be back soon to cook. Cook? Since when has that good-for-nothing ever cooked? If he's gone gambling, just admit it, don't defend him. Jiang Lan didn't believe her at all. She shook her head and continued. Shi, what about that matter I mentioned last time? Have you thought it through? I've been really busy with work lately. Jiang Shi stammered. No matter how busy you are, you can't keep delaying. This is about your entire life. Young Master Ming has called me several times, saying you've been cold toward him. Why do you keep avoiding his calls? You two grew up together. He doesn't care that you've been married before. His only condition is, don't bring this little burden along. Jiang Lan cast a disdainful glance at Xiaoxiao. No, absolutely not. Jiang Shi stood firm, immediately walking over and hugging Xiaoxiao tightly. Mom, don't say things like that in front of the child. Don't you know how much emotional harm parental divorce causes a kid? She's still young. What does she understand? Jiang Lan replied dismissively. Who says she doesn't understand? When you divorced my father, I was only this age. I understood everything. I just chose not to speak up, Jiang Shi said, tears streaming down her face despite herself. Jiang Lan was momentarily stunned. She clearly hadn't considered this before. But quickly recovering, she said, fine. Then bring the burden along if you must. We'll discuss it properly with the Ming family later. It's not a big deal anyway. It's just a girl. You can have a boy later. That would be good too. Jiang Shi frowned, replying solemnly. Mom, I'm doing okay on my own right now. This morning, President Yi from Yi Group came to inspect our store, and she promoted me. I'm now the store manager. So what if you got promoted? A store manager makes at most 10,000 a month. With this little burden to support, plus that gambling degenerate, you'll be ruined sooner or later. Jiang Lan waved it off contemptuously. I heard from your younger sister that you borrowed money from her yesterday. Is that true? Jiang Shi lowered her head, silent. You two sisters were raised by me single-handedly. Look at your sister, what vision she has. Her boyfriend is a top student from the medical university, earns over $1 million a year already, young, with a brilliant future. And look at who you married. Nothing but a gambler, utterly useless. The difference is just too huge. I can't even bring myself to talk about it outside. I'm too ashamed. Jiang Lan lamented bitterly, disappointed and frustrated. At that moment, Chunfong returned from grocery shopping and reached the front door, just in time to overhear his mother-in-law's harsh words about him. Chapter 015. Mother-in-law Jiang Lan was a domineering woman. She had never liked Chunfong, and whenever they met, she would berate him mercilessly. Combined with Chunfeng's history of gambling and his naturally fragile personality, he deeply feared her, so much so that even after achieving success later in life, he still dared not face her. But now, Chunfong had turned over a new leaf. His heart was firm, fearless. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and walked inside. Mom, you're here. Seeing Chunfong returning with fresh groceries, Jiang Lan was slightly taken aback, then sneered. Oh, didn't go gamble today? Is the sun rising from the west? Mom, I admit I was wrong to gamble before. I've already sworn to Shireen that I'll never touch those things again. Chunfong explained with a gentle smile. What truth can ever come out of a gambler's mouth? Jiang Lan shook her head. Even Jiang Shi didn't fully trust Chunfong anymore. How could their relatives believe him? Chunfong didn't argue further. Mom, it's almost time for lunch. I bought your favorite dishes. Please sit down for a moment. I'll go cook right away. Never mind, no need. I just came to talk to Shi for a bit, and we'll leave soon. We're having lunch at your younger sister's place, Jiang Lan said carelessly. All right. Jiang Shi nodded, saying nothing more. Because she had married a gambling wastrel, ever since her younger sister Jiang Shiyao started dating Li Bo, a top university graduate, the two sisters rarely met. To be precise, Jiang Shi felt too ashamed to see her sister. And Chunfeng's relationship with Li Bo was even worse. But now, Chunfeng said, Mom, I bought quite a lot of food. The three of us won't finish it. Why don't you call my sister and brother-in-law and invite them over to eat together? At these words, both Jiang Shi and her mother Jiang Lan stared at him in utter astonishment. You, a good-for-nothing gambler, are actually serious about inviting them over? Jiang Lan couldn't help repeating. The roads here in the shantytown are narrow. Tell them to drive carefully. Chunfeng nodded. Then he turned and walked into the kitchen. Half an hour later, a black BMW X5 SUV drove from the city center into the shantytown. Behind the wheel were a well-dressed young couple. Jiang Shi's younger sister, Jiang Shiyao, and her fiancé, Li Bo. Li Bo was a department director at the People's Hospital, earning an annual salary of over 1 million yuan. Jiang Shiyao worked at a bank and earned a substantial income as well. This high-end luxury car suited their status perfectly. Mom said it was that gambler who actually invited us over. What a strange thing. Jiang Shiyao couldn't help but scoff. Flattery without reason is always suspicious. That scoundrel usually avoids us like the plague. Now he's inviting us to dinner? How could he have good intentions? Most likely wants to borrow money again. We must keep our wallets safe. Li Bo said guardedly. If that's really why, there's nothing I can do. Even if I ignore him, for my sister's sake, I might still have to lend him something. Jiang Shiyao sighed, a helpless look crossing her face. Anyway, forget about that jerk. When we see my sister, we must both talk some sense into her. This time, we absolutely have to get her to make up her mind and divorce that bastard. From what Mom said, Ming Young Master is getting impatient already. Li Bo nodded, a dreamy look in his eyes. Indeed, if your sister can leave this gambling trash and remarry Ming Young Master, she'd become a wealthy madam overnight. Not only would she no longer need our support, she might even become someone we could rely on in the future. Chapter 016. As they spoke, the two arrived at the foot of Chunfeng's residence by car. Seeing this imposing BMW X5 parked by the roadside, many neighbors from the shantytown rushed over to take a look. This place is too run down. I can't imagine how my sister has managed to endure it. Jiang Shiyao glanced around and complained with obvious disdain. Come on, let's see what tricks they're hiding up their sleeves, Li Bo said, taking Jiang Shiyao's hand as they entered the building. When they arrived, Chunfong had already prepared a full table of delicious, fragrant dishes. Although the house was modest, every dish was visually appealing, aromatic, and rich in flavor. Dad's cooking is so good. Chen Xiao had already started eating alone. Jiang Xia picked up her chopsticks and took a few bites before turning to her family. Mom, little sister, you should try it too. Chunfong really knows his way around the kitchen. The three remained suspicious at first, but after tasting the food, none could utter a single word of criticism. The flavors were truly outstanding. Had they not seen Chunfong prepare everything themselves, they might have assumed this entire feast had been cooked by a chef from some high-end hotel. Haha, not bad kid. Planning to become a full-time house husband now. Li Bo teased while eating. In conventional family values, men were expected to work outside to earn money, while taking care of home and cooking were considered women's duties. But here in Chunfeng's case, things seemed completely reversed. To call a man a house husband was not praise, it was an insult. Cooking is just one of my hobbies. I can do other things too, Chunfong replied calmly. Sure you can. You're a professional card player after all, the future gambling king of Jiangnan. When will you teach me a thing or two? I'll quit my job as department chief and follow you around. Li Bo continued mocking him. Just then, under the table, Jiang Shiyao kicked Li Bo sharply, signaling him to shut up. Of course, she wasn't trying to defend Chunfong. She simply didn't want her sister to feel embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Chunfong calmly nodded and responded, sure. Huh, you actually agreed. Li Bo was clearly taken aback, sneering. Come on, don't talk nonsense. Just days ago, your wife borrowed 3,000 from my sister for an emergency. If you've got any real ability, pay back that 3,000 first before bragging about anything else. Immediately, Jiang Xia stood up and pulled out 3,000 yuan from the 10,000 in cash Chunfong had given her, handing it directly to Jiang Shiyao. Sister, there's no need to rush paying me back. You keep it for now. Li Bo's just rude with his words. Jiang Shiyao waved her hand, trying to refuse. Jiang Xia insisted, it's fine. Take it. I've just been promoted to store manager, so I won't be short on money anymore. What? You got promoted, sister? Both Jiang Shiyao and Li Bo stared in astonishment. Then suddenly remembering her recent promotion and raise, Jiang Xia turned toward Chunfong. By the way, Chunfong, you never told me. How do you know President Yi from Yi Group? What? You, a low-life gambler, actually know President Yi. Hearing this, the expressions of Jiang Xia's relatives instantly changed. Yi Group was one of the top-listed enterprises in Jiangzhou. Yi Xiaoqian herself was hailed as the youngest business goddess, a figure far beyond the reach of people like Jiang Laning. Not to mention behind Yi Xiaoqian stood the immensely powerful old master Yi. If Chunfong truly knew someone like Yi Xiaoqian, Li Bo wouldn't dare mock him, not even a single word. Instead, he'd have to kneel down and kowtow. Chapter 017. Facing her wife's confusion, Chunfong casually recounted how he had run into old master Yi yesterday morning, then visited his home to treat him, and later gave Yi Xiaoqian a massage, all while eating his meal. So you're saying, you're actually not close to President Yi at all? You mainly cured old master Yi's illness, and you're his lifesaver. After hearing this, Jiang Shi felt as if she were dreaming. More or less. Chunfong nodded. Now the mother-in-law Jiang Lan and younger sister Jiang Shiying, sitting opposite, were both stunned. So the useless son-in-law they had looked down upon could actually practice medicine, and was in fact a great benefactor to the Yi family? Ha ha ha. Li Bo suddenly burst out laughing. He laughed so hard that he slapped the table, bending forward with hysterics, as if he'd never heard anything funnier in his life. You claim you know medicine? Treated old Master Yi? Even fantasy novels wouldn't dare write something this ridiculous. You uneducated fool. Do you even understand how high the barrier is to becoming a doctor? It took me 12 years of studying just to qualify for medical school. Don't tell me you're self-taught. Li Bo said arrogantly. As a top student from a medical university and a young department director at a hospital, he naturally had reasons to be proud. His words earned nods of agreement from Jiang Lan and Jiang Shiying. You bastard, ruining our family with gambling was bad enough. Now you're impersonating a doctor to commit fraud? Daring to deceive the Yi family? Your audacity knows no bounds. Jiang Lan scolded bitterly, disappointed in his lack of potential. Jiang Shi also realized the seriousness of the situation. She immediately grabbed Chunfeng's arm and urged, Chunfong, have you lost your mind? Doing something like this. Hurry up, take the money back, return it to President Yi. I still have some cigarettes and alcohol here. Take them too, go apologize in person right away. Yeah, brother-in-law, go quickly and kowtow a few times to the Yi family. If they find out you've been lying, it won't end with just bowing. Jiang Shiying added mockingly, clearly enjoying his embarrassment. Chunfong was utterly speechless. If only these relatives didn't believe him, he wouldn't bother explaining, but he didn't want his wife to worry. So he said calmly, if you don't believe me, I'll call Missy right now and have her come over personally to clear things up. Seeing Chunfong pull out his phone with complete composure, Jiang Shiying and the others froze in shock. Could it be, everything he said was actually true? However, after several calls, no one answered. When he tried again, the line was switched off. At that moment, Yi Xiaoqian had just finished a long shift and, having stayed awake all night, was fast asleep and catching up on much-needed rest. Of course she wouldn't pick up. Maybe Missy is busy. I'll try again later. Chunfong said helplessly, putting his phone away. Keep pretending. Go on pretending. Jiang Shiying and the others sneered, watching him like he was some amusing joke. Jiang Shi could only sigh quietly. She knew Chunfong might be too ashamed to admit the truth, so she decided she'd talk sense into him after the relatives left, urging him to apologize properly to the Yi family. If this deception came to light later, the trouble would be immense. In the afternoon, Jiang Lan went downtown for an investment promotion conference. Jiang Shiying returned to work at her bank. Jiang Shi took Chen Xiao with her and rode to the hospital in her brother-in-law Li Bo's car. Mom, I don't want to go to the hospital, Chen Xiao protested, wrinkling her little nose. Dad said I drank the medicine and got better, so I don't need to go anymore. Your dad is a gambling trash. How can anything he says be true? Li Bo, driving ahead, couldn't resist sneering. Jiang Shi felt exhausted. She gently stroked her daughter's head and comforted. Be good, just listen. But the moment they arrived at the hospital, something completely unexpected happened. Chapter 018. Since Chunfong hadn't taken Chen Xiao to the hospital yesterday, Jiang Shi had no choice but to come herself. Leukemia is a malignant tumor, and given that Chen Xiao was so young, the only option was regular chemotherapy to kill the cancer cells. However, the process of chemotherapy was extremely painful. Inside the hospital, Chen Xiao had a tube of blood drawn for testing. About half an hour later, the blood test results came back, showing that the cancer cells in Chen Xiao's body had not spread. On the contrary, they were actually showing signs of decreasing. Sis, did you bring your niece here for treatment before? Li Bo asked, puzzled. No, the last time I brought Xiao was a month ago. Jiang Shi also looked confused. After a moment's thought, she couldn't help saying, yesterday, Chunfong bought some Chinese herbal medicine outside and made a decoction for Xiao when he came back. Could it be that this herbal soup actually worked? How could that be? There are only two ways to treat leukemia, either surgery with bone marrow transplantation or chemotherapy. If Chinese herbs really worked, their inventor would have already won the Nobel Prize in medicine. Li Bo shook his head dismissively. Yet, the blood test report lay right in front of them, a fact that couldn't be denied. Maybe there was an error in the test. Draw another tube of blood and run it again. On the top floor of the hospital, inside an elite ward guarded by bodyguards. Grandpa, are you feeling better now? After waking up from a nap, Yi Xiaoqian immediately brought some gifts and came to visit her grandfather at the hospital. Much better. Although old Master Yi was still wearing a patient's gown, his complexion was rosy and radiant, showing no sign of illness whatsoever. He could even walk around the room and practice some Tai Chi to stretch his muscles. That young man, Brother Chun, he's truly a miraculous doctor. Old Master Yi said with deep admiration. Yi Xiaoqian scratched her nose playfully. I think he just got lucky. If he were really a miracle healer, wouldn't his head be in the clouds? How could someone so humble charge merely 10,000 yuan? Perhaps he's just testing the waters, Old Master Yi said calmly. Think about it. Even though Brother Chin possesses extraordinary medical skills, he's new here and has no reputation. He needs to prove himself first. By healing my internal injuries, I'll naturally mention him to my friends later. Then his name will spread. Once he becomes well known, I guarantee he won't charge such a low price ever again. In that case, our Yi family really struck gold. Old Master Yi smiled contentedly. Not really. Yesterday you even gave him your most treasured jade Buddha. It's worth a fortune. Yi Xiaoqian shrugged skeptically. At that moment, I saw great potential in Chunfong. I wanted to build a connection with him, Old Master Yi said earnestly. After all, Old Master Yi was a seasoned figure who had seen countless ups and downs. Deeply strategic, every action he took was carefully considered, not driven by fleeting whims or impulsive emotions. And for powerful, wealthy figures like him, nothing mattered more than health. Thus, miraculous doctors were always held in the highest esteem in high society. If even a mediocre quack like Dr. Li could get by, how far could a genuine genius like Chunfong rise? Old Master Yi couldn't even begin to imagine. This young man is not only highly skilled in medicine, but also impressive in appearance, temperament, and manner of speaking, and he's young, too. At this point, Old Master Yi gave Yi Xiaoqian a meaningful look. Xiaoqian, talents like him are rare. When you encounter someone so exceptional, you must seize the opportunity. Spend more time getting to know him. Old Master Yi was sharp-minded, and as his granddaughter, Yi Xiaoqian wasn't dull either. She instantly understood what her grandfather was implying. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, Grandpa, you probably don't know. Chunfong has been married for years already, and his kid's old enough to run errands. Chapter 19:019. I see. Old Master Yi nodded, a trace of disappointment flickering across his face. He had built the Yi family's fortune from nothing, but alas, advancing age came with its regrets. His own children were mediocre at best, and among the younger generation, only Yi Xiaoqian showed real promise. That was why Old Master Yi had been personally invested in Xiaoqian's marriage. She needed a capable son-in-law, someone competent enough to sustain the Yi family legacy. In Chunfong, Old Master Yi saw an excellent candidate, but he never expected that Chunfong was not only already married, but also had a child. Just then, Yi Xiaoqian picked up her phone and noticed several missed calls, from none other than Idiot X. She quickly called back. I thought you had something important to tell me. Was it just this? Small matter. Next time I meet your wife, I'll explain everything clearly. Yi Xiaoqian readily agreed to Chunfeng's request. Hearing the conversation, Old Master Yi slowly pieced things together and murmured, This young man Chun seems to have some discord at home? Yi Xiaoqian nodded. Well then, that presents an opportunity. Xiaoqian, you're sharp. Handle this carefully. Old Master Yi gazed at her with deep expectation. But Yi Xiaoqian wrinkled her nose slightly. Grandpa, isn't this a bit wrong? If word gets out, won't I be seen as the third party breaking up someone's family? She was a highly rational woman, never swayed by emotions or romantic whims. When it came to choosing a future husband, she demanded either extraordinary background or exceptional ability. And Chunfong, she admitted, possessed remarkable talent. Still, she felt doing this would be morally questionable and damaging to her reputation if exposed. Anyone aiming for greatness must take risks. This concerns the very survival of our Yi family and your own future. What's a little reputation compared to that? Old Master Yi said gravely. At home, Chunfong finished clearing the dishes and tidied up the apartment before sitting cross-legged on the floor, resuming his cultivation of the Heavenly Physician's Manual. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from the granddaughter of the old farmer he'd met at the herbal market yesterday morning. Her grandfather had unearthed a few more medicinal herbs deep in the mountains, possibly ginseng, and she wanted to know if Chunfong was interested. If so, she could bring them into the city from the countryside. I'll take them. How about this? Monday is 2 days from now. I'll come find you at your school. Chunfong accepted immediately, but right after, he ran into a problem. He was completely broke. Could he really buy them on credit? These people weren't wealthy either. He couldn't ask them to wait. Chunfong opened his phone and browsed through recent headlines in Jiangzhou City. Drawing from his past life experience of striking it rich, many golden opportunities were hidden in plain sight within newspaper reports. Sure enough, one article caught his eye. A construction site in the city center had recently become plagued by strange occurrences, accidents happening one after another. Rumors claimed the area used to be a pauper's graveyard, and the construction had disturbed restless spirits, provoking vengeance. Due to these incidents, the project had halted multiple times, and the developer behind it now faced bankruptcy. Money walking straight into my hands. Chunfong chuckled. He wasn't just a healer, he was also skilled in feng shui. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the construction site. After walking around and observing carefully, he quickly understood the situation. So that's how it is. He nodded to himself. Just then, a black Maybach pulled up at the entrance of the site. A man in a suit wearing a hard hat stepped out, his face filled with anxiety as he stared at the stalled construction grounds. Chapter 020. Boss, the construction site has completely shut down. Several investors have pulled out, and the bank is pressuring us about the loan. The assistant said nervously beside him. Damn it. The man slapped his assistant across the face, roaring. All you know how to do is bring bad news. Can't you say something good for once? This man surnamed Liu was a well-known real estate investor in Jiangzhou. This construction site was originally meant for a large residential complex. Liu Jianxin had practically bet everything. His own house mortgaged, loans taken out, all poured into this project. And then this disaster happened. Liu Jianxin was now at his wit's end. He was furious, but helpless. At that moment, Chunfong strode over. Mr. Liu, right? I can help you. Liu Jianxin looked up at Chunfong, suspicion written all over his face. Spit it out already. Chunfong didn't beat around the bush. I know where the problem lies. Give me 100,000, and I'll get your site running again. Before Liu Jianxin could respond, the assistant nearby sneered. Damn it. Another fake feng shui master trying to scam us. With that, he signaled a group of burly men, who immediately moved in to surround Chunfong. Lu Jinxin didn't believe Chunfong either. But with no other options left, his expression darkened as he shouted at his men to stop, then stepped toward Chunfong. Tell me, what's causing this problem? Pay first, Chunfong said, spreading his palms. Knowing Lu Jinxin had a past in the underworld, Chunfong figured it best to get paid up front. These local thugs were notorious for backstabbing once things were done. Heh, trying to extort money from me? Got a death wish. Lu Jinxin sneered coldly. But Chunfong remained unfazed. You're already at the edge of ruin. Besides trusting me, what else do you have? Those words struck deep. Lu Jinxin took a deep breath, then waved his hand. The assistant quickly fetched several stacks of cash from the car. I only have 30,000 on me right now. Take it as a deposit. You fix this mess, I'll pay the remaining 70,000. But if you're lying to me, I'll kill you. As he issued the threat, he handed the cash to Chunfong. Chunfong counted the amount carefully, confirmed it was correct, then nodded. At the southeast corner of your site, there's a pagoda tree. Have your men dig under it. You'll find something valuable. Retrieve it first, then I'll tell you what to do next. Lu Jinxin thought for a moment, assigned a few men to keep watch over Chunfong, then led the others to start digging. Not long after, someone shouted, Boss, we actually found something. What is it? Let me see. Lu Jinxin rushed over immediately. There, buried underground, was a black urn filled with ashes, a talisman pasted on its surface, exuding an eerie, sinister presence. Damn it, you call this something good? Lu Jinxin was furious. Yet even so, his belief in Chunfong grew slightly. He ordered his men to carry the urn back with him to the entrance of the construction site, where Chunfong stood waiting. The ashes inside this urn likely belonged to someone who died violently, Chunfong said calmly. Combined with this talisman, the accumulated resentment is overwhelming. That's why your project has ground to a halt. You mean someone intentionally buried this here to sabotage me? Lu Jinxin asked, his face darkening. This is between you and your enemies, Mr. Lu. Don't ask me who. It's not my place to know. Chunfong cut him off preemptively. Lu Jinxin didn't press further. Instead, he asked, so what should I do now? Smash the urn and scatter the ashes. If you don't fear death, go ahead and try. Chunfong replied bluntly. Chapter 021. At those words, Lu Jinxin trembled all over. After all, digging up an urn of ashes with a black talisman pasted on it beneath the locust tree beside his own construction site was already bizarre enough. And this urn had been unearthed at Chunfeng's instruction. Otherwise, he would still be completely unaware. Lu Jinxin took a deep breath and asked, so according to you, what should I do? You take down the black talisman, bring the urn home, and set it up for worship. Keep burning incense every day without interruption, just like you'd honor your ancestors, Chunfong said. Huh. Lu Jinxin gaped in shock. This urn has been buried here, killing over a dozen people. Such a cursed object. And you want me to take it home and worship it? Are you trying to get me killed? If you don't take it home, that's exactly when you'll die. Chunfong shook his head and explained. You know as well as I do that someone deliberately buried this urn here to harm you. The only way to neutralize its curse is to worship the ashes and use the incense to soothe the spirit's resentment. If you disrespect the dead, you'll end up dead with no grave to lie in. Chunfong warned him solemnly. So you're saying that if I take it home and worship it, the construction site will be fine and I can resume work tomorrow? Lu Jinxin asked cautiously. Yes, Chunfong nodded. Although what Chunfong said sounded terrifying, Lu Jinxin was a man from the underworld. He wasn't particularly afraid of ghosts or gods. To him, the construction project was the most important thing now. If it really stopped, his entire life would be ruined. After gritting his teeth, he said, fine, I'll follow your advice. I'll take it home and set it up for worship. I'll try resuming work at the site tomorrow. If nothing goes wrong, I'll settle the remaining payment with you. But let me make one thing clear. If any accidents happen tomorrow, I'm holding you responsible. As long as you do exactly as I say, nothing will go wrong, Chunfong said calmly. After finishing his instructions, Chunfong simply patted his pants and left. Lu Jinxin followed Chunfeng's directions. He took the urn home, placed it on a table, and began worshipping it like an ancestor, not only keeping the incense burning constantly, but also setting out numerous offerings. The next day, Lu Jinxin called in many favors and handed out large bribes, finally managing to restart construction. However, due to the string of previous accidents, all the workers had already fled. To lure them back, Lu Jinxin immediately raised wages fivefold and, helmet on his head, personally joined the labor with a group of bodyguards, carrying bricks himself. After a full day of hard work, the construction site remained perfectly calm. No accidents occurred at all. Oh my god, that young guy yesterday was truly something else. Overjoyed, Lu Jinxin immediately pulled out his phone and called Chunfong excitedly. Mr. Chun, thank goodness for you. I followed your instructions, and today, the site reopened without a single death. It went unbelievably smoothly. By the way, about the remaining payment, I'd like to give it to you in person. Could you come by Jiangong Group tomorrow morning? If it's inconvenient for you, just let me know after I finish tomorrow, and I'll drive it over to you. I'll come find you in the morning, Chunfong replied calmly. Since he wasn't busy, making the trip didn't matter. Meanwhile, Jiang Shi was at the hospital with Chun Xiao undergoing blood tests. Sister-in-law, I've figured it out, Li Bo said, walking out of the consultation room with the blood test report after a panel of specialists had reviewed the case. The reason the cancer cells in your daughter's bloodstream haven't spread is because her leukemia has entered the blast crisis phase. Blast crisis. At those 3 words, Jiang Shi's beautiful face instantly turned pale. Chapter 022. We can't delay any longer. The bone marrow transplant surgery must be done immediately, Li Bo said, pushing up his black frame glasses. How much will the operation cost? Jiang Shi asked anxiously. Roughly around 500,000 yuan, Li Bo replied, clearly anticipating her next question. Because we're relatives, this is the lowest internal rate I can get. You know how difficult this surgery is. The medical fees can't go any lower. For someone else, it might cost over $1 million. Sister-in-law, I have a meeting to attend. You'd better figure out a way to raise the money as soon as possible. The sooner we have the funds, the sooner we can perform the surgery. With her condition now, every second counts. After saying that, Li Bo turned and left. At that moment, Chen Xiaoxiao, sucking on a lollipop, called out in her childish voice, "Mommy, why are you crying?" Jiang Shi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and held her daughter tightly. "Xiaoxiao, the doctor said your condition has worsened. If you don't have surgery soon, you'll die." But Chen Xiaoxiao didn't seem worried at all, continuing to suck on her lollipop. "But Daddy told me he can cure my illness. He said I won't die." Upon hearing this, fury surged in Jiang Shi's heart. If it weren't for Chunfeng's gambling addiction, delaying her daughter's treatment, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. Yet she suppressed her anger toward her daughter, instead focusing on how to gather the 500,000 yuan needed for the surgery. Borrowing from relatives was out of the question. Over the years, Jiang Shi had asked for help too many times. She simply didn't have the face to do it again. Besides, they were renting their home and owned no assets, making a bank loan nearly impossible. Just then, an idea came from Yu Xiaoqian's female friend. "Xiaoqian, given your situation, your only option might be private lending. No collateral required. Just sign, put your fingerprint, and leave your ID. The money comes through fast, usually right on the spot. The interest is a bit high though," her friend Song Yin said. "You don't mean loan sharks, do you?" Jiang Shi frowned. "Not quite that bad. Anyway, it'll tide you over. With your circumstances, you'll definitely qualify." Song Yin hesitated slightly. "I know a boss surnamed Liu. He's a contractor. Private lending is his side business. If you're interested, I can arrange a meeting for you." Jiang Shi looked hesitant. Though desperate for money, she knew better than to casually touch loan sharks, especially as a young woman like herself, where one wrong step could lead to irreversible consequences. As Jiang Shi hesitated, her phone suddenly rang. It was a man named Mingyu, her childhood friend, and also the man her mother strongly wanted her to remarry. I heard from Dr. Li that your daughter's condition is critical and urgently needs 500,000 yuan for a bone marrow transplant, right?" Mingyu got straight to the point as soon as the call connected. "If you're short on money, just tell me. I'll transfer 50,000 to you immediately. You know me. This kind of amount is nothing to me." To her shock, Mingyu actually initiated a massive 500,000 yuan transfer right there in the WeChat chat window. Jiang Shi quickly rejected the transfer and politely replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. I've already found a way to borrow the money." She hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and turned to her close friend Song Yin. "Yin, please help me schedule a meeting with that Mr. Liu." "Sure." Song Yin immediately made a call. After speaking briefly, she smiled and said, "The boss agreed. He said tomorrow morning at 9, we should come to Jiangong Group to meet him." Chapter 23:023. In the evening, Jiang Shi brought Chen Xiaoxiao back home. Chunfong had already finished cooking. Seeing his wife and daughter return, he smiled and said, "Honey, I told you Xiaoxiao didn't need to go to the hospital, but you insisted on taking her for a checkup. Well, what did they say? Is she improving?" Although Chunfong hadn't seen the blood test results, he was extremely confident in his medical skills. Jiang Shi didn't even want to respond to Chunfong. She merely rubbed her temples. Burdened with worries, Jiang Shi had little appetite that night and only ate a little before washing up and going to bed. "Babe, should I give you a massage?" It had been several days since Chunfeng's return from rebirth, and he still hadn't had the chance to properly get close to the woman he loved most. Naturally, he felt a bit restless inside. But Jiang Shi ignored him completely, simply pulling the covers over her head. Chunfong didn't dare approach her rashly, could only silently sigh, thinking that before his wife's misunderstanding of him was fully cleared, he probably wouldn't have another chance to get near her. The next day, after settling Chen Xiaoxiao at Granny Zhou's house, Chunfong and Jiang Shi left together. Jiang Shi went first to find Song Yan, then headed with her to visit boss Liu at the construction group. Chunfong, meanwhile, went to a boarding middle school in the city district and met the old farmer's granddaughter who was studying in town. "Brother Chun, these are all things my grandpa dug up in the mountains." Yu Xiaoman opened her backpack, revealing a black plastic bag containing several fresh medicinal herbs, poria, ginseng, and some lingji mushrooms. Chunfong inspected them. The quality was excellent. These herbs would not only help cure his daughter's illness, but also greatly benefit his own cultivation. "I'll take it all. How much do you want?" "I don't know about prices. Grandpa said Brother Chun is a good person. As long as you think they're worth something, you just name the price," Yu Xiaoman said sincerely. Chunfong stroked his chin, mentally calculating the total value of these herbs. Then he pulled out a thick stack of cash. There were 28,000 yuan in total. He originally had 30,000, but after buying groceries and paying rent, he'd spend over 1,000. Moreover, Chunfong didn't want to take unfair advantage. When Yu Xiaoman saw him pull out so much money, she was instantly stunned. She wanted to ask for less, but Chunfong insisted, so she could only accept the money, repeatedly saying, "Brother Chun, Grandpa wasn't lying. You really are a great person." Heh, Chunfong chuckled, actually feeling a little embarrassed inside, because truthfully, he was gaining an unfair advantage. If one bought such high-quality herbs at a store, it would cost at least 6 figures. Just as Chunfong finished the transaction and turned to leave, a group of strangely dressed youths on flashy motorcycles suddenly surrounded Yu Xiaoman, who was still wearing her school uniform. At the sight of them, Yu Xiaoman immediately tried to run, but she was quickly encircled. "Yu Xiaoman, you haven't paid this month's protection fee yet." "Want a beating?" a female youth snarled, grabbing Yu Xiaoman's hair and yanking her head back. The others snatched her backpack, dumped all her books onto the ground, and discovered the bundle of white cash inside. "Holy shit, you're just some country bumpkin. Where'd you get so much money? Did you steal your grandpa's medical fees?" The gang was shocked. Then their leader, a blonde-haired punk, casually stuffed the money into his pocket and sneered, "Yu Xiaoman, we'll take this as your protection fee for the next 10 years. From now on, we've got your back. Nobody else will mess with you. Please give me the money back. That's my high school tuition and living expenses. It's money my grandpa risked his life digging herbs for." Yu Xiaoman begged weakly, but the gang paid no attention, only laughing in mockery. Seeing this, Chunfong couldn't help but frown. At that moment, the punk with bleached hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, glanced at Chunfong and threatened, "Hey, punk, what the hell are you looking at? Looking for a beatdown?" Chapter 024. "Hey, kid, what are you staring at? Asking for a beating?" The blonde punk threatened as he raised his heavily tattooed arm and threw a mock punch in the air. The others all wore vicious expressions, clearly dropouts and hooligans who hung around this area, young enough to fear nothing at all. Yu Xiaoman, a country girl by origin and naturally timid, was an easy target for their bullying. This wasn't something one could just ignore. Frowning slightly, Chunfong strode toward the group and said, "You've got some nerve. Do you even know this is illegal? Minimum 3 years in prison. Ha ha ha. Uncle, do you think we're toddlers?" The young girl who had previously yanked Yu Xiaoman's hair burst out laughing. "We're all students, under 18. Chunfong was somewhat surprised they actually knew a bit about the law. "Brother Chun, don't provoke them." Yu Xiaoman rushed to his side, pleading with him not to anger the gang. "These people aren't to be messed with." Even our school's discipline head was beaten so badly he ended up in the hospital. After all, Chunfong was alone, and his slender build hardly made him look like a match for this whole gang. If he got beaten up, there'd be nowhere to appeal. "So bold? Then I'll have to teach you unruly brats a proper lesson." Chunfeng's expression darkened slightly. "The hell did you call us brat?" The leader, Blondie, immediately flew into a rage and charged forward, shoving Chunfong hard. But Chunfong stood completely unmoved, while Blondie himself was instantly jolted backwards several steps, only saved from falling flat on his face by a comrade's support. Seeing that Chunfong wasn't someone easy to bully, Blondie grew wary and warned, "I'm warning you. Don't get involved. I run with the gangs. My big brother's Lu Jinxin. If you mess with us, once he finds out, he'll kill you." Lu Jinxin was a notorious figure in Jiangzhou, known to everyone. Whenever Blondie faced tough opponents, he'd invoke Lu Jinxin's name. No matter how formidable the other party might be, they'd still think twice. "You're affiliated with Lu Jinxin?" Blondie expected to scare Chunfong off, but instead, Chunfong actually laughed upon hearing the name. Then, calmly pulling out his phone, he dialed Lu Jinxin directly. At that moment, Lu Jinxin was still asleep when the call woke him, sparking immediate anger. But upon seeing it was Chunfong calling, he instantly swallowed his fury and answered respectfully. "Mr. Chun, have you already arrived at Jiangong Group? Please wait a moment. I'm on my way, stuck in traffic." "I haven't arrived yet. I'm at the gate of number 6 high school, where I ran into a few thugs attempting robbery, claiming they're under your wing. What should be done about this?" Chunfong asked. "What? This really happened?" Lu Jinxin was momentarily stunned. Though he had transitioned into a construction businessman, he still had numerous underlings, too many to personally track each one. "Mr. Chun, let that kid speak to me." "All right." Chunfong nodded, then silently handed over the phone. "Who's on the phone?" Blondie asked, baffled. "Your big brother, Lu Jinxin." Chunfong replied coolly. Chapter 025. Brother I. The punk with yellow hair, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, instantly froze the second he answered the phone. He claimed to be Lu Jinxin's underling, but that was only in the broadest sense. Lu Jinxin was a feared figure, and anyone on the streets could call themselves his little brother. In reality, Lu Jinxin didn't even know this yellow-haired punk. "Brother, why yes. I understand completely. You can rest assured." The punk nodded stiffly as he spoke into the phone, then hung up. Standing beside him, the long-haired girl still wore a smug look. "Are you stupid or something? Did your boyfriend scare you into silence? You say you know Lu Jinxin. Who the hell believes that crap? Shut the hell up." Suddenly, the yellow-haired punk roared and slapped her across the face. Her false eyelashes flew off, one side of her face turned bright red, and she stood there dazed and confused. Then, quickly pulling out a pack of cigarettes, the punk offered one to Chunfong. "Brother, it was all a misunderstanding. My woman's ignorant and disrespected you. I'm truly sorry." Chunfong remained completely unfazed, saying calmly, "A moment ago, weren't you acting all tough, saying you'd beat me up?" "Ha ha, brother, I was just joking. How could I ever dare?" The punk forced a friendly smile. Hardly had the words left his mouth. Asterisk slap. Slap. Asterisk. Chunfong struck him twice across the face, sending him spinning around several times, dizzy and nearly passing out. The surrounding thugs could only stare helplessly. This young man was clearly a friend of Lu Jinxin. Who in their right mind would dare provoke him? That'd be suicide. "Brother, you hit perfectly. Absolutely perfect." Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, the yellow-haired punk didn't dare show anger. Instead, he immediately returned every cent he'd stolen from Yu Xiaoman. "Chunji, you're amazing." Yu Xiaoman's eyes widened with admiration, gazing at Chunfong with pure adoration, just like a teenage fangirl meeting her idol from a Korean drama. Chunfong didn't bother dwelling on the gangsters further. "Get yourselves to Xuantian Division and turn in. Stay there for 15 days. Yes, we'll go surrender right now." The yellow-haired punk nodded fervently. Sure, life in Xuantian wouldn't be easy, but if they didn't handle this properly, they might not survive at all. A bit of hardship versus losing their heads. He knew exactly what mattered. "This is Yu Xiaoman. She's like a little sister to me. She goes to number 6 middle school. You lot keep an eye on her. If anyone bullies her from now on, no matter who it is, I'll hold you responsible. Understand?" Hearing this, the punks felt like crying. Now not only could they never bully Yu Xiaoman again, they actually had to serve as her unpaid bodyguards. But how could the yellow-haired punk possibly say no? Like a pack of obedient lapdogs, they all bowed their heads and nodded eagerly at Chunfong. Chunfong patted Yu Xiaoman on the shoulder. "Take your money and head straight to the bank. Deposit it safely. Don't lose it again." Yu Xiaoman nodded, her youthful face brimming with gratitude. "Go back to class now. I'm off too." With a casual farewell, Chunfong turned and walked away with cool confidence, heading straight for Jiangong Group. At the same time, Jiangxi met up with Song Yan, and the two girls had just arrived at the entrance of Jiangong Group. On the surface, Jiangong Group was a real estate development company, but in truth, it served as Lu Jinxin's stronghold. Two heavily tattooed bouncers stood guard at the gate, while men wearing gold chains constantly came and went. Seeing these people, Jiangxi instinctively felt afraid. They looked so scary. Maybe we should forget it. I don't need to borrow the money after all. Chapter 026. Don't be afraid. They're all legitimate business people. This is a society ruled by law. Nobody dares to do anything reckless. Besides, I've already made arrangements with Boss Lu. He's been waiting specially for you. If you don't go, you'll leave him hanging. If Boss Lu gets upset, then we'll have trouble. Song Yan comforted her. Jiangxi felt helpless. But having come this far, she had no choice but to follow Song Yin into Jiangong Group. Whoa, these two girls are quite the lookers. Employees of Jiangong Group turned to stare as the two young women suddenly appeared, their eyes glinting with sly curiosity. Jiang Shi grew even more frightened, gripping Song Yan's hand tightly as they quickly made their way to the chairman's office of Jiangong Group. Inside, Lu Jinxin was sitting drinking tea. Dressed in an expensive suit, he wore around his neck a thick chain of pure gold, creating a bizarre and vulgar contrast. His sharp eyes carried a fierce intensity that made others reluctant to meet his gaze. You must be Miss Jiang? Have a seat. Drink some tea. Upon seeing Jiang Shi, Lu Jinxin flashed a satisfied smile, inviting her to sit down and pouring her a cup of gongfu tea. Without waiting for her to respond, he pulled out from his drawer a thick bundle of cash, exactly 500,000 yuan, wrapped in a leather pouch. Alongside it was a written contract printed clearly on plain paper. Miss Jiang, since you're a friend of Song Yan's, I'll be straightforward. My rule here is 9 in, 13 out. You borrow 500,000, 10% goes to fees, so you walk away with 450,000, but you owe me 650,000 in principal. This 650,000 incurs a 3% monthly interest rate. Also, I'll need to hold on to your ID card. I need to know where you live, so I can come collect if you miss a payment. Lu Jinxin briefly outlined his terms. Jiang Shi's heart pounded nervously. Hesitantly, she asked, Boss Lu, if I run into difficulties and can't repay on time, could you please give me some extra time? Haha, don't worry about that, Miss Jiang. You're so beautiful, with such a great figure. If you can't pay, I can help you find a quick way to make money. As long as you're willing to put in effort, you'll pay off the debt in no time. Lu Jinxin smiled slyly, his eyes lingering on the neckline of her blouse. After her recent experience with manager Zhang, Jiang Shi had matured greatly, and she immediately understood what Lu Jinxin meant. Terrified, she quickly shook her head. Boss Lu, your terms are too frightening. I'd rather not borrow the money after all. Not borrowing. The smile on Lu Jinxin's face froze instantly. Slam. He slapped the table hard, sending tea splashing into the air. Jiang Shi flinched violently, startled to the core. Miss Jiang, I waited here specially for you, and now you try to stand me up? That's disrespect, understand? Lu Jinxin narrowed his eyes, speaking in a cold, sinister tone. Your friend Song Yin knows me. Let her tell you what happens to people who disrespect me. Song Yin now looked fearful as well. She quickly patted Jiang Shi's shoulder, whispering urgently. Don't say anything rash. Just sign quickly, take the money, and let's go. Jiang Shi was filled with overwhelming regret. Had she known the man would be this terrifying, she never would have come. But now that she had walked into the wolf's den, there was no easy way out. She could only hold back her tears and, with trembling hands, sign her name on the contract. That's better. Seeing this, Lu Jinxin finally smiled in satisfaction. Jiang Shi grabbed the bag of money, stood up, and turned to leave. But after just 2 steps, a sudden roar thundered from behind. Stop. Chapter 027. Stop. This sudden shout nearly gave Jiang Shi a heart attack. She turned around and saw that Lu Jinxin was actually smiling as he said, Miss Jiang, this contract is in duplicate. Take 1 copy with you. And Miss Song, since you're the one who introduced her, here's 10,000 yuan for you. Lu Jinxin took out 10,000 in cash and handed it directly to Song Yin. Song Yin immediately felt awkward, but she didn't dare refuse his offer, so she quietly accepted the money. Soon after, the 2 women quickly left the construction group. Once outside, Jiang Shi could no longer hold back. Her face flushed with anger as she snapped. Song Yin, I thought you were truly trying to help me. I had no idea you'd introduce me to a loan shark and take such a huge kickback. Only now did she realize she'd been betrayed by her friend. And betrayed badly. I really was trying to help you. Song Yin stammered, pulling out 5,000 yuan and handing it to Jiang Shi. Look, I'll give you half of this. I know Boss Lu's terms are harsh, but he did give you the money. Can't argue with that, right? If it weren't for someone like Boss Lu, given your situation, no bank, not even relatives, would lend you a cent. Am I wrong? What else can I say? Your husband's a damn gambling addict. Song Yin appealed to reason and emotion alike. Jiang Shi had no reply. She could only lower her head in silence. Harsh as those words sounded, they were true. Everyone knew Jiang Shi's household was cursed with a gambling husband. No one dared lend them money. Every day, neighbors gossiped behind their backs, making life unbearable. At that moment, a taxi pulled up at the entrance of the construction group. Chunfong paid the fare, stepped out, and walked toward the main gate. He happened to cross paths with the 2 women. Heh, talk of the devil, Song Yin muttered, crossing her arms and sneering at the sight of Chunfong. Chunfong frowned slightly. Aren't you supposed to be at work? What are you doing here? Jiang Shi didn't dare admit she'd been forced into signing a loan agreement, a high-interest debt contract. But Chunfong wasn't stupid. Seeing the bag of cash in Jiang Shi's hand, and the written loan contract clearly marked with black ink on white paper, combined with his knowledge of Lu Jinxin's reputation, he instantly understood. Wife, why did you take out a high-interest loan? Now that Chunfong had seen through her, Jiang Shi stopped hiding the truth. Yesterday afternoon, Li Bo told me that Xiao Xiao's condition has entered its acute phase. She needs surgery urgently, and it'll cost at least 500,000 yuan in medical fees. Hearing this, Chunfeng's brow furrowed even deeper. Then why didn't you discuss it with me last night? What good would talking to you do? You clearly don't care about any of this. Jiang Shi shot back, eyes red with tears. And do you think this is just a few thousand yuan? It's 500,000, 500,000 yuan. So what if it's 500,000? Chunfong remained completely unfazed. Money simply didn't mean much to him. As long as he had enough to get by, it was fine. If necessary, not just 500,000, but 5 million, even 50 million, could be earned effortlessly. But spending 500,000 on a bone marrow transplant surgery for Chen Xiaoxiao, with no guarantee of success, was utterly unnecessary. Seeing this, Song Yin couldn't stand it anymore. She snorted coldly. You good-for-nothing loser, you've never earned a single penny in your life. Yet you have the nerve to act like 500,000 is nothing. If you had even a shred of ability, if you were half the man you should be, she would never have been driven to this. Chapter 028. Chunfong ignored Song Yan's sarcasm completely. He had long known exactly what kind of woman she was. Wife, give me the things. He walked straight to Jiangxi and took the money pouch and loan contract from her hands. What are you going to do? Jiangxi sensed what might happen, a flicker of panic crossing her beautiful face. It's just a minor illness. I can definitely cure it without surgery. There's no need for this loan. I'll help you cancel it, Chunfong said calmly. With that, he strode directly toward the main entrance of Jiangong Group. Hey, are you out of your mind? Song Yan stared wide-eyed, as if seeing a ghost. Jiangxi was equally terrified. She had just come out from Jiangong Group and knew well what kind of people were inside. There wasn't a single decent one behind those doors. As Chunfong approached the gate, two burly men immediately blocked his way. I'm here to see Lu Jinxin. My name is Chun. The moment Chun introduced himself, the men instantly changed their attitude, respectfully saying, Ah, Mr. Chun, please come in, please come in. They quickly pushed open the doors on either side, bowing slightly to welcome Chunfong inside. Witnessing this scene, both Jiangxi and Song Yan stood frozen in shock. Seeing Chunfong walk in, the two women hurriedly followed behind him, re-entering Jiangong Group. Chunfong marched straight toward the chairman's office. Along the way, he passed many company employees. Each one wore an unpleasant expression, yet when they saw Chunfong, they showed utmost respect, some lowering their heads in greeting, others stepping aside to let him pass. Even when he ignored them, not a single person dared to show disrespect. In this manner, Chunfong arrived at the door of the chairman's office. Mr. Chun, the boss is busy right now. Please wait here a moment. Lu Jinxin's assistant ran over nervously. Humph. Chunfong snorted coldly. Without hesitation, he kicked the door with full force. Asterisk, boom. Asterisk, the chairman's office door flew open. Lu Jinxin jumped in fright and snapped angrily. What the hell? Bang. Chunfong hurled the money pouch and the loan contract onto Lu Jinxin's desk, squinting slightly. Boss Lu, how did your high-interest loan business end up targeting my wife? Huh. When Lu Jinxin saw it was Chunfong, his anger vanished instantly. He blinked in surprise, then noticed Jiangxi and Song Yan entering behind Chunfong. He slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing, oh, Miss Jiang, is she actually your wife, Mr. Chen? Miss Jiang, I'm so sorry, so sorry. This was all a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Apologizing profusely, Lu Jinxin quickly tore both loan contracts into pieces and threw them into the trash bin. Had anyone else come to cause trouble, he wouldn't have backed down easily, but Chunfong was no ordinary man. He was a feng shui master who could communicate between the living and the dead. Lu Jinxin dared not offend such a person lightly. What's going on? Standing behind, Song Yan shivered involuntarily. Just moments ago, she had mocked Chunfong as a good-for-nothing, only to find out now that this so-called worthless man was actually this formidable, daring enough to kick open even a big shot like Lu Jinxin's door, while Lu himself didn't dare to get angry, instead acting submissive like a subordinate. A chill of fear crept through her heart. But the most shocked of all was Chunfeng's wife, Jiangxi. Until now, she had never imagined that her gambling-addicted, seemingly useless husband could ever appear so decisive, so commanding, so much so that even a powerful figure like Lu Jinxin was left stunned. Chapter 029. Mr. Chun, this is your final payment. To show my apologies, let me add a little extra. Lu Jinxin took out the 70,000 yuan in cash prepared for Chunfong, then added several more stacks on top, his expression full of respect. But Chunfong remained unmoved. He shook his head. No need. What's owed is what's owed. His principles couldn't be changed by mere tens of thousands of yuan. Doing business with Lu Jinxin and the Yi family was, frankly, just for reputation's sake. Next time he treated someone or assessed feng shui, the price wouldn't be anything like this. Seeing Chunfeng's cold attitude, Lu Jinxin didn't dare say more, only smiled nervously. Alright then. If there's another opportunity, we'll cooperate again. Chunfong nodded slightly, took the 70,000 yuan that belonged to him, grabbed Jiangxi's hand, and turned to leave. Song Yan quickly followed behind them. Only after they had gone did Lu Jinxin light a cigar and take a slow, relaxed puff. Brother, this kid, what's the big deal? Isn't he just some feng shui master? Why treat him so respectfully? If word gets out, it'll hurt your reputation. One of his underlings seemed unwilling to accept it. They all followed Lu Jinxin. Seeing their boss act so humbly made them feel humiliated. You idiots don't know anything. Do you have any idea how much influence a real feng shui master holds? My construction site nearly shut down over feng shui issues. Offend someone like that, and you won't even know how you died. Lu Jinxin rolled his eyes. Though he hadn't received much education, he was sharp-minded enough to understand that people like Chunfong were meant to be befriended, not lightly offended. On the street, Fengge. After witnessing Chunfeng's confrontation with Lu Jinxin, Song Yan's attitude toward him instantly flipped 180 degrees. Like an obsessed fan, she looked at him eagerly and asked, Fengge, how do you even know someone as powerful as Lu Jinxin? Jiangxi was equally curious. Chunfong and Lu Jinxin weren't merely acquaintances. Lu clearly showed signs of fear toward Chunfong. That was extraordinary. A few days ago, there was a problem at Lu Jinxin's construction site. I helped analyze the feng shui and resolved it. Chunfong explained calmly. How come I never knew you could do feng shui? Jiangxi looked suspicious. I taught myself. Chunfong didn't elaborate on his reincarnation. He gave a casual reply instead. To everyone's surprise, Song Yan suddenly burst into laughter. Mockingly, she said, Chunfong, you amateur. You actually dare to pretend to be a feng shui master and fool Boss Lu? Don't you know how bad-tempered he is? Once, someone scammed him and ended up with their hands and feet chopped off, tied to stones and thrown into the river to feed the fish. What does that have to do with me? Chunfong remained completely calm. What do you think? Song Yan sneered. Earlier, she lacked confidence, so she treated Chunfong with respect. But now that she understood the situation, she was certain Chunfong was digging his own grave. Once Lu Jinxin realized he'd been duped, he'd definitely seek brutal revenge. So there was no reason to keep being polite to him. Chunfong, this isn't a joke. Hurry up and return this money to Boss Lu. Explain everything clearly. We can't afford to offend someone like him. Jiangxi panicked. quickly shoving the 70,000 yuan Chunfong had given her back into his hands. Chunfong felt speechless. He'd told the truth precisely to put his wife at ease. Instead, it had backfired. He should have known better than to say anything at all. Chapter 030. Just then, Jiang Shi suddenly received a call from the store. Really? I'll be right there. Clearly something urgent had come up at work. After hanging up, Jiang Shi turned to Chunfong once more and said, I have to go to the store immediately. You absolutely must go explain everything clearly to Director Liu. This isn't something to take lightly. Chunfong nodded absent-mindedly. Then Jiang Shi left in Song Yan's car. After Jiang Shi departed, Chunfong also left Jiangong Group, went to a bank counter, deposited the money into his bank card, bought some groceries, and headed home. By now, Jiang Shi had already returned to the jewelry store. She didn't have time to think about Chunfong. She'd just been notified that executives from Yi Yip Group were about to conduct an inspection of all branches. To welcome the executives, everything at the store needed thorough preparation. If they found any faults, she could very well lose her job. Around noon, the executives from Yi Yip Group finally arrived. Fortunately, after their inspection, everyone seemed quite satisfied with the store's operations. Jiang Shi breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Miss Jiang, are you busy later? Yi Xiaoqian, president of Yi Yip Group, suddenly approached and asked. Jiang Shi shook her head. No, President Yi, I'm free. Then let me treat you to lunch. I'd like to have a private chat. Yi Xiaoqian smiled and extended the invitation. Such an invitation, of course, Jiang Shi couldn't possibly refuse. Thus, she was led by Yi Xiaoqian to a nearby, tastefully decorated French restaurant, where she accompanied Yi Xiaoqian as they enjoyed the restaurant's most famous dish, pan-seared foie gras. The restaurant was extremely expensive, but it was Yi Xiaoqian footing the bill. Jiang Shi had no appetite. Her heart was uneasy, knowing full well that Yi Xiaoqian wouldn't invite her for lunch without reason. Sure enough, halfway through the meal, Yi Xiaoqian casually asked while slicing her foie gras, Miss Jiang, may I ask you a question? President Yi, please go ahead. Jiang Shi quickly set down her knife and fork, responding seriously. Where did your husband Chunfong learn his medical skills? Yi Xiaoqian asked curiously. This question struck right at Jiang Shi's deepest concern. A few days ago, her mother, sister, and brother-in-law had come over for lunch, and their words had deeply affected her. They convinced her that Chunfong actually knew nothing about medicine, that he had deceived the Yi family. Now Yi Xiaoqian was suddenly asking this question. Could it be that the Yi family had finally started to suspect? Jiang Shi forced herself to answer. My husband taught himself. All of it. Self-taught? Can one even teach themselves something like that? Yi Xiaoqian sounded surprised, then gave a light chuckle. Well then, your husband must truly be a genius. To Jiang Shi, those words were painfully sarcastic. She hurried to clarify. President Yi, my husband has a gambling problem and his emotions are very unstable. I even suspect he might have some mental health issues. If he's offended you in any way, please don't hold it against him. Huh. Yi Xiaoqian was genuinely taken aback by Jiang Shi's reaction. She sensed faintly that although Chunfong and Jiang Shi were married, Jiang Shi seemed to harbor serious misunderstandings about her own husband. Here was someone recognized as a once-in-a-generation medical prodigy, someone even her grandfather praised highly, and yet Jiang Shi was painting him as mentally ill. Still, Yi Xiaoqian didn't elaborate. Instead, she poured half a glass of red wine for Jiang Shi, smiling gently and saying, Miss Jiang, don't be nervous. I was just making casual conversation. If you're uncomfortable, we can talk about something else. Chapter 31. After leaving the French restaurant, Jiang Shi felt uneasy. She knew that the questions Yi Xiaoqian had asked earlier weren't casual conversation, they were tests. But she had guessed wrong. She thought Yi Xiaoqian was beginning to doubt Chunfeng's medical skills and would soon discover he was a fraud. Clearly, Chunfeng hadn't gone to the Yi family to apologize. And Jiang Shi certainly didn't have the courage either. Just as she was feeling anxious, her phone suddenly rang. It was Mingyu, the young master of the Ming family. Didn't you tell me you'd raise the surgery fee? Why did I hear from your friend Song Yan that you went to Lu Jianxin to borrow high-interest loan? Are my funds really that hard to accept? Mingyu asked, slightly annoyed. Master Ming, I didn't mean it like that, Jiang Shi bit her lip. Because she knew Mingyu's intentions, she didn't dare casually accept his kindness. One who eats another's food becomes soft-hearted. One who takes another's gift becomes short-handed. Also, Song Yan told me that your husband, Chunfong, is outrageously bold, daring to impersonate a feng shui master and swindle Lu Jianxin. Does he even know what kind of man Lu Jianxin is? If this blows up, he won't just die, he'll drag you down with him, Mingyu said sternly. These words terrified Jiang Shi, making cold sweat break out all over her body. But don't worry, Mingyu suddenly changed tone. I just called Lu Jianxin and spoke with him. For my sake, he probably won't pursue this matter any further. Hearing this, Jiang Shi instantly felt a great weight lift off her chest. Gratitude welled up inside her toward Mingyu. So she asked hesitantly, Master Ming, could you possibly help me one more time? Could you explain things to the Yi family? The Yi family? That's more difficult. Among the 4 great families of Jiangzhou, our Ming family ranks below them. They might not grant me face. Mingyu mused for a moment, then continued. But I'll make a call and try. Either way, I'll let you know. About 10 minutes later, Mingyu called again. It's settled. No problem. Relieved, Jiang Shi asked cautiously. Did the Yi family give you any trouble? The Yes are indeed hard to deal with, but I promised to cede part of my business to them. Then they backed down. At this level, grudges always yield to interests, Mingyu said calmly, carrying himself like a man who valued love above power and wealth. Jiang Shi didn't know what to say. The business concessions Mingyu made could easily be worth tens or even hundreds of millions, favors she could never repay in a lifetime of labor. After a long silence, she said slowly, I'm sorry. I've caused you so much trouble. Haha, if you're grateful, why don't you treat me to a meal? Mingyu laughed. In the past, Jiang Shi would never have casually agreed to such a request. But now, touched by gratitude, she nodded. Okay, what would you like to eat? Let me think. I'll tell you when I decide. For now, let's leave it at that. After saying this, Mingyu hung up. At that moment, Mingyu was at an upscale club playing cards with several friends. He lit a cigarette and said coolly, I told you guys before, there isn't a single woman in Jiangzhou I can't get. You doubted me, saying I couldn't seduce that married woman surnamed Jiang. Now what do you say? Ming bro, when it comes to picking up women, we all still bow to you. A young man beside him immediately flattered. Stop the crap. You all bet me, 1 yuan each, if I slept with her. Looks like you boys should start preparing the cash. Mingyu took a drag on his cigarette, speaking as if it were nothing. In truth, all those words he'd spoken to Jiang Shi's mother, Jiang Lan, that he didn't care about Jiang Shi's past, that he was willing to marry her, were lies. To Mingyu, Jiang Shi herself was merely a wager. If he won, his status among his peers would rise even higher. Chapter 032. After leaving the construction group, Chunfong went straight home. Since Chun Xiaoxiao's condition had essentially been stabilized and was unlikely to worsen in the short term, Chunfong didn't refine any medicine this time. Instead, he used a pressure cooker to make his pills. These pills weren't just for curing ordinary illnesses, they could also enhance a cultivator's cultivation level. There were many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners who knew how to prepare herbal remedies. But alchemy, probably almost no one in the world truly understood that anymore. This batch of herbs should yield 3 basic Xiao Pei Yuan pills, assuming nothing goes wrong. 1 pill each for the 3 of us, fair and equal. Chunfong nodded to himself. The healing art he cultivated, known as the Heavenly Physician's Scripture, consisted of 4 major realms: traditional Chinese doctor, enlightened doctor, holy doctor, and ultimately the highest, heavenly doctor. Each major realm further divided into 9 minor stages. In his previous life, relying on both natural talent and relentless effort, Chunfong had ascended to the heavenly doctor realm within just 3 years, becoming nearly the youngest master in history to reach that level. But now, his immediate goal was to return to the holy doctor realm. Once there, he'd be able to refine higher-grade pills, medicines powerful enough that a single dose could instantly cure his daughter's terminal illness. I'd better regain the holy doctor stage within 6 months. Chunfong thought quietly to himself. He spent the entire day cultivating without interruption, only stopping by evening to begin preparing an elaborate dinner. Just as the food was nearly ready, Jiang Shi returned from work. Babe, perfect timing. Go take a shower, and then we'll eat. Chunfong smiled at her from the living room, where he was playing games with his daughter. Jiang Shi, completely exhausted, looked at Chunfong sitting idly and felt a surge of irritation. You're a grown man. Is it okay for you to stay home all day like this? Can't you go out and find something to do like everyone else? Even being a security guard or janitor would be better than doing nothing. No need, Chunfong replied, holding his daughter, half smiling. This way works fine too. I stay home and cook, while you go to work and earn money. Isn't that great? He said it jokingly, trying to tease his simple-minded wife. But Jiang Shi took it seriously. Her beautiful face immediately turned cold. She'd worked herself to the bone all day, sweating through her clothes, and without another word, she ignored Chunfong and headed straight for the shower. When she came out, the dishes were already laid out on the table, and the pill had been successfully refined. Xiao, come and take this. Chunfong held out a pill, ready to feed it to his little girl. Seeing this, Jiang Shi rushed over, snatched her daughter from Chunfeng's arms, and glared. What are you giving our daughter? What is that thing? It's a medicinal pill. I made it myself, Chunfong explained calmly. Don't recklessly use herbal nonsense. It's useless and might even harm Xiao. Jiang Shi declared firmly. Who told you that? My brother-in-law, she shot back. Chunfong frowned slightly, unimpressed. What does he know about traditional medicine? He's a legitimate medical doctor with a PhD from a top medical university. If you say he doesn't understand, are you telling me you know more than him? She rolled her eyes, clearly distrusting Chunfong. But this reaction wasn't surprising. Li Bo was a certified, licensed physician. To outsiders, Chunfong was nothing more than a quack. So Chunfong didn't bother arguing. He simply said quietly, Honey, some things I can't explain right now, but you have to trust me. Xiao doesn't need to risk her life with a bone marrow transplant. Just give me some time. I will cure her. At that moment, Xiao suddenly wriggled free from her mother's arms, ran to the table, picked up the pill, popped it into her mouth, and chewed happily, smacking her lips. Mom, I believe Dad. The pill Dad made tastes way better than hospital medicine. Good medicine is supposed to taste bitter. Do you think you're eating candy? Jiang Shi sighed helplessly. Chapter 033. Jiang Shi didn't want to say much to Chunfong about her daughter's illness. On top of that, she had been too nervous during lunch at the French restaurant earlier and hardly ate anything. Now, her stomach was growling with hunger. So Jiang Shi simply sat down to eat. Chunfong, holding their daughter, came into the dining room as well and began eating too. I'll go out for a bit later, Jiang Shi suddenly said halfway through her meal. I'm going downstairs to Grandma Zhou's place to pay the rent for these past few months. And I bought some cigarettes and alcohol the other day. I might as well bring them along. Grandma Zhou has taken good care of us over the years, often babysitting our child for free. Chunfong wholeheartedly agreed. Grandma Zhou really was a kind person. So he didn't tell Jiang Shi that he had already paid the rent. Instead, he smiled and said, How about this? I'll quickly wash the dishes, then we'll take Xiao with us. Jiang Shi nodded. After dinner, Chunfong swiftly finished up the chores. He picked up their daughter, while Jiang Shi carried 2 bottles of liquor. The family of 3 went downstairs and arrived at Grandma Zhou's door. The shanty town was filled with private homes, and this 6-story building belonged entirely to Grandma Zhou. Though her monthly rental income was substantial, she lived frugally by herself because she sent financial support to her children who lived elsewhere. Still, she adored Chun Xiao dearly. Whenever Xiao visited, Grandma Zhou would always bring out all the best snacks from her home. Knock knock knock. The 3 of them stood at Grandma Zhou's door and knocked, but there was no response from inside. Is Grandma Zhou not home? But she doesn't usually go out at night? Jiang Shi frowned. Just then, another neighbor passed by. Jiang Shi asked, and the neighbor said they hadn't seen Grandma Zhou all day either. Since Grandma Zhou lived alone, she usually went for walks every day and never locked herself in. Not leaving her house all day felt suspicious. Could she have gone into the city to visit relatives? Jiang Shi suggested. Chunfong nodded, and just as they were about to head back, the little girl in his arms suddenly said, I smell something stinky. That reminded Chunfong. He sniffed the air and noticed an unusual odor indeed, but it wasn't just a bad smell. It's gas. Chunfong immediately turned toward Grandma Zhou's door. Once he confirmed the gas smell was seeping through the crack beneath it, he didn't hesitate. He kicked the iron door with full force, smashing it open. Thick, pungent gas fumes filled the room. Grandma Zhou lay motionless on the floor, lips turning blue-black. Clearly, she had suffered from a gas leak and carbon monoxide poisoning. Living alone, no one knew how long she had been unconscious. We need to call 120 right away. Jiangxi frantically pulled out her phone, preparing to dial. But Chunfong shook his head. It's too remote here. The nearest hospital is over 10 kilometers away. We won't make it in time. Then what should we do? Jiangxi stared at him with wide eyes. Go home and get the silver needles from my drawer and one of the pills from the pressure cooker, Chunfong said. At this moment, Jiangxi didn't dare question him. Even if Chunfong weren't trained in medicine, they had no choice but to try. She rushed back home and returned quickly with the silver needles and the pill. Chunfong picked up 3 silver needles and plunged them directly into Grandma Zhou's chest. Since Grandma Zhou was deeply poisoned, the immediate priority was to preserve the last flicker of her heartbeat. Chapter 034. Buzz. Chunfong inserted silver needles one after another into vital acupoints all over Granny Zhou's body, then circulated his inner energy through the needles to perform an acupuncture massage. This technique helped Granny Zhou expel carbon monoxide toxins from her body, but the effect was limited. Chunfong, are you even sure what you're doing? If you can't make it work, I'm calling 120. Jiangxi watched anxiously beside them. Seeing no progress for so long, she couldn't help but urge him on. Frowning slightly, Chunfong thought for a moment, then took out a Xiao Pei Yuan pill and fed it to Granny Zhou. Being a pill-based medicine, unlike ordinary herbs, it dissolved instantly upon entering the mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed into Granny Zhou's body. Chunfong had originally been reluctant. He painstakingly made these pills himself, saving them for his wife and child. But life was at stake. Hesitation was not an option. Under the effect of the spiritual pill, Granny Zhou's ashen face gradually turned rosy, and her breathing finally stabilized. About 10 minutes later, Granny Zhou suddenly opened her eyes, as if waking abruptly from a terrifying nightmare. Great! Granny Zhou is back to life. Chen Xiaoxiao jumped with joy. My God, Chunfong, you actually can practice medicine. Jiangxi stared wide-eyed, as if wondering whether she was dreaming. She pinched herself hard. She had seen Granny Zhou's condition with her own eyes, barely breathing moments ago. Even if rushed to the hospital, survival would have been unlikely. Yet Chunfong, using only a few silver needles and an unidentifiable pill, had brought her back from death's door. It was simply unbelievable. Soon, Granny Zhou regained her ability to move. When she learned that her own carelessness, forgetting to turn off the gas valve, had nearly cost her life, she looked terrified and kept thanking them. Today I truly owe my life to your entire family, especially you, Chunfong. Who would have thought that you, a good-for-nothing gambler who beats his wife, would actually know medicine and save an old woman like me? Chunfong scratched his nose modestly and said, Granny Zhou, it was actually my wife who suggested we come visit you. Otherwise, we might not have discovered this in time. I understand. All of you are my saviors, Granny Zhou said gratefully. No, Granny Zhou, you're our benefactor. Without your care, we'd have moved away long ago. Jiangxi felt deeply grateful too. Noticing Granny Zhou's dry lips, she quickly went to pour her a glass of water. Chunfong helped Granny Zhou sit down on the sofa. After drinking the water Jiangxi brought, Granny Zhou nodded and said, Chunfong, since you actually know medicine, stop sitting at home like a useless man, looked down upon by everyone. There's a TCM clinic not far ahead. Dr. Lu runs it alone and is swamped. Let me give him a call. Maybe I can get you a job there starting tomorrow, just assisting him. Won't be too busy. You'll get paid monthly, and it won't interfere with taking care of your kid. Before Chunfong could decline, Jiangxi immediately accepted on his behalf, delightedly saying, Thank you, Granny Zhou. Chunfeng's been idle at home for so long. It's about time he started doing something useful. You saved my life. A phone call is the least I can do. Granny Zhou smiled and nodded, then pulled out her phone to call Dr. Lu at the clinic. At first, when Dr. Lu heard that Chunfong, the notorious gambling deadbeat, wanted to assist him, he flat out refused. Luckily, Granny Zhou was well liked. After much pleading, Dr. Lu reluctantly agreed. Chapter 035. The next morning, Chunfong had planned to sleep in, but as soon as the sky began to brighten, Jiangxi woke him up with a shout. Get up already. It's your first day at work. Show some initiative. Huh. Chunfong rubbed his eyes and slowly recalled what had happened last night. Out of nowhere, Jiangxi and Granny Zhou had arranged a job for him. He truly didn't want to go, but Jiangxi threatened him. Chunfong, if you don't go today, I'll take Xiao Xiao back to my parents' house for a while. All right, I'm going. Chunfong had no choice but to give in. Under Jiangxi's constant urging, he washed up, changed into clean clothes, quickly ate breakfast, and rushed off to report to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. This TCM clinic had been operating in the Shantytown area for many years. Dr. Lu wasn't particularly skilled, but it was the only clinic around. When nearby residents felt unwell, they had no choice but to come see him. Although he couldn't make big money, he managed to scrape by comfortably. When Chunfong arrived, the clinic owner, Dr. Lu, gave him only a quick glance before shaking his head and scoffing. Tisk, looks like Granny Zhou really has lost her mind. She called me late last night saying that you, a notorious gambler, actually know something about medicine, and even saved her life? That's pure nonsense. Fine. Since I promised Granny Zhou I'd let you give it a try, just keep quiet and follow orders. Do exactly what I tell you, nothing more. Otherwise, I'll fire you on the spot. Dr. Lu said darkly. Chunfong didn't get angry. He simply smiled and nodded. Sure thing. You're the boss. I'll do whatever you say. It's still early. Go clean the place up. After giving his order, Dr. Lu settled comfortably onto the sofa. In front of him was a wooden table piled high with several well-known medical classics. Yet he never opened them. He only kept them for show. Full attack. His phone soon blared the sound of a mobile game starting. Chunfong could only look on, speechless, and sighed wryly. Dr. Lu, if you're just playing games here, what happens when patients come in for treatment? I'll just pause the game, Dr. Lu replied dismissively. Kid, do you even understand TCM? To be honest, it's all about acupuncture and massage. No real effect, just placebo. Anyway, nobody who comes here has serious illnesses. Just fiddle around a bit, prescribe some medicine, and send them home to rest. I see. Chunfong listened in silent embarrassment. So this entire time, despite running this clinic for years, Dr. Lu clearly knew nothing about TCM and had just been making things up all along. No wonder traditional Chinese medicine was declining and losing public trust. Just then, an elderly woman walked in, complaining of persistent stomach discomfort that had lasted several days. Stomach pain? Must have eaten something bad. Just take some digestive tablets. Without asking further questions, Dr. Lu casually waved her off and immediately returned to his mobile game. Chunfong frowned slightly. He looked up at the old woman's face and noticed her skin had a distinct, wax-like yellow pallor. Dr. Lu, I don't think this lady simply ate something wrong. She says her stomach hurts, but I suspect it's not her intestines. It might be her liver. Chunfong voiced his opinion. Hearing this, the old woman instantly turned pale. My liver has a problem? Could it be cancer? Oh dear lord. Shut up and stop spreading nonsense. Dr. Lu snapped. He grabbed one of the medical books from the table and hurled it violently at Chunfong. Chapter 036. Chunfong caught the flying medical book midair, ignoring the furious Dr. Lu, and walked straight toward the elderly woman. After all, her liver was malfunctioning. If left untreated, it would be extremely dangerous. As a physician, one must never treat a patient's life as a joke. Chunfong approached, took her pulse, and said, it should be early-stage liver cirrhosis. Nothing serious. Just lie down for now. The elderly woman quickly followed Chunfeng's instructions and lay flat on the bed. Chunfong then took out 3 silver needles and inserted them precisely into the area corresponding to her liver, each needle penetrating about 2 inches deep, reaching directly into the liver tissue. Seeing this, Dr. Lu turned pale with fright. You little brat, don't do anything reckless. You might kill someone. Chunfong ignored him. He channeled his inner energy into the needles, causing all 3 to begin rotating on their own, emitting faint wisps of white vapor. After about half a quarter hour, Chunfong asked, do you feel better? Much better, much better. Ever since these needles were inserted, the pain disappeared. The elderly woman nodded repeatedly. Chunfong nodded in return, removed the needles, and then wrote a prescription on a piece of paper before handing it over. Get the medicine according to this formula. Drink a bowl every day, and you'll be fine within half a month. Good, good, good. Thank you so much. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the elderly woman immediately pulled out her phone and scanned a code to pay 500 yuan. Normally, Dr. Lu only charged 100 yuan per patient for consultation. Clearly, the elderly woman was extremely satisfied with Chunfeng's medical skill, which was why she generously tipped extra. Dr. Lu, is this young man your apprentice? His skills are truly remarkable, way better than yours. Why not just let him take over your clinic? The elderly woman joked as she left. Upon hearing this, Dr. Lu's expression darkened. He had only brought Chunfong here to be an assistant, someone to help with menial tasks, but now it seemed like Chunfong was trying to snatch his livelihood. Luck of the draw, Dr. Lu muttered dismissively, shaking his head. With your reckless methods, trouble is bound to happen sooner or later. I'm warning you. If something goes wrong and someone dies, I won't cover for you. You, little bastard, can go rot in prison for all I care. Chunfong found this highly amusing. To him, this was nothing more than a minor illness, easily cured. How could there possibly be any risk? He looked at Dr. Lu calmly and said, Dr. Lu, you've been playing mobile games all day long. Your eyesight is getting worse and worse, isn't it? You already have glaucoma. If you keep this up, within a few years, you'll probably go blind. You're talking nonsense. Dr. Lu growled, his face turning dark. Chunfong smiled slightly, thinking to himself, I'm not making this up. Don't you know your own condition by now? No one told me. Chunfong replied calmly. I figured it out myself. Oof, don't tell me. You, a degenerate gambler, suddenly claimed to be some kind of divine doctor? Dr. Lu sneered, finding it hilarious, slapping the table. All right then, Mr. Divine Doctor, if you can really diagnose my glaucoma, then cure it. If you can't, then everything you've said is just bullshit. Chunfong knew that Dr. Lu was deliberately provoking him, so he simply wrote down another prescription. Grind these herbs into powder and apply it around your eyes. It'll start working in no more than an hour. This effective? Dr. Lu said skeptically, snatching the prescription while threatening. Listen, you little brat. I'm warning you, if you dare deceive me, I'll fire you right this instant. Chapter 037. Although Dr. Lu didn't believe Chunfong at all, as an old-time quack in traditional Chinese medicine, he well understood how difficult it was to master TCM. Otherwise it wouldn't have nearly become extinct by modern times. Chunfong was notorious in their shantytown as a good-for-nothing gambler who squandered his family's fortune. To say he'd suddenly become a divine healer? Absolutely impossible. But Dr. Lu's glaucoma had indeed reached a severe stage. He could barely see anything beyond 3 or 5 meters. He was deeply afraid of going blind. Damn it, let's try treating a dead horse like a live one. Even if it's some fake remedy, it won't kill me. Following Chunfeng's prescription, Dr. Lu went and bought the herbs, ground them into powder as instructed, applied the mixture around his eyes, then closed his eyes, started counting numbers silently, and waited for an hour. Meanwhile, Chunfong continued cleaning up. Just then, another elderly man leaning on a cane arrived outside the clinic. Old Li, you've come at the wrong time. I can't see properly right now. I can't treat you. Come back in the afternoon, Dr. Lu said with his eyes still shut, pursing his lips. Old Lu, you just sit and rest. I'm not here for you. I'm here for young Master Chun, the divine doctor. Old Li waved his hand and immediately walked toward Chunfong. What do you want from him? Dr. Lu asked in shock. Old Li came straight up to Chunfong, grabbed his hands tightly, and said, Young Chun, I was referred by Grandma Zhou. My leg has been bothering me for years. On rainy or damp days, the pain is unbearable. Please help me. Let me take a look. Chunfong examined the man's knee joint and found serious fluid accumulation. He quickly fetched several cupping jars from the clinic and performed cupping therapy on Old Li. Once the dampness was drawn out, the pain in Old Li's leg vanished instantly. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Grandma Zhou didn't lie. So you've turned over a new leaf and really become a divine healer. Old Li was thrilled, so much so that he no longer needed his cane. Chunfong smiled gently and wrote out a prescription for an external-use medicinal ointment. When Old Li left, he scanned a code and paid 800 yuan. At this moment, the clinic's owner, Dr. Liu, couldn't hold back anymore. Don't go recklessly treating people. Giving treatments haphazardly is even more dangerous than my doing nothing. If something goes wrong, you won't be able to pay the consequences. But Chunfong calmly replied, Dr. Liu, aren't you able to see now? Huh, that caught Dr. Liu's attention. Just then, he hadn't noticed, but in his excitement, he opened his eyes and found the world before him suddenly much brighter. His long-standing eye disease had actually improved. I can see again. My God, you really are a divine doctor. Dr. Liu was both shocked and overjoyed. If Chunfong had healed someone else, he might still find reasons to doubt it. But this time, it was his own chronic eye condition, a problem even expert ophthalmologists at major hospitals had said was hard to cure, that Chunfong had resolved with just one prescription and within a single hour. Young Chun, I admit, I was too harsh just now. I'm old, just a decrepit old man. Please, as a young man, don't hold it against me. Dr. Liu quickly apologized to Chunfong, his attitude now humble and respectful, as if he himself were the junior. As an old charlatan in TCM, he genuinely respected true masters like Chunfong. Word spread fast in the shantytown after Chunfong successfully treated several patients. The once empty clinic suddenly became packed with people, neighbors and residents from the surrounding area, all coming specifically to seek treatment from Chunfong. Chapter 038. Have you heard? A young divine physician came to the clinic at the street corner. His medical skills are incredible. He can cure any illness. I heard this so-called young genius is actually that good-for-nothing gambler Chunfong from Building 7. Old Lady Zhou says he's turned over a new leaf and become a traditional doctor? Yeah, right. As if I believe that. It's true. My leg was cured by that young man. Look at me now. I don't even need my cane anymore. Really that amazing? Then I should go check it out too. Since most residents in the shantytown were elderly, their health wasn't great, and nearly everyone had some chronic condition or other. Once word spread about a miracle doctor taking patients, the old folks naturally swarmed the previously deserted clinic until it was packed wall to wall. Even Lu Doctor, the clinic's owner, had become nothing more than a barker promoting Chunfong. Before you see the doctor, scan the code to pay first. 500 for a consultation fee. Pay first, treatment after. Line up in order. Holding a megaphone, Lu Doctor stood at the entrance shouting at the crowd. Though the price was outrageous, Chunfeng's medical skill truly was miraculous. Any ailment could be resolved within minutes. Thus, patients kept coming, lining up endlessly outside the door. And Chunfong accepted every single one without refusal. That evening, Jiang Shi returned home to find only Chun Xiao standing alone watching TV. The house was completely empty. That bastard Chunfong. Is he off gambling again? Jiang Shi almost instinctively assumed Chunfong had lied about going to work and secretly run off to gamble instead. Just then, Grandma Zhou from downstairs found Jiang Shi, her face glowing with excitement. Shi, your gambling husband really has changed for the better. Your man's healing skills have become famous around here. Almost every elder I know is lined up to get treated by him. I'm guessing he won't make it back home tonight to cook for you too. Come eat at my place. Grandma Zhou tightly gripped Jiang Shi's hands, her face full of kind, warm smiles. With Chunfong becoming a celebrated healer, and having been her own recommendation, she felt proud too. At first, Jiang Shi refused to believe it, but she went downstairs anyway to take a look. Sure enough, dozens of elderly people stood waiting in line outside the clinic. Every patient who walked out no longer showed signs of illness and wore broad, joyful smiles. At that moment, Jiang Shi covered her mouth, hot tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. She had shed many tears for Chunfong before, but this time was different. In the past, those tears came from disappointment because he was worthless, from anger at his failure to change. This time, however, they flowed from joy that Chunfong had finally turned his life around, that he had finally made something of himself. She, Grandma Zhou said emotionally, that night when your husband made his oath, I didn't believe him. But now I see. That wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment decision. He truly regretted his past. He genuinely turned his life around. Yes. Jiang Shi nodded firmly. After feeling hopeless for so long, she finally saw a glimmer of trust shine through Chunfong once more. Meanwhile, back to Chunfong. By the time he finished seeing patients, it was already very late. When he arrived home, he saw food laid out on the table. His wife sat in a chair cradling their child, the two of them waiting eagerly for him. I cooked this myself. My skills aren't great, so just bear with it, Jiang Shi muttered, turning her head slightly with an awkward expression. Chunfong glanced into his bowl. True enough, the cooking wasn't impressive. The rice was burnt and oversaturated with soy sauce, leaving it dark and gloomy looking. Yet Chunfong devoured it like it was the finest delicacy, chewing heartily as he praised. So delicious. Chapter 039. Chunfong had been back for a while now. Although he had always been sincere in wanting to change everything and give his wife and child a better life, due to various misunderstandings, he still hadn't earned Jiang Shi's trust. Tonight, however, the bowl of rice she had prepared for him, even if it was a terrible dish, meant something entirely different in Chunfeng's eyes. It meant that they had finally rebuilt their trust. Full yet? If not, I can stir-fry another bowl, Jiang Shi said, noticing how quickly Chunfong was eating. No, I'm good. Chunfong hastily gulped down several large mouthfuls of water. One bowl was already enough to leave a strong aftertaste. One more bite, and he'd probably die from saltiness. Jiang Shi nodded and continued. You seemed really busy with overtime today. Go wash up and get some rest early. You've got work tomorrow. Honey, I quit my job, Chunfong said, scratching his nose. What? Jiang Shi looked stunned. All these people in this shanty neighborhood, they're mostly elderly or sick. They all came to see me today, and I cured every single one of them at once. Tomorrow, there won't be anyone left to come. Besides, making money by treating ordinary patients like this isn't much anyway. After explaining, seeing Jiang Shi's expression still uncertain, he added, with my medical skills, I can cure many difficult and rare diseases. I should be treating wealthy elites. The consultation fees those big shots pay, they run into millions, even billions. But earlier when you treated the Yi family, they only gave you 10,000 yuan? Jiang Shi asked suspiciously. That was just a trial move. I wasn't aiming to profit. I'll let the Yi family serve as a reference case. Next time I treat someone, the price definitely won't be so cheap, Chunfong explained. I see. Jiang Shi nodded, clearly convinced now. At that moment, Chunfong quickly went and fetched a basin of warm water for washing feet. Honey, let me wash your feet. Pampered by Chunfeng's attentive care, Jiang Shi felt extremely comfortable, her leg muscles completely relaxing. Seizing the opportunity, Chunfong cradled his wife's delicate legs and said, Honey, you've worked so hard these days. Let me give you a full body massage later, help you fully unwind. Seeing the mischievous glint in Chunfeng's eyes, Jiang Shi immediately understood his intentions. She frowned slightly. Our daughter's still awake. Daddy, Mama, I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed. To their surprise, little Chen Xiao was so considerate that, realizing she was being redundant, she yawned widely and went straight back to her bedroom, falling asleep alone. Now Jiang Shi couldn't even find an excuse to refuse. Combined with how incredibly soothing Chunfeng's massage felt, she bit her lips slightly and whispered, Go take a shower first. Clean yourself properly before coming back. Got it. Chunfong dashed straight toward the bathroom. His heart was racing with excitement as he washed. How long had it been since he last got close to his wife? After finishing his shower, Chunfong even shaved his armpit hair, then admired himself in the mirror for a moment, adjusting to peak condition before stepping out. By now, Jiang Shi was already lying on the bed, propped up slightly against the headboard, covered by the blanket, revealing a pair of delicate, smooth legs. Keep quiet. Don't wake the daughter, Jiang Shi reminded softly. Chunfong obediently nodded. Right now, as long as he could get close to his wife, everything else didn't matter. But just then, a sharp ringtone suddenly pierced through the air. Chapter 040. The phone ringing was from Chunfeng's mobile. 3 words flashed on the screen. Miss Yi. Chunfong hesitated for a moment, then picked up the call. Miss Yi, anything wrong? You're coming over tomorrow to give me a massage. Haven't forgotten about that, have you? Yi Xiaoqian reminded him. Yeah, I remember. Chunfong replied with a nod. Because he was grateful for Yi Xiaoqian helping Jiang Shi get promoted to store manager, reducing her workload significantly and greatly improving her benefits, he had verbally promised her a free massage session. In no time, the agreed-upon day arrived. I won't be at the office tomorrow. Come to my place instead. My address is number 7 Lakeside Road. Yi Xiaoqian gave him her home address. Got it. Come in the afternoon. Chunfong memorized the address, nodded again, then quickly hung up. How could he let such a small matter interfere with what was right in front of him? At this moment, Jiang Shi was standing face-to-face with Chunfong, eyes closed, bracing herself for his embrace, when suddenly, her own phone rang. It was a call from her mother, Jiang Lan. She, I've got great news. This trip back to Jiangzhou wasn't wasted. My company won the bid, Jiang Lan said excitedly. She was a businesswoman who ran her own company. Her return to Jiangzhou wasn't just to visit her daughter, it was also to attend a local investment promotion event. Thanks to her efforts, her company had secured a contract. It wasn't a massive project, but the profit was substantial. Really, that's wonderful. Jiang Shi genuinely felt happy for her mother's success. The two chatted for a while longer. Tomorrow noon, I'm hosting a dinner at Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. Your younger sister and brother-in-law will be there. You should come too. It's time we had a proper family meal, Jiang Lan invited. She made sure to mention that her younger daughter and son-in-law would attend. This was deliberate. She didn't want Jiang Shi to show up with that embarrassing husband and child of hers. After all, her younger daughter's fiancé was so young and promising, while her eldest daughter's husband was useless. Such a comparison would only deepen Jiang Shi's pain. If Jiang Shi came alone, they could not only eat together, but also properly discuss Jiang Shi's divorce and remarriage. Master Ming had been waiting long enough. He must be growing impatient by now. But Jiang Lan hadn't expected Jiang Shi to readily agree. Sure, Mom. Tomorrow, the 3 of us will arrive on time. Hearing this, Jiang Lan froze momentarily, but she couldn't object outright. All she could do was coldly say, all right then, I'll let you go. I still need to call your sister. With that, she hung up. Disrupted by these 2 calls, both Chunfong and Jiang Shi had lost their earlier mood. Maybe we should just go to sleep. In a few days, I'll take a day off. We can leave our daughter with Grandma Zhou, and then, Jiang Shi pressed her lips together, looked up at Chunfong, clearly waiting for his response. Chunfong thought it sounded like a good idea. Their mood was gone now anyway, and with their daughter sleeping next door, they couldn't make much noise. Better to wait a couple more days and enjoy a perfect date with his wife. So they turned off the lights and went to bed. The next noon, Chunfong arrived early at the jewelry store where Jiang Shi worked, bringing along little Chen Xiao. After meeting up with Jiang Shi, the family of 3 headed to Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. But as soon as they reached the hotel entrance, they were stopped by the security guards. Chapter 041. Jiangzhou Grand Hotel was the most luxurious Chinese-style hotel in the entire Jiangzhou city. The people who frequently appeared here were big shots from all walks of life. Outside the hotel, a layer of lavish marble flooring had been laid, radiating extravagance and splendor. So much marble flooring, the investment must have been huge. Staring at the expanse of marble, Jiang Shi wore an astonished expression. It's so beautiful, said Chen Xiao, fascinated by the patterns on the marble tiles. Although mother and daughter were locals of Jiangzhou, they'd never been to such a high-end hotel before. Chunfong himself had only started frequenting this place after he'd made it big in his previous life. Holding his wife and child's hands, he walked forward and said, the food here is pretty good. We'll come often from now on. I heard from others that a single meal here costs at least 6 figures. Many dishes are only available to members. My annual salary wouldn't even cover 1 meal. Jiang Shi said hesitantly. Hearing his wife's words, Chunfong felt both sorrow and heartache. He thought about how since his wife had married him, she'd truly never lived a good life. Perhaps in the last life, after leaving him and returning to her family, she'd lived better for a while. But soon, tricked by one of his lies, she went to Southeast Asia searching for their daughter, and tragically died far away from home. In this life, I swear I'll give you and our daughter the best things the world has to offer. Chunfong silently vowed to himself. The 3 reached the entrance of the hotel. Apparently judging their plain attire and ordinary appearance as signs of poverty, the security guard at the door blocked the family of 3 immediately. Sorry, we only serve guests with reservations. Do you have a reservation? Asked the lobby manager. Yes, we do, nodded Jiangxi. Then please provide the table number and the name under which the reservation was made. The lobby manager continued. This stumped Jiangxi. Even though she knew her mother's name and phone number, she didn't know the table number her mother had reserved. And calling her mother just to ask such a small detail would be quite embarrassing. Just as Jiangxi looked helplessly around, Chunfong suddenly spoke up. The reservation is under the surname Jiang, a female guest. As for the specific table number, isn't that something your staff should inform us? Sorry, sir. To enter, you must provide correct identification and table number. We need to verify the details before allowing entry, explained the lobby manager. Chunfong narrowed his eyes. If this had been his first time here, he might have actually fallen for it. But in his previous life, he'd been the hotel's top VIP. He knew perfectly well that the hotel could never have such absurd rules. This was simply the lobby manager looking down on them. Are you, as the lobby manager, thinking that because we're dressed plainly, don't drive fancy cars, we're unworthy of dining here? Chunfong asked bluntly. Sir, that's not what we mean. It's just hotel policy. The lobby manager tried to explain. Policy? Which specific rule is this? Chunfong challenged. The lobby manager fell silent. How about this? Chunfong continued calmly, pointing at the signboard near the main entrance. Isn't this your group's customer complaint hotline? Maybe I should call right now and check exactly what your policies are. At those words, the lobby manager's face instantly changed. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, I was just asking casually. Please, come in. Ms. Zhang's reservation is in Chu Shui Hall. Let me show you the way. Chapter 042. The lobby manager had originally intended to use his authority to prevent Chunfong and his companions from entering, keeping them blocked outside. But he hadn't expected Chunfong to be so forceful. If that complaint call went through, he'd be in serious trouble. So the manager could only back down, respectfully welcoming the 3 inside, and personally escorting them to Chu Shui Hall. As it was a Chinese-style hotel, the interior decor resembled that of a grand estate. Pavilions, ponds, winding paths, and secluded walkways. Halfway there, they suddenly encountered a group approaching head-on. Huh, isn't that Physician Chun? At the front was a middle-aged man wearing a traditional long gown, exuding an air of distinction. The renowned traditional Chinese medicine expert Li Hanfeng, the famed divine physician of Jiangzhou. Back at the hospital, when Chunfong had treated old Master Yi using the Tai Su 9 needles technique, bringing the dying man back to life, he had profoundly humbled Li Hanfeng, teaching him a lesson about how there's always someone greater and skies beyond skies. Physician Chun, ever since our brief meeting last time, I've been eager to visit you, though I didn't dare. Meeting you here today must mean we share some fate. Might I have the honor of offering you a drink? Li Hanfeng asked with deep respect. Next time. I'm having dinner with my family now. Chunfong politely declined. I see. Well then. Li Hanfeng nodded, appearing somewhat disappointed, then added, Physician Chun, I'll be in Emperor's Hall with several business owners. If you need anything, please feel free to find me there. Chunfong gave only perfunctory responses, clearly not giving it much thought. After Li Hanfeng's group left, Jiangshi cautiously asked, Honey, who was that just now? Just a mediocre TCM practitioner, Chunfong casually replied. Hearing this, the lobby manager leading the way couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He had assumed Chunfong was just some penniless kid, but now he realized even Li Shini, a celebrity among Jiangzhou's elite, treated this young man with utmost deference. Damn it, good thing I backed down early, or I'd have made a dangerous enemy. The manager shuddered inwardly with relief. Meanwhile, inside Chu Shui Pavilion, Jiang Shiyi's mother Jiang Lan, her younger sister Jiang Shiyao, and brother-in-law Li Bo had already arrived. They were sipping tea and chatting. Sigh. I originally booked this private room so your sister could come alone for a meal, maybe talk things over about the divorce. If it went well, we could then invite young Master Ming. But your sister, with her stubborn mind, actually brought along that disgraceful husband and child too. Jiang Lan shook her head. Mom, today is mainly to celebrate your bidding success. Those 2 deadweights can come if they want. It won't ruin our mood, Jiang Shiyao said cheerfully. Then Li Bo grinned and said, We're dining at the most upscale hotel in Jiangzhou today. That family of yours, probably their first time stepping foot in a place like this. No offense, but I seriously doubt whether those 3 even know how to find Chu Shui Hall. Yeah, let me give them a call to check what's going on. Jiang Shiyao shared the same concern and took out her phone. Given the prestige of Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, they hardly served ordinary guests. For someone from Jiang Shiyi's family, being turned away at the door wouldn't be surprising at all. Yet just as Jiang Shiyao was about to dial, the door to Chu Shui Hall swung open from the outside. Here we are, Sungwei. This is Chu Shui Hall. Standing by the doorway, the lobby manager pushed the door wide open, bowing respectfully as he ushered Chunfeng's family inside. Chapter 043. Unexpectedly, Chunfeng's family not only showed up, but were personally escorted by the restaurant manager himself. This kind of treatment wasn't even something Li Bo could hope for. Damn, is this manager blind or what? Li Bo shook his head, looking utterly incredulous. Jiang Lan and her daughter Jiang Shiyao were also taken aback by the scene. Once everyone was seated, the waiters quickly began serving the dishes, and soon the table was filled with delicious food. Daddy, I want the chicken leg, Chen Xiao said, staring longingly at the chicken in the casserole, drooling. Chunfong reached for it with his chopsticks. Mom hasn't touched her food yet. Hold on a little. Jiang Shiyi immediately stopped her husband and daughter from eating first. Though her living conditions weren't great, Jiang Shiyi still knew basic etiquette as a guest. Seeing this, Jiang Lan poured several glasses of alcohol and said calmly, We're all family here. No need to be formal. Let's take a drink first, then eat if you're hungry. Following Jiang Lan's lead, everyone present except Chen Xiao raised their glasses and clinked them together midair. Bro-in-law, our hospital recently opened a new department and is short on staff. Want to try it out? Li Bo casually mentioned while chewing on some food. Is it a doctor's position? Jiang Shiyi asked curiously. We do need doctors, but seriously, what makes you think he could be one? Don't be ridiculous. What I meant was, your husband could work as a cleaner at our hospital, sweeping toilets and such. It's a bit tough, sure, but pays a few thousand a month plus social insurance. Not bad, right? Li Bo shrugged. Hearing this, Jiang Shiyao instantly darkened. Why bring this up during dinner? Are you trying to insult us on purpose? Just thought I'd mention it. At least it's an honest job, way better than being some house husband. Li Bo chuckled. As head of a department in the hospital, his annual salary plus bonuses easily exceeded $1 million. Yet he was suggesting Chunfong take the most menial job, the lowest of the low as a bathroom janitor. On the surface, he was offering help. In reality, he was looking for an excuse to belittle Chunfong, to assert his own superiority. Chunfong frowned slightly, about to say something. But Jiang Shi spoke first. Thank you for the offer, but my husband isn't suited for such dirty work. He's actually a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Yesterday, at a clinic near our home, he treated over 100 neighbors in just one day. A confident smile spread across Jiang Shi's face. Before, Chunfong had been so useless that she couldn't find a single redeeming quality, forcing her to silently endure other people's mockery. But now that Chunfong had proven himself, she was ready to fight back. Really? Him, a TCM doctor? Treating hundreds of patients? You expect me to believe nobody died from his treatments? Jiang Lan shook her head, clearly unconvinced. Mom, it's true. Look, I even took pictures. Jiang Shi immediately pulled out her phone. There, displayed clearly on the screen, were multiple photos showing Chunfong diagnosing patients inside a TCM clinic at night, with 2 long lines of people waiting outside. Could this be staged? Jiang Shiyao rubbed her small nose, equally skeptical. Li Bo glanced at the photos, unimpressed. People in that shanty town are mostly uneducated farmers. Instead of going to real hospitals when sick, they trust these fraudulent TCM quacks. They're playing with their lives. Sooner or later, they'll pay a heavy price. Chapter 44044. Hearing Li Bo's condescending tone, Chunfong narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, directly, so you completely don't believe in traditional Chinese medicine? I don't disbelieve in TCM, I just don't believe you understand it. Li Bo retorted bluntly. Then he poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and said, in fact, I know quite a few experts in traditional Chinese medicine. The one I admire most is our Jiangzhou's most famous Dr. Li. He used to be a visiting professor at our hospital and proposed many medical theories that benefited me greatly. Upon hearing this, Chunfong couldn't help but feel amused. That's right, Li Bo continued. Dr. Li is actually dining here today. He's with a group of important people in the emperor room. With that, he deliberately glanced at Chunfong and added provocatively, brother-in-law, would you like to meet Dr. Li? If you're interested, I can take you over there to say hello. You could offer him a toast. And if you play your cards right, maybe even drop to your knees and kowtow 3 times right then and there, perhaps Dr. Li might accept you as his disciple and teach you some real skills. Ha ha ha. Seeing Li Bo laugh loudly, Chunfong chuckled lightly and replied calmly, the Dr. Li you're talking about, his name is Li Hanfeng, right? He's just a half-baked amateur himself. How could he possibly teach me any genuine skill? You dare call Dr. Li a half-baked amateur? Try shouting that outside and see what happens. Li Bo sneered. Even in front of Li Hanfeng himself, I'd say exactly the same thing, and he wouldn't even dare to object, Chunfong said. Ha ha ha, I'll give you full marks for this act. Li Bo gave Chunfong a thumbs up, dripping with sarcasm. Jiang Shiyao snapped angrily. You gambling junkie, who doesn't know what kind of trash you are? We invited you to dinner just to show you some respect. Now you're standing here bragging right in front of us. Do you think it's funny? Control your good-for-nothing man. If he keeps running his mouth like this, kick him out, Jiang Lan said coldly, issuing her final warning. They already despised Chunfong, and now this useless man had shown up for dinner only to start acting superior. People like him, without talent yet full of empty boasts, were the most contemptible. Jiang Shi felt embarrassed. She glanced at Chunfong, signaling him to stop talking. Chunfong, however, slightly furrowed his brows. He had endured being looked down upon by his mother-in-law and sister-in-law for years. It was time they saw what he was truly capable of. Just as Chunfong was about to do something. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door of the private room. Then it opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a long robe walked in, holding a full wine glass. Looking straight at Chunfong, he said with great respect, Master Physician Chun, I didn't mean to disturb you, but I was afraid I might never have another chance to meet you. So I took the liberty to come over and offer you a toast. With that, the man raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Chunfong picked up his own cup and merely took a symbolic sip. At this scene, Jiang Lan and Jiang Shiyao, mother and daughter, stared in stunned confusion. Who the hell is this guy? Did you hire an actor? Not bad acting, I'll admit, Jiang Shiyao snorted. She was about to add more mockery, but Li Bo suddenly rushed over, clamped his hand tightly over Jiang Shiyao's mouth, and whispered urgently, don't speak nonsense. This is Dr. Li himself. Chapter 045. Although Li Hanfeng had entered with an unusually humble demeanor, completely unlike his usual self, Li Bo recognized him immediately. As he covered Jiang Shiyao's mouth, Li Bo's mind was churning with shock. What? Is this really the Li Shini you've been talking about so often? Upon learning the man's identity, Jiang Shiyao froze in disbelief. The renowned #1 physician of Jiangzhou, Li Hanfeng, personally coming to offer a toast to her good-for-nothing brother-in-law. This was beyond absurd. It could never happen even in a dream. Mother-in-law Jiang Lan was equally stunned, unable to utter a single word. Jiang Shi, holding her daughter, also narrowed her beautiful eyes in surprise. Earlier outside, she had seen Li Hanfeng but assumed he was just some nobody. Never did she imagine he was such a towering figure. Shen Li. Hello, I'm Li Bo from the People's Hospital. You gave a lecture at our hospital last time, and I sat in the front row. I even asked you a question. Li Bo immediately stood up, introducing himself with an eager, flattering smile. But Li Hanfeng completely ignored him, instead turning to Chunfong with an apologetic grin. Divine Physician Chun, thank you for granting me this honor. I've finally fulfilled a long-held wish. Li Hanfeng's sole intention had been to offer Chunfong a cup of wine. When Chunfong politely returned the gesture, Li Hanfeng felt immensely honored. You're lucky today, Chunfong said lightly, glancing at Li Bo. Just now, I was chatting with my brother-in-law and mentioned you're only half competent. He didn't believe me, so I was just about to call you over to clarify. Hearing this, Li Bo knew that physicians valued their skills above all else and couldn't tolerate being questioned. He quickly tried to explain. Divine Physician Li, please don't misunderstand. No one here would ever dare call you half-competent. No. The Divine Physician Chun is absolutely right. Li Hanfeng surprisingly admitted openly. My superficial knowledge is nothing short of amateurish before Master Chun. He then bowed respectfully to Chunfong. Divine Physician Chun, if I ever have the chance, I hope to learn a few more skills from you. We'll see. Chunfong replied non-committally. Only then did Li Hanfeng turn his attention to Li Bo. He looked up and nodded. Oh, so you're Divine Physician Chin's brother-in-law? Pleasure to meet you. With that, Li Hanfeng actually extended his hand first. Li Bo reached out and shook it, but bitterness welled up inside him. He knew full well that Li Hanfeng had no real recognition of him. This handshake was purely out of respect for Chunfong. Without Chunfong, Li Bo doubted he'd even register as a speck of dust in Li Hanfeng's eyes. Beside them, Jiang Shiyao was utterly numb. This is just two. Jiang Lan stared deeply at Chunfong, as if seeing her eldest son-in-law for the very first time. In Jiang Lan's eyes before, there had been no comparison between Chunfong and Li Bo. One belonged in the heavens, the other beneath the earth. But now, she had clearly misjudged Chunfong. Even setting everything else aside, the mere fact that Li Hanfeng showed such deep respect to Chunfong placed him immeasurably far beyond Li Bo. After a few more persistent attempts to chat with Chunfong, Li Hanfeng seemed to sense the latter's growing impatience. He promptly excused himself courteously. Divine Physician Chun, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now. Perhaps we can talk again another time. With that, Li Hanfeng clasped his hands in salute, turned, and exited the Chu Shui Hall. Before leaving, he even personally paid the entire bill for their table. Inside the Chu Shui Hall, ever since Li Hanfeng's visit, the atmosphere had undergone a tremendous shift. Chapter 46:046. Previously, this had been Jiang Lan's domain. Her youngest daughter Jiang Shiyao and her fiancé Li Bo were the ones speaking the most and feeling the most at ease. Chunfong and Jiang Shiying's family of three were mere guests, and rather lowly ones at that. But after Li Hanfeng's visit, this place became Chunfeng's territory. Xiao here have a chicken leg. Chunfong fished out the large chicken leg from the casserole and handed it directly to his daughter for her to enjoy. Jiang Shiying was eating her favorite dishes too. Sitting across the table, Jiang Lan, Jiang Shiyao, and Li Bo barely dared to touch their chopsticks. Mom, don't be so restrained. Eat, please. The food is actually quite good, Chunfong casually reminded them. Jiang Lan hesitated for a long while before finally gathering the courage to ask, see Chunfong, how exactly did you meet Master Dr. Li? Didn't I tell you before? I met Dr. Li while treating old Master Yi. Back then, Dr. Li nearly caused a serious incident, and I was the one who covered for him. So naturally, he treats me with respect, Chunfong said lightly. After all, if it weren't for him stepping in and saving old Master Ye's life, given the Yi family's influence, could Li Hanfeng have even survived until today? One could even say Chunfong had saved his life. So everything you said that day was actually true? You weren't lying, Jiang Shiyao said, utterly stunned. Why would I lie to you? Chunfong replied indifferently. Jiang Shiying recalled that meal at home when Chunfong had told the truth, yet no one believed him, not even her. Now that the misunderstanding had cleared, a wave of guilt welled up inside her. She promptly scooped a steaming bowl of chicken soup and offered it to Chunfong. He accepted it gladly and savored it with delight. Even now, everything still sounded utterly absurd to Li Bo. He desperately wanted to scoff, but he didn't dare speak up, afraid of offending Chunfong and jeopardizing his own future. Sitting across from him, Jiang Shiying clearly saw the shock, doubt, and awe on her family members' faces. A long-forgotten sense of satisfaction stirred within her, years of pent-up frustration finally spilling out. Who would have thought that this man, once a source of shame and humiliation in her eyes, had actually transformed and restored her dignity in front of her family? After Chunfeng's departure, the atmosphere in Chu Shui Hall remained heavy. Once the family had finished their meal, Chunfong patted his belly contentedly and glanced at Jiang Shiying. Honey, it's getting late. Should we go? Jiang Shiying nodded, rising to her feet. Mom, sister, I have to get back to work this afternoon. We'll head off now. The other three remained seated, dazed and speechless, unable to utter even a polite farewell. But Chunfong didn't care. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, picked up his daughter, held his wife's hand, and the family of three left gracefully. Only after they had gone did Jiang Lan feel she could finally breathe again. She took a deep breath and murmured, never expected it. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. This good-for-nothing gambler has actually made a comeback. How is that possible? If it's really true, Chunfong must have unimaginable luck. Jiang Shiyao still couldn't wrap her mind around what had happened. Li Bo kept his head down, silent. As a medical prodigy, he had been the first to openly question Chunfong. Now that the truth had come to light, his pride had taken the hardest blow. Chapter 047. It wasn't just Li Bo who felt uneasy. Jiang Lan and her daughter Jiang Shiyao, who had previously chosen to stand against Chunfong, also carried a heavy heart. A profound sense of defeat lingered over the three of them. By the way, Mom, how's the preparation for your startup funds going? Jiang Shiyao suddenly changed the subject. Jiang Lan was a businesswoman whose main work involved contracting government projects. This time, she had returned to Jiangzhou for an investment promotion conference. Through her connections, she secured the bid for constructing a bridge across a river outside Jiangzhou City. Though not a massive project, it was still quite profitable if successfully completed. According to her company's estimates, the construction cost would be at least 50 million yuan. The bid price listed was 70 million yuan. That meant, upon completing the bridge as required and passing inspection, they could earn a profit of 20 million yuan. I've settled it with the bank, Jiang Lan said calmly. I'm pledging the company's equity, along with our house, car, and other assets. The bank will disburse 2 million tomorrow. Add in the company's cash reserves and my personal savings. We'll have about 30 million total. As for the rest, I'll think of something. Maybe borrow from some friends. Mom, why borrow from friends? How reliable are friends? Jiang Shiyao replied. then exchanged a glance with Li Bo before placing a bank card on the table. This is all the savings we've accumulated over the years, me and Li Bo, plus the loan from mortgaging our house and car, and the deposits from Li Bo's parents. It adds up to 20 million. You can't use your money like this, it wouldn't be right. Jianglan shook her head. But Li Bo smiled and said, Mom, even though Shi Yao and I aren't officially married yet, we're already family. If you need financial support, of course we'll help. Besides, this project has solid profit potential, we believe in it completely. Touched by his words, Jianglan said emotionally, you two really are dependable. She accepted the bank card and continued. Now that funding isn't an issue, once the blueprints are ready, construction can officially begin. If everything goes smoothly, we could finish in 3 to 5 months. After receiving the project payment and deducting costs, I'll take only half the profits. The rest is for you two. Mom, we're family. There's no need to be so precise, Jiang Shi Yao said, feigning modesty, though inside she was overjoyed. After all, she was investing only 10 million, could get it back within half a year, and potentially earn another 10 million on top. Where else could she find such a lucrative opportunity? Li Bo couldn't help but sigh. Now I finally understand. To make real money, you need to invest. As doctors, our jobs may be stable, but our income has a ceiling. It would take me at least 10 years of work to earn 10 million. Exactly. The rich become wealthy through investments and capital maneuvers. Have you ever seen a laborer become a property developer just because he worked hard? Jiang Shiyao giggled. And what about Chunfong? So he's a miracle doctor. So what? Running a clinic, diagnosing patients one by one. How long do you think it'd take him to earn 10 million? Never in a lifetime. At that, Jiang Lan, Jiang Shiyao, and Li Bo all burst into laughter. They were all lost in dreams of earning millions. As for Chunfeng's medical skills, they didn't give them a second thought. Chapter 048. Meanwhile, let's turn to Chunfong. After his family left the hotel, they first dropped Jiang Shi off at the jewelry store where she worked, then took their daughter home. Since he had an appointment this afternoon to visit Yi Xiaoqian for a massage, Chunfong left his daughter in the care of Grandma Zhou. Chunfong, your little girl is 5 years old now, right? She's never been to kindergarten before. You really should enroll her in a preschool class. Without any foundation, she'll struggle when she starts elementary school next year. Grandma Zhou kindly reminded him. Chunfong listened and found it made perfect sense. In his previous life, his daughter had passed away young, and without experience raising a child, he'd never thought much about education. I'll look into it, Chunfong said. He searched online for information about preschool programs. After settling his daughter, Chunfong took a taxi to Hubin Road in downtown Jiangzhou. The city boasted a large natural lake called Guiyun Lake. Hubin Road ran along its southern shore, lined with lush greenery, birdsong, and fragrant flowers. Along both sides of the road stood luxurious villas one after another. This was Jiangzhou's most prestigious residential area, where only the true big shots lived. From Chunfeng's perspective, not only did this place offer excellent environment and facilities, but more importantly, the feng shui was exceptionally auspicious. I really need to earn more money as quickly as possible and buy a villa here, so I can move my wife and child in, Chunfeng mused. He arrived at number 7 on Hubin Road, a villa just like the others. The front gate was slightly ajar. Chunfeng intended to knock, but as he gently pushed it, the door swung open by itself. Missy, Chunfeng called out from the entrance. He vaguely heard movement inside, but no response came, so he stepped in cautiously. Entering the living room, he froze. A slender figure clad only in delicate undergarments sat upright on the floor, contorted into an extremely difficult pose, clearly practicing some advanced form of yoga. Yet strangely, her face wore an expression of pain. Chunfeng felt awkward. Seeing Yi Xiaoqian nearly naked, he thought his presence inappropriate, and quickly said, Sorry, I'll step outside. Just as he turned to leave, Yi Xiaoqian suddenly gritted her teeth and whispered urgently, Help me. I'm stuck and can't move. Beads of sweat glistened faintly on her forehead. Chunfeng couldn't help but feel sheepish. Who would have thought this girl could get herself trapped during a yoga session? Honestly, quite something. Thankfully it was him who came. If someone else had walked in on such a provocative scene, things might have ended badly. Without hesitation, Chunfeng rushed over, grabbed her wrists and ankles, twisted gently twice, and immediately released her from the frozen position. Phew, I almost suffocated. Relieved and utterly exhausted, Yi Xiaoqian collapsed like a limp rag, falling straight into Chunfeng's arms. Chunfeng sighed wryly. Miss Yi, aren't you afraid I might take advantage of you now? Do whatever you want. I don't have any strength left. Whatever happens, happens. Yi Xiaoqian closed her eyes, completely limp, like a lifeless fish. Of course, Chunfeng was only joking. Having been reborn to mend past regrets, his heart belonged solely to Jiang Shi. He would never betray his wife or touch another woman. Gently, Chunfeng laid Yi Xiaoqian down on the sofa, then once again used his extraordinary skill to give her a thorough full-body massage. So comfortable, so incredibly good. Eyes still closed, her beautiful face flushed red as she savored every sensation. Chapter 49049. On Lakeside Road, an old-fashioned Audi A6 slowly approached. This was a luxury residential area, where vehicles passing through were usually Rolls-Royces or Bentleys. Even BMW, Benz, and Audi barely made the cut, much less a decade-old relic like this Audi A6. Yet on this very car hung 5 consecutive lucky plates, highly coveted license numbers. The security guards, upon seeing it, not only dared not stop it, but immediately snapped to attention and saluted. Old Master Yi, we've arrived, the driver said carefully as he pulled up outside Villa number 7 on Lakeside Road. In the back seat sat an elderly man in traditional Tang suit, leaning on a cane. At the words, he opened his eyes, then pushed the door open and stepped out. He was none other than Old Master Yi. He had come here specifically to visit his granddaughter, Yi Xiaoqian, who lived alone. But just as Old Master Yi reached the villa's entrance, about to knock, he suddenly heard his beloved granddaughter's voice from inside. Miss Yi, am I pressing too hard? Harder. Put more strength into it. Old Master Yi froze for a moment. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. He nodded lightly, made no move to enter or interrupt, turned around instead, returned to the car, and instructed the driver to leave. Half an hour later, Chunfeng's massage therapy finally came to an end. Yi Xiaoqian lay collapsed on the sofa like a tamed wild cat, her body glistening with sweat and fragrance. Chunfong sat up, took a sip of water, checked the time, and said, "Miss Yi, it's getting late. I should head back now." "Wait." Yi Xiaoqian suddenly called him back, smiling sweetly. "You did very well today, really impressed me. So here's the deal. You can make one reasonable request of me." He hadn't expected a reward. Chunfong rubbed his chin, surprised, but after a brief thought said, "Miss Yi, my life is quite satisfying right now. I can't think of anything I want. But if you have any unused herbal medicines lying around, perhaps you could spare some?" Hearing this, Yi Xiaoqian wrinkled her small nose. She didn't actually have any herbs, but she didn't want to disappoint him either, so she said, "How about this? There's an auction tonight in the city center. Some rare medicinal herbs will be up for bid. I'll take you along. If you see anything you like, just tell me, and I'll bid it for you." Chunfong felt intrigued. After all, Chinese medicinal herbs were excellent cultivation resources, capable of dramatically accelerating his progress. And anything appearing at such an auction would undoubtedly be extremely rare, possibly even including spiritual-grade treasures like century-old ginseng. Rare herbs aren't cheap. I'd feel bad letting you spend so much for me. Chunfong replied politely. "What are you implying? Questioning my capabilities?" Yi Xiaoqian rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed. Without another word, she quickly went to take a shower, changed into clean, neat clothes, and then brought Chunfong along as they drove into the city toward the auction hall. Auctions like this were usually exclusive social events for the wealthy. By evening, before the event officially began, several rows of luxury cars already lined the venue's exterior, including some owned by rich guests who had traveled from distant cities. "The auction starts in half an hour. Let's go in and have a cup of tea. It'll be just about time." Yi Xiaoqian parked the car and walked with Chunfong toward the main entrance. Since the auction was members only and only admitted registered members, while Yi Xiaoqian could enter, Chunfong was stopped and questioned by the guards at the gate. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoqian strode over, hooked her arm tightly through Chunfeng's, pressed her body against his, and coldly declared, "This is my boyfriend. Do you have a problem with that?" Sorry. The venue's security personnel instantly backed off, bowing apologetically. Just then, a Lamborghini pulled up behind them. The young man sitting inside caught sight of Yi Xiaoqian clinging to Chunfeng's arm, and his eyes narrowed instantly. Chapter 50. Welcome, young Master Huang. Seeing the flashy Lamborghini, the parking manager immediately rushed over personally, his face brimming with respectful smiles. The guest was none other than Huang Fading, eldest son of the Huang family, one of Jiangzhou's 4 great clans. Though arrogant and domineering by nature, Huang Fading was also extremely generous, never flinching at spending money, which earned him a loyal pack of followers wherever he went. "Humph." Huang Fading sneered, tossing his car keys directly to the parking manager, along with a thick wad of cash. The manager's smile nearly split his face. Then, without hesitation, Huang Fading strode toward Chunfong and Yi Xiaoqian. When he was about 5 or 6 meters away, he coldly sneered, "Miss Yi, I've been inviting you out for meals repeatedly, but you always said you were busy. I thought you were swamped with work. Turns out you've been busy keeping some pretty boy all along, huh?" Yi Xiaoqian caught the sarcasm in his tone and retorted sharply. "So what if I'm keeping a pretty boy? How is that any of your business?" Huang Fading hadn't expected her to admit it so casually. His expression darkened instantly as he glanced at Chunfong and mocked. "Miss Yi, your taste is truly terrible. Keeping someone like this, I really can't figure out what you possibly see in him. Whatever makes me happy, right?" Yi Xiaoqian shrugged indifferently. With that, she took Chunfeng's hand and turned around, walking straight into the auction hall. Inside, they found a seat, poured themselves some tea, and waited for the auction to begin. At that moment, Chunfong noticed Huang Fading being escorted in by a group of followers, taking a seat not far from them, glaring at the two with unmistakable hostility. "Miss Yi," Chunfong whispered as a warning. "I know." Before Chunfong could say more, Yi Xiaoqian nodded slightly. She had already seen everything. She glanced back at Huang Fading, then leaned closer to Chunfong, tilting her body gently until her shoulder rested against his, deliberately displaying their intimacy. Witnessing this, Huang Fading's eyes burned with fury. "Damn it. Find out everything about this little bastard. I want his full background." Huang Fading growled at one of his men. "Yes, sir." The subordinate nodded and immediately set off to investigate. Soon, the auction began. The first item up for bidding was a calligraphy piece from the Republic of China era, created by a renowned master calligrapher of the time. "Grandfather loves calligraphy and paintings. I'll bid on it and give it to him," Yi Xiaoqian said, raising her bidding paddle. After several rounds of bidding, she drove the price up to 20 million. Others backed out. Just then, Huang Fading suddenly stood up. "I bid 30 million. Yi Xiaoqian couldn't help but frown slightly. "Huang Fading, are you insane? What do you want with a painting? Can you even understand it?" "Ha. Maybe I don't understand it, but I love collecting things. Just like you said earlier, Miss Yi, whatever brings joy, right?" Huang Fading grinned smugly. It was clear he was deliberately opposing her. Yi Xiaoqian had no choice but to withdraw. Later, when Yi Xiaoqian set her sights on an antique vase and was halfway through bidding, Huang Fading once again swooped in with a higher bid and stole it from her. After being blocked twice in a row, Yi Xiaoqian grew visibly frustrated. With a gloomy expression, she muttered, "I should have known better than to provoke this mad dog. Now look, whatever I want, he snatches it. I'm afraid he'll steal even the rare medicinal herbs later." "It doesn't matter," Chunfong said calmly, sipping his tea. "We can just treat this as a casual visit." Chapter 51. Just as Yi Xiaoqian had said, Huang Fading wasn't here tonight for anything else. He came specifically to oppose Yi Xiaoqian. Whatever caught Yi Xiaoqian's interest, he would immediately bid high to snatch it away. As for the other exhibits, he didn't even glance at them. Soon, a massive medicinal herb was carried onto the stage. Holy crap, such a huge ginseng. This one must be at least 50 years old. Are you kidding? It's definitely over 100 years. And it could only grow in a feng shui-blessed place like Changbai Mountain. The crowd below instantly lit up with excitement. The starting bid for the ginseng was set at 10 million. Within just a minute, the price soared to 30 million. 50 million. Yi Xiaoqian confidently raised her bidding paddle and called out. At that, the entire audience fell silent. Besides the fact that Yi Shaoqian was known for deep pockets, an even more important reason was her family background. No one knew whether old Master Yi himself might have wanted this ginseng. If anyone offended old Master Yi, they'd never survive in this world. 70 million. Huang Feiting wasn't intimidated in the slightest and went straight for a direct confrontation. 80 million. This time, Yi Shaoqian refused to back down. Miss Yi, don't be so stingy. If you're going to play big. Huang Feiting sneered with a chuckle, then raised one finger. 100 million. Yi Shaoqian was about to bid again. But Chunfong stopped her, shaking his head slightly. Forget it. No way. I have to stand my ground today. Yi Shaoqian flared up, clearly enraged by Huang Feiting's provocations. Yet Chunfong calmly replied. Something about this ginseng doesn't seem right. Since someone's willing to cover your losses, just step back now. Save yourself from wasting money. Huh. Yi Shaoqian froze in surprise. And during that moment of hesitation, the bidding time expired. Huang Feiting became the winning bidder. Holding the enormous ginseng triumphantly, Huang Feiting laughed mockingly. Pretty boy, good call knowing your place. You finally realized I'm not someone to mess with. But no matter how smart you think you are, it won't save you. Dare to touch a woman I want, and you'll pay the price. Just wait. I'll show you what real power looks like. Hearing Huang Feiting's threat, many people in the crowd couldn't help but break into cold sweat. In Jiangzhou, whoever crossed this young master of the Huang family might as well sign their own death warrant. Huang Feiting wouldn't just destroy you outright. He'd torment you slowly, making your life utterly unbearable. Yet Chunfong simply chuckled and said, Oh really? Your mighty strength? Yeah, I've seen enough. Throwing away 100 million on a fake ginseng. Now that's what I call the foolish son of a wealthy landlord. At those words, Huang Feiting's face darkened instantly. What the hell are you babbling about? My century-old ginseng is genuine beyond doubt. I can tell just by looking. Then all I can say is, your eyes are broken. Chunfong replied coolly. No one had ever dared talk back to him like this. Enraged, Huang Feiting burst into cold laughter instead. Kid, you've got guts challenging me, huh? Fine, I'll give you a chance. I'll bring in an expert on ginseng right now. Let him examine it in person. We'll make a bet. We'll see if this ginseng is real or not. If you lose, you kneel down and crawl between my legs. And if I lose? Chunfong asked. I'll give you 100 million. Huang Feiting declared arrogantly. Seeing how aggressive his opponent was, Chunfong broke into a smile and nodded. I accept this bet, but I don't want your money. If you lose, why don't you kneel down and crawl between my legs instead? Chapter 052. Huang Feiting was taken aback, not expecting Chunfong to make such a request. He wanted to refuse outright, but seeing so many people watching around them, backing down would cost him face. So he nodded and said, Fine, we have a deal. I'll call in an expert right away. Huang Feiting immediately made a phone call. Not long after, an elderly Chinese herbal medicine professor with white hair and wearing reading glasses arrived at the auction hall. Professor Sun, you're here. Quick, help me appraise this, Huang Feiting said, handing over the ginseng. I just spent 100 million on this century-old ginseng at auction. Some idiot claimed it's fake. I want you to verify it, so that fool will be thoroughly convinced. Let me see. Professor Sun immediately began his careful examination. After observing for a while, the professor's expression fluctuated slightly. He whispered to Huang Feiting, Young Master Huang, I'm afraid you've really been duped. This is counterfeit ginseng. What? Upon hearing this, Huang Feiting's face instantly changed. He never imagined he'd actually become the victim. But now it wasn't just about being swindled, it was also about his bet with Chunfong. If he lost, he'd lose all dignity. In response, Huang Feiting quickly pulled out a huge check and slipped it behind the professor's back. The professor understood perfectly. He immediately nodded and loudly announced, Ahem. Based on my appraisal, young Master Huang's ginseng here is genuine Changbai Mountain Wild Centennial Ginseng. The moment those words were spoken, gasps and murmurs erupted throughout the hall. Yi Shaoqian froze when she heard this, staring oddly at Chunfong. What? Even she didn't know how to help Chunfong now, and could only silently curse him as an idiot in her heart. At that moment, Huang Feiting looked smugly at Chunfong and pointed beneath his own crotch. No more stalling. Come crawl over on your knees. Chunfong narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, he seemed to teleport, appearing directly in front of Professor Sunday. He snatched the ginseng from the professor's hands, swiftly plucked off the roots stuck to its surface, then raised it high and declared loudly. This so-called ginseng has most of its roots glued on with adhesive. Moreover, its skin is too tender. It doesn't resemble a plant grown over 100 years at all. Therefore, I can say with 100% certainty that this fake ginseng is actually a common platycodon root. Professor Sun, when identifying real versus fake ginseng, you must look carefully. If you make a mistake carelessly, I'm afraid your lifelong reputation could be ruined. Chunfong patted the professor's shoulder and spoke earnestly. The professor's face changed dramatically on the spot. Could he really risk his entire reputation over a mere 100 million? He quickly threw the check on the ground, pushed up his glasses, and corrected himself. The young man is right. Earlier, I, Sun, made a misjudgment. This indeed is a platycodon root. Everyone present was stunned, completely unprepared for the fact that Chunfong, who had seemed destined to lose, had turned the tide so drastically. Even Yi Shaoqian couldn't help but mentally sigh in deep relief. Good thing you had a backup plan. Otherwise, even I would have been embarrassed by you. Now it was Huang Feiting who stood utterly dumbfounded. He never dreamed this kept man, supposedly supported by Yi Shaoqian, was actually an expert in medicinal herbs. One even the renowned Professor Sun couldn't refute. Slap. Enraged, he slammed the table hard and pointed at the auctioneer, growling. Your damn auction house dares sell counterfeit goods. Is there no justice, no law left? I'm calling the police right now. Since Huang Feiting had lost the bet, he could only create chaos and stir up confusion, hoping to slip away unnoticed. Chapter 053. At a gesture from Huang Feiting, his gang of henchmen immediately began smashing chairs and causing a ruckus. But he hadn't expected that the forces behind this auction weren't easy to provoke. Pop, pop, pop. In no time, a group of burly, black-clad men charged in and swiftly subdued all the troublemakers. Huang Feiting, their leader, was pressed face down on the ground like a dead dog. You motherfucker, do you even know who I am? My name is Huang Fading. Go ask around Jiangzhou. My reputation alone. Ugh. Huang Fading's threat was cut short, because at that very moment, a pitch-black handgun was pressed against his forehead. This is an auction house, not an apothecary, said a coldly beautiful auctioneer dressed in a cyan cheapao. And we never claimed these exhibits were genuine. If you're foolish enough to believe them, that's your own damn problem. Understood. 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 Huang Fading nodded repeatedly, backing down instantly. Out of respect for your father, we'll let you go today. But you damaged our property. Compensate us with 10 million, and we'll call it even. The woman in blue delivered her words with icy finality. Under the threat of the gun, Huang Fading dared not bargain. He hastily wrote a check worth 10 million, offering apologies all the while. Then, eager to leave this disaster behind, he turned to exit. Hold on. Master Huang, aren't you forgetting something? Your promise. Chunfong suddenly stepped forward, blocking his path with a faint, mocking smile. What promise? Sensing danger, Huang Fading instantly played dumb. Come now. Chunfong patted his own thigh. He was a man of principle. Since Huang Fading had insisted on making that bet, losing meant fulfilling the wager, especially after Huang had openly threatened to teach him a lesson. Master Huang, you shouted so loudly just now, everyone heard. Don't tell me you can't handle losing. Yi Xiaoqian stepped beside Chunfong, smiling sweetly at Huang Fading. Once you've spoken, it's like releasing wind, can't take it back. Is this how your Huang family keeps its word? Who'd ever dare do business with you again? Right. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. These were influential figures. If they severed ties with the Huang family, the consequences would be severe, possibly even toppling them from their status among the elite. Something Huang Fading simply couldn't afford. Damn it, I keep my word. Huang Fading's face turned ashen, his fury boiling. Gritting his teeth in bitter humiliation, he knelt before everyone, and, like Han Xian enduring the insult beneath someone's crotch, crawled straight under Chunfeng's leg. Good. Chunfong nodded approvingly, acknowledging Huang Fading's willingness to accept defeat. Let's go. With that, Chunfong and Yi Xiaoqian left the auction hall side by side. Huang Fading was helped to his feet by his subordinates. His face was dark as ink, etched with rage, resentment, shame, and hatred. Today's kneeling had preserved his family's honor, but personally, he was utterly ruined. From now on, he'd become nothing more than a punchline in idle gossip. The thought made his teeth grind with hatred. He longed to slaughter Chunfeng's entire family on the spot. Just then, the man Huang had sent earlier to investigate Chunfong returned, rushing over with a thick stack of documents. Young master, I found it. I've got everything. Chapter 054. Huang Fading immediately picked up the documents and began reading. Damn it, this pretty boy actually has a wife and kid. Who would have thought that Yi Xiaoqian, such a woman, would stoop so low as to be someone's mistress? The more Huang Fading thought about it, the angrier he became. The woman he liked would rather become the side chick of some married, penniless wretch than accept him. This made him feel deeply humiliated. Boss, this guy doesn't have any real assets at all. Penniless, lives in a rented apartment. Only thing he owns is his miserable life. But some of his relatives, his younger aunt-in-law and mother-in-law, have decent financial standing, one of his subordinates pointed out. Huang Fading glanced through the file on Chunfeng's mother-in-law, Jiang Lan, learning that she was in construction and had recently won a bridge-building project bid worth 70 million yuan. Such a small project was usually beneath the Huang family's notice. But for the sake of revenge, to show Chunfong just how powerful the Huang family really was, Huang Fading sneered maliciously. Sabotage that project completely, then snatch it up at rock-bottom price. Want to make money building bridges? I'll make sure you lose every damn cent down to your underwear. He also noticed a photo of Chunfeng's wife, Jiangxi. She was stunning. Her looks and figure rivaled even Yi Xiaoqian's, an absolute top-tier beauty. This little bastard has quite the luck. Even if she's a married woman, I love playing with young housewives. Huang Fading narrowed his eyes slightly, instantly forming an extremely wicked plan in his mind. After leaving the auction hall, Chunfeng's life once again settled into peace. Following Grandma Zhou's advice earlier, Chunfong looked into preschool options. After discussing with Jiangxi, they decided to enroll their daughter, Chen Xiaoxiao, in a kindergarten program to build a solid foundation. Of course, Xiaoxiao was utterly unwilling, crying her eyes out right at the school gate. Only after Chunfong spent great effort comforting her and promising to buy her a pet dog on her birthday, did the girl finally calm down and stay put. Finally, I can settle down and cultivate in peace. Chunfong let out a sigh of relief. He had intended to go straight home, but halfway there, he suddenly remembered that his wife's clothes and shoes worn to work were already very old, yet she never spared any expense to buy new ones. So Chunfong went to a nearby mall to buy his wife a brand new outfit. This mall had recently opened and specialized in luxury and high-end goods, with counters carrying only internationally renowned brands. The shoppers walking around were all dressed elegantly and fashionably. Thus, Chunfeng's plain appearance stood out sharply, but he didn't care about the strange glances from others. He headed straight to the product counter on the second floor. Well, isn't this the sudden enlightenment feng shui master, Chunfong? Did you come here to check the feng shui? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out. Chunfong turned and saw a beautiful woman wearing staff uniform with a manager badge hanging from her neck, standing behind him, looking at him in surprise. This woman was none other than Song Yan, Jiangxi's good friend. Unexpectedly, she was the manager of the product counter. I'm here to buy my wife a gift, Chunfong replied calmly. Then he selected a fashionable new set of clothes according to Jiangxi's size, along with a pair of delicate high heels. But when it came time to pay and Song Yan handed him the bill for 98,000 yen, Chunfong was taken aback. His card only had 70,000 yen, enough, he'd thought, to comfortably afford a nice present for his wife. Instead, it fell far short. Chunfong, don't think just because you got lucky and squeezed some money out of Boss Liu, you're now someone special. Thinking you can afford Prada with a few 10,000 yuan? Pathetic, Song Yan scoffed, flipping her manicured nails disdainfully. Put the clothes back. You trash people like you don't belong here. Chunfong frowned, about to speak. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the air. Who dares say Mr. Chen isn't worthy? Chapter 055. Who dares say Mr. Chen isn't worthy? A group of men in tailored suits strode quickly toward the counter. The one leading them held a cigar in hand, glaring coldly at Song Yin as he growled. Mr. Chen, coming here to shop at your boutique is a blessing beyond your wildest dreams. How dare you act so ungrateful? I'll take care of this purchase. The man slapped a pure black card onto the counter. At the sight of that black card, Song Yin immediately realized this man in a suit was no ordinary person. Trembling slightly, she asked hesitantly, "Why you? Who are you?" But the man said nothing, continuing to smoke without even glancing at her. Instead, one of the black-suited bodyguards standing nearby sneered, "My boss, surnamed Huang." "Oh, Mr. Huang, I deeply apologize." Song Yin instantly lowered her head, offering profuse apologies with an attitude of utter humility, completely opposite from how she treated Chunfong just moments ago. The Huang family of Jiangzhou was one of the top-tier wealthy clans, and among its senior members, there was only one middle-aged man who fit this description, the family patriarch, Chairman Huang Minghu of Huang Group. This was a man reputed to stand on equal footing with old Master Yi. How could someone like Song Yin possibly offend him? Immediately, she used the black card to pay the 98,000 bill, then respectfully returned the card to Huang Minghu. At that moment, Huang Minghu narrowed his eyes and said, "You showed disrespect to Mr. Chen earlier. Don't you think you owe him a proper apology?" Song Yin froze for a second. She had indeed looked down on Chunfong, but she certainly couldn't afford to cross Huang Minghu. So, she took a deep breath, raised her head toward Chunfong, gritted her teeth, and spoke through forced sincerity. "I am sorry." Not sincere enough. Huang Minghu shook his head, his expression instantly darkening. Seeing this, Song Yin nearly burst into tears from fright. She hurriedly bent over, repeating frantically, I'm sorry, Chunfong. I truly had poor judgment. Please put in a good word for me in front of Director Huang, and ask him not to punish me, okay?" Chunfong frowned slightly. He didn't actually know this Director Huang beside him, nor did he understand why the man had suddenly paid for his bill and taken his side. Still, he spoke up. "You're Director Huang, right? This store manager Song is a friend of my wife's. She was probably just joking earlier. Let's leave it at that. Since Mr. Chun has spoken, we'll let it go." Huang Minghu nodded, not sparing Song Yin another glance. Only then did Song Yin release a heavy sigh of relief. Just 2 sentences from Huang Minghu had reduced her, a petty employee, to sheer panic. "Mr. Chun, would it be convenient to speak privately for a moment?" Huang Minghu stubbed out his cigar and turned to Chunfong. Having just been rescued by this man's timely arrival, Chunfong nodded and followed Huang Minghu and his entourage away. They took the elevator straight down to the underground parking garage and climbed into a Maybach S600. "Mr. Chun, I'm a friend of Lu Jinxin. He told me you're an expert in feng shui and metaphysics, so I came specially to seek your help. Could you examine the feng shui of my family's ancestral graves?" Huang Minghu got straight to the point. This didn't surprise Chunfong. Earlier, he'd resolved the feng shui curse at Lu Jinxin's construction site for just 100,000 yuan. Such excellent value would naturally prompt Lu Jinxin to spread the word among his friends, helping Chunfong gain more clients. "No problem, but my pricing has changed," Chunfong said calmly. "That's easy. As long as you solve my issue, name your price. I'll pay whatever you ask," Huang Minghu replied courteously. Chunfong rubbed his chin thoughtfully and asked, "Is Huang fating your son?" "Yes, that's my son," Huang Minghu nodded. "I've met your son before. He's quite an interesting fellow." "Well then, in that case, I'll charge 10 million, Chunfong said. He had originally planned to charge 1 million for his second job, but since the Huang family was so wealthy, and Huang fating spent money like water, why not just add a zero at the end? Chapter 056. "No problem," Huang Minghu nodded. Then he took out a checkbook from his pocket and wrote a 10 million yuan check for Chunfong on the spot. "Mr. Chun, the feng shui of this ancestral grave concerns the fortune of my Huang family. I leave it in your hands." As Huang Minghu spoke, the Mercedes-Benz drove out of the city and arrived at a hillside in the suburbs. This hill was situated at a high elevation, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and facing water on one. At its highest point stood an exceptionally luxurious tomb. Huang Minghu first lit 3 joss sticks, kowtowed several times, then rose to his feet and said to Chunfong, "Mr. Chun, this burial site was found years ago by a very famous feng shui master. He said it was a rare and auspicious location. By burying our ancestors here, he promised that my Huang family would prosper and flourish for 20 years. Chunfong nodded and said, "This burial site is called Dragonfly Dipping Water. It's 34 chi long, but only 4 chi are usable, 13 chi wide, yet only 3 chi effective. So your ancestor's coffin cannot be laid horizontally. It must be buried vertically. Incredible. Mr. Chun, every word you speak is golden. You're absolutely right." Huang Minghu couldn't help but give a thumbs up, thinking he had definitely found the right person. But then he sighed deeply. "Still, these past few years, I don't know why, our business has been going downhill. And I've often dreamed of my deceased ancestors, with distorted faces, terrifying beyond belief. So I began wondering, could there be something wrong with the feng shui of this tomb? I think that feng shui master from back then must have held a grudge against your Huang family," Chunfong suddenly said. At these words, Huang Minghu's expression changed instantly. He forced a laugh and said, "Mr. Chun, my family has always been in business for generations. How could we casually make enemies? Well, actually, that dragonfly dipping water site originally belonged to that feng shui master. My father bought it from him for a large sum of money. I suspect besides money, your Huang family also used some forceful methods?" Chunfong narrowed his eyes. Without waiting for Huang Minghu to respond, he continued, "You must have offended that feng shui master badly. Otherwise he wouldn't have tried to harm you." What do you mean?" Now Huang Minghu's face turned completely pale. Chunfong pointed at the thick concrete slab covering the tomb above and said, "The entire dragonfly dipping water site is covered in solid concrete. With the head of the coffin sealed beneath cement, it can't possibly touch water. What kind of dragonfly dipping water is that? Fortunately you realized it early. If you'd waited a few more years, your Huang family would have faced utter ruin." Upon hearing this, Huang Minghu broke into cold sweat and quickly asked, "Mr. Chun, what should we do now?" "Immediately dig up your ancestor's coffin and rebury it at another auspicious feng shui site," Chunfong replied. Since the fate of the entire Huang family was at stake, Huang Minghu didn't dare delay. He immediately summoned a construction crew to remove all the concrete from the grave and unearth the coffin buried underneath. But then, something strange happened. The coffin had been buried upright in the soil, made entirely of fine silk wood. Yet now it seemed fused into the earth, as if rooted down. More than a dozen men pulled together with all their strength, but they couldn't budge it even slightly. In the end, Huang Minghu directly called in a crane. BZZZ. After securing steel cables tightly around the coffin, the crane powered up to full capacity. Within moments, however, the steel cable snapped clean apart. And still, the coffin remained motionless. This is getting eerie. Seeing this, many people present couldn't suppress looks of fear. Chapter 057. What? Huang Minghu's face turned pale and ashen. When his father passed away, he had personally handled the funeral arrangements. The coffin was made of high-grade silk wood, and together with his father's body inside, it weighed just over 1 ton. That a group of Shui people couldn't lift it was already strange enough, but even a crane capable of lifting 50 tons couldn't budge this coffin? This clearly defied scientific principles. Mr. Chun, what should we do now? Huang Minghu urgently turned to Chunfong. Chunfong also frowned deeply. Sensing the cold, chilling aura emanating from within the coffin, he thought for a moment and said, "Things have gotten complicated. I need to go back and prepare some things. How about this? I'll bring some tools tomorrow at noon and help you sort everything out." Though Huang Minghu harbored some doubts about whether Chunfong was truly reliable, such an eerie occurrence had terrified him so thoroughly that other than trusting Chunfong, he had no alternative. He nodded hesitantly. "Mr. Chun, I leave this matter entirely in your hands. Once it's resolved, I'll personally give you another 10 million yuan as thanks." Chunfong nodded. Sensing Huang Minghu's fear, he reassured him, "Don't worry, Boss Huang. Since I've taken your money, the job is mine to finish." Afterward, Chunfong and Huang Minghu returned together by car to the urban area of Jiangzhou City. After parting ways with Huang Minghu temporarily, Chunfong planned to pick up his daughter and head home to cook dinner. At that moment, Jiang Shi called. "Chunfong, was it real when you helped Mr. Liu with feng shui the other time? Do you really understand feng shui?" Jiang Shi asked suddenly. "I do." "What?" To the woman he loved, there was no need to hide anything. "Lately, my mom and my younger sister invested in a bridge construction project together. But these past few days, some unexpected accidents occurred at the construction site. People are saying it might be due to feng shui issues. If you really understand it, could you go check it out and see what's wrong?" Jiang Shi asked cautiously. She knew Chunfong didn't have a good relationship with her mother and sister, so she was worried whether he'd actually agree to help. But Jiang Shi clearly underestimated Chun Feng's magnanimity. He nodded. "Send me the location. I'll pick up my daughter first, then head over and take a look." Jiang Shi nodded and quickly sent the coordinates. Chunfong went to the education center first, picked up his daughter, bought her some snacks on the way, sent her home, and only then set off toward the construction site Jiang Shi had sent him. Meanwhile, in a high-end French restaurant downtown, Jiang Shi sat across from a handsome young man having dinner. This young man was Mingyu, the heir of the Ming family. Recently, Jiang Shi had asked him for a favor, so she felt obligated to treat him to dinner in return. But truthfully, Jiang Shi didn't want any deeper connection with Mingyu, so she hoped he'd eat and drink his fill quickly so they could both go their separate ways. "Excuse me, your strawberry milkshake has arrived," said a waiter, placing an elegantly presented milkshake before Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi looked slightly surprised. Across the table, Mingyu smiled gently. "I remember how much you loved strawberry milkshakes as a kid. I hope your taste hasn't changed." "I can't believe you still remember that," Jiang Shi said with a soft smile. She picked up the glass and took a small sip. The sweet, fruity flavor brought comforting delight to her taste buds. Mingyu gazed at her affectionately. "Of course, it's not just the strawberry milkshake. Everything about you, I remember clearly." Chapter 058. She, do you still remember when we studied together as classmates? If it weren't for you risking everything to pass me the answers during that exam, I probably wouldn't have gotten into a key high school. When I came back from abroad, I found out you were already married. To be honest, I felt deeply regretful, and even now, I still deeply regret it. Mingyu spoke with heartfelt emotion. "Regret what?" "Meeting me," Jiang Shi asked curiously, sipping her milkshake. "I regret listening to my parents and going overseas to study for so many years. Sure, I gained a lot of knowledge, but I missed out on my youth." Mingyu sighed softly. "If I hadn't left the country back then, we wouldn't have lost touch. You wouldn't have had to suffer so much." Jiang Shi remained silent, only lightly biting her lower lip. Indeed, she had endured great hardship over the years, most of which stemmed from Chunfong. She'd considered divorce before, wanting to leave this man who had disappointed her so deeply. But then she'd think of her young daughter, and of the emotional trauma divorce would inflict upon her child, and each time, she gritted her teeth and stayed. Still, Jiang Shi was relatively satisfied with her current life, so she offered a polite smile and said, "Actually, my life now is much better than before. Chunfong has truly changed for the better. I know, but if you were with me, I could give you an even better life," Mingyu said sincerely. His eyes fell upon her right hand resting on the table. Gathering courage, he reached out and grabbed it. But Jiang Shi frowned, immediately pulling her hand back, leaving Mingyu no room or opportunity. A wave of defeat washed over him. Yet this reaction wasn't entirely unexpected. If she were an easy woman to win over, she wouldn't have become the stakes in his bet with a friend, nor would she be worth tens of millions. "All right, I suppose I was too hasty. If I offended you in any way, I'm sorry." Mingyu quickly composed himself and apologized with perfect gentlemanly grace. Jiang Shi relaxed slightly and gave a small nod. "I won't tell anyone about today." After that, neither spoke again. Following dinner, Mingyu offered to drive Jiang Shi home. Since it was late and hard to hail a cab, she didn't refuse. They walked along a quiet alleyway. Suddenly, a group of hostile-looking youths wielding weapons emerged from both ends of the alley, surrounding them completely. Jiang Shi's beautiful eyes widened in alarm, her delicate face flushing with fear. She never expected to run into highway robbers. "Don't be afraid." At that moment, Mingyu stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Jiang Shi. He calmly pulled out his wallet and said, "Just don't get violent. Take all the cash, the bank cards inside. The pins are the last 6 digits of the card numbers." The leader of the gang snatched the wallet, glanced at the thick stack of cash and multiple cards, and broke into a satisfied grin. Yet they made no move to leave. Well, not often we come across such a pretty little thing. How about staying a while? Have some fun with us. The youth advanced with his men toward Jiangxi, reaching out to grope her face. Jiangxi screamed in terror. At the critical moment, she was suddenly pulled into a strong, firm embrace, immediately followed by the pained cries of the thugs. Chapter 59. Mingyu suddenly stepped forward, one arm shielding Jiangxi, the other clenched into a fist that slammed hard into the face of the leading youth. Boom! The young man was instantly knocked flying several meters. Then the others, brandishing weapons, rushed in from all directions. Crack! Pop! Moments later, the entire group of would-be robbers lay sprawled on the ground, beaten and broken, scrambling to flee in panic, abandoning their weapons as they fled. Mingyu didn't bother chasing them. Instead, he turned to look at Jiangxi in his arms and asked, "She, are you alright?" Jiangxi stared blankly for a moment before snapping back to reality, then shook her head. Mingyu acted appropriately, immediately releasing her and putting a respectful distance between them. He apologized gently. "I'm sorry. Had I known the area was this unsafe, I wouldn't have taken this route." At that moment, Mingyu looked just like the warm, protective male lead from a Korean drama. Jiangxi's lips moved slightly as she began to thank him, but suddenly noticed blood seeping through Mingyu's palm. "You're injured." "It's nothing, just a small wound," Mingyu said dismissively, shaking his head with an indifferent expression. They quickly headed to the nearest hospital. A deep cut on Mingyu's hand required immediate sutures. Throughout the treatment, Jiangxi stayed faithfully by his side. My hand can't move. Could you sign the medical consent form for me?" Mingyu requested. Hospital consent forms were typically signed by the patient themselves, or if incapacitated, by an immediate family member. As a friend, Jiangxi technically had no authority to sign. Yet after only a brief hesitation, she nodded and signed the document for him. Just then, Jiangxi received a call from her mother, Jiang Lan, who said that Chunfong had already resolved their issue, and the whole family was now having dinner at Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. She urged Jiangxi to come over as soon as possible. Jiangxi hesitated and didn't agree right away. "If you have something to attend to, go ahead," Mingyu said gently. "Don't worry about me. It's just a minor injury. It'll be fine by tomorrow." The more composed and unconcerned he appeared, the more guilty Jiangxi felt inside. In her mind, if Mingyu hadn't been protecting her, he wouldn't have fought back, and wouldn't have been wounded and bleeding. But she couldn't ignore her mother Jiang Lan's request. Reluctantly, she agreed and put down her phone, apologizing sincerely. "I'm sorry, my mom suddenly needs me. I have to go. We'll catch up again when I have time." We'll stay in touch," Mingyu nodded. After Jiangxi hurried away, Mingyu watched her retreating figure with a faint, hidden smile. Then he pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Snap! At that moment, a young man approached from the side and respectfully lit his cigarette. Had Jiangxi still been there, she would have instantly recognized this man. He was none other than the very youth who had led the robbery in the alley just minutes earlier. "Su Chao, you did well tonight. Bring your company's order contract tomorrow and come sign with Ming Corporation," Mingyu said casually. "Brother you, thank you so much," Su Chao exclaimed joyfully, hastily expressing his gratitude. With just those few words, Mingyu could bring tens of millions in profit to Su Chao's family. The very reason why Su Chao remained utterly loyal. "Brother you, there's something I don't quite understand. Judging by your performance tonight, with just a little more push, you might have gotten her completely. Why let her go so easily?" Su Chao asked, puzzled. If I'd taken her tonight, those guys wouldn't have respected me. They'd say I only got her body, not her heart. I'm playing the long game. I want both her heart and her body. When that happens, those fools won't dare utter a word." Mingyu replied coolly, taking a slow drag from his cigarette. "No wonder your brother you. Your thinking runs deeper than mine." Su Chao quickly chimed in, eager to flatter. Chapter 60. Meanwhile, on Chunfeng's side, after receiving the call from Jiangxi and learning the location of his mother-in-law's construction site, he settled his daughter and immediately hailed a taxi to head straight to the scene. By the time he arrived, many people were already gathered at the construction site. About half of them were workers wearing safety helmets. The other half were local villagers who had come to gawk. His mother-in-law Jiang Lan, his younger sister-in-law Lin Shiyan, and her fiancé Li Bo were all clearly present, each wearing a yellow safety helmet, anxiously discussing something among themselves. Unaware of the situation, Chunfong approached one of the local villagers for information. These bosses planned to build a bridge here, but didn't perform the groundbreaking ritual. They offended the mountain god of this area. And after driving just the first foundation pile, problems started popping up. The foundation hole was drilled, but no matter how much cement they poured in, it wouldn't fill up. They say for the past few days, they've done nothing but pour cement, tens of thousands of tons altogether, and still it hasn't worked. Later, the bosses paid a fortune to hire a feng shui master. The so-called expert claimed there was a feng shui issue and demanded money for rituals. After collecting tens of millions from them, he vanished overnight. Gone. Just my luck. They say the site has run out of funds and is about to be taken over by another contractor. The villager clucked his tongue in disbelief. Is it really that bad? Chunfong couldn't help but feel uneasy after hearing this, thinking to himself that his mother-in-law truly had terrible luck. He found a spot with a good view and surveyed the entire construction site, focusing especially on the bridge foundation rumored to be problematic. I see. That's how it is. Quickly, Chunfong figured out the root cause. The problem wasn't serious, and it was easy enough to fix. Just then, Jiang Shiyan suddenly spotted Chunfong and gasped in surprise. Huh? When did you get here? Just arrived. Chunfong replied calmly, glancing briefly at the three of them. She called me and said you're having some trouble here, so I came to take a look. I heard you were also scammed by a feng shui master. Seeing no one respond, he asked again, why didn't you come find me earlier about something like this? When it came to feng shui, he was the expert, and since they were family, he wouldn't charge an arm and a leg, let alone disappear with their money. But to Jiang Lan and the others, his words sounded like nothing more than smug hindsight. Now I get it. You little bastard aren't here to help. You're just here to laugh at our misfortune. Jiang Lan snapped angrily. Yeah, making sarcastic comments. Who even has a conscience like that? Jiang Shiyan added, equally indignant. Chunfong shrugged and gave a bitter smile. I just told you. I'm here to help. Then go ahead and help. Li Bo urged coldly, his face stern. Chunfong pointed toward the distant foundation structure and said calmly, you're all worried that something strange is going on beneath this foundation, that no matter how much cement you pour, the hole never fills up. Let me tell you why. Underground here lies the den of yellow weasels. Your foundation work punched right into their home. But what does digging into a yellow weasel's den have to do with the cement not filling the hole? Jiang Lan asked skeptically. Yellow weasels are extremely vengeful and clever. While you dig above, they dig below. No matter how much cement you pour into your hole, it simply flows out through theirs. It's like a fully connected pipeline. How could it ever fill up? Chunfong explained, shaking his head. Upon hearing his words, the group exchanged uneasy glances. Damn, is it really that creepy? Chapter 61. What should we do now? Is the foundation completely ruined? Jiang Lan asked urgently. This time, her tone had become much gentler. Chunfong, you're my sister's husband. Don't just stand there making cold remarks. You have to help us. Li Bo and I, along with my mom, have poured all our savings into this project. We even mortgaged our house to the bank. Jiang Shiyao said anxiously. Chunfong stroked his chin in thought and said, go find some villagers and buy 10 free-range chickens. Also get some cinnabar powder, a writing brush, and yellow talismans. What do you need those for? Li Bo asked, bewildered. Before Chunfong could reply, Jiang Lan quickly interrupted. Don't ask questions. Just split up and buy them right away. I'll get the chickens. You two go get the cinnabar, brush, and talismans. Head into the city and bring them back. The three immediately divided their tasks. Half an hour later, they finally gathered everything Chunfong needed. Chunfong tied the 10 chickens together, dipped a brush in cinnabar, wrote several large red characters on a yellow talisman, then stuck it onto the chickens. Finally, he tossed the bundle of chickens along with the talisman directly down into the hole. He then brushed dust off his hands and calmly said, problem solved. Solved? Seriously? Are you sure? Is this kid just messing around and trying to trick us? But none of them truly believed him. Chunfong sighed and explained, those 10 chickens are gifts offered to the weasels dwelling below. The yellow talisman is my warning to them. This tactic is called diplomacy first, force next. If they accept the offering, they'll naturally fill up that hole beneath and leave this place, never causing trouble again. Seeing how confidently Chunfong spoke, the three exchanged glances, each still half convinced, half doubtful. If you don't believe me, Chunfong said coolly, you can try pouring cement again. No surprises this time. It'll definitely fill the hole completely. Mom, what do you think? Should we trust him? Jiang Shiyao wavered. Jiang Lan gritted her teeth and slapped her leg. Fine. Let's listen to this young man and give it a try. Anyway, it's our last resort. Just as they were preparing to buy another batch of cement to test filling the hole once more, suddenly a convoy of black cars arrived from the direction of the city, coming to a stop right before them. Out stepped a group of burly men dressed in suits. Leading them was a haughty young master wearing sunglasses, who strode forward arrogantly and declared, well, have you made your decision yet? I brought the transfer contract. Sign it, and I'll hand over 10 million on the spot, in exchange for transferring this construction site to me. Seeing that Jiang Lan and the others remained silent, the young man continued, are you idiots? Can't you see what's going on? With such bizarre incidents occurring, your project here is doomed anyway. Instead of losing 50 million pointlessly, why not sell out to me and recover at least 10 million in damages? You won't get a better offer than this. This young man was none other than Huang Fading, the eldest son of the Huang family. At this sight, Jiang Lan respectfully replied, young Master Huang, the issue at the construction site has already been resolved, so we aren't planning to sell. Resolved? What bullshit? I'm telling you straight. This problem can't be solved by you people. Huang Fading waved his hand dismissively, brimming with confidence. At this moment, Chunfong couldn't help but ask, how do you know we can't solve it? Oh, didn't expect you to be here too. Huang Fading showed a flicker of surprise at seeing Chunfong, then sneered and laid his cards on the table. Because the trouble at your construction site was caused by me. I did it on purpose, to ruin you, to make you lose everything. Upon hearing these words, everyone's faces turned deathly pale. Jiang Lan looked as if the sky had fallen, trembling as she cried out, young Master Huang, we've never wronged you. We have no grudge. Why would you do this to us? Chapter 062. We never had any grudge to begin with, and I don't even care about this petty business. Ask him for the real reason. Huang Fading pointed at Chunfong, his face as dark as ink. Jiang Lan and the others immediately turned to stare at Chunfong. Chunfong, what the hell is going on? How did you offend young Master Huang? Jiang Shiyan shouted in accusation. Hurry up and explain. If you made the mess, don't drag us down with you. Li Bo glared, utterly furious. Chunfong said calmly, nothing much. A few days ago, young Master Huang made a bet with me and lost. In front of many people, he crawled under my crotch, that's all. He spoke as if it were nothing. But upon hearing this, Jiang Lan and the others nearly dropped dead on the spot. Why you? What did you say? You actually made young Master Huang crawl under your crotch. Was life not good enough? Why provoke death like this? You damn fool. If you don't value your own life, don't drag us into this. Jiang Lan was already trembling with fear. Jiang Shiyan wasn't faring any better. They had assumed it was just a minor conflict that could be resolved with an apology, but they never expected it to be such a deadly feud. Li Bo instantly reacted, quickly turning to Huang Fading. Young Master Huang, it's a misunderstanding. This idiot has a grudge against you. Take revenge on him, not us. We barely know him. Right. We don't know him at all. Not even a little. Jiang Shiyan nodded vigorously, but Huang Fading simply crossed his arms and sneered. I've already dug up all your records. This little bastard is your brother-in-law, your son-in-law, you're practically family. Haven't you heard of collective punishment? Then he pointed at Chunfong and said, you little brat, I've thought about it. Although you offended me, I don't have to crush you completely. Since all your relatives are here, why don't you kneel down, count out to me 3 times, and call me grandpa 3 times? Maybe then I'll show mercy and let you all go. In truth, Huang Fading never intended to spare Chunfong. He only said this to humiliate him publicly by forcing him to kneel. Didn't you hear what young Master Huang said? Kneel down and kowtow now. Do you know who young Master Huang is? It's an honor for you to kowtow to him. The three, Jiang Lan, Jiang Shiyan, and Li Bo, stared wide-eyed, urging Chunfong desperately. If Huang Fading hadn't specifically demanded Chunfeng's kowtow, these three would have already thrown themselves to the ground like dogs. Faced with this, Chunfong could only shake his head. You really think what Huang Fading says can be trusted? Whether it's trustworthy or not, you'll have to try to find out. Huang Fading threatened sinisterly. Seeing that the other wouldn't back down, Chunfong narrowed his eyes, looked up at Huang Fading, and asked, "You're certain that kneeling is the only way to resolve this?" "That's right." Huang Fading nodded firmly. After all, a few days ago, he himself had knelt and crawled under someone's crotch, an unbearable humiliation. Only by making Chunfong kneel could he repay that disgrace. All right then. Chunfong nodded. Just as everyone thought he was about to kneel before Huang Fading in public and beg for forgiveness, Chunfong suddenly vanished into thin air. The next moment, he appeared right in front of Huang Fading, raised his hand, pressed it onto Huang Fading's shoulder, and pushed down hard. Crack! Before Huang Fading could even react, his knees buckled, and he dropped to the ground. "You insisted on kneeling, didn't you? I'm fulfilling your wish." Standing before Huang Fading, Chunfong smiled faintly, almost mockingly. Chapter 63. You bastard. Huang Fading knelt on the ground, eyes bloodshot with rage, yet completely immobilized by Chunfeng's hand pressing down on his shoulder, as helpless as the Monkey King crushed beneath Wuji Mountain. All he could do was curse wildly. Actually, Huang Fading had brought a group of bodyguards with him today, just in case things went wrong. But under these circumstances, the entire group of bodyguards behind him stood frozen, not daring to move an inch, afraid that provoking Chunfong might result in their young master being slapped to death right before their eyes. Jiang Lan and the others were utterly stunned by the scene. Jiang Lan was already elderly and suffered from high blood pressure. Overwhelmed by shock, she rolled her eyes and fainted instantly. "Mom, are you okay?" Jiang Shiyao and Li Bo quickly rushed to support Jiang Lan, performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and CPR. At this moment, realizing he was powerless, Huang Fading gritted his teeth and snarled, "You bastard! Do you even know who I am?" "I know perfectly well," Chunfong replied calmly. "Aren't you Huang Minghu's eldest son, the heir of the Huang family? You actually know my father." Huang Fading suddenly lit up with hope, shouting threateningly, "Then you should know what kind of man he is. If he finds out you've humiliated his son like this, he'll tear you into pieces." "I doubt it," Chunfong chuckled. "If your father found out you were causing trouble here, not only would he not blame me, he'd probably come over and slap you twice himself right in front of me. Wanna bet?" "You go eat shit. My dad has never laid a hand on me." Huang Fading screamed in fury, refusing to believe a word. "Fine, I'll give you a chance. Call your father now and tell him to come." With a casual kick, Chunfong sent Huang Fading flying several meters. Gritting through the pain, Huang Fading immediately pulled out his phone and dialed his father, Huang Minghu. "What? Someone dared to touch you? And wants me to show up personally? God damn it, who the hell has such balls? I'm coming right now to deal with him." After hearing Huang Fading's exaggerated account, Huang Minghu flew into a rage. Gathering his most elite enforcers, he roared toward the scene in a furious rush. Less than 10 minutes later, Huang Minghu arrived. He came with a long convoy of Land Rovers, followed by over 100 burly men armed with weapons, swiftly surrounding the entire construction site so tightly that not even a fly could escape. Everyone present trembled in fear, too terrified to utter a sound. "Humph." Huang Minghu strode forward with his entourage, exuding authority without saying a word. Everyone quickly stepped aside to make way. When he reached the front and recognized Chunfong, his brows tightened slightly as he said gravely, "Mr. Chun, we're at least acquainted. Isn't this treatment of my son a bit inappropriate?" "Your son started this," Chunfong said coolly, narrowing his eyes. "Now that Director Huang is here, just slap your son twice and compensate my mother-in-law for her financial losses over the past few years. Then we can let this go." "Are you giving me orders?" Huang Minghu's expression instantly turned icy dark. In Jiangzhou, he was a top-tier powerhouse who stood on equal footing with Elder Yi. He was used to giving orders, not taking them. "Yeah, I'm just making a suggestion," Chunfong replied smoothly, rubbing his chin. "You can take it or leave it. But, Director Huang, don't forget, one thing still hasn't been resolved. Your family's ancestral graves." Chapter 64. Chunfong had the full confidence to invite Huang Minghu over. That was why he dared. And Huang Minghu's reaction unfolded exactly as Chunfong had anticipated. "Dad, what are you doing? Don't listen to this bastard barking. Hurry up and deal with him. Beat the hell out of him." Huang Fading urged beside them, unable to hold back any longer. "Shut up," Huang Minghu suddenly roared. Then he raised his hand and slapped Huang Fading across the face. Two sharp, resounding slaps that left his son seeing stars, dazed and speechless. This scene shocked everyone present. Incredulity was written on every face, including the bodyguards from the Huang family, all stunned beyond belief. No one could have imagined it. Huang Minghu, infamous for doting on his son, had actually raised his hand against his own flesh and blood, just to protect an outsider like Chunfong. Who is this young man? How can even Mr. Huang back down for him like this? That's insane. Everyone stared deeply at Chunfong, memorizing his appearance instantly. They knew they must never provoke this person ever again. Jiang Lan had just regained consciousness when she saw this spectacle, nearly passing out a third time. She couldn't help but gasp, "Good Lord above." Jiang Shiyao and Li Bo stood frozen, equally dumbstruck, unable to utter a single word. Then, immediately, Huang Minghu instructed his accountant to run the calculations. After a moment, he stepped forward respectfully and said, "Mr. Chun, I've just had our finance team assess the damages. Due to my son's disruption, a total of 7 days of construction were delayed. Factoring in all costs, the Huang Corporation is willing to compensate with 35 million in cash. Is this amount satisfactory to you?" Chunfong wasn't sure, so he glanced at Jiang Lan and the others. "Is 35 million enough?" "Yes, more than enough." Jiang Lan nodded fervently. "Then it's settled," Chunfong replied, not wanting to dwell on it further. So Huang Minghu, following their verbal agreement, transferred 35 million into Jiang Lan's company account. "Mr. Chun, I've met all your demands. Can we put this matter behind us now? Huang Minghu asked, looking directly at Chunfong. Let's close this chapter. Chunfong nodded. Then see you tomorrow. With that, Huang Minghu turned and, carrying his injured son Huang Fading, climbed into his private vehicle. The convoy roared away into the distance. But the moment he entered the car, Huang Minghu's expression turned pitch black, dark as if it could drip ink. Dad, are we really just letting it end like this today? I don't care if I lose face, but you can't. Our family's honor cannot be disgraced. Huang Fading said bitterly, his voice filled with bugone, resentment, and unwillingness. Huang Minghu grew angrier the more he thought about it. Yet he still needed Chunfong to handle the ancestral tomb matter and improve his family's feng shui fortune. He couldn't afford to offend him now. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly and said, "You don't understand. This is like a tiger lying low on a hillside, biding its time, concealing its claws, enduring the humiliation. Tomorrow, once that Chin fellow fixes our ancestral tomb, I'll turn on him immediately. I'll crush him utterly. I'll make everyone in Jiangzhou know who the real boss is." Having said that, Huang Minghu immediately made several phone calls, arranging every detail of his revenge for the next day. "Chunfong, my dear son-in-law, earlier I wronged you. It was my mistake, a true mistake." Jiang Lan, having fainted twice and just awakened again, learned what had transpired and instantly shifted her attitude toward Chunfong from casual indifference to deep respect. Now, she could barely restrain herself from humbling herself completely before her esteemed son-in-law. "Brother-in-law, we were also in the wrong. We spoke poorly earlier. Please don't hold it against us." Jiang Shiyao and Li Bo quickly followed suit, scrambling to apologize to Chunfong. Chapter 65. Facing his mother-in-law and younger sister-in-law's sincere apologies, Chunfong wasn't the least bit surprised. This day had been coming sooner or later. Still, he didn't make things difficult for these relatives. He simply nodded and said, "Mom, Shireo, what happened in the past is over. I truly want to live a good life with Shiri. I just hope that from now on, you won't keep speaking ill of me in front of her and damaging the relationship between us as husband and wife." "Brother-in-law, we rarely say such things. It's mostly Mom." Jiang Shireo quickly clarified. "It was Mom's fault. I admit it, and I'll never do it again." Jiang Lan repeatedly confessed her mistake, then pulled out her phone. "Good son-in-law, look here. Mingyu's number. I'm blocking him right now. I'll never contact him again from this day forward." With that, Jiang Lan immediately added Mingyu's phone number to her blacklist. "We'll block him too." Jiang Shireo and Li Bo exchanged a glance, then swiftly followed suit, deleting all their connections with Mingyu on the spot. They did this because they had finally seen things clearly. True, Mingyu was the eldest young master of the Ming family, with status and powerful backing, but whether he could actually marry Jiang Shiri remained uncertain. After all, Shiri hadn't given any clear response yet. But Chunfong was legally Shiri's husband. They had a marriage certificate. More importantly, Chunfong had managed to overpower the Huang family, forcing someone as influential as Huang Minghu to back down. That kind of capability was no less impressive than that of the young master of the Ming family. "Good son-in-law, I've thought it over," Jiang Lan said eagerly. "Thanks to you today, we were saved from serious trouble. So, half of the profits from this bridge construction project will go to you. The other half, Shireo and I will split between us." "Yes, brother-in-law. With such a huge contribution, you deserve at least half. Otherwise, we'd feel terrible about ourselves." Jiang Shireo quickly chimed in with agreement. Seeing how enthusiastic they were, Chunfong made only a token refusal before calmly accepting. Brother-in-law, since it's still early, let's head back into the city and have dinner at Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. I must personally toast you a few times," Li Bo said excitedly. Since everything at the construction site had been settled, there was no need for them to stay and supervise. So together, they got into the car and headed straight toward Jiangzhou's most luxurious hotel. To express their apology, Li Bo was hosting tonight. He spared no expense, reserving a large private dining room, ordering an entire table full of expensive dishes, and even going back home once to retrieve 2 bottles of precious aged wine he had been saving for years. "Brother-in-law, we salute you." Li Bo and Jiang Shireo each raised their glasses, taking turns toasting Chunfong until they drained an entire bottle of baijiu. At that moment, Jiang Lan realized Shiri hadn't arrived yet. She immediately took out her phone and called her daughter, telling her the crisis was resolved and that everyone was waiting at the hotel. She urged Shiri to come and join them. Soon after, Jiang Shiri hurried into the private room. "Shiri, during this time, you haven't been in contact with young Master Ming, have you?" Jiang Lan asked bluntly. Shiri was taken aback. She shook her head. "No, Mom. Why are you suddenly asking me this?" Good. No contact is good. It was all my foolishness trying to matchmake you with that young master. From now on, I won't meddle anymore. You and Chunfong should just live your lives peacefully and happily together," Jiang Lan said with a beaming smile. "That's right, sister. You two are still young. When are you going to have a second baby?" Jiang Shireo added joyfully. Jiang Shiri was still stunned by how drastically her family's attitude toward Chunfong had changed. Clearly, she didn't fully understand what had happened. She sat beside Chunfong and whispered, "Did something happen? Why is my family suddenly so nice to you?" "Nothing much. I just helped them handle a little trouble," Chunfong replied casually. Yet at that very moment, Chunfong caught a faint, unfamiliar scent drifting from Jiang Shiri's clothes. Chapter 066. The fragrance was mint-scented, light, and subtle, typical of a man's cologne. It wasn't just Chunfong who noticed. Jiang Shiyao, sitting across the table, immediately caught the scent as well. Li Bo smelled it soon after. The two exchanged a glance, but remained silent. Curious, Chunfong couldn't help but ask, "Honey, where did this scent on you come from? Is there any scent on me?" Jiang Shi hadn't realized she was carrying an unfamiliar fragrance. "I don't smell anything." Jiang Shiyao shook her head, turning to Li Bo beside her with a puzzled look. "Did you smell something?" Li Bo also shook his head. Both looked innocently clueless. Then Jiang Shi explained, "Today's Saturday, the store was pretty busy. Many male customers came to buy jewelry for their partners. Maybe I picked up the scent from one of them. Sorry, I'll pay more attention next time." Chunfong didn't think much of it and smiled lightly. "It's fine. The scent actually smells quite nice." With that, the family continued their meal. Halfway through dinner, Jiang Shiyao excused herself to go to the restroom. Li Bo quickly followed her out. They met in the hallway. That cologne sent from my sister just now, Jiang Shiyao whispered. Doesn't it seem familiar to you? It's probably Chanel's mint cologne. A lot of people use it. Young Master Ming especially likes this one. Li Bo answered casually. But then, suddenly, his expression changed as realization hit him. Oh no, could it actually be young Master Ming? Jiang Shiyao quickly covered his mouth, silencing him, then whispered. Earlier, Mom asked sister if she'd been in contact with young Master Ming recently. She said no. Looks like she wasn't telling the truth. She must have met him tonight, and they were close enough for his scent to rub off on her. Cologne differs from perfume. Cologne is for men, lighter in intensity and low in diffusion. It doesn't transfer to others unless they're very close. If this had happened earlier, they might have been delighted. But now, all they felt was panic. What do we do now? We were the ones who encouraged her in the first place. If brother-in-law finds out, he'll kill us. Li Bo swallowed hard, fear flashing across his face. Maybe we should try talking some sense into your sister. Tell her to stop seeing young Master Ming and just live her normal life. Are you stupid? If we say that, we're basically confessing everything. Jiang Shiyao rolled her eyes dramatically. We pretend we know nothing. Don't bring it up. Let my sister handle it herself. Yeah, guess that's the only way. After thinking it over, Li Bo nodded in agreement. Playing dumb really was their best option. Having reached an understanding, they returned to the private room, only to find dinner nearly finished. Chunfong and Jiang Shi were already packing up the leftovers. Brother-in-law, sister, why are you taking these home? If you like the food, I can ask the chef to make you a fresh batch. Li Bo quickly offered. Chunfong waved his hand. That'd be too wasteful. Taking these home gives us another couple of meals, saves us from cooking. Then let us help. Jiang Shiyao hurried over to assist with packing. Afterward, everyone said their goodbyes at the hotel entrance and went their separate ways. Chunfong and Jiang Shi took a taxi home. Once they arrived, Jiang Shi was about to wash up and go to bed when Chunfong mysteriously pulled out a gift box and smiled. Honey, you've worked so hard out there. This is a little gift I got for you. Chapter 067. Huh, a gift for me? Jiang Shi looked genuinely surprised. This seemed to be the first time she'd ever received a present from her husband. She opened the gift box and found inside a stylish dress set, along with an exquisitely crafted pair of high heels. No woman could resist such a gift. Yet the smile on Jiang Shi's face lasted only a moment before she frowned. Why did you buy such expensive clothes and shoes? Just because you've got some money now, you don't know your own name anymore? You have to spend every last penny, don't you? Chunfong chuckled and said, well, it's already bought and no returns allowed. Come on, darling, try them on. I really can't do anything with you. Jiang Shi pouted slightly. Still, she quickly put on the new outfit. With the boost of international luxury brands, Jiang Shi's entire demeanor transformed instantly. Previously, though undeniably beautiful, her plain clothing and job as a salesperson had always given her the air of an ordinary, down-to-earth beauty. But now, a hint of nobility radiated from her, graceful, dignified, and subtly distant. She could now stand shoulder to shoulder with Yi Shaoqian without any sense of inferiority. It's just a set of clothes, Jiang Shi asked Chunfong. Was it really worth spending so much? Chunfong paused briefly, then smiled and nodded. I can't speak for others, but for my wife, you're absolutely worth it. When did you get so smooth with words? Jiang Shi couldn't help but laugh. Casually flipping her long hair at the nape of her neck, she said offhandedly, I've been busy all day. My whole body aches terribly. Chunfong immediately seized the opportunity. Then let me give you a full body massage. I'm quite skilled at it. I'll go take a shower first. Jiang Shi didn't refuse. Soon, Jiang Shi emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her skin still steaming, her breathtaking beauty softened by a delicate mistiness. Chunfong gulped hard, ready to show off his skills, when suddenly, their daughter in the adjacent bedroom started crying. They rushed over at once. Their late Chen Xiao, eyes tightly shut, her little face contorted in pain, murmuring faintly. It hurts. It hurts so much. Should we take her to the hospital? Jiang Shi asked anxiously. No need. I'll just brew a pot of medicine. Chunfong immediately headed to the kitchen, mixing the remaining herbs and placing them into a clay pot to simmer. Before long, he poured out a large bowl of steaming herbal soup. After feeding it to Xiao, her condition stabilized, and she fell into a peaceful sleep. You said you could cure our daughter's illness. Jiang Shi couldn't help but question. But this keeps happening. Chunfong nodded. But my cultivation level isn't high enough yet. For now, I can only suppress the symptoms. Once I reach the level of sage physician, I'll be able to completely cure Xiao's leukemia. Sage physician? But aren't you already a divine physician? Jiang Shi asked, thoroughly confused. Divine physician is just a title. In the medical arts, there are clear cultivation tiers: physician, enlightened physician, sage physician, and heavenly physician. I've only recently entered the enlightened physician stage. Give me time. I'll break through to sage physician as soon as possible. Chunfong offered a brief explanation of the hierarchy in medical cultivation. Jiang Shi nodded slowly, half understanding. Then curiosity flickered in her eyes. Wait, I remember you didn't know any of this before. When exactly did you have this sudden enlightenment? Chapter 68. Not long ago, I bought 2 cheap books from a street stall, one about feng shui, the other about traditional Chinese medicine. That's where I learned it. Chunfong casually scratched his nose and made up an excuse on the spot. Although he had been reborn and only wanted to spoil his wife and child, willing to be completely honest with them, he still had to consider his wife's psychological limits. After all, not everyone could accept the idea of someone being reborn from the future. To make it sound more convincing, Chunfong continued. Those 2 books might still be lying somewhere at home. Should I dig them out for you to take a look? He knew Jiang Shi didn't like reading. Her eyesight wasn't particularly good, suffering from mild myopia, making it hard for her to clearly see small print in books. Never mind. Let's go to sleep. As expected, Jiang Shi showed no interest. Lying on the bed, she suddenly blinked her beautiful eyes and said, I have the day off tomorrow, but I need to attend a morning meeting at the store to arrange some work. You drop our daughter off at preschool first, then come pick me up. Sure thing, I'll be there right on time. Chunfong confidently patted his chest in promise. Though he hadn't managed to get close to his wife tonight, Tomorrow offered an entire day ahead, more than enough time for the two of them to enjoy a wonderful date together. Get some rest early. Chunfong gently kissed Jiang Shi's forehead, but he didn't rush to sleep. Instead, after both his wife and child had fallen asleep, he pulled out the jade Buddha pendant from his pocket, then took out a craft knife and began carefully carving mysterious symbols onto the surface of the jade. Combined, these markings formed a small-scale formation capable of activating the magical energy within the jade Buddha talisman, producing extraordinary effects. This miniature formation was called the Heaven Thunder Array, able to summon heavenly lightning to vanquish evil. It was especially effective against concealed supernatural entities. Since Chunfong had promised Huang Minghu he'd help deal with the ancestral grave issue tomorrow, he needed to prepare for any contingency. The next day, Chunfong prepared a lavish breakfast. After the family of three finished eating, he temporarily parted ways with Jiang Shi and personally took their daughter to preschool. After settling his daughter, Chunfong rushed toward the jewelry store as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Jiang Shi had already finished her morning meeting at the store and assigned tasks to her employees. She then walked outside, standing by the roadside waiting for Chunfeng's arrival. Today, Jiang Shi wore the latest Prada outfit Chunfong had given her. She looked both professional and fashionable, so stunning that numerous passers-by stopped to stare, men admiring, women feeling envious. Suddenly, an unexpected voice came. Jiang Shi turned around and saw, without knowing when, a white Bentley Bentayga SUV had silently pulled up behind her. This 4 million yuan ultra-luxury SUV, however, bore a surprisingly low-key and steady exterior. Behind the wheel sat Mingyu. Seeing Jiang Shi's surprise, Mingyu smiled and said, "I was just heading to the office, didn't expect to run into you here. You look absolutely captivating today." Pleased by the compliment, Jiang Shi replied with a radiant smile, "This outfit was a gift from my husband." "Your husband certainly has excellent taste," Mingyu nodded approvingly. His right hand was still bandaged, though it seemed mostly recovered. He remained seated in the car, chatting casually with Jiang Shi for a few minutes. Just as Mingyu felt the moment was ripe to extend a date invitation, Chunfong finally arrived. Chapter 69069. "Honey, is this your client?" Chunfong casually asked, looking at the handsome young man sitting in the Bentley. "This is Mingyu, young master of the Ming family. The one my mom told you about," Jiang Shi explained. "Oh, the young chairman of Ming Group. Long heard of your name." Chunfong remained polite in front of his wife as he greeted him. "Nice to meet you." Mingyu also reached out his hand and shook Chunfeng's with grace. After a few more minutes of small talk, Mingyu suddenly joked, "I heard from Shi that you're really good at playing cards. We should play together sometime. Actually, I have some business banquets where I need to accompany senior executives in card games, but I'm not very skilled. Maybe I could learn a thing or two from you." The remark was artfully delivered, carrying an undertone of mockery, yet impossible to openly challenge. "Sure, no problem." Chunfong smiled and nodded, completely unperturbed. Then he walked over to Jiang Shi, took her hand gently. "Honey, let's go." Jiang Shi nodded. Still feeling guilty about being rescued by Mingyu last night, she turned and said apologetically, "Young Master Ming, we'll be on our way now. I already made plans with my husband today. We're going on a date." "How romantic," Mingyu said with a slight squint of his eyes, smiling. Then he added kindly, "But the weather today isn't great. A storm's coming later. Are you sure you want to go strolling around outside? If you get soaked like drowned rats, your lovely date will be ruined, won't it?" "All right, it's supposed to rain today." Jiang Shi suddenly remembered the weather forecast. At this, Mingyu continued, "I actually have a better suggestion. You two could head to Jiangnan Spa down south of the city. It's a newly opened venue, top-tier facilities and service. Even people like me go there to unwind when we're off duty. Best part? It's all indoors. Rain or wind won't dampen your mood at all, right?" "That does sound nice," Jiang Shi said, visibly tempted. Chunfong stroked his chin thoughtfully, watching Mingyu closely. "If you decide to go to Jiangnan Spa, you can ride with me. A friend just invited me there today anyway," Mingyu said warmly. "But didn't you say earlier you were going to the company?" Jiang Shi asked. I only meant to drop by briefly. Doesn't matter if I go or not. I can just have my secretary report to me later," Mingyu smoothly covered. At this point, Chunfong turned to Jiang Shi and asked, "Honey, do you want to go there?" Jiang Shi nodded. "A friend told me the place is huge, with lots of fun things to do, and they serve amazing seafood feasts." "Then let's go." Chunfong didn't hesitate. He immediately stepped forward, opened the back door of the Bentley, and led his wife into the spacious rear seat. "Young Master Ming, thanks for giving us a ride." "My pleasure. We're all friends here." Mingyu chuckled lightly, then started the engine and drove toward Jiangnan Spa. Yet soon after setting off, Mingyu suddenly realized something felt off. When had he become nothing more than a driver for these two? Before long, the car arrived at the entrance of Jiangnan Spa. Though somewhat remote in location, the venue sprawled widely, boasting luxurious decor and diverse entertainment options, making it a favorite retreat for influential figures. "Yuji, you're here." A Porsche Panamera was parked at the entrance, and beside it stood a tall, muscular young man, Su Chao, Mingyu's most loyal follower. Seeing Su Chao, Jiang Shi suddenly froze. Something about this man seemed familiar. She felt she had seen him somewhere before. Chapter 070. This is my friend Jiang, and her husband. And this is my friend Su Chao. Mingyu made the introductions. Su Chao was friendly too, smiling as he greeted them. "Just call me Chao." But given Su Chao's towering build and mature appearance, out of politeness, Jiang Shi addressed him as Brother Chao and asked, "Brother Chao, have we met before?" The moment she said that, both Su Chao and Mingyu's expressions changed. "Haha, maybe so. I've had a few girlfriends before, and I used to take them shopping for jewelry often. Maybe we did a transaction together?" Su Chao replied with a laugh. Since Jiang Shi had previously worked as a salesperson dealing with hundreds of customers daily, there was no way she could remember every face. So Su Chao's explanation sounded perfectly reasonable, and Jiang Shi didn't suspect anything. Worried they might give themselves away, Mingyu said, "Let's go inside. It's too hot out here." Thus, the group of four entered Jiangnan Spa and Club. Inside featured numerous water-based amusement facilities, a buffet restaurant, bars, karaoke rooms, and even a gym and archery club. No matter your interests, you'd find something to enjoy once you were in. The only drawback was the high entry barrier. Tickets weren't sold publicly. Only private members could gain access. I'm a platinum member. There shouldn't be any problem bringing a friend today, right? Mingyu directly presented his platinum membership card at the front desk. Membership tiers varied. Only those at the platinum level or above were allowed to bring one non-member guest per visit. Shi, come on in. Mingyu led Jiang Shi through the access gate first. Next was Su Chao, confirming his membership status. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, but your platinum membership has expired. You've been downgraded to a regular gold member, which means only you can enter. You cannot bring a guest. The staff politely informed Su Chao and Chunfong, blocking their way. What? Expired? Su Chao pretended to be shocked, scratching his head apologetically as he turned to Chunfong. Sorry bro, my membership lapsed somehow. Looks like I can only go in alone. I can't bring you in. You'll have to figure something else out. With that, Su Chao quickly passed through security and slipped inside. Now Mingyu, Su Chao, and Jiang Shi had all entered, leaving only Chunfong outside. Chao, what the hell are you doing? Mingyu frowned, scolding him. Sorry Yuji, I've been busy with work lately, haven't come to spend much. Never thought they'd downgrade me. What can I do? Su Chao said helplessly. This complicates things. Mingyu stroked his chin, appearing deep in thought. His eyes shifted to Jiang Shi, watching her reaction carefully. Ideally, Jiang Shi wouldn't care much about this situation and would voluntarily suggest that Chunfong wait outside while she went in alone. That would give Mingyu plenty of opportunity. But based on his understanding of Jiang Shi, such a scenario was highly unlikely. Even if she refused to be separated from Chunfong and insisted on leaving, Mingyu planned to step in regardless, calling the owner behind the scenes to make an exception and allow Chunfong entry. That way, Jiang Shi would truly feel just how vast the gap in power was between her good-for-nothing husband and someone like him, a wealthy tycoon's heir. Chapter 071. Mingyu and Su Chao exchanged a brief glance. Chunfong immediately caught on. He shook his head slightly and chuckled, then said coolly to the staff member, since it's membership-based, go ahead and sign me up for one. At that moment, Su Chao, who was standing just inside the security gate, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Bro, you think this is some barbershop where they hand out memberships like free samples? The Jiangnan Water Club doesn't charge money for its membership, but you have to pass an asset verification. How much was it again? Suddenly I can't remember. You need assets of at least 8 digits, specifically liquid cash, Mingyu added indifferently. Hearing this, Jiang Shi instantly frowned. You need 10 million just to get a membership? That's such a high threshold. This place is clearly no spot for ordinary people like us. Miss Jiang, this place was never meant for ordinary folks anyway. You're only in here because of brother Yu. Su Chao grinned. Mingyu wore a faintly smug smile, though he still pretended to be concerned for Chunfong. Chunfong, how about this? I'll make a call. Maybe I can arrange something. Before Mingyu could finish, Chunfong pulled a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the front desk staff. Verify my assets. Though the card looked plain, it had just been loaded with the 1 million yuan check from Huang Minghu. The staff member immediately took the card to run a check. Moments later, their entire attitude changed, becoming notably respectful. Mr. Chun, congratulations, you've officially become a VIP member of Jiangnan Water Club. Your personal information has been entered into our system. Next time you visit, you can simply walk through security. Quick enough, Chunfong nodded. Then, without hesitation, he strode casually through the security gate and joined Jiang Shi. Witnessing this, Mingyu and Su Chao were utterly stunned. You actually have 10 million in your account. Su Chao shook his head. He wouldn't believe it even if someone killed him. Mingyu silently cursed inwardly. All his careful planning had just been effortlessly dismantled by Chunfong. Still, he kept his composure and forced a smile. Never thought you'd be so impressive, Brother Chun. At such a young age, already sitting on tens of millions. Not counting family dividends, as vice chairman of Ming Group, I only earn 5 million annually in fixed salary. On the surface, it sounded like praise, but in reality, he was flaunting his wealth. A mere 5 million in annual salary alone was mind-blowing. With dividends on top, earning tens or even hundreds of millions a year wasn't even difficult. Chunfong laughed lightly, pretending not to understand. Well then, you'd better keep working hard. There's still plenty of room for growth. Mingyu didn't respond, his expression sour. But Chunfong ignored him, instead turning to take Jiang Shi's hand gently. Smiling, he said, Honey, we've never been somewhere this upscale before. Let's go explore, see what fun things they've got. Jiang Shi nodded eagerly and followed Chunfong away. They wandered around the water club's main hall, surprised by how vast it was. The place offered nearly every imaginable entertainment facility. Truly, nothing seemed beyond reach. First, they grabbed some delicious seafood and fruit from the buffet, poured 2 glasses of freshly squeezed juice, and headed over to a small outdoor beach area, where they sat on a bench enjoying the sunshine. Honey, let me give you an oil massage. Chunfong somehow produced a bottle of essential oil and began diligently tending to her. Meanwhile, back in the main hall, Mingyu and Su Chao sat drinking in silence, brooding. Brother, you what now? Looks like we miscalculated, Su Chao said, worry creeping into his voice. Chapter 72. Chunfong and Jiang Shi had lounged comfortably on the beach for half the day. By noon, wind and rain began outside, so they finally returned indoors. They originally planned to have some lunch and then find a place to nap. Just then, Mingyu walked over and sat beside them, smiling as he said, There's a fighting match going on at the combat club. Su Chao signed up. After we finish lunch, let's go check it out and cheer him on. Since they were here to relax, watching a fight sounded fun. Without much thought, Jiang Shi readily agreed. Sure, yeah, let's go have a look. Chunfong didn't object either, though inside he wondered what kind of scheme these two were plotting against him this time. No matter what came his way, he wasn't afraid. After lunch, the 3 of them headed to the combat club within the water resort. As the name suggested, this was a place dedicated to training in freestyle combat, complete with professional fighting rings, coaches, referees, and various equipment for strength training. By the time they arrived, the match had already ended. Su Chao, wearing only red boxer shorts, revealed his heavily muscled physique while lifting dumbbells to train his arms. Little Chao, how'd you do? Tisk, all amateurs. No fun at all. I told them to come at me together, finish them all in under a minute, Su Chao said casually as he worked out. Only brother you could give me a real challenge. But unfortunately, you're injured. Mingyu glanced at the bandages wrapped around his hand and smiled. It's nothing. I'll be fine in a few days. At that moment, Su Chao looked up at Chunfong and said, Bro, why don't you join us for a workout? Being a scrawny dog leads nowhere. Well, he wasn't wrong there. Most girls preferred strong, muscular men. After all, a man's physical strength conveyed a sense of security. Weak, skinny guys were often mocked as scrawny dogs, which itself was a derogatory term. Facing Su Chao's provocation, Chunfong chuckled and pointed at the dumbbell in his hand. I wouldn't mind training with you, but honestly, your dumbbell's too small. What the hell? This is a 50-pound dumbbell. You think that's too light for arm training? Su Chao sneered, clearly regarding Chunfong as an idiot. Mingyu couldn't help but grin. Brother Chun, you probably don't work out much and don't understand bodybuilding. Most people can't handle 50 pounds, over 20 kilograms, for bicep curls. For someone like Su Chao to lift that easily puts him at the peak level. That's peak? Then the peak must be pretty damn short, Chunfong said, shaking his head. Hey kid, don't talk big unless you can back it up. Prove it, pick it up. Su Chao pointed to the 50-pound dumbbell on the ground, mocking him openly. Others present also burst into laughter, ridiculing Chunfong for his arrogance. Mingyu stayed silent, a smug smile creeping across his face. Exactly as planned, Chunfong had taken the bait. Unable to save face in front of a woman, he was trying to show off, and would surely make a fool of himself. It wouldn't cause Jiangxi and Chunfong to divorce over one incident, but it would definitely crush Chunfeng's image and standing in her eyes. And once that happened, Mingyu would have far greater chances to make his move. Fine, I'll try. To everyone's surprise, Chunfong actually accepted. But what happened next stunned them even more. He completely ignored the 50-pound dumbbell beside Su Chao and instead turned toward the dumbbell rack, grabbing a massive one twice the size, 100-pound monster. At that instant, every single person in the room with any knowledge of bodybuilding silently asked themselves the same question. Is this guy an idiot? Chapter 073. Honey, be careful. Don't get hurt. Seeing this, Jiangxi couldn't help but remind him. This dumbbell weighed 100 pounds, about 45 kilograms, almost heavier than she was. Such a massive weight being lifted with just one hand seemed impossible from any angle. Don't worry. Piece of cake. Chunfong smiled slightly, grabbed the dumbbell's handle, and without much effort, easily raised it high above his head with a single arm. Everyone was stunned. No way. He actually lifted the 100-pound dumbbell, one-handed. Could this guy be some undercover weightlifter pretending to be weak? He's too strong. People gazed at him in awe. Several attractive female bodybuilders even looked at him with unmistakable admiration. A pretty girl chuckled lightly. Earlier Su Chao called others weaklings, but now someone here just casually lifted a 100-pound dumbbell one-handed. Who the real weakling is suddenly seems pretty obvious. Hee. Other girls covered their mouths, giggling quietly. Hearing mockery from the opposite sex, Su Chao's face darkened. He felt deeply humiliated, as if his pride had been trampled. Like lifting 100 pounds is something special? It's not like I can't do it myself. Su Chao stood up abruptly, shoved aside several men blocking his way, marched straight to Chunfong, snatched the dumbbell from his hand, and snapped. Let go. My turn. Are you sure? This one's quite heavy. Chunfong warned kindly. Just let go. Su Chao roared. Seeing this, Chunfong shrugged and released his grip. Bang. Instantly, the massive dumbbell crashed heavily onto the floor. There was no way Su Chao could support that weight. Luckily, he jumped back quickly. Otherwise, he might have had his bones crushed and ended up crippled. Snort. The crowd burst into loud laughter. Su Chao had become a complete clown. Mingyu shook his head helplessly, disappointment evident on his face. He had orchestrated all of this hoping Su Chao would showcase his physical strength to humiliate Chunfong, but instead, the result had completely backfired. Realizing he'd made a fool of himself, Su Chao refused to accept defeat. His voice turned low and serious. So what if you're strong? Kid, do you dare step onto the ring and fight me in a freestyle match? When Chunfong didn't respond immediately, perhaps afraid, as Su Chao thought, he sneered coldly. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. We'll just spar a bit for fun. Why stay silent? You're not backing out now, are you? Can't handle it. At this moment, Mingyu stepped forward, reprimanding. Xiao Chao, stop messing around. Brother Chun is a cultured man. He's never done combat training. Aren't you bullying him? He rarely brings his wife here for vacation. Can't you at least give him some dignity? Mingyu now displayed his talent for sarcasm disguised as concern. While appearing to scold Su Chao, he was actually kicking Chunfong while he was down. Now, if Chunfong declined the challenge, he'd lose all face. Honey, ignore them. Let's go outside and have fun. Jiangxi sensed the danger and quickly pulled at Chunfeng's arm, trying to stop him from going up. But Chunfong just smiled calmly, glancing at Su Chao and the others, then said, Since Brother Chao is so enthusiastic, I suppose I'll reluctantly humor you and have one match. With that, Chunfong stepped onto the fighting platform. Due to his cultivation of the Heavenly Physician Manual, his martial prowess had also greatly improved, not just his medical skills. He also wanted to use this opportunity to test how strong he'd become and just how close he was to the level he'd reached in his previous life. Chapter 704074. Seeing Chunfong step onto the letot without even wearing basic protective gear, Su Chao was convinced he had already won. He deliberately said nothing, put on his gear, and walked onto the stage, standing opposite Chunfong. Whoosh! Su Chao suddenly launched a lightning-fast punch straight toward Chunfeng's face, but the fist stopped abruptly less than 5 centimeters from Chunfeng's eyes. Su Chao had expected him to panic, screaming and scrambling in fear. Instead, Chunfong stood completely still, not even blinking. Damn it! Are you seriously up here just to get punched so you can scam me for medical fees? Su Chao couldn't help but gawk in disbelief. No problem, Brother Chao. I'm a doctor. I can treat myself, Chunfong said calmly, hands behind his back, a slight smile on his face. In that case, I'm relieved. Su Chao nodded. Then he stepped back and suddenly threw another punch, this time, not as a bluff, but with full force. But Chunfong sidestepped smoothly, dodging the punch effortlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Chao then unleashed a rapid barrage of punches with both fists, attacking every part of Chunfeng's body. After all, Su Chao was a professional fighter, strong and skilled. His fierce assault usually overwhelmed opponents before they could catch their breath. What made him deadly was his perfect balance of speed and power. Yet, not a single punch landed, not even grazing Chunfeng's clothes. Each attack was evaded with pinpoint accuracy, without exception. Damn it! Stop dodging like a coward. Face me head on. Take one punch like a man. Frustrated, Su Chao roared. Fine. Chunfong nodded. He stopped dodging. As Su Chao lunged forward again, Chunfong raised his hand, caught the incoming fist midair, then gently pushed forward. Boom! That soft push carried unimaginable force. Su Chao was instantly sent flying backward, sliding through the air for over 10 meters, clearly off the stage, crashing hard into the wall, and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The crowd below watched in stunned silence. Holy crap, now that's a real master, a true expert. Even the few attractive girls were now smitten with Chunfong. This guy's so hot, he totally destroyed Su Chao. I wonder how well those skills translate to bed. Why don't you go flirt with him? Then you'll find out. Hearing the girls whispering, Jiangxi felt delighted. But of course, she wasn't about to let her husband be snatched away. Immediately, she rushed to Chunfeng's side, linked her arm with his, claiming her territory, and asked half smiling, Honey, did you learn all these skills from those street-side cheap novels? Yes. I also bought a book on martial techniques, Chunfong replied, nodding. Mingyu was utterly speechless. He had planned everything to destroy the relationship between Chunfong and Jiangxi. But after all his scheming, their bond only seemed stronger. Looking at Su Chao lying on the ground, coughing up blood, Mingyu wanted nothing more than to kick this useless fool to death. But he couldn't afford to expose himself. Taking a deep breath, he forced his emotions down, approached Chunfong, and said with feigned sincerity, Brother Chun, who knew you were a wolf in sheep's clothing? So humble yet so formidable, absolutely impressive. If you have the chance, teach me a move or two. You flatter yourself, young Master Ming. The one truly hiding his strength is you. Chunfong replied, smiling faintly. Mingyu's expression froze slightly. He heard the mockery in Chunfeng's words. Chapter 75. It was Mingyu who had been targeting Chunfong all along. But since he couldn't act directly, he used Su Chao as his executioner to stir up trouble. In the end, however, Su Chao himself got severely beaten and humiliated, turning Chunfong into an even bigger hero by comparison. Although Mingyu seemed unscathed on the surface, today, he was undoubtedly a loser. Afternoon. Mingyu was still looking for another chance to turn the tide in his favor. At that moment, Chunfong received a call from Huang Minghu, urging him to deal with the issue at the Huang family ancestral grave right away. Seeing that Chunfong had to leave abruptly, Jiangxi pouted and said, Honey, if you have something to do, I'll go back with you. It's boring being here alone. We'll come play again next time. Chunfong nodded, took Jiangxi's hand, and turned to Mingyu, saying, Young Master Ming, thank you for recommending such an interesting place. From now on, my wife and I won't have to worry about where to vacation. Glad you enjoyed yourselves, Mingyu replied stiffly nodding. My friend Xiao Chao got injured, so I'll take him to the hospital. So you two can just take a taxi back. This was Mingyu's only way to get back at Chunfong, refusing to drive them and forcing them to hail a cab on their own. No problem. Chunfong didn't mind at all. He and Jiangxi left Jiangnan Water Club, waited briefly outside, then got into a taxi. Meanwhile, inside the Bentley Bentayga parked in the lot, Mingyu and Su Chao sat motionless. Bro Ming, didn't you say you'd take me to the hospital? Why haven't we left yet? Su Chao asked doubtfully, clutching his chest. Worthless piece of trash. If you want to go to the hospital, go yourself. You think you deserve me driving you? Mingyu's expression was icy. Su Chao sighed helplessly. Bro Ming, I've done everything you told me, gave it my best shot. How the hell was I supposed to know that this dog Chen could fight like that? Bro, let me be honest, if this guy sticks around, I don't think your chances with Miss Jiang will be easy. Mingyu's face darkened. Winning Jiangxi was part of a bet among friends. If he lost, not only would he lose tens of millions, but he'd also lose face and become a laughingstock. Just then, Mingyu received a phone call. A cold, triumphant smile crept across his face as he said, I knew I couldn't count on useless trash like you. But now someone else is stepping in to help me eliminate this thorn in my eye. Bro Ming? What do you mean? Su Chao asked, confused. This little punk, Chen has made enemies with the Huang family. Before, Huang Minghu had to tolerate him because he needed his help with feng shui matters. Today, this kid is heading over to solve Huang Minghu's feng shui problem. The moment that's done, Huang Minghu will strike. Given Huang Minghu's style, when he moves, he strikes hard and cruel. At this point, a relaxed, almost cheerful expression appeared on Mingyu's face. He lit a cigarette, took a drag, and said calmly, barring any surprises, this punk Chen will soon vanish from this world. Ha! Bro Ming, you're truly heaven's chosen one. Even fate itself is on your side. Su Chao quickly raised his thumb, showering praise. Now in high spirits, Mingyu glanced at Su Chao and nodded. All right, fine. I'll take you to the hospital. With that, he slammed the accelerator. The car roared to life and sped off. Chapter 076. After sending Jiangxi home, Chunfong set off again toward the location of the Huang family ancestral grave. Because he had already arrived, Huang Minghu hadn't sent a car to pick Chunfong up. Chen had taken a taxi there himself. When he arrived, he saw that the hilltop around the Huang family tomb was packed with dense crowds of black-clad figures. Though dressed in suits and ties, the black tattoos peeking out from their necks and the weapons in their hands made it instantly clear these were no ordinary people. Huang Minghu and his son Huang Fading stood at the very front of the crowd, waiting for Chunfeng's arrival. Well now, quite the lively scene here. Seeing this intimidating sight, Chunfong couldn't help but shake his head slightly and chuckle. Fearing that Chun might grow suspicious, Huang Fading quickly explained, Mr. Chun, my father is a cautious man. He was worried about unexpected incidents later on, so he called in extra hands to help move the coffin. You know, more people, more power. Indeed makes sense. Chunfong nodded, appearing completely unbothered. Then he strode confidently up the hill until he stood before the Huang family tomb. At this moment, the entire grave had been almost completely excavated. Beneath the layer of cement lay a vertically placed silkwood coffin. Yet growing all over this coffin was a thick layer of black mold, an eerie sight. What's going on? Where did this mold come from? It wasn't here yesterday. Huang Minghu couldn't help but widen his eyes, a flash of terror crossing his face. This isn't mold, it's corpse spots. Because the dragonfly skimming water feng shui spot's water flow has been blocked, this grave has turned into a death trap. Your patriarch, buried here, died with unfinished grievances, causing the formation of corpse energy. The reason this coffin couldn't be moved is because the corpse energy has grown too heavy. Chunfong explained earnestly. Hearing this, both Huang Minghu and Huang Fading shivered involuntarily. Mr. Chun, according to you, how should we resolve this? Huang Minghu's tone had become noticeably more respectful. Simple. Right now is the time of day when yang energy is strongest. The corpse energy should have dissipated enough. Assuming nothing unexpected happens, the coffin should be movable now. First, get it out of the ground. Chunfong said calmly. All right. Huang Minghu nodded and immediately summoned his men to assist. Through the combined effort of more than a dozen men, the silkwood coffin, buried deep underground for many years, was finally pulled out. But the instant the coffin touched the ground, with a thunderous crack, the lid was suddenly blown open by a surge of corpse energy. Inside lay the body of an elderly man, and strangely, despite the passage of so many years, the corpse hadn't decayed. Instead, it appeared somewhat plump, with long nails and sharp fangs having grown. Well now, has it actually undergone corpse transformation? Seeing this sight, even Chunfong couldn't hide his astonishment. Everyone else, meanwhile, had already scrambled backward in fear. Though none had seen such a thing in real life before, they'd all watched those famous zombie movies. And the undead creature lying in the coffin right now looked exactly like the zombies from those films. All eyes turned to Chunfong, awaiting his next instructions. Without hesitation, Chunfong pulled from his pocket a yellow talisman paper covered in cinnabar ink and handed it to the Huangfu. Stick this on your forehead, it will suppress the corpse energy. However, since your patriarch has already undergone corpse transformation, he could rise at any moment. No outsider can approach. Only you two descendants of the Huang bloodline, carrying the same lineage as the old patriarch, can draw near without provoking harm from him. Seeing the two men instinctively step back, Chen added, just one of you needs to go. At these words, Huang Minghu quickly shoved his son forward and ordered, Fading, when you were little, grandfather doted on you most of all, his chubby little grandson. You go. Chapter 077. Huang Fading immediately shuddered and quickly turned to run back, shouting, Grandpa's been dead for 20 years. How would he even recognize me as his grandson anymore? Dad, you should go instead, you're Grandpa's only son. When Grandpa passed, it was you who personally dressed him in his burial robes. Such a filial duty naturally falls to you. You ungrateful wretch. How dare you defy me? Huang Minghu roared in fury and slapped Huang Fading across the face. Normally, Huang Fading obeyed his father without question, but today he stood firm, clutching his cheek and saying, Dad, beating me won't help. I refuse to go, no matter what. And even if I did go, it might not make any difference. What are you talking about? Huang Minghu glared, eyes wide. Dad, I'll tell you the truth. I realized long ago that whenever you were away, Mom used to bring uncles home, and some of them treated me well. Now I suspect I'm not even your real son, and the man lying here isn't really my grandfather either. In an attempt to avoid danger, Huang Fading chose to expose everything at once. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Huang Minghu nearly exploded with rage. So he'd actually been cuckolded all along, and only now, after all these years, had he learned the truth. Crack. Pop. Then the father and son from the Huang family actually started fighting each other right there in public, perfectly embodying the so-called loving father and dutiful son. Everyone else watched the spectacle unfold with fascination. Chunfong yawned and calmly said, Fine then, you two keep fighting. Once you've settled your dispute, come find me. With that, Chunfong turned to leave. Huang Minghu quickly stopped fighting and called out, Mr. Chun, wait a moment. You took our money and still ask us to do something so dangerous. What exactly is your intention? It only looks dangerous. Nothing serious will happen. Even if the old master really rises from the dead, I can subdue him. Chunfong replied calmly. Why didn't you say that earlier? Both father and son instantly regretted their previous recklessness. Huang Minghu hurriedly retrieved his belt and refastened it around his waist. He patted Huang Fading on the shoulder and said, Fading, since there's no real danger, you should still be the one to do it. Don't worry, I'll still treat you as my own son. I'll pretend I never heard what you just said. Oh, okay. Though bruised and battered, Huang Fading didn't dare truly break ties with his wealthy father. He took the talisman paper from Chunfong and cautiously approached the coffin of the elder Huang patriarch. Click. With every step Huang Fading took toward the coffin, the others instinctively backed away, clearly fearing sudden disaster with no chance to escape. Soon, Huang Fading stood directly before the coffin, mere inches from his grandfather whose corpse now sprouted greenish fangs. Grandpa, I am your real grandson. Please don't harm me. After silently praying for a moment, he pressed the talisman onto the coffin. Boom. But the instant the talisman made contact, the supposedly lifeless body of old Master Huang suddenly snapped open its eyes. Two hands armed with long, sharp claws shot out and tightly seized Huang Fading by the neck. Ah! Save me! Huang Fading screamed in agony. Seeing this, rather than rushing to save their young master, everyone turned and fled, each running faster than the last. Even Huang Minghu spun around and sprinted away, yelling at Chunfong mid-flight. Mr. Chun, you promised. Hurry up and save my son. What's the rush? I'm already preparing. Chunfong now gripped the jade Buddha tightly, whispering incantations under his breath and activating the heavenly lightning formation inscribed upon it. High above, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Chapter 78. Just as Huang Fading was about to be strangled to death by his own grandfather's corpse. Boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly split the clear sky. It was a heavenly thunderclap, erupting from the jade Buddha in Chunfeng's palm, twisting 9 times through the air before striking directly onto the body of old Master Huang. In an instant, all the black corpse chi shattered. The sandalwood coffin exploded with a crash, and the terrifying corpse of the old master instantly turned into blackened charcoal. Motherf. Huang Fading finally managed to catch his breath. He scrambled backwards several steps, but overwhelmed by terror, his limbs failed him and he collapsed to the ground, his pants thoroughly soaked. Huang Minghu, standing farther away, remained completely calm. Mr. Chun, he asked, is it over? More or less. Chunfong nodded, blowing a puff of air from his lips. What do you mean, more or less? Mr. Chun, can't you speak more clearly? Huang Minghu asked with a bitter smile. After this, we just need to burn your father's body. Chunfong clarified further. This? Staring at his father's corpse, now resembling burnt coal, Huang Minghu wore a pained expression. Mr. Chun, this is still my father's body. How could I bear to burn it myself? Isn't there another way? There is, Chunfong nodded. You can rebury him somewhere else with good feng shui. But then there might be another case of corpse reanimation later, and it will continue bringing misfortune to your Huang family. Then, will people die? Huang Minghu asked nervously. People probably won't die. Chunfong mused, stroking his chin. But bankruptcy for your company is quite likely. That struck Huang Minghu right where it hurt. In truth, compared to his own relatives, what he cared about most was money. Without hesitation, he barked out orders. What are you all standing around for? Bring out all the gasoline from the cars. Burn my father's body. 5 minutes later, old Master Huang's body, drenched in gasoline, was engulfed in towering flames. Chunfong couldn't help but admire Huang Minghu's decisiveness. After personally watching his father's body turn completely to ash, Huang Minghu knelt and kowtowed once, then asked, Mr. Chun, is it truly over now? Is our family finally free from bad luck and ready for prosperity? Should be. Chunfong nodded. Hearing this, Huang Fading also looked delighted. Dad, that's great. The problem is finally solved. Yes, the trouble with the ancestral tomb is resolved. Huang Minghu agreed, though his smile slowly faded. Now, we have to deal with another issue. With that, Huang Minghu turned to Chunfong, his expression icy cold. Mr. Chun, although you've done the Huang family a favor, you've also threatened my son, which has cost me face. To preserve the dignity of our family, I'm afraid I must ask you to disappear, forever. Ha ha ha, you little bastard, didn't see that coming, did you? Huang Fading sneered, finally able to reveal his hand after holding back for so long. At once, the group of suit-clad men surrounding them drew steel rods, machetes, and daggers from their clothes and closed in from all directions. Mr. Chun, this dragonfly skimming water burial site isn't needed by my father anymore, but I can give it to you. See, I'm not so bad to you, Huang Minghu said, lighting a cigar with a faint, mocking smile. Chunfong merely chuckled lightly and shook his head. I don't need this thing right now. Why don't I leave it for the two of you instead? Chapter 79. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chun, whether you can use this tomb or not isn't up to you, Huang Minghu said calmly, a cigarette hanging from his lips. Clearly, in the eyes of the father and son, everything was under complete control. All right, Dad, no more wasting time. Let's just send this bastard to hell quickly, Huang Fading said impatiently. Huang Minghu nodded, then casually waved his hand. The large group of burly men who had long surrounded Chunfong immediately tightened their grips on their weapons and closed in from all directions, front, back, left, and right. In an instant, the dark mass of bodies swallowed Chunfong whole. Dad, what should we do with the body later? Huang Fading asked coolly. Let's bury it right here underneath. This is still the old site of our Huang family ancestral grave. Even if the police come investigating, they'd never dare search this place, Huang Minghu replied indifferently. To them, Chunfong was already as good as dead. Boom. Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out. At the front of the crowd, one of the thugs was launched backward into the air like a cannonball, smashing several of his companions down as he flew. They tumbled over, clutching broken arms and legs, screaming in agony. What? The father and son instantly turned their heads in shock. At that moment, Chunfong kicked out again in a flash. Another giant thug, standing nearly 2 meters tall and weighing over 100 kilograms, was sent flying 7 or 8 meters by a single kick, landing motionless on the ground. No one expected that despite his slender frame and scholarly appearance, once he moved, he was utterly ferocious. With nothing but simple punches and kicks, he had already knocked out over a dozen men. Damn it, the remaining thugs froze at the sight, fear paralyzing them. Driven by instinct, they began stepping backward, terrified of becoming the next victim. Seeing this, Huang Minghu's face darkened. He roared furiously. You bunch of useless trash. Who'll kill him? I'll give 10 million on the spot to whoever does. Where there's great reward, there are always brave men. The hesitant thugs immediately began stirring again. One bolder one charged at Chunfong with a knife raised. But the next second, he shot backward like a rocket, blood spraying through the air in a trail behind him. Forget it. No amount of money is worth dying for. This is just suicide. The remaining thugs suddenly realized the truth. They couldn't win, there was simply no way. So they completely ignored Huang Minghu's orders, dropped their weapons, raised their hands high into the air, and scattered in panic. In the blink of an eye, only Huang Minghu and Huang Fading remained. Realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, the father and son immediately tried to flee, but the fuel in their car's tank had been drained. The engine cranked and coughed repeatedly, yet failed to start. With escape cut off, Huang Fading gritted his teeth, jumped out of the car, rushed straight to Chunfong, and dropped to his knees with a loud thud. Having knelt before Chunfong once already, he now did so with practiced ease. Big brother, all of this was my dad's plan. He pretended to obey you, but in his heart, he resented you deeply. If you want revenge, go after him. I won't object if you kill him. Just spare me, okay? Chunfong found Huang Fading's accusation plausible. After all, Huang Fading was just a spoiled rich brat. He clearly lacked the brains for such a scheme. It was obviously all orchestrated by Huang Minghu. So Chunfong said calmly, here's the deal. Kill your father, and I'll let you go. Fine. Huang Fading thought for a moment, and surprisingly agreed. Then he picked up a knife from the ground, and slowly turned toward Huang Minghu, walking step by step toward him. You wretched scum. Huang Minghu cried, now completely panicked. Chapter 80. As he was on the verge of being killed by his own son, Huang Minghu hastily shouted, Mr. Chun, there's no need. No need to go this far. Today's incident was my fault. I'll compensate you another 10 million. Let's just drop it. How about that? 10 million? Are you trying to bribe me like a beggar? Chunfong was clearly dissatisfied. No, I misspoke. It's not 10 million, but 100 million in cash. Huang Minghu quickly corrected himself. That figure actually gave Chunfong pause. After all, killing Huang Minghu wouldn't benefit him much. He had already succeeded in turning father and son against each other. Even without killing them, the aftermath would be entertaining. All right, Chunfong nodded. Give me 100 million, and I'll let this go. Consider this your chance to start over. Just give me a moment. Huang Minghu didn't dare delay. He immediately instructed his company's finance department to gather 100 million in cash and transfer it into Chunfeng's bank account. 5 minutes later, Chunfong received confirmation that the 100 million had been transferred. He was quite satisfied with the outcome. He had initially expected to make a few million at most, but unexpectedly ended up with an entire billion. Now his bank account held over $1 billion. He could finally improve life for his wife and child. Just then, Chunfeng's phone rang. It was his wife. When are you coming back? She asked. Mrs. Zhou came by earlier. She invited our family of 3 over for dinner tonight. Jiang Shi said. I finished what I needed to do. I'll be back shortly. Chunfong replied gently. Without sparing another glance at the wounded men or the Huangfu, he turned and left the scene, returning to the city center to pick up his daughter from preschool. Then the two of them headed home together. Since they were having dinner at Mrs. Zhou's place, Chunfong didn't stop to buy groceries. Mrs. Zhou was their landlady, living alone for many years. The elderly woman had gone out of her way to prepare a large meal, complete with soup and a fresh fruit salad. There's something I want to discuss with your family, Mrs. Zhou said solemnly as they ate, setting down her chopsticks. Jiang Shi thought Mrs. Zhou might need help and quickly responded. Mrs. Zhou, please tell us. If we can assist, we will. It's not that I need help. I just want your opinion. Mrs. Zhou sighed softly. A few years ago, developers approached me about demolishing this building and asked me to name my price. I refused at the time. But now, I'm getting older, and my children have been urging me to accept the compensation, tear down the house, and move into the city to live with them. Jiang Shi considered it from Mrs. Zhou's perspective and nodded. Mrs. Zhou, I think that's a great idea. You should reunite with your family and enjoy life with them. But then you'd have to move out. Mrs. Zhou said apologetically. Before Jiang Shi could respond, Chunfong smiled and said, It's all right, Mrs. Zhou. Actually, I've made some money recently, and my wife and I have been looking at houses. We're planning to buy a new home of our own. Jiang Shi was momentarily stunned. Since when did they have a plan to buy a house? In that case, that's wonderful, wonderful, Mrs. Zhou said, her face lighting up with relief. The reason she had invited the Chins over for dinner was precisely to gauge their reaction. Out of all the neighbors, she felt closest to and trusted only the Chun family, the 3 of them, especially Chunfeng's precious little daughter. Chapter 81081. You should try to buy a house with a school district assignment. If you do, then Xiao Xiao won't have any trouble getting into school later, Granny Zhou suggested Chanel Y. But houses with good school districts are so expensive. Jiang Shi wrinkled her little nose. Who wouldn't want one? But the moment a property was tied to a decent school, prices skyrocketed, way beyond what an ordinary salaried person like her could even consider. Don't worry. If money's an issue, I can help you out a bit. As long as you cover the down payment, the rest can be worked out, Granny Zhou said kindly. Chunfong nodded. Thank you for the advice, Granny Zhou. She and I will talk it over when we get home. Yes, this is an important decision. The earlier you decide, the better, Granny Zhou agreed. After dinner, the family of 3 returned to their apartment. I'll take our daughter to bathe. Jiang Shi took Chen Xiaoxiao into the bathroom. Chunfong sat down on the sofa and began researching property options. When Jiang Shi had finished settling their daughter in, she came to the living room and asked, Honey, are we really going to buy a house? Of course, this place isn't good at all. We're going to move eventually anyway, better sooner than later. Chunfong looked determined. In truth, he long wanted to move his wife and child to a better home. He just hadn't had the chance before. Now, opportunity had come knocking. The couple sat together, reviewing the current real estate market in Jiangzhou City. Then they shortlisted several potential neighborhoods. Tomorrow I'll ask the store manager for leave. Let's go see them in person. Having settled their plans, they turned off the lights and went to bed. The next morning, after dropping their daughter off at school, the couple took a taxi to visit sales offices of various housing developments. Throughout the entire morning, they toured 5 or 6 properties, gathering information, but nothing satisfied them. Some lacked school district access, others had poor layouts, and some were too remotely located. All of this was exactly as Chunfong had expected. Last night, he'd already made up his mind about where he wanted to take his wife and child to live. It was the standalone villas on Huban Road. But if he brought that up directly, his wife would never agree. It wasn't like these villas were cheap, even the modest ones costing tens of millions. So first, he needed to tour other projects, gather impressions, and then gently steer her toward his choice. When the timing seemed right, Chunfong pointed ahead and said, Honey, there's another development up ahead. Let's check it out. Oh, Jiang Shi looked up. Not far ahead lay a natural lake surrounded by lush greenery. This was Guiyun Lake Wetland Park, a famous quiet oasis nestled within the bustling heart of Jiangzhou's urban core. But she couldn't recall ever hearing about residential complexes near Guiyun Lake. Chunfong nodded, taking her hand and leading her forward. Soon, the couple arrived at a lakeside sales center. Because the properties sold here were almost exclusively villas or luxury lakefront flats with panoramic views, entirely high-end residences, the sales hall itself was extravagantly decorated, resembling the lobby of a 5-star hotel. Hiss! Just as they were about to enter the sales center, a white BMW sped toward them, driving alarmingly fast. It nearly hit the couple crossing the road, but luckily the driver slammed the brakes just in time, leaving 2 black skid marks on the asphalt. Are you blind? Got no eyes? Before Chunfong or Jiang Shi could respond, the BMW driver leaned out the window and unleashed a barrage of insults. Chapter 082. Damn it, what bad luck. After cursing twice, the BMW owner clearly seemed to be in a rush. He stepped on the gas and quickly drove into the parking lot. After parking, he bolted out of his car and sprinted toward the sales office. The man's name was Jiang Xin, the sales manager at the sales office. The reason he was so frantic was because he was late for work. Jiang Xin, 30 minutes late. Half a day's salary docked, snapped the female supervisor, her face stern. Miss Hong, I had to take someone who got into an accident to the hospital earlier. I was doing a good deed. Can you please give me a chance? Jiang Xian pleaded, hurrying over to her and immediately starting to massage her shoulders. After a moment's thought, she nodded. All right then, one last chance. With that, she chose not to record his tardiness. Just then, the supervisor received a call from an old classmate. At first, she assumed it was about money and prepared to brush it off, but to her surprise, the caller said they were actually visiting to look at houses. What? Are you serious? Given your situation, you're coming to our place to check out properties? You can't just joke around like that. Fine, I'll come meet you. Shaking her head with clear irritation, she nonetheless hurried downstairs. Meanwhile, Chunfong and Jiangxi had just arrived at the entrance of the sales center. Since Jiangxi remembered that one of her former classmates, with whom she'd once been on good terms, worked here as a supervisor, she called to get in touch. Soon, Yang Hong, the supervisor wearing red high heels, came out to the main entrance to greet Jiangxi. As old classmates, they exchanged polite pleasantries upon meeting. Is that outfit you're wearing Prada's latest summer collection this year? Yang Hong asked, visibly shocked upon noticing Jiangxi's high-end clothing. She quickly regained composure and added coldly, but it must be a fake. The quality of replicas these days is terrible. It looks awful. You really shouldn't be so vain. If people find out it's counterfeit, it'll be humiliating. Jiangxi didn't mind. She offered no explanation, simply smiling as she replied, Yang Hong, my husband and I are thinking of buying a house. We happen to pass by. Could you give us a quick tour? As sales supervisor, showing clients around and introducing the property complex came naturally to Yang Hong. But she didn't believe her down-on-her-luck classmate could afford a villa, so she responded indifferently, glancing at her watch. I'm sorry, but I'm quite busy now. There's a meeting I have to host soon. Jiang Xian, come here a second. She called over the male sales manager who had arrived late earlier. When Jiang Xian arrived and recognized the two customers as the same couple he'd nearly run into at the entrance, he immediately bowed apologetically. I'm really sorry, both of you. I was running late earlier and drove a bit too fast. I hope neither of you got hurt. Then, without hesitation, he quickly went to pour them 2 cups of coffee. After all, being in sales meant pleasing customers, and anyone coming here to view properties was likely wealthy. Closing just one villa deal could mean hundreds of thousands in commission. That explained why Jiang Xian had switched from arrogance to deference so swiftly. At that moment, Yang Hong whispered a reminder. Jiang Xian, don't waste your time. This old classmate of mine works as a salesgirl at a jewelry store. Her salary's even lower than yours. She's just here to browse. She'll never afford anything in this development. Oh, so she can't afford it but still shows up? What a complete waste of effort. Chapter 83083. I have a meeting to attend. Just deal with them however you like. After saying that, Yang Hong turned and headed upstairs. Only Jiang Xian was left behind at the entrance of the sales center, awkwardly greeting Chunfong and Jiangxi. His face showed clear irritation. He knew these two weren't financially capable of buying villas here. They were just browsing out of curiosity, not worth wasting his precious time on. But since they were classmates of Supervisor Yang, he couldn't outright ignore them. Jiang Xian glanced around, then suddenly noticed an intern nearby wiping the coffee table. An idea struck him. You Xiaoman, come here for a moment. Hearing this, the intern immediately stopped what she was doing and hurried over. Xiaoman, these 2 customers are Supervisor Yang's classmates. They're here to look at houses. I've got something urgent, so please take care of them for me. Jiang Xian said carelessly. Okay. Yu Xiaoman obediently nodded. She was working there as a summer part-timer, and because she was new, being ordered around by colleagues was nothing unusual. Then Jiang Xian quickly made himself scarce. Yu Xiaoman took his place and approached the two. When she saw Chunfong, she was instantly surprised. Brother Chun, is that you? Oh, what a coincidence. Seeing that the intern was actually Yu Xiaoman, the granddaughter of that herbalist, Chunfong was also somewhat taken aback. Noticing Jiangxi's puzzled expression, Chunfong explained, this girl is still in school. The medicinal herbs from her family, I bought them from her before. I see. Jiangxi nodded, her doubts finally dispelled. Then Yu Xiaoman began professionally introducing the various unit types available, surrounding facilities, and other basic information about the property. Although she assumed Chunfong likely wouldn't buy a home here, Yu Xiaoman remained diligent. While explaining details, she even went to pour 2 fresh cups of coffee for them. Chunfong listened intently, but Jiangxi seemed distracted. She thought the prices here were simply too high. Even if they skipped the villas and looked only at regular high-rise apartments, the smallest units started at 200 square meters, with unit prices nearing 50,000 yuan per square meter. The cheapest apartment would still cost tens of millions. She knew Chunfong had 10 million yuan in savings, but surely he wouldn't spend every penny just on buying a house. What about renovations and everything else afterward? I'll go to the restroom for a moment. Since Chunfong seemed so focused, Jiangxi didn't want to ruin his mood, so she excused herself to fix her makeup and take a short break. At this moment, Yu Xiaoman let out a bitter smile and said, Brother Chun, it seems your fiancée isn't very interested in these houses. She's not uninterested. It's just that she thinks they're too expensive, Chunfong said, seeing right through it. Yeah, the prices here really are quite high. Not something ordinary people like us can afford. Yu Xiaoman honestly agreed. Suddenly, Chunfong pointed at the model display in the sales office and asked, do you still have any villas available? Huh. Yu Xiaoman was startled, clearly not expecting such a question. Still, she answered truthfully. All the villa units have been sold out. However, recently one owner of villa number 7 has listed their property with us due to cash flow issues. The asking price is 70 million, but the owner mentioned the lowest they'd accept is 56 million. If Brother Chen wants to take a look, I can get the key from Supervisor Yang. Chunfong stroked his chin and asked, I have a friend who owns villa number 8. Are the floor plans of these 2 villas identical? Yes, all the villas have the same layout design. However, villa number 7 is unfinished. It's raw space, so it can be customized and renovated according to personal preference, Yu Xiaoman explained. Hearing this, Chunfong figured there was no need to visit the site specifically. Since Jiangxi was currently away, he might as well take the opportunity to make the purchase now and surprise her later. Alright then, I'll take villa number 7. 56 million. Let's process the payment by card. Chapter 84084. 5 minutes later, at the sales center's finance department, a beep came from the POS machine, followed by an automatically printed electronic receipt showing 56 million. Chunfong had officially purchased Villa number 7 on sale. Because the villa was a top-tier product priced in the tens of millions, sometimes even over 100 million, very few people could afford it, and often not more than a few units sold each year. As a result, every single villa sale caused a stir at the sales center. Have you heard? The number 7 villa, which has been listed for half a year, finally sold today, at the base price. I heard it was sold by a high school student working part-time during summer break. My god, Boss Lou said earlier that the commission for a villa is 1%. 56 million means a 56,000 commission. Not only the front desk staff, but even the employees in the back office were enthusiastically discussing the matter. What? Yu Xiaoman actually closed the villa deal. Hearing this, Jiang Xian, who had been sitting on the sofa playing mobile games while enjoying the air conditioning, shot up like a spring. He first verified the news with someone else to confirm it was true, then immediately sprinted toward the sales center. At that moment, according to standard sales procedure, Yu Xiaoman had just printed out the complete purchase contract and was preparing to sign on-site with Chunfong. Yu Xiaoman, this Mr. Chun is my client. What are you barging in here for? Go wipe tables over there. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Xian rushed over, shoved Yu Xiaoman aside, and snatched the contract and pen from her hands. Yu Xiaoman stumbled backwards several steps, nearly falling, but no one reached out to help her. Her eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up as she tried hard to hold them back. But she could do nothing. According to company policy, interns were not allowed to serve clients directly, nor did they receive any commissions. Only full-time employees enjoyed such privileges. Everyone present saw what happened but stayed silent. In this workplace, it was survival of the fittest. These salespeople admired only the strong and never showed pity for the weak. Witnessing this scene, Chunfong frowned, clearly displeased. I'm signing with Xiaoman. What the hell is it to you? Why are you butting in? Respected Mr. Chun, you were referred to me by Supervisor Yang. I am your official consultant. Jiang Xian said with a humble smile, straightening his tie respectfully. Now let me provide you with my most sincere service. Then where were you just now? Chunfong asked. Just now? I had an urgent matter, so I asked Yu Xiaoman to temporarily step in. Besides, she's just an intern. She doesn't fully understand the rules. If she somehow offended you, I'll apologize on her behalf. I hope you won't take it personally. Jiang Xian said shamelessly. Mr. Chun, if there's anything you need, please say the word. I'm here to serve you wholeheartedly. Then noticing Chunfeng's coffee cup was empty, he immediately rushed to the beverage station and returned with a full cup. At that moment, Jiang Xian would have gladly treated Chunfong like a son if it meant securing the deal. Compared to how he'd acted 10 minutes ago, he was now a completely different person. No wonder Jiang manager is so smooth. After all, it's a commission of hundreds of thousands. We'd all be smooth too if we were in his shoes. His colleagues looked on enviously, but Chunfong sat there with a dark, icy expression. Seeing Jiang Xian's shameless, obsequious behavior made him furious. Without another word, he raised his hand and slapped Jiang Xian across the face so hard it spun him around twice. You damn dog, crawl away. Chapter 085. Slap. Chunfeng's palm landed with crushing force, sending Jiang Xian spinning in a circle before nearly collapsing to the ground. He stood there dazed for over a minute before finally registering what had happened. But surprisingly, Jiang Xian didn't get angry. Instead, he bowed even lower and said respectfully, Mr. Chun, I was terribly remiss just now. You slapped me, I deserved it. Are you feeling better? If your anger has subsided, shall we proceed with signing the contract? Chunfong narrowed his eyes, slightly taken aback, then sneered coldly. Never thought you'd have such thick skin. A shame you didn't become a dog. You make a much better one than a human. Mr. Chun, if you want me to be your dog, I'll gladly serve as one. Jiang Xian replied with a fawning smile. Clearly, this man valued the enormous commission from the villa sale more than his own basic dignity. To be my dog? You're not even qualified. Chunfong kicked him away sharply. Get lost. I'll only sign with you, Xiaoman. He'd assumed those words would shatter Jiang Xian's hopes completely. But Jiang Xian scrambled back up immediately, still smiling. Mr. Chun, perhaps you don't understand how things work here. Yu Xiaoman is just an intern. She isn't authorized to handle clients. Even though she assisted you and technically closed the deal, officially speaking, you're still my client. Only I can serve you. Who made up this stupid rule? Chunfong frowned. The general manager said it. At that moment, a cool voice rang out. A striking woman in red high heels strode quickly toward them. Yang Hong, the sales center supervisor. Yang Hong had just learned of Chunfeng's villa purchase and rushed over to confirm it personally. Sis Hong, your old classmate here doesn't seem very reasonable. Could you please explain things to him? Jiang Xian, still clutching his stinging cheek, turned to her for help. Yang Hong walked straight up to them. As Jiang Xian's supervisor and someone on good terms with him, she had every incentive to help him secure the commission, and by extension, benefit herself. Chunfong, this is just how things are done here. The rule comes from the general manager. And really, you came here to buy a house. All you need to do is pay and sign. Why does it matter who gets the commission? It's got nothing to do with you, right? Yang Hong said dismissively. But I hate this guy. Chunfong said, pointing at Jiang Xian. Mr. Chun, I completely understand how you feel. Jiang Xian chimed in with a forced grin. But there's nothing you can do about it. You're my client. I get the commission. That's only fair. Fine then. I don't want the house anymore. Refund my money. Chunfong turned and declared flatly. Refund? What kind of joke is that? Yang Hong let out a scornful laugh. Do you think this is a vegetable market? Think something's wrong and just return it? Let me tell you, once payment is made, no refunds allowed. The house is yours, and the commission goes to Jiang Xian. Period. With Yang Hong now backing him, Jiang Xian grew bolder. Mr. Chun, I know you're upset, but there's truly nothing you can do to change this. Why not just sign and save us all some time? If you refuse to sign and they won't refund, you'll have wasted your money and still have no place to live. Wouldn't that be even more of a loss? Don't you think? Chunfong, don't push your luck, Yang Hong said coldly, arms crossed, her tone laced with menace. Even though Chunfong had just purchased a luxury villa, it didn't change Yang Hong's opinion of him one bit. A notorious gambler like him couldn't possibly have that kind of money. It must have been Jiang Shi who paid. And as for Jiang Shi's money, everyone knew her mother ran a business. Probably just another case of spoiled brat milking mommy's wealth. Nothing to brag about. Chapter 086. Not know when to back down. Chunfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He had, after all, spent 26 million yuan buying a property. How could anyone tolerate being treated like this by salespeople? Mr. Chun, just sign the papers quickly, Jiang Xian said, clutching his cheek, his voice cold and threatening. You hit me twice. I can go to the hospital for an injury report. If things get ugly, it won't be good for any of us, right? Then I'll make sure things get ugly. What are you going to do about it? Chunfong didn't back down one bit. You dare cause a scene? Do you even know whose turf this is? Yang Hong sneered, staring at Chunfong as if he were an idiot. Everyone around thought Chunfong must be insane. At that moment, Yu Xiaoman hurried over and whispered, Chunge, you don't need to stand up for me. They're just trying to provoke you on purpose. Our boss is really dangerous. If you cause trouble here, he'll come himself, and I'm afraid you'll. Oh, who's your boss? Chunfong asked, tilting his head. Yu Xiaoman shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Our general manager surnamed Lu Jinxin. Yang Hong declared proudly. You want a refund? You'll need Director Lu's approval. If you've got the guts, I can give you his number. Go ahead and call him. Yeah, as long as Director Lu agrees, we'll process your refund right away. Jiang Xian added smugly. In their minds, Lu Jinxin was notorious. No one dared cross him. Even Chunfong wouldn't actually dare call Lu Jinxin. But to their surprise, Chunfong nodded immediately. No need. I have his number. Then he took out his phone and dialed Lu Jinxin directly. On the other end, once Lu Jinxin learned what had happened, he immediately canceled a meeting halfway through and sped toward the sales center in his private car. When Chunfong put down his phone, Yang Hong, Jiang Xian, and the others stood there stunned. You have Director Lu's number? You're kidding, right? They exchanged glances, then both shook their heads, clearly disbelieving. They assumed Chunfong was just bluffing. Mr. Chun, we're all reasonable people. Let's stop pretending, Jiang Xian said, stretching his face forward. If you feel I was too harsh earlier, go ahead and slap me again. I can take it. With trash like you, even hitting you dirty's my hand. Chunfong replied coolly, crossing his legs and shaking his head. Since Lu Jinxin was coming soon anyway, Chunfong saw no point wasting words on them. He'd let Lu handle it when he arrived. Haha, Red sister, look at this kid, putting on airs, actually thinks he's friends with Director Lu. Jiang Xian, ignored, resorted to mockery. Yang Hong rolled her eyes and said coldly, Chunfong, I told you to behave. Since you're so arrogant, don't expect me to spare Shi Yi's feelings anymore. I'm calling security to throw you out right now. See if I don't. Chunfong didn't even glance at her threat. Security, Yang Hong shouted. Within moments, 4 uniformed guards rushed in, glaring menacingly at Chunfong. Grab him, Yang Hong urged. The 4 guards charged forward, but just then, a luxury car screeched to a halt outside the sales center. A bald man burst inside and roared. All of you, stop right there. Damn it. Seeing Lu Jinxin arrive, Yang Hong wasn't alarmed at all. Instead, she grinned and quickly approached. Director Lu, there's an idiot here causing trouble, acting big, claiming to be your friend. It's hilarious. I'm about to teach him a lesson. Mr. Chun is indeed not my friend, Lu Jinxin said, shaking his head. But his next sentence froze everyone on the spot. Mr. Chun is my benefactor. Chapter 087. Mr. Chun is my benefactor. When Lu Jinxin, who had rushed over in haste, said these weighty words in front of everyone, the entire sales center instantly fell into a deathly silence. Many people rubbed their ears, thinking they must have misheard. Benefactor? That was an even more honored status than a friend. President Lu, you just said what? Yang Hong, now completely dazed, stared at Lu Jinxin in utter disbelief. You didn't hear clearly? Lu Jinxin's face darkened like stormy water. President Lu, I really didn't catch it. Yang Hong couldn't believe this was happening. Slap. To her shock, Lu Jinxin immediately slapped her across the face and roared. Damn it. How does a deaf person become a manager? Get lost. Scram. Get as far away as you can. At that moment, Yang Hong jolted back to reality. Without any hesitation, she dropped to her knees and pleaded repeatedly. President Lu, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give me one more chance. Please, President Lu. I beg you. I'll do anything you say. And Mr. Chun, I'm truly sorry. I didn't know you had such a close relationship with President Lu. Seeing Yang Hong crying and seemingly repentant, Chunfong merely sneered. So what you're saying is, if I hadn't happened to know Lu Jinxin, the outcome of today's incident would have been uncertain. Mr. Chun, I didn't mean it like that. Yang Hong immediately realized she'd said the wrong thing. She tried to correct herself, but there was no chance left. And you idiot, get out too. Lu Jinxin pointed at Jiang Xian, who had been standing aside trying to slip through unnoticed. Jiang Xian froze, swallowing hard. Seeing how miserably Yang Hong had been treated, he quickly showed his wisdom by stripping off his work uniform on the spot and respectfully saying, President Lu, I obey you. If you say get out, then I'll leave right away. Losing a well-paying job was painful, but still better than getting severely beaten, right? As Jiang Xian turned to flee, bang, Lu Jinxin suddenly chased after him, delivered a vicious kick that sent him flying to the ground, and shouted, I told you to get out, not walk out. Can't you understand human speech? The kick was extremely forceful. Jiang Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and could only roll helplessly like a dead dog all the way out of the sales center. Meanwhile, Yang Hong was still kneeling on the floor, desperately hugging Lu Jinxin's legs, attempting to seduce him with her beauty. But would Lu Jinxin show any mercy? With several rapid, violent slaps, he knocked her to the ground, spitting blood from her mouth, then ordered security to throw her out like trash. Now both stars of the sales center sat crouched at the entrance, looking exactly like 2 homeless, broken dogs. Jiang Xian, you stupid bastard. You've ruined me. You're the moron. Your classmate's husband is this powerful, and you didn't even know? I'm the one who got ruined by you. They screamed curses at each other, then lunged, starting to strangle one another. A passerby called 110. Soon, patrol officers arrived and arrested both. Though fighting wasn't a serious crime, They'd now carry criminal records, ruining any chance they ever had for a fresh start in life. Inside the sales center, no one dared to breathe loudly. That girl, your name is Yu Xiaomin, right? Lu Jinxin noticed Yu Xiaomin trembling behind Chunfong and waved her over. Come here. Yu Xiaomin, having just witnessed Lu Jinxin's terrifying ruthlessness, was pale with fear and utterly unwilling to approach. But Chunfong gently patted her shoulder and smiled. It's okay. President Lu is a good man. He's here to stand up for you. Chapter 088. Encouraged by Chunfong, Yu Xiaomin finally gathered the courage to walk up to Lu Jinxin. So you were the one who attended to Mr. Chen today, right? You did a good job. From now on, you're promoted to supervisor. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Jinxin instantly elevated Yu Xiaomin from an intern to a supervisor, truly a leap to instant success. The others looked on with intense envy. If only they had known Chunfong had such powerful backing, they should have stood by him earlier. But it was too late now. Mr. Chun, am I handling this to your satisfaction? Lu Jinxin turned to Chunfong and asked respectfully. Lu was normally someone who protected his own people fiercely and wouldn't act so impartial under normal circumstances. But he was putting on this display of fairness entirely for Chunfeng's benefit. He had heard about Chunfeng's conflict with the Huang family. The Huangs had been loudly threatening to ruin Chunfong. Yet not only was Chunfong completely unharmed, but the Huang family had completely dropped any mention of harming him. What did that mean? It meant even the Huangs had suffered a major setback at Chunfeng's hands and now dared not provoke him. Faced with such a deeply influential and low-key figure, Lu naturally didn't dare offend him in the slightest. It's acceptable, Chunfong replied coolly, legs crossed as he nodded. Lu stood beside him, poured a cup of coffee, exchanged a few polite words, then glanced at his watch. Mr. Chun, actually, I was in the middle of an important meeting when I came here. Since things are settled now, may I return to continue the meeting? Sure, go ahead, Chunfong nodded. Only after receiving Chunfeng's permission did Lu dare turn and leave. To the others, this scene made it seem as if Lu was the subordinate while Chunfong was the boss. Chungu, should we still sign the purchase contract? Yu Xiaomin stood before Chunfong, asking nervously. Of course, why wouldn't we? Chunfong smiled and nodded. Thus, as sales supervisor, Yu Xiaomin officially signed a property purchase agreement with Chunfong, completing her very first sale. As an intern, earning a commission of over $500,000 overnight was clearly unreasonable. Yet no one in the entire sales center dared utter a single complaint. Everyone accepted it without question. Just as Chunfong finished signing the contract and received the keys to Villa Number 7, Jiangxi finally emerged from the restroom. Honey, did you finish looking? Can we go now? Chunfong nodded, shaking the keys in his hand. I just bought a house. Let's go check it out on site. What? You already bought it? Jiangxi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe that during her brief trip to the restroom, just half an hour, Chunfong had gone ahead and bought a house without consulting her. Yeah, there was a discount today and the price was reasonable, so I went ahead and bought it, Chunfong explained. Come on, let's go see our new home. With that, Chunfong took Jiangxi's hand. Jiangxi felt slightly upset, annoyed that Chunfong had made such a big decision on his own without discussing it with her. But since the house was already purchased, she had no choice but to go see what it was like. Soon, the three of them arrived at Lakeside Road, standing in front of Villa Number 7. Just as expected, Villa Number 7 was identical in appearance to its neighbor, Villa Number 8. Both were standalone houses with private yards, front and back gardens, private garages, and fully equipped amenities. Honey, you actually bought a villa? When Jiangxi realized that what Chunfong had purchased was actually a villa, her first reaction wasn't joy, but sheer shock. Chapter 089. Facing a flustered Jiangxi, Chunfong smiled slightly and explained, Honey, this villa is on discount right now. Its price isn't much higher than that of the Lakeview high-rise. I figured, since we're already spending the money, why not get something with a better environment? What do you think? As he spoke, he subtly gestured to Yu Xiaomin standing beside them. Though young, Yu Xiaomin was quick-witted and immediately nodded, saying, Yeah, Sister Jiang, Villa Number 7 really has an incredible cost-performance ratio. Brother Chun has such great taste. He had hoped to pull the wool over his wife's eyes, but unexpectedly, Jiangxi proved sharper than Chunfong anticipated. Rolling her eyes, she said, Do you think I'm 3 years old? How could a villa possibly cost about the same as a high-rise apartment? Tell me the truth. Exactly how much did this place cost? Yu Xiaomin didn't dare speak carelessly on such a matter and could only remain silent. Chunfong knew he couldn't hide it any longer and reluctantly admitted, It wasn't expensive at all, after the discount. Just a little over 56 million. Just a little over 56 million? Jiangxi repeated his words, but in a completely different tone. She nearly wanted to kick Chunfong hard. Earlier, the couple had agreed their housing budget should not exceed 5 million, yet Chunfong went ahead and spent 10 times that amount. Immediately, Jiangxi pulled out her phone, opened the calculator app, and nervously typed in a series of numbers. A 46 million loan, over 30 years, at least 3.33 million per year, including principal and interest, meaning monthly payments of 281,000. When Jiangxi realized she would have to shoulder a monthly mortgage payment of 281,000 for the next 30 years, she felt like she might collapse from shock right then and there under the summer sun. At last, Chunfong finally understood why his wife wasn't happy at all. He realized she must have assumed he'd taken out a mortgage, so he quickly clarified, Honey, I didn't take a loan. I paid in full. Don't even try fooling me. Yesterday your bank account only had a little over 10 million. You can't possibly afford this outright. Jiangxi gritted her teeth. I'm serious. I'm not lying. Chunfong said helplessly, shrugging. Brother Chen paid in full. Here's the bank receipt. Brother Chen really isn't deceiving you. Yu Xiaomin, acting as the sales consultant, retrieved the payment slip from among the stack of contracts and handed it to Jiangxi. At this moment, Chunfong scratched his nose and added, Honey, yesterday afternoon I helped the Huang family deal with their ancestral tomb. I handled everything perfectly. The boss was extremely pleased and gave me an extra 100 million on the spot. I forgot to tell you because I was busy. Hearing this, Jiangxi finally felt a sense of relief. Still, she remained uneasy. She carefully examined the property purchase contract and confirmed it was indeed fully paid. Then she checked the balance updates on Chunfeng's bank SMS alerts, which matched almost exactly what Chunfong had claimed. Next time don't scare me like this. My mom has high blood pressure, and I've inherited some of that. I can't handle such shocks. Jiangxi said sternly, her face still grim. I'm sorry, I won't do it again, Chunfong muttered, scratching his nose. He had intended to give his wife a wonderful surprise, but instead ended up causing her such distress, leaving him slightly embarrassed. Soon, the three of them arrived at the entrance of Villa number 7. Yu Xiaoman took the keys, swiped to unlock the electronic gate, and then smiled warmly, saying respectfully, Brother Chun, Sister Jiang, welcome to your new home. Chapter 090. Although Jiangxi had previously thought villas were too expensive and hadn't even considered one, Chunfong had already made the decision without consulting her, so she could only accept the reality. Moreover, the layout of this particular villa was exceptionally well designed, practically flawless. Since the previous owner never moved in, the house is brand new and unfinished, Yu Xiaoman explained gracefully. You can decorate it according to your preferred style. Renovation will be a significant expense too, Jiangxi mused, resting her chin on her hand with a thoughtful expression. I think cost is secondary, Chunfong interjected. The main thing is finding a reliable renovation company. We're not exactly experts in this area. I've heard from seniors that the renovation industry is full of pitfalls. You should indeed be cautious. Ideally, consult trusted family members or friends. Yu Xiaoman nodded in agreement. Just then, Jiangxi's phone rang. It was her mother-in-law, Jiang Lan. Didn't you say yesterday you were planning to buy a house? I kept an ear out and happened to hear about a friend of mine in business who needs quick cash and wants to sell a property under his name. It's in the same neighborhood as your sister Shuyao. The surroundings and facilities are quite good. Want to take a look? Jiang Lan asked enthusiastically. In the past, if she'd heard something like this, Jiang Lan probably wouldn't have cared much. But now, it was completely different. This eldest son-in-law whom she had once looked down upon had turned out to be a powerful figure. She now had every reason to stay close to him. So she made numerous calls, and once she found a suitable opportunity, immediately notified Jiangxi. Mom, thank you but no need. Chunfong and I have already found our dream home. Jiangxi replied with a smile. You've already bought one? Which neighborhood? How much did it cost? Jiang Lan pressed. She worried that her young daughter and son-in-law might fall for scams or end up buying a haunted house. After all, the second-hand property market was notorious for hidden risks. It's a standalone villa by Guiyun Lake, around 56 million, Jiangxi answered casually. What? A big villa by Guiyun Lake? 56 million. On the other end of the line, Jiang Lan was utterly stunned. She'd been in business for years, and her entire net worth was only 3 to 4 million. A villa by Guiyun Lake had been her lifelong dream, a goal she had never managed to achieve. Yet her daughter and son-in-law had just achieved it so effortlessly? Of course, Jiang Lan wasn't naive. She knew exactly how capable her daughter was. Most likely, the entire purchase had been funded solely by her son-in-law. Could you ask your husband? Congratulations on the new home. Could we, your humble relatives, muster up the courage to come and take a look around? Jiang Lan asked cautiously. Seeing this, Chunfong took the phone and laughed. Mom, you're being too formal. We're family. You're always welcome. Come anytime. Hearing this, Jiang Lan was overjoyed. Great. I'll call your sister right away to see if she and Li Bo are free. The three of us will come visit together. Immediately, she called Jiang Shuyao and told her about the villa purchase. After a brief discussion, Shuyao and Li Bo decided to skip work entirely. They took leave on the spot, and together with Jiang Lan, the trio hopped into a BMW X5 and excitedly sped toward Guiyun Lake. A relative owning a villa by Guiyun Lake? This was something to be proud of, something that brought glory to the whole family. Chapter 91091. Wow, what a huge garage. It feels like it could fit 4 or 5 cars at least. These flowers in the backyard, are they real? This living room, the spiral staircase, and these bedrooms. Holy crap, I finally get why rich people all live in villas. Our high-rise apartments are nothing but cramped little nests. The three of them toured the villa, marveling aloud as they went. Compared to their ecstatic relatives, Chunfong and Jiang Shuying, the owners of the villa, seemed almost indifferent. Shuying, your villa is so big. Decorating it must be a massive project. Jiang Lan suddenly approached the couple and said, since your cousin Jiang Lei runs a decoration company, why don't you give him a call and let him come take a look? He can draw up a plan for you. Mom, my cousin's company has gone bankrupt multiple times already. He's completely unreliable, and his reputation in the industry is terrible. You just want him to come over so he can know that your son-in-law bought a huge villa, right? So you can show off to your side of the family. Jiang Shuyao rolled her eyes, clearly seeing through Jiang Lan's intentions. Get out of here. At least he's your cousin. How can you talk about him like that? Still, Mom thinks, since we're going to hire someone anyway, and some outsider will make money either way, why not let your cousin do it? He's family. He'll definitely put in more effort. Jiang Lan spoke with heartfelt earnestness. Of course, she could only offer suggestions. Whether or not they were followed was entirely up to Chunfong and Jiang Shuying. Jiang Shuying, kind-hearted and easily swayed, nodded upon hearing her mother's words. I think it's fine. What about you, honey? Whatever you decide. Chunfong shrugged. To him, it didn't matter who did the renovation. Might as well let his wife take charge this once. So Jiang Shuying asked her mother Jiang Lan to call her cousin. Soon after, an old model Mercedes-Benz S-Class pulled up outside the villa. Shuyao, your cousin seems pretty impressive, driving a Benz. Seeing the $100,000 car, Li Bo couldn't help but nod approvingly. Oofed, probably another second-hand car bought on loan. My cousin isn't reliable at all. He's a total scammer. Jiang Shuyao rolled her eyes dramatically. Although Jiang Lan's family wasn't from Jiangzhou City, they were still one of the most prominent clans in their hometown. Jiang Lei was famously known in the Jiang family as the Black Sheep. However, because Jiang Lan had 2 daughters, due to traditional family inheritance ideas, she always stayed close to her nephew, treating him almost like a son. Whenever something good came up, her mind immediately turned to him. Jiang Shuying fully understood her mother's feelings. Auntie, you're really something. Even securing a villa by Guiji Lake, you've truly made it. If my dad and the others back home found out, they'd die of envy. As soon as Jiang Lei stepped into the villa, he began showering praise. It has nothing to do with me. It was your cousin Shuriying and her husband who bought it, Jiang Lan quickly clarified. But surely you helped fund it. Jiang Lei continued smiling cheerfully. Without your financial support, how could Shuriying, who only works at a jewelry store, and her gambling addict husband ever afford a villa this big? Not even in 10 lifetimes. Auntie, honestly speaking, within the whole family, the person I admire most is you. Clearly, Jiang Lei had no idea who the real power players were in front of him. He assumed Jiang Lan had paid for the villa, so he immediately launched into flattery aimed directly at her. As for Chunfong, Jiang Lei had long since dismissed him as irrelevant, nothing more than thin air. Seeing this, Jiang Shiyao quietly chuckled to herself. When she noticed Li Bo seemed ready to warn Jiang Lei to tone it down, she quickly grabbed his arm and whispered, "Don't say anything. Just let him keep going. I want to see how my brother-in-law will slap that smug face of his." Chapter 92. Thus, Li Bo and Jiang Shiyao said nothing, leaving Jiang Lan alone to carry on the one-woman show. Auntie, I truly admire you. Back in your youth, you started your own business single-handedly, and now you're worth tens of millions. Truly, a heroic woman. Just leave the villa to me. I guarantee I'll renovate it to look just like Tangong. Jiang Lei kept lavishing praise. Flattered beyond measure, Jiang Lan felt extremely pleased and declared, "Nephew, why don't you first present a plan? Tell us the budget, the timeline. Let's have something to reference." "I've already made rough estimates while touring the place." Jiang Lei immediately pulled out pen and paper, jotting down a detailed list and explaining each item thoroughly. In summary, following the interior design themes I mentioned, the material cost will be approximately 3 million, and labor will cost around 2 million more. Since we're family, I'll give you the best possible deal, no profit involved here. So let's make it simple, a flat rate of 5 million, all-inclusive. Jiang Lei waved his hand decisively. After reviewing the breakdown, Jiang Lan nodded in approval. However, knowing she couldn't make the final decision herself, she turned to Jiang Shuriying. "Shuriying, what do you think?" "I think it's fine." Jiang Shuriying didn't know much about renovations, but her cousin Jiang Lei sounded professional enough. "Honey, what about you?" She looked up at Chunfong. Seeing this, Jiang Lei was stunned. "Wait, are you serious? You're actually letting him decide on such an important matter?" "Well, obviously, the house was bought with Chunfeng's money, and so was the renovation. Who else should be making decisions?" Both Jiang Shiyao and Li Bo silently mocked inwardly, but they chose not to speak up. Chunfong stroked his chin. He knew his mother-in-law and wife still leaned toward favoring Jiang Lei, so he nodded. "All right, sounds good. Great. Then let's sign a contract. Auntie, just transfer the 5 million to my account first. I'll start arranging everything right away," Jiang Lei said enthusiastically. At this, Jiang Shiyao couldn't stay silent any longer. She challenged, "Cousin, are you asking for full payment up front? Shouldn't you take half as deposit first, then receive the rest after completion?" "Cousin, that's how it used to be done. Times have changed." Jiang Lei brushed her off dismissively. Jiang Shiyao wanted to say more, but Jiang Lan cut her short. "Shiyao, stop being so unnecessarily worried. Don't you trust your own cousin?" Seeing that neither Chunfong nor Jiang Shiying spoke up, Jiang Shiyao reluctantly stayed quiet despite her unease. Following Jiang Lan's suggestion, the renovation project of the new villa was officially entrusted entirely to cousin Jiang Lei. A contract was signed, and shortly afterward, Jiang Lei received a cash transfer of 5 million. The renovation work began as scheduled. 2 days later, Chunfong suddenly received a call from Lu Jinxin. "Mr. Chun, I passed by your new house today and noticed it's under renovation. Is the guy handling your renovation named Jiang Lei?" Lu Jinxin asked cautiously. "Yeah, that's right. What about him? That guy isn't running a legitimate business at all. His renovation company has gone bankrupt multiple times. Terrible reputation. A few years ago, he even borrowed some money from me, and hasn't paid me back to this day. If not for the powerful connections he has, I'd have beaten the crap out of him long ago." Lu Jinxin gritted his teeth and warned, "Mr. Chun, be careful dealing with someone like that. Don't end up wasting money and having your house completely ruined." Chunfong nodded appreciatively at the well-intentioned warning. "Got it. I'll keep that in mind." Yet no sooner had Chunfong hung up than Jiang Shiying called in panic, saying, "Honey, just now my cousin called. He said there's a serious problem with our new house." Chapter 93-093. What happened? Chunfong frowned. "My cousin said that today, a worker fell from the second-floor balcony while tiling the walls and was rushed to the hospital. He has multiple fractures and needs surgery," Jiang Shi said as she pulled out a medical bill from the hospital. "My cousin said since the accident happened at our place, if we don't handle this properly, the worker could sue us. He already covered the medical expenses and wants us to transfer the money back to him." "Let me see." Chunfong took the bill and scanned it. It listed numerous items, medication, treatments, surgical fees, the total amounting to over 600,000. Since Chunfong still had several million in his account, such a relatively small sum didn't seem concerning. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll make the transfer now." With a few taps on his phone, Chunfong sent another large sum to his cousin Jiang Lei. But then, remembering Lu Jinxin's warning, doubt crept into his mind. He said, "Honey, what time do you finish work tonight? Let's go check the renovation progress at the new house." Sure," Jiang Shi agreed. She had been thinking the same thing. When Jiang Shi's shift ended, Chunfong picked her up early from her store, and the couple took a taxi together to Villa Number 7 by Guiyun Lake. They had expected that after spending so much money and waiting all this time, the renovation would have made some noticeable progress. But upon entering the villa, they found nothing, still completely bare inside, just as unfinished as the very first day. Jiang Shi immediately called Jiang Lei. Well, because of today's incident, the worker got hurt, there was blood everywhere. Since it's your new home, and you haven't moved in yet, seeing blood like this is really unlucky. So I had all the tiles removed, and I'm going to have them reinstalled for you fresh." Jiang Lei stammered in explanation. Seeing that Jiang Shi still looked doubtful, he added quickly, "Cousin, just relax. We're family. I might deceive anyone else, but I'd never cheat you too, right? How could I face any otherwise? I'm still handling hospital paperwork now. Gotta go. Bye." And with that, Jiang Lei hung up. Watching Jiang Shi being convinced so easily, Chunfong rubbed his nose and said, "Honey, I really feel like your cousin isn't quite reliable. Mr. Liu specifically warned me earlier. He doesn't have a good reputation. Mr. Liu, you mean Lu Jingxin? He's a loan shark himself. What gives him the right to talk about others? Jiang Shi scoffed. She had always disliked shady characters like him. Last time, she nearly got scammed, and only Chunfeng's timely arrival saved her. Chunfong didn't press further. Since his wife still trusted her cousin, he decided to just observe for a few more days. With nothing much to see at the new house, they turned to leave. At that moment, a dazzling white Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUV approached under the distant streetlights. It belonged to Yi Xiaoqian, the beautiful CEO of Yi Group. Huh. When Yi Xiaoqian glanced over and spotted Chunfong and Jiang Shi by the roadside, she froze momentarily, then quickly pulled over, asking in surprise, "What are you two doing here?" "President Yi." "Hello." Jiang Shi immediately greeted her boss respectfully. Chunfong, far more relaxed, replied calmly, "We bought Villa number 7 a few days ago and are having it renovated, so we came to check on the progress." "Oh, no wonder I was wondering who my neighbor was. It's you. That's great." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoqian lit up with delight and promptly invited them. "Have you eaten? Why don't you come over to my place for a bit? We can have a simple dinner together." Chapter 94094. Forget it. Chunfong rubbed his nose, about to decline. But Jiang Shi, well-versed in workplace etiquette, dared not refuse her superior's invitation and nodded. "All right then, thank you very much for the invitation, President Yi. Don't be so formal. Just treat me as a friend. Get in the car." Yi Xiaoqian smiled warmly. Since Yi Xiaoqian lived in Villa number 8, just a few hundred meters away, the drive took less than a minute. Jiang Shi was stiff and cautious, moving carefully. But Chunfong, having been here once before, acted completely at ease. After entering, he stretched out comfortably on the living room sofa. "Hey, behave yourself. This is President Ye's home." Jiang Shi quickly rushed over and nudged Chunfong. "It's fine. Make yourself comfortable," Yi Xiaoqian said, bringing over a plate of fresh fruit, her smile warm and approachable. She wasn't Chunfeng's boss, and after several collaborations, their relationship had grown reasonably friendly, enough to count as casual friends. But to Jiang Shi, Yi Xiaoqian was her direct superior. No matter how down-to-earth Yi Xiaoqian seemed, she couldn't shake the sense of pressure. Still, Jiang Shi noticed one small detail. Chunfeng's phone had automatically connected to Yi Xiaoqian's home Wi-Fi the moment they entered. Something felt off to her, but she didn't dwell on it. After all, in her eyes, Yi Xiaoqian was the heiress of the Yi family. The social gap between herself and even her husband and Yi Xiaoqian was enormous. Even if Chunfong had some connection with her, such a vast class difference made any deep relationship impossible. The three shared a simple dinner together. Just as Chunfong and Jiang Shi were preparing to leave, Yi Xiaoqian suddenly called out to Chunfong, shoving a brocade box into his hands. "Here, something I owed you last time. I finally found it." "Huh." Chunfong blinked, opened the box, and found inside a massive ginseng root. Then he remembered, recently, Yi Xiaoqian had taken him to an auction and promised to buy him a ginseng as a reward, but something went wrong, and they hadn't gotten one. "Thanks." As a cultivator, such rare tonic herbs were hard to come by. Chunfong didn't hesitate and accepted it immediately. Jiang Shi, however, was speechless. She already felt awkward enough being invited to her boss's house for dinner. Yet here was Chunfong casually taking a valuable item from the same boss after eating his fill. How was she supposed to survive in the workplace after this? That night, after his wife and daughter had fallen asleep, Chunfong began tinkering with the ginseng. "Holy crap, I thought this was 50-year-old ginseng, but turns out it's a 100-year specimen." Chunfong was astonished. He then placed the ginseng in a pot, added supplementary medicinal ingredients, and carefully simmered it with precise heat control. About 2 hours later, an orange-yellow pill emerged. This pill was called the Yuan Nurturing Pill, a refined upgrade of the minor Yuan Nurturing Pill, with significantly stronger effects. Chunfong swallowed the pill, sat cross-legged, and fully activated the Heavenly Physician's Manual to cultivate. He continued until dawn broke and the sky turned pale white. By then, Chunfeng's cultivation level had advanced to Enlightened Physician Stage 3, an incredibly rapid breakthrough. He took a deep breath, then looked up at his sleeping wife and daughter. If he kept pushing himself and could advance swiftly to the Sacred Physician realm, he would finally be able to completely cure his daughter's terminal illness. Only then would he truly redeem the regrets of his past life. That morning, Chunfong stayed home instead of going out, continuing his cultivation to consolidate the gains from the previous night. But suddenly, Yi Xiaoqian called. "That ginseng was good, right?" "Yeah, very useful. I really appreciate it, Miss Yi," Chunfong politely replied. To his surprise, Yi Xiaoqian didn't stand on ceremony. With a mischievous smile, she said, "Well then, since you've already taken my gift, why not return the favor? Help me with something." Chapter 095. Let's talk when we meet. But as for what exactly she wanted, Yi Xiaoqian left it vague. Chunfong put down his phone and slightly furrowed his brows. His gut told him this wouldn't be simple. Still, having taken her favors, he couldn't very well refuse. So Chunfong had no choice but to follow Yi Xiaoqian's instructions, heading to her place to discuss things in person. On the way, Chunfong stopped by his new apartment to check on the progress. Seeing workers busy with renovations and Jiang Shiying's cousin Jiang lay present supervising the work, Chunfong felt reassured. Then he proceeded to Miss Ye's residence. "Miss Ye, what's going on? Why all the mystery? Can't you just say it over the phone?" Chunfong asked, puzzled. Yi Xiaoqian blushed slightly, lowering her head. "Well, it's not really a big deal. I just want you to pretend to be my boyfriend for a few days." The sip of water Chunfong had just taken nearly shot out of his mouth. Seeing his reaction, Yi Xiaoqian quickly explained, "I'm not asking you to actually date me. I just need you to play along in front of my family, fool them a little." After all, Yi Xiaoqian was the eldest daughter of the Yi family, at the right age for marriage, and single, so such requests weren't entirely unexpected. Chunfong could understand that. He thought for a moment and said, "I'll have to ask my wife first. Only if she agrees can I do it." "Then aren't you just rejecting me outright? What woman would agree to something like that?" Yi Xiaoqian rolled her eyes dramatically. Then she sat beside Chunfong and continued gently. "Actually, you don't need to involve Miss Jiang. This is really simple. Just come back with me to see grandfather once, make an appearance. Then a few days later at grandfather's birthday banquet, show up again. That's it." In situations like these, do you really think your wife will ever find out? Seeing Chunfong wavering, Yi Xiaoqian pressed on. Exactly. Unnecessary risks shouldn't be taken. That's basic business sense, and it applies perfectly to relationships too. Chunfong considered it, found some logic in her words, and given the century-old ginseng she'd given him earlier was indeed a tremendous favor, he finally nodded. All right then, but I hope you keep your word, Yi Xiaoqian. Don't betray my trust. How could I? Yi Xiaoqian waved her hand dismissively. Then, right in front of Chunfong, she opened an elegant gift box and changed into a brand new custom-made white dress, paired with Valentino heels. The transformation brought her height to a full 180 centimeters. She could now stand shoulder to shoulder with Chunfong. Let's go, to my grandfather's place. Yi Xiaoqian linked arms with Chunfong and led him out the door. Since they'd soon be playing lovers in front of family, Yi Xiaoqian gave Chunfong a quick coaching session on details, the way they walked together, how to coordinate their speech, so they wouldn't get exposed in front of relatives. After half an hour of rehearsal, they were finally convincing enough. You drive. Yi Xiaoqian tossed the car keys to Chunfong and took the passenger seat. Chunfong nodded and took over driving. Yet, as the couple played their roles, a man sitting in a car nearby, smoking quietly, witnessed the entire scene unfold before his eyes. It was none other than Jiang Shiring's cousin, Jiang Lei. Jiang Lei was utterly stunned. What the hell? This good-for-nothing son-in-law, living off his wife's family wasn't enough, now he's cheating too. Chapter 96. Jiang Lei was flustered and immediately called his cousin Jiang Shi. Shi, that good-for-nothing husband of yours. I just saw him. He's up to no good outside. Cousin, are you saying Chunfong is cheating? What do you mean? Jiang Shi asked, confused. In her eyes, after that night, when Chunfong knelt down and swore on his life, he had truly changed. Every promise he made had been kept, not just empty words. Though she didn't know why her husband had suddenly transformed so completely, she believed it was fate. Finally, heaven had shown her some mercy. This bastard, he's cheating. Jiang Lei shouted. That can't be right. Jiang Shi found it even harder to believe. She knew her cousin was a slippery character who often lied. And now he was claiming Chunfong was unfaithful? To her, that seemed utterly impossible. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The woman he's involved with is your beautiful neighbor in the G-Class SUV, the one living next door to your new home. They've been standing right by her front door, all lovey-dovey, for over half an hour. Jiang Lei widened his eyes, still keeping distant watch on Chunfong and Yi Xiaoqian's movements. Given how specific Jiang Lei sounded, Jiang Shi hesitated slightly before replying. Cousin, I know my husband knows Xiaoqian, but they're just ordinary friends. There shouldn't be anything beyond friendship between them. Shi, I won't argue if you say they're just friends. But tell me this, do ordinary friends walk around holding hands and clinging to each other like that? Jiang Lei shot back. Now Jiang Shi had nothing to say. If what Jiang Lei said was true, then Chunfong and Yi Xiaoqian were definitely not just friends. Still, it seemed unbelievable to her. Cousin, are you absolutely sure it's my husband holding hands with President Yi? Are you certain you didn't mistake someone else? Honestly, my vision is 5.1 in both eyes. How could I possibly make a mistake? Jiang Lei couldn't help shaking his head. Wait there, I'll take some photos and send them to you. You see for yourself. With that, Jiang Lei hung up. He held his phone sideways, pointing the camera at Chunfong and Yi Xiaoqian in the distance. The two were just about to head to the car, and from his vantage point, the shot was perfectly clear. After snapping a few photos, click, click, Jiang Lei quickly opened his messaging app to send them all to Jiang Shi. However, due to poor signal and the large file sizes, after several minutes of loading, the chat window finally displayed, failed to send. So Jiang Shi waited and waited, yet never received the photos from her cousin. Looks like my cousin really did get the wrong person. How could they possibly be together? Jiang Shi shook her head, recalling what her cousin had said over the phone. Now she couldn't help but find it rather amusing. If Chunfong had cheated with her close friend Song Yin or her classmate Yang Hong, maybe she'd believe it. But Yi Xiaoqian, the crown princess of the Yi family, CEO of Yi Group. How could such a high-profile woman stoop so low? Meanwhile, Chunfong and Yi Xiaoqian continued on their way. On Yi Xiaoqian's arrangement, Chunfong drove toward a traditional Chinese countryside estate where old master Yi lived in retirement. After parking at the entrance of the estate, the two stepped out of the car. Then, as naturally as could be, Yi Xiaoqian looped her arm through Chunfeng's. Arm in arm, they walked into the estate under the astonished gaze of the servants, looking every bit like a real couple. Chapter 97-097. This traditional Chinese-style country estate was located in a remote area of the suburbs. It was the ancestral home of the Yi family. Decades ago, Elder Yi had led his entire family out from here through sheer personal determination. It was the ancestral home of the Yi family. Decades ago, Elder Yi had led his entire family out from here through sheer personal determination. After retiring, he chose to return to his roots, building this rural manor where he could live a peaceful, pastoral life in retirement. The entire estate was constructed in classic Chinese architectural style. From afar, it resembled a mansion granted by the imperial court to a high official after his retirement. A couplet hung at the main gate, written in Elder Yi's own hand. Plucking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern hedge, calmly I gaze upon the southern mountain. Soon, the two arrived at a hexagonal pavilion, where they found Elder Yi himself. Xiaoqian, you've finally come. Hearing footsteps approaching from afar, Elder Yi gave a slight nod and looked up. You said on the phone that when you came back to visit your grandfather, you'd bring your partner along. I've been remembering those words ever since. Grandpa, aren't I bringing him right here? Yi Xiaoqian deliberately nudged Chunfong forward slightly, making sure he stood more prominently before Elder Yi. Chunfong felt somewhat awkward, but since he was already here, he simply scratched his nose and nodded politely. Elder Yi, how has your health been lately? Ah, Mr. Chun? When Elder Yi recognized the young man walking beside his granddaughter as none other than Chunfong, the very person who had recently cured him, he froze for a moment, clearly taken aback. But then he broke into a warm smile and nodded gently. I'm doing well, quite well indeed. Xiaoqian, you've truly prepared quite a surprise for your old grandpa. Elder Yi said slowly, his kind smile and gentle tone indicating clear approval of Chunfong as a potential grandson-in-law. But the middle-aged man sitting across from Elder Yi at the Go board remained indifferent, his attention still fixed on the game. Ahua, your daughter has brought her sweetheart all the way home. Don't you even want to take a look? Elder Yi asked. This man was Elder Ye's eldest son, Yi Hua, currently serving as commander of the War Department, the most accomplished member of the Yi family after Elder Yi himself. No need to look, Yi Hua replied dismissively, shaking his head. Then he glanced up at his daughter. Xiaoqian, yes, modern society advocates free love, I don't oppose that. But love and marriage are two different things. Don't casually bring your boyfriend home like this. Dad, I specifically brought him back so you would see him. Xiaoqian shot back, her voice suddenly sharp. Didn't you keep saying you wanted to introduce me to the son of some general? Well, today I'm telling you. Asterisk asterisk, I already have someone. Asterisk asterisk, no need for you to arrange anything for me. At this, Yi Hua sighed helplessly and finally turned his gaze toward Chunfong, scrutinizing him up and down, left and right. Finding nothing particularly impressive, Yi Hua shook his head and said, Xiaoqian, if you brought this guy home just to provoke me, fine. You can be mad at me all you want. But your grandpa is old. Don't go upsetting him and make him fall ill. Beside them, however, Elder Yi chuckled warmly. Ahua, don't misunderstand. I'm not upset at all. If Xiaoqian and Mr. Chun are genuinely in love, I couldn't be happier. Father, you actually approve of this young man? Yi Hua stared at his father in disbelief. Chapter 098. Old Master Yi nodded, indicating his stance. Clearly, Old Master Yi was very pleased with Chunfong. After Chen had cured his illness, he had privately discussed with Yi Xiaoqian whether they could persuade Chunfong to marry into the Yi family and become his grandson-in-law. In Old Master Ye's eyes, Chunfong was a man of exceptional talent, someone capable of preserving everything the Yi family currently held, and perhaps even elevating the family to greater heights. When it came to the continuity of the family line, even if Chunfong had certain shortcomings, being already married, having children, none of that truly mattered. The only thing troubling Old Master Yi was whether the two of them were merely pretending in front of him. Boy, do you know how to play chess? Yi Hua finally turned to look directly at Chunfong, gesturing toward the board before him. I know a bit about Go, Chunfong replied modestly. Then come over and play a game with me. Let me see what you're really made of. Yi Hua waved his hand decisively. At this, Old Master Yi immediately stood up to vacate his seat. Chunfong politely declined twice, but after a stern command from Yi Hua, he reluctantly sat down across from him. Don't worry, don't be nervous. Just play naturally. It's fine if you lose, my dad won't eat you, Yi Xiaoqian whispered softly. Knowing her father was the commander of the War Department, carrying with him the imposing aura of military authority that intimidated most people, she feared Chunfong might be too tense. All right, Chunfong nodded, then took his seat opposite Yi Hua and gently pushed the black stones toward him. Uncle Yi, as the elder, you should make the first move. Surprised that Chunfong would show such courtesy, Yi Hua gave a slight, cold snort. Humph. Then he firmly placed a black stone on the board. Chunfong followed with a white one. Tap, tap. The two players continued placing their stones. After about 20 moves, the balance of power on the board had already begun to clarify. As the game progressed, Yi Hua's expression grew increasingly serious, his pace slower and slower, until eventually a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Because Yi Hua realized, to his shock, that his proud chess skill was being completely outplayed by Chunfong. The white stones now held an absolute advantage, while the black stones were in dire straits. Yi Hua looked up at Chunfong and saw him sitting calmly across the board, his face unruffled, clearly finding the match effortless. Fine. This game. You just got lucky, Yi Hua muttered, shaking his head helplessly as he conceded defeat. But he wasn't ready to accept it. He wanted another round. Chunfong could only politely agree. Ahua, stop being stubborn. You're no match for Mr. Chun, Old Master Yi suddenly said, his voice calm. How is that possible? I was just careless at the beginning, Yi Hua protested. But Old Master Yi simply chuckled softly, then rose and walked over, gathering the scattered pieces from the board, piece by piece, reconstructing the entire game as if rewinding its flow. As the black and white stones were returned to their bowls, the entire game seemed to run backward. Halfway through the reconstruction, Old Master Yi paused, pointing at a white stone Chunfong had placed earlier. Smiling, he said, Ahua, see this white stone Mr. Chen played? That was the killing move. From this point on, you had already lost. Yi Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Staring at the board, he suddenly felt a crack forming in his otherwise unyielding confidence. No wonder throughout the game, I kept feeling like I was off by a hairbreadth, yet the consequences were miles apart. So I'd actually lost long ago, and it was you, boy, who had been letting me continue. Yi Hua took a deep breath. His gaze toward Chunfong changed instantly. Chapter 99:099. At this moment, Yi Xiaoqian couldn't help but reveal a surprised smile. She knew her father had invited Chunfong to play chess in order to intimidate him through the game. That was why she had earlier encouraged Chunfong before the match. But she never expected that Chunfong would actually win. Her own domineering father had actually been defeated? Chunfong gave a faint smile and said, Uncle Yi, your skills are excellent. I was just lucky. Oomph, winning is winning. No need to be modest. Yi Hua waved his hand dismissively, clearly unimpressed by the humility. Then he looked at Chunfong and asked, I heard you're a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Chunfong nodded. I'm not very optimistic about this profession, Yi Hua said frankly. A real man should go into the military for training. As the famous line goes, why shouldn't a man carry a sword and seize 50 states beyond the mountain passes? Only in the military can a man truly be tested and become a pillar of strength, a true hero. Chunfong deeply respected soldiers who protected the nation. Without their silent sacrifices, there would be no peace and prosperity today. But everyone has their own aspirations. His ambition lay in becoming the ultimate healer, not a soldier. Seeing Chunfong remain silent, Yi Hua narrowed his eyes slightly. Then suddenly, he pulled out a handgun from his waist and pointed it directly at Chunfeng's forehead. Dad, what are you doing? Yi Xiaoqian's face instantly turned pale with shock as she cried out. Yi Lao, however, understood his son's deeper intention. He remained silent, only offering a faint smile. Yi Hua kept the gun aimed steadily and asked, Kid, how do you feel right now, with a gun pointed at your head? Nothing special, Chunfong replied calmly. Aren't you afraid? No, I'm not. If this were the previous life's gambling-addicted Chunfong, faced with such a scene, he would probably have wet himself in terror. But now, Chunfong carried the memories of a life once crowned with success. Having stood atop the pinnacle of his era, having weathered immense storms and mingled with countless powerful figures, he found this situation hardly intimidating at all. Click. In the next moment, Yihua suddenly pulled the trigger. The sound of an empty chamber echoed from the firearm. Clearly, the gun had no bullets loaded. Yihua had faked the shot, purely to test Chunfeng's reaction. Yet Chunfong remained perfectly composed, unmoving, not even blinking, an expression revealing he had seen through Yihua's ploy all along. This left Yihua deeply shocked. Ahua, I've already told you, I'm quite satisfied with this, Mr. Chun. Are you questioning your father's judgment? Yilao finally stepped in, speaking slowly and calmly. Yihua holstered his gun and nodded. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Seeing both her grandfather and father now acknowledging Chunfong, Yi Xiaoqian breathed a deep sigh of relief. She walked over to Chunfong, slipped her arm around his, and playfully scolded her father. Dad, can you please stop doing things so terrifying from now on? I was just testing this kid for you, seeing how steady his nerves are, whether he's someone you can truly depend on, Yihua said, now also wearing a small smile. He who remains calm amidst thunderous storms may yet be appointed supreme general. Kid, how about joining the military for some training? Interested, Yihua extended an invitation to Chunfong, a clear sign that, as a father, he genuinely approved of this unexpected suitor for his daughter. Chunfong rubbed his nose awkwardly. Truthfully, he had no ambitions toward the military, but refusing outright would be impolite, so he politely replied, I'll consider it. Chapter 100. Yihua clearly understood Chunfeng's implication and patted his shoulder. Then think it over carefully. Even though you're with my daughter now, you haven't officially crossed the threshold of the Yi family. If you truly wish to become my worthy son-in-law, you should at least spend 3 years training in the military. Uncle Yi, I understand. Chunfong nodded. Once Yihua acknowledged Chunfong, the atmosphere inside the hexagonal pavilion became much more relaxed. The four of them sat together, sipping tea and chatting. By evening, Yi Xiaoqian finally pulled Chunfong up as they stood to take their leave. Xiaoqian, tomorrow is your grandfather's 80th birthday. You haven't forgotten, right? Yihua suddenly reminded them. You and Xiaochun, make sure you come on time. Don't be late. Dad, relax. We've got excellent time management, Yi Xiaoqian said, giving her father a confident thumbs up before dragging Chunfong away from the garden. On their way back, Chunfong asked, for your grandfather's 80th birthday tomorrow, should I prepare any gifts? No need. I've already prepared something. We'll just present it together, Yi Xiaoqian replied. All right then. Chunfong nodded. It was just as well. He could save some money. They returned to the city. But instead of taking Chunfong straight home, Yi Xiaoqian brought him along to a shopping mall. She led him directly to the designer men's clothing section and picked out a slim-fit black suit for Chunfong. How about that? My taste isn't bad, huh? Looking at Chunfong in his brand new suit, whose aura had instantly transformed, Yi Xiaoqian wore a proud little smile. Chunfong stepped in front of the mirror, examining himself. He had always been someone whose outward appearance was low-key, yet held hidden depth. But now, enhanced by this six-figure premium suit, his entire demeanor soared to a completely different level, reminiscent of the peak moments of his previous life. It looked good, no doubt. Still, Chunfong didn't particularly like being so conspicuous. Where's my old clothes? Thrown away. Yi Xiaoqian waved dismissively and stuck out her tongue. All cheap street market stuff and way too worn out. I took care of them for you. No need to thank me. Chunfong twitched the corner of his mouth, speechless. With no choice, he could only head home wearing the new outfit. Jiangxi had already come back from work and was playing with their daughter. When she saw Chunfong walk in, she immediately noticed the elegant new suit and curiously asked, why did you secretly buy yourself new clothes? Chunfong chuckled softly. Honey, with how long has it been since I last bought anything? What do you think? Jiangxi studied him carefully and nodded. It fits you well. Did you pick it out yourself? Yeah. Chunfong lied slightly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Jiangxi simply nodded without speaking, but suspicion quietly stirred in her heart. The sophistication of this suit, down to the precise choice of tie color, was highly refined. Chunfong was never one to care about such details. He rarely paid attention to his appearance. So deep down, she sensed that this new outfit hadn't been chosen by him. It had likely been bought by someone else. And that someone might, just like her, be a woman. Yet since it was only a suspicion without evidence, Jiangxi didn't press further. I'm going to shower. Chunfong stripped off his clothes and headed straight to the bathroom. As Jiangxi gathered his discarded clothes, her phone suddenly rang. It was Mingyu, the young master of the Ming family. Chapter 101. Jiangxi frowned slightly, reluctant to take the call. She had initially thought quite well of Mingyu, but after what happened at Jiangnan Club, her opinion of him had diminished. Still, after a moment's hesitation, she picked up the phone. How have you been lately? Mingyu's voice came through the receiver. Fine, Jiangxi replied indifferently. About last time at Jiangnan Club, I'm really sorry. My buddy Su Chao, he's just not very bright. He insisted on confronting Brother Chan, and I couldn't stop him. Honestly, Mingyu quickly tried to clarify. Seeing that Jiangxi wasn't particularly impressed by his explanation, Mingyu continued. Anyway, the reason I called is to tell you something important. Your jewelry company was recently acquired by Yi Group, right? Well, the chairman of Yi Group, the head of the Yi family, Old Master Yi, is turning 80 tomorrow. It's his birthday. Would you like to pay your respects in person, get your face known? Might be helpful for your future career. This piqued Jiangxi's interest. The only reason she had become a store manager was because of Yi Xiaoqian's support, so she felt deeply grateful toward the Yi family. But she still had her doubts. But I'm just an ordinary employee. Is someone like me even allowed to attend Old Master Ye's birthday celebration? Of course, I can bring you along. I've already prepared a gift, save you the trouble, and you'll gain a favor for free, Mingyu said with a smile. This was Mingyu's new strategy. Invite Jiangxi to Old Master Ye's birthday banquet. Let her see what the upper-class world looks like. If Jiangxi was a girl who desired material comforts, she would surely be drawn to it. And then things would be easy. The banquet's at noon. I'll drive over and pick you up. We'll go have a meal, stay at most 2 hours, won't interfere with your work. Just think about it, she. If you don't go tomorrow, but one of your coworkers does, and happens to catch old Master Ye's attention, then where does that leave you? Mingyu kept coaxing gently. Jiang Shi thought it over, and found his words quite reasonable. She finally nodded in agreement. Great. I'll pick you up at 11 tomorrow morning. After confirming the time and place, Mingyu hung up. The next day, true to his word, Mingyu arrived at the jewelry store in his Bentley Bentayga to pick up Jiang Shi for the birthday banquet. Noticing the car heading toward the suburbs, Jiang Shi grew cautious and asked, "Where are we going?" After retirement, old Master Yi lives in his own private manor. The birthday banquet is being held there. Given his age, he prefers peace and quiet. He doesn't want his birthday turning into a citywide spectacle, so he's hosting it privately on his estate. He also said not to invite too many guests. Just 1 or 2 representatives from each corporation or family will suffice. And gifts shouldn't exceed 1 million yuan. Mingyu explained the rules as he drove. Hearing this, Jiang Shi couldn't help but feel admiration. Perhaps this was what true greatness looked like, detached above the noise. Soon, they arrived outside old Master Ye's manor. Dozens of cars were parked outside, each carrying just 1 or 2 people. Altogether, there were only a few dozen attendees. The atmosphere was calm and serene. Suddenly, Mingyu received a message. He turned to Jiang Shi urgently. "Shi, big news, apparently. Today at old Master Ye's birthday party, the Yi family plans to publicly announce Miss Ye's relationship. Her official fiancé will make his debut." What? Jiang Shi froze in surprise. Her mind flashed back to the rumors she'd heard about Chunfong and Yi Xiaoqian, her own suspicions, and what her cousin had said. If Yi Xiaoqian was indeed in a relationship, and they were about to make it public, then Jiang Shi breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Chapter 102. Jiang Shi followed Mingyu into old Master Ye's estate. Numerous guests were chatting casually around the courtyard. Master Ming has arrived. Upon seeing Mingyu, many of the guests immediately approached to greet him. After all, the Ming family was one of the 4 great families of Jiangzhou, a power on par with the Yi family, and Mingyu was the eldest son. He would very likely inherit everything in the future. Mingyu greeted each elder respectfully. Then attention turned to Jiang Shi. Is this young lady Master Ming's girlfriend? Master Ming certainly has excellent taste. This young miss is truly a rare beauty, so stunning she could topple a nation. I wonder which prominent family she comes from. Jiang Shi had never before been the center of attention among such influential figures. She grew shy at once, lowering her head and staying silent. Mingyu came to her rescue, saying, "She is the granddaughter of old Master Jiang Shijun from neighboring Huangzhou City. She currently manages the Yue jewelry store in downtown. If any of you need jewelry, feel free to consult Miss Jiang." How lucky. I was just thinking of ordering a new diamond ring for my wife to celebrate our golden wedding anniversary. So was I. After the birthday banquet, let's go place our orders together. The influential guests quickly flocked around her. Jiang Shi was utterly astonished. She'd always known Mingyu was extraordinary, but until now she hadn't fully grasped what that meant. Seeing how so many wealthy, high-status figures treated Mingyu with such deference and respect gave her a whole new perspective. Noticing Jiang Shi's surprise, Mingyu felt proud. He dismissed the crowd politely and said to Jiang Shi, "Let's go find Miss Yi and have a word." They walked toward where the Yi family members were gathered. Yi Xiaoqian was speaking with her relatives when suddenly Mingyu arrived with Jiang Shi in tow. "Jie Jiang, Miss Jiang, what are you doing here?" Seeing Mingyu, Yi Xiaoqian remained relatively calm, but upon spotting Jiang Shi standing beside him, her face instantly lost its composure. Jiang Shi was still confused, thinking perhaps her status wasn't suitable, and apologetically said, "I'm sorry, President Yi. I only came to wish Chairman Yi a happy birthday. If my presence isn't appropriate, I can leave right away." "That's not what I meant. I mean," Yi Xiaoqian stammered, unable to explain herself clearly. Just then, a tall, handsome man in a brand new suit approached, holding a glass of wine. "Xiaoqian, Uncle Yi wants us to come over for a moment." This was Chunfong. After a brief rehearsal, he and Yi Xiaoqian had mostly adapted to their temporary roles. His performance throughout the birthday banquet had been solid. Nothing stood out as suspicious. "Chunfong, we've got trouble," Yi Xiaoqian said, her face grim. "What's wrong?" Chunfong frowned slightly. The next moment, his eyes landed on Mingyu and Jiang Shi, standing before Yi Xiaoqian. "Now this is quite unexpected," Mingyu said, momentarily stunned. Then he smiled politely, maintaining his composure. Jiang Shi didn't utter a word. Her face turned deathly pale. It wasn't that she refused to speak. It was shock and rage that rendered her speechless. Her suspicions, her cousin's accusations, they had actually been true. Even in her wildest dreams, Jiang Shi could never have imagined that the man she trusted most, the man who shared her bed, would betray her like this. "Shi, let me explain. It's not what you think." Chunfong immediately tried to clarify the truth. But Yi Xiaoqian glanced at the surrounding crowd and quietly called out his name. If Chunfong revealed the truth at this moment, the consequences would be disastrous. He realized it too, and suppressed the urge to explain. Instead, he told Jiang Shi, "Shi, wait for me a little longer. Once this birthday banquet ends, I'll explain everything to you." Chapter 103. Miss Jiang, please believe us. The situation is not what you think at all. This isn't the right place to talk about it now. After my grandfather's birthday banquet ends, we'll explain everything to you properly. Please just give Chunfong a little more time, okay? Yi Xiaoqian said earnestly. Then we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Right now, what Yi Xiaoqian feared most was that Jiang Shi and Chunfong would cause a scene at the banquet. Grandfather's 80th birthday celebration would truly become a laughingstock if that happened. Therefore, no matter what, Yi Xiaoqian couldn't reveal the truth just yet. Jiang Shi tightly bit her lip, glanced around at the surroundings, then forced herself to take a deep breath and suppress her anger before nodding. "Fine, I'll wait here for your explanation." Seeing that Jiang Shi had chosen to temporarily back down, both Yi Xiaoqian and Chunfong let out a small sigh of relief. "Xiaoqian, why are you two still standing here? Come over here." At that moment, Yi Hua strode quickly toward them, his face stern as he urged them away. "Oh, okay." Yi Xiaoqian could only nod in agreement, then grabbed Chunfeng's arm. following Yihua off to the side. Jiangxi remained rooted to the spot, lips clenched tightly together, clearly holding back her emotions with great effort. Mingyu, keenly sensing Jiangxi's mood, feigned regret and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Xi. If I'd known this would happen, I shouldn't have brought you here. No, I should thank you for bringing me." Jiangxi replied coldly, arms crossed. "Otherwise, I'd still be completely unaware. My husband running off with another woman, and me standing there like a fool." Though inwardly triumphant, Mingyu put on an expression of deep concern. Today is old Master Ye's birthday banquet. For that guy to actually show up in such a formal setting means it's not just Miss Yi. He must already have the approval of the entire Yi family. From what I see, these two probably didn't just meet recently. There must have been signs long before now. Xi, think carefully. Under Mingyu's seemingly well-intentioned prompting, Jiangxi closed her eyes and began to reflect deeply. Recently, Chunfong had changed so drastically, becoming gentle, considerate, optimistic, devoted to his wife and daughter, and suddenly earning large sums of money. He seemed flawless, radiating nothing but virtues, with barely any shortcomings. And strangely, this transformation all started after he met Yi Shaoqian. The wealth and status Chunfong now possessed, perhaps they were gifts from Yi Shaoqian. Could it be that the reason he treats me so well now is because he's having an affair with Miss Yi, feeling guilty, and trying to compensate me tenfold? As soon as this thought surfaced, Jiangxi's face turned deathly pale. She couldn't bear to imagine further. Moreover, personally, if they really had a reasonable explanation, why wouldn't they clear things up immediately? Why delay until after the banquet? That doesn't make sense. I'm afraid, what they offer you later won't be honesty, but an even bigger lie, Mingyu added, skillfully pouring salt into the wound. Hearing this, Jiangxi's face darkened. She bit down hard on her lip, struggling desperately to hold back her tears. She couldn't stay in this seemingly joyous occasion for even one more second. Without a word, she turned and walked away swiftly. Watching her leave, Mingyu flashed a faint smile. He quickly handed his gift to the Yi family, muttered a few polite blessings, then hurried after her. To win Jiangxi's trust, Mingyu put on a helpless expression and said, "Xi, I completely understand how you feel right now. I've been through something similar myself. Master Ming, you've been betrayed by a woman before too." Jiangxi suddenly looked up at Mingyu. Chapter 104. That was in the past. We were even engaged, but then, I actually went through a depressive phase back then. Ah, never mind. Mingyu shook his head and sighed, appearing deeply saddened, yet his words were deliberately vague. Of course he had to be vague, it was all made up. He had always been the one betraying others, never on the receiving end of betrayal from a woman. But Jiangxi didn't know this was fabricated. She pondered Mingyu's words carefully, then nodded bitterly. Something like that really can drive someone into depression. At that moment, Mingyu suddenly pulled out half a bottle of whiskey from the car's central console and handed it to Jiangxi. At times like this, you need alcohol to numb your nerves, otherwise, it's hard to bear. Following Mingyu's suggestion, Jiangxi unscrewed the cap and took a sip. The first mouthful burned her throat and was almost unbearable. But moments later, the alcohol began dulling her nerves, making the sharp pain of betrayal feel less intense. So she tried taking another, larger sip. Mingyu sat beside her driving, watching as Jiangxi drank, her cheeks turning slightly red. Knowing his chance had come, he feigned concern and said, "Xi, don't drink too much. You haven't had lunch, and drinking on an empty stomach isn't good for your stomach. If you want to keep drinking, let's go somewhere to eat first, get some food in you." "Whatever. I'm not hungry. I just want to drink," Jiangxi slurred, already slightly drunk. Mingyu nodded, then immediately called his loyal follower Su Chao to make arrangements. Soon after, Mingyu drove directly toward Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. By then, Su Chao had already arrived and reserved a private room, bringing along the same group of idle friends from their previous bet. Each of these so-called friends brought a female companion, totaling over a dozen people. The private room was bustling with noise and laughter. When Mingyu brought Jiangxi in, Su Chao stood up first to greet them warmly. Slightly intoxicated, Jiangxi didn't grow suspicious of the strangers around her. Instead, following Su Chao's arrangement, she sat in an inner seat beside Mingyu. "Miss Jiang, you've always been our UGE's pure moonlight." Just for those 3 words, pure moonlight. I've got to toast you properly. Su Chao approached Jiangxi with a full cup of liquor raised high. Jiangxi hesitated, unsure whether to drink or not. "It's fine, drink up. I'll make sure you get home safely," Mingyu reassured gently from the side. Jiangxi glanced at Su Chao and the others. Though they were strangers, they all seemed like rich second-generation kids, and importantly, each had brought their own girlfriend. They probably wouldn't do anything inappropriate. So she nodded, took the glass Su Chao offered, and drank another round. This was a strong baijiu, and after swallowing it, Jiangxi immediately felt dizzy and disoriented. "Miss Jiang, I've heard so much about you from Yugo. Finally meeting you in person today. Care to honor me with a toast?" Another young man rose and came over to pour her a drink. Jiangxi could only comply. After several consecutive shots of strong baijiu, her head spun heavier and heavier. Her eyelids grew as heavy as lead, until she could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the table and falling unconscious. "She." Mingyu nudged her lightly, but she didn't respond. Just then, Su Chao hurried over, winking suggestively. "Yugo, isn't it about time?" Chapter 105. At that moment, the private room fell completely silent. The earlier lively atmosphere had all been artificially created by Su Chao and the others. "All right, you're dismissed. Get going already." Su Chao pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills and casually tossed them to the girl sitting beside him. After grabbing the money, the girl immediately flashed a smile, gathered her belongings, and stood up to leave the room. In truth, none of these girls were actually girlfriends of these rich second-generation kids. They were just temporary companions hired for the night. All of this had been arranged in advance over the phone by Mingyu. He instructed them to bring several girls along to drink together, so as to lower Jiangxi's guard. "Humph, are you convinced now?" Looking at Jiangxi sleeping soundly beside him, Mingyu gazed triumphantly at his group of playboy friends led by Su Chao. Everyone nodded in agreement. "Brother, you is truly something else. If we ever want to chase women, we'll have to learn from you. That 1 million was worth every penny." Considerate tuition fees well spent. Because of the bet, no one could back out. They'd agreed to accept the outcome, and quickly began sending cash transfers to Mingyu. Within minutes, several million yuan had been added to Mingyu's bank account. Mingyu beamed with satisfaction. For him, money was secondary. What mattered most was winning the bet, establishing himself as the top dog within their circle, and earning admiration from everyone around. At that moment, a young man joked, "Brother Yu, since we've all paid our tuition, can we brothers stay and enjoy the show while you handle the main event?" Others looked on eagerly. Jiangxi was exceptionally beautiful, with an outstanding figure and an icy, elegant charm. They were all curious to see how such a cold and stunning woman would look when consumed by desire. Get lost. What are you even thinking? You really think Brother Yu would let you watch? Out you go. Don't ruin Brother Yu's mood. Su Chao quickly snapped at them. As the group turned toward the door to leave, Mingyu calmly said, "If you want to watch, then stay. After I'm done, if there's still time, you can all take your turns." "Brother Yu, you mean it? We don't just get to watch. We actually get a turn?" Su Chao stared wide-eyed, barely believing what he heard. The others burst into delighted excitement. "Have I ever lied before?" Mingyu shook his head. Then he turned his gaze toward Jiangxi, who still slept beside him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Though he was deeply attracted to her and desired her, he also understood clearly that no matter how beautiful a woman might be, she was ultimately just an accessory. Once the novelty wore off, interest faded. So Mingyu chose instead to fully betray Jiangxi, using her to secure loyalty and strengthen his influence. And indeed, the tactic worked perfectly. Led by Su Chao, everyone was now thrilled, eagerly waiting for Mingyu to finish first so they could take their turns afterward. Just then, a sudden knock came from outside the private room. Who's being so damn inconsiderate? Coming to ruin the moment at such a critical time? Everyone frowned in irritation. The youth closest to the door walked over and opened it just a crack, preparing to ask what was going on. Boom. But before he could speak, the door was kicked open violently from outside. The door slab flew inward, slamming into the youth and hurling him several meters away, crashing heavily onto the floor. What the hell? Everyone turned sharply toward the entrance. In their stunned gazes, a tall, broad-shouldered man in a suit strode into the private room, his expression cold and emotionless. Chapter 106. So it's you who showed up? Su Chao had seen Chunfong before, so he recognized him immediately. He recalled how he'd lost to Chunfong in front of everyone at the martial arts club in Jiangnan Spa, utterly humiliated. Damn it. Rage surged through Su Chao. He grabbed a solid wood chair beside him and smashed it fiercely toward Chunfong. But Chunfong threw just one punch. With a thunderous boom, the entire wooden chair exploded into pieces, and Su Chao himself flew backward like a kicked ball. You're asking for death. Chunfong strode into the private room. Seeing the scene inside, he instantly understood what these bastards had planned for his wife. Fury burned within him. He stormed forward, seized the collar of a nearby young man, and punched him square in the face. Thud! The youth went flying. Some tried to rush at Chunfong, others attempted to flee, but within moments, all of them were knocked flat on the ground, writhing in pain and screaming. Witnessing this, Su Chao was completely terrified. He quickly turned to Mingyu, his voice shaking. "Big bro you, what do we do now?" Mingyu's expression was also shocked. He hadn't expected Chunfong to arrive so soon. After a brief pause, an idea flashed through his mind. He suddenly grabbed Su Chao by the collar and slammed a hard punch into his face, roaring, "Su Chao, you damn dog. While I was drunk, you dared plot something against Miss Jiang." Before Su Chao could speak, Mingyu kicked him hard in the stomach, doubling him over in agony, unable to utter a word. Then Mingyu stood up and began brutally beating Su Chao, pummeling him until blood covered his face and cries poured out nonstop. When he judged the performance sufficient, Mingyu finally stopped. He took a deep breath, turned to the dark-faced Chunfong, and explained, "Just now, both Miss Jiang and I were very drunk. I never imagined these people would try to take advantage. Thank goodness Brother Chen arrived in time. No harm was done." Having said that, he courteously stepped back and gestured toward Jiangxi, who lay unconscious on the table. "Take your wife home. Leave this place to me. I'll handle everything." One had to admit, Mingyu was quick-witted, and his acting was incredibly convincing. Plus, he was genuinely a bit drunk, his face slightly flushed. So claiming he'd been too intoxicated to know what happened seemed plausible. There were no obvious flaws in his story. But Chunfong wasn't so easily fooled. His eyes narrowed as he demanded, "These men, are they all your loyal dogs? Without your permission, would they dare do such things?" "Just a bunch of rotten friends, not one decent person among them," Mingyu sighed, shaking his head. At that moment, Chunfong suddenly walked straight to Su Chao, placed his foot squarely on Su Chao's left kneecap, and pressed down with force. Su Chao shrieked in unbearable pain. "What really happened just now? Tell me." Under Chunfeng's stern interrogation, Su Chao winced and grimaced in agony. He glanced up at Mingyu first, then gritted his teeth and said, "It was me. All my fault. Miss Jiang is so beautiful. You and she were both drunk. I lost my senses. I did it behind your back. I almost did something terrible. Sorry, big brother. I know I messed up. Give me another chance." Crack. After hearing those words, Chunfong didn't hesitate for a second. He crushed Su Chao's kneecap beneath his foot. Chapter 107. This is your lapdog. How you deal with him is up to you, Chunfong said with narrowed eyes. Seeing Su Chao in such excruciating pain, Mingyu couldn't help but turn pale, and he nodded shakily. Then Chunfong walked over to Jiangxi, stretched out his arms, lifted her entire body into the air, cradling her like a prince carrying his beloved princess, and strode away from Jiangzhou Hotel without looking back. Only after Chunfong had left did Mingyu immediately call an ambulance, sending everyone to the hospital for emergency treatment. "Brother Yu, you're not exactly reliable either. We're all taking the fall for you, brother." The injured young men lay in their hospital beds, expressing their dissatisfaction toward Mingyu, their so-called leader. At this moment, Mingyu's image in their eyes had plummeted drastically. Following Mingyu meant no pretty girls, only nearly being beaten to death. Who could accept that? Mingyu also felt defeated, but could only comfort them. "Rest and recover first. I'll compensate you all." Then Mingyu entered a private hospital room. Su Chao lay inside. His injuries were the most severe, he was covered in wounds, and his left kneecap was shattered, making it nearly impossible for him to stand again in the future. Xiao Qiao, from this moment on, I'll officially take you as my sworn younger brother. I'll guarantee the stability of your family's business, and ensure you live the rest of your life without any worries about food or clothing, Mingyu promised solemnly. Su Qiao nodded bitterly and warned, Brother Yu, let me give you some advice as your younger brother. Please don't provoke that woman surnamed Jiang anymore. She's not someone you can handle easily. And her husband, he's like a rabid dog. Just thinking about him terrifies me now. Hearing this, Mingyu's expression instantly darkened. It wasn't fear of Chunfong that upset him. Rather, it was sheer bufuqi, indignation and bugenxian, unwillingness to accept defeat. He was none other than the eldest son of the prestigious Ming family, a high-standing figure. How could it be possible that he couldn't even handle an ordinary woman? Worse still, he had bragged about this in front of his friends. If he backed down now, it would severely damage his reputation. There was no doubt, he had failed today. But Mingyu had no intention of giving up. Xiao Qiao, get some rest, Mingyu said, patting Su Qiao's shoulder before turning and walking out of the ward. Outside, he dialed his secretary's number and ordered, contact Yip Group and arrange a private meeting with President Yi. I want to talk to her personally. Meanwhile, back with Chunfong. After rescuing Jiangxi, he took her straight home. Once they arrived, Chunfong laid her gently on the bed and began using silver needles to massage and stimulate her meridians, helping her metabolize the alcohol and regain consciousness. However, halfway through, Jiangxi drowsily opened her eyes. When she realized it was Chunfong beside her, she froze for a moment. Then, without hesitation, she raised her delicate hand and slapped Chunfong across the face with full force. Slap. The sound was sharp and crisp, but since it came from the woman he loved most, Chunfong didn't dare say anything. He could only explain. Honey, before you hit me again, could you at least hear me out? I told you, it's not what you think. I owed Missy a favor, so I helped her as repayment. So your way of repaying favors is by marrying into another family as a son-in-law. Now that's gratitude for you. Jiangxi frowned, seething with anger. Chapter 108. Chunfong was left speechless by Jiangxi's retort. He was somewhat surprised that his usually gentle and affectionate wife could be so assertive when it came to emotions. After all, in his previous life, such conflicts had never occurred between them. Miss Jiang, you're right. According to my family, Chunfong is indeed my boyfriend, and they are quite satisfied with how he's behaved, a soft voice said from behind Chunfong. It was Yi Xiaoqian approaching, her face showing apology as she continued. But it's all just pretend. I'm the one who asked Chunfong to play along, to act this part for my grandfather and father. My elders have been pressuring me to get married until I'm nearly driven mad, and I really had no other choice. Yeah, it's all just acting, Chunfong added. Hearing their explanation, Jiangxi furrowed her delicate brows, still harboring doubt. After all, Mingyu had warned her earlier. If these two were hiding something, then nothing they said could be trusted. Miss Jiang, I'm truly sorry. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have made such an unreasonable request. Chunfong did mention that he needed to discuss it with you first, but I thought you might not even find out, so I allowed myself to hope. Yi Xiaoqian pursed her lips, speaking sincerely. I also share responsibility. I should have mentioned it earlier, Chunfong said, scratching his nose. Seeing this, Jiangxi asked coldly, You've talked this much, but do you have any proof? Oh well. Chunfong faltered. He realized their agreement had only been verbal, and given their decent relationship, there had been no written or recorded transaction. So indeed, he couldn't produce concrete evidence to clear himself. Yet under current circumstances, without solid proof, Jiangxi would hardly believe them. There is proof. Yi Xiaoqian suddenly snapped her fingers, hitting her forehead, as if remembering. She pulled out her phone and opened an app, the surveillance system for her family's villa, which provided round-the-clock monitoring and automatically uploaded footage to a cloud server, allowing access and downloads anytime. She quickly located the video clip from yesterday afternoon, showing herself and Chunfong discussing the fake couple charade at home, downloaded it, and handed the phone to Jiangxi. The video clearly showed their conversation, matching exactly what they had just described. Chunfong was initially reluctant and wanted to consult Jiangxi first, but after some coaxing from Yi Xiaoqian, he agreed to go along with it. Following that were clips of their rehearsal and practice sessions. So that's how it was. After watching the video, Jiangxi's expression softened slightly. Clearly, she was now almost convinced by their story. Miss Jiang, this morning was my grandfather's birthday banquet. My family and most of my friends were present. If we had clarified things then, the situation would have been difficult to manage, so I had no choice but to put you through some discomfort, Yi Xiaoqian explained further. Jiangxi frowned slightly and countered. Then how exactly should this matter be resolved? Do you mean my husband will continue pretending to be your partner forever? Chunfong found this question difficult to answer, so he looked at Yi Xiaoqian with the same uncertainty. But Yi Xiaoqian seemed prepared. Smiling, she replied, Of course not. My main goal was just to satisfy my father. He's always working at the military department and rarely comes home. He already left Jiangzhou at noon today. Hearing this, Chunfong breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 109. Jiangxi could actually understand something of Yi Xiaoqian's situation. This was the helplessness of being a woman. No matter how hard she tried, it was difficult to earn approval from elders. In the eyes of older generations, nothing mattered more than finding a man with money and power. President Yi, let's end this matter here. After careful consideration, Jiangxi spoke up. Yi Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. She had come all the way to Chunfeng's home specifically to explain the whole incident in person. Now that her purpose was fulfilled, she knew it wasn't appropriate to stay any longer, so she stood up immediately to leave. Before departing, however, she took out an exquisite gift box. Miss Jiang, I'm truly sorry for causing you trouble. This is just a small token of my appreciation. With that, Yi Xiaoqian placed the box on the table and then left. Chunfong checked the time and said, Honey, I'll go pick up our daughter and grab some groceries on the way back. What would you like for dinner? I'm not hungry. Jiangxi replied coldly. Chunfong well understood that his wife was still upset about what had happened. It would probably take some time before she fully calmed down, so he simply nodded and turned to leave. Just then, Jiangxi's phone rang. It was a call from her cousin, Jiang Lei. Today, Jiang Lei called again about the house renovation. Seemingly some unexpected problem had arisen. It's complicated. I can't explain it clearly over the phone. Why don't you and your husband come over? I'll wait for you at the new house. Jiang Lei mumbled awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Chunfong frowned. What nonsense is your cousin up to now? Truthfully, Chunfong had never quite trusted Jiang Lei, but since he was his wife's cousin and recommended by his mother-in-law, he chose not to make an issue of it. Previously, due to medical expenses, they'd already overpaid him by several $100,000. And now more trouble. The villa they'd bought was brand new, worth over 50 million yuan, plus they had already paid several million in advance for renovations, so they couldn't afford any carelessness with the construction. Let's go see what's going on. Jiang Shi instantly put aside other concerns and left with Chunfong, rushing quickly toward Villa number 7 Lakeside Road. When they arrived, they found cousin Jiang Lei sitting on the floor smoking with several construction workers. The place was in chaos. Cousin, what exactly happened? Why couldn't you explain it clearly over the phone? Jiang Shi demanded bluntly. Jiang Lei sighed heavily. Here's the thing. I saw your villa was so luxurious. I figured the renovation must match its standard, right? So all the building materials I ordered were high-end imports from overseas. But who could have expected that during shipping, there was suddenly a typhoon, the ship sank, and all the cargo went straight to the bottom of the sea. Those materials cost 5 million. Just gone like that. Damn that cursed typhoon. Jiang Lei stomped his foot furiously, looking utterly frustrated. Then he looked up at Jiang Shi, clasping his hands together. Nobody could have predicted this tragedy. We'll just have to accept our bad luck. So please, transfer me another 5 million. I'll order a new batch, this time shipped by air. Without materials, the project simply can't continue. At this point, even if Jiang Shi was simple-hearted and kind, she sensed something was off. Frowning, she asked, Cousin, are you lying to me? Chapter 110. How can I, as your older cousin, possibly lie to you? I'm family. Sure, my reputation out there isn't the best, but in front of relatives like you, I know where my loyalties lie. Jiang Lei waved his hand dramatically, once again playing the family card. After all, he was just making things up without any evidence. Whenever questioned, he'd immediately bring up their blood ties. Jiang Shi didn't know what to do with someone so shameless. She could only turn to Chunfong and ask, Honey, what should we do? Should we trust my cousin? Chunfong nearly rolled his eyes. There was no way he believed this guy. Glancing at the time, he calmly said, It's getting late. Why don't you go pick up our daughter from class first, then take her out for a nice meal? Leave this matter here to me. How's that? That works. Jiang Shi nodded. This wasn't something she was good at handling anyway. After they split up tasks, Jiang Shi left first. Once she was gone, Jiang Lei grinned, pulled out a cigarette, handed it to Chunfong, and winked. Dear cousin-in-law, though I can't imagine how a gambling scumbag like you managed to become the head of the household, since my cousin listens to you, things are easier. What exactly do you mean? Chunfong asked with amusement. You transfer 5 million to me right away as material fees. The renovation will be on me, and I'll privately give you 500,000 back as commission. What do you say? Jiang Lei patted Chunfeng's shoulder and gave him a knowing look. When Chunfong didn't respond, Jiang Lei continued. A million. A million, okay? 1.5 million. 2 million. Better yet, as long as you convince my cousin to hand over the money. Let's split the 5 million 50-50. Seeing how much he had already compromised, Jiang Lei was furious that Chunfong still remained unmoved. Now Jiang Lei flew into a rage, shouting, Damn it, you're not satisfied even with a 50-50 split. You bastard, you're really greedy. At this, Chunfong merely shook his head, chuckling softly. If you were actually doing legitimate renovation work, giving you another 5 million wouldn't matter. But judging by how you're acting, you're clearly trying to swindle us. Sorry, I won't give you a single cent. You son of a bitch. Are you taking some petty advantage now? Seeing a worthless gambler like Chunfong actually threatening him, Jiang Lei became enraged and snapped. Listen here. Yesterday, I saw you cozying up to that woman next door. I've got photos. If you don't pay me 5 million to keep quiet, I'll send them straight to my cousin. Let's see if she throws you out. Go ahead, Chunfong said indifferently. Earlier in the day, he might have been worried, but now, the misunderstanding between them had long been cleared. Whether it was photos or videos, nothing could blackmail him anymore. Fine, that's on you. Jiang Lei decided to teach this nobody a lesson. He immediately sent Jiang Shi the photo he hadn't managed to send yesterday. But to his surprise, Jiang Shi didn't respond at all. So he called her instead, giving her a verbal heads up about it. Cousin, I already know about what you're talking about. Don't report things behind people's backs. It's annoying. I don't care about it, Jiang Shi said impatiently. What, cousin? Your husband is cheating on you, and you actually don't care? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lei felt like he was going to pass out. Chapter 111. Seeing that his attempt to tattle had failed, Jiang Lei was completely stunned. He never expected that his good-for-nothing, gambling-addicted brother-in-law not only had control over the household, but was even fooling around with other women on the side, and his cousin didn't even care. What an enviable position within the family. You little bastard, I don't know how you managed to win over my cousin, but let me warn you. Cutting off a man's livelihood is like killing his parents. If you dare ruin my income, I swear I'll make you pay. Jiang Lei pointed at Chunfong, threatening him word by word. Since bribery hadn't worked, intimidation was his only remaining option. Oh, how exactly are you going to make me pay? Chunfong asked, looking at Jiang Lei with a faint, mocking smile. Jiang Lei's face turned dark. He waved his hand, and the few workers sitting on the ground smoking immediately stood up. Each one carried tools like hammers and iron rods, surrounding Chunfong in an instant. You think I won't kill you right here and bury you in the backyard? Jiang Lei growled, his expression sinister. I don't believe you, Chunfong replied, shaking his head. In Jiang Lei's eyes, Chunfong was just bluffing. Feeling he had full control of the situation, he sneered. Actually, you're really stupid. If my cousin were here, I'd still have to consider family ties. But since you sent her away, now I can crush you however I want. No one can stop me. I suggest you stop being stubborn and transfer the money to me right now. Otherwise, getting hit by this hammer will be extremely painful. Jiang Lei grabbed a heavy wooden club himself, laughing coldly. Seeing that Chunfong still refused to cooperate, Jiang Lei lost patience and roared. You brought this on yourself. With that, He raised the club and swung it hard toward Chunfeng's arm. The hammer was used for pounding walls, weighing dozens of pounds. Swung with full force, it easily delivered over 100 pounds of impact, more than enough to break bones effortlessly. Clearly, Zhang Lei intended to smash Chunfeng's arm with one blow, teaching him a harsh lesson right from the start. That brutal, huh? Chunfong narrowed his eyes slightly. Since Zhang Lei had struck first without hesitation, Chunfong wouldn't hold back either. In a flash, he kicked out at Zhang Lei with lightning speed. Boom! Zhang Lei flew backwards 7 or 8 meters, club and all, crashing heavily onto the ground. Though there was no visible blood, he couldn't get up again. That single kick wasn't fatal, but it was enough to cripple Zhang Lei for life. As for the other workers nearby, Chunfong didn't waste any time. In the blink of an eye, every single one of them was knocked flat on the ground. Of course, this was his new house, so Chunfong exercised restraint. He broke their bones, but avoided drawing blood, so as not to stain his own floor. Damn it, you dog. So you actually know martial arts. Zhang Lei clutched his chest, glaring venomously at Chunfong. Then he laughed coldly and threatened. I'm your mother-in-law's nephew, your wife's real cousin. How do you think they'll treat you when they find out what you've done to me? In Zhang Lei's mind, Chunfong was nothing but a freeloading son-in-law, the kind of man who would naturally fear his mother-in-law and wife. Chunfong chuckled and said, like you just said, if I kill you and bury you somewhere where they'll never know, then what can they possibly do to me? Fuck, killing someone is a crime. Zhang Lei instantly trembled in fear. Seeing Chunfong striding toward him, Zhang Lei was terrified beyond reason, stammering, bro-in-law, don't kill me. I don't want the money, I don't want it anymore. Chunfong yanked Zhang Lei up by the collar and said coldly, spit out the 6 million I gave you earlier. Chapter 112. Bro-in-law, it's not that I don't want to pay up, the thing is, the money isn't on me. Zhang Lei explained desperately. Let me be honest with you. I'm just the general manager of this renovation company and only own 10% of the shares. I have a boss above me who takes 90%. All the money's in his hands. My boss goes by the nickname Xia Shanhu, Tiger coming down the mountain. He's a man of the underworld, not easy to reason with. Once money goes into his pocket, it never comes back out. How about this? You let me go first, and I'll talk to my boss later, see what can be worked out. Hearing Zhang Lei's words, Chunfong let out a cold laugh and grabbed him by the throat. Do you take me for an idiot? If I let you walk away now, do you think I'll ever find you again? 10 minutes. Call that so-called boss of yours here right now. We'll settle this face to face. Chunfong tossed a phone at Zhang Lei. With no choice, Zhang Lei picked up the phone and dialed. 10 minutes later, a black Range Rover pulled up at the villa's main gate. A man wearing a gold chain stepped out, a cigar hanging from his mouth, a crocodile skin wallet tucked under his arm. His whole demeanor screamed gangster boss. This is Xia Shanhu, my boss. You two talk it over. Zhang Lei mumbled, head bowed. Little brother, want one? Xia Shanhu grinned, pulling out a thick cigar and offering it to Chunfong. Chunfong waved it off. I don't smoke. Let's get down to business. Haha. Little brother, I've been thinking on the way over and came up with a great solution, Xia Shanhu said, taking a puff and blowing out a smoke ring. You transfer me another 4 million, round it up to 10 million, and I'll take full responsibility for finishing this house renovation, guaranteed within a month, exactly as originally agreed. I called you here to get my money back, and now you're demanding more from me. Do you even have the guts? Chunfong frowned, unimpressed. Though Xia Shanhu looked every bit the powerful elder brother, Chunfong showed no fear. Zhang Lei, watching this unfold, could hardly believe his eyes. The so-called useless brother-in-law actually daring to speak like this to his own boss. Haha, kid, don't be too cocky. You probably haven't heard of Xia Shanhu, have you? Back in the day, I stood equal to Lu Jinxin, your Jiangzhou big brother. He used to call me Brother Tiger. Just for what you said a moment ago, if Lu Jinxin found out, he'd be the first one to teach you a lesson. Believe me. Xia Shanhu puffed his chest proudly. Is that so? Chunfong chuckled lightly. Then why don't you give Lu Jinxin a call and see if he dares to touch me? Kid, know when to back down. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. I'm giving you a chance. Hand over 4 million fast, or things might turn ugly. Xia Shanhu kept the cigar in his mouth, looking supremely confident. Chunfong shook his head, then pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Jinxin directly. The call connected almost immediately. What? Xia Shanhu. Never heard of him. Lu Jinxin replied, clearly bewildered upon hearing the name. Chunfong laughed and turned on speakerphone, staring straight at Xia Shanhu. That's your good brother Lu Jinxin on the line. But Mr. Lu just said he doesn't know you. Care to explain? Shit, you actually know Lu Jinxin. Xia Shanhu's face instantly froze. Chapter 113. Seeing his bluff called, Xia Shan Tiger quickly adjusted and said, ahem, I just got confused earlier. It wasn't Lu Jinxin I called brother. I'm close with Huang Minghu, the chairman of the Huang Corporation. Back in the day, I was the general manager of Huang Corp, handling all the underworld troubles for the Huang family. Young man, if you oppose me, you're opposing the Huang family. Think carefully. Xia Shan Tiger warned gravely. Chunfong simply pulled out his phone and dialed Huang Minghu, head of the Huang family. Xia Shan Tiger? What kind of ridiculous name is that? How could I possibly know an idiot like him? Mr. Chun, please don't get the wrong idea. I don't know this person at all, and I'd never hire someone like him to deal with you. Huang Minghu hurried to clarify, afraid of being misunderstood. All right, got it. Chunfong nodded, then hung up the phone. He looked at Xia Shan Tiger with a faint, knowing smile. Now what do you have to say? By now, Xia Shan Tiger was clearly flustered. He couldn't even finish his cigar, stammering. Wait, let me think again. I still know quite a few big shots around Jiangzhou. Give me a second to remember someone. But this time, before Xia Shan Tiger could utter another name, Chunfong appeared right in front of him, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him off the ground. Though Xia Shan Tiger looked imposing on the surface, he was weak underneath. In Chunfeng's grip, he writhed like a helpless chick. I'll give you 2 choices, Chunfong said calmly. Leave the money, or leave your life. You decide. His tone was mild, but Xia Shan Tiger didn't doubt for a second that Chunfong was serious. He swallowed hard and said, brother, that's 6 million. We split it with Zhang Lei. I've got 3 million here. I'll transfer it to you right now. Brother, please, give me a chance. I'll leave Jiangzhou immediately and never show my face before you again. Trembling violently, Xia Shantiger frantically pulled out his bank app and initiated a 3 million yuan transfer. After all, he was nothing but a fraud who hid behind others' power, good at bullying ordinary people, but utterly helpless against someone as ruthless as Chunfong. When Chunfong saw the 3 million had arrived, he nodded in satisfaction. You can crawl away now. With that, he hurled Xia Shantiger across the room. Then Chunfong turned to Zhang Lei, who was cowering on the floor, shaking uncontrollably. Your boss has returned the money. What about you? Zhang Lei was trembling like a leaf, his throat bobbing as he gulped repeatedly. Cousin-in-law, those 3 million, I lost them all gambling. But I still have some assets. I own a house, a car. Let me go, give me a few days. I'll liquidate everything and pay you back, okay? No. Chunfong shook his head. He didn't trust men like this. Since you don't have the money, I'll help you find a way. Chunfong then made a quick call to Lu Jinxin. Not long after, Lu Jinxin arrived carrying 2 boxes of cash. Let me introduce you. This is Director Lu, runs a private lending business. He can loan you 3 million in cash to repay me, Chunfong said coolly. But I probably don't need to introduce him. You two have met before, haven't you? Manager Jiang. Long time no see. Lu Jinxin stared at Zhang Lei, smiling coldly. Lu had been swindled out of several million by Zhang Lei before, but because he feared the Jiang family backing Zhang Lei, he hadn't dared to retaliate. But now, acting under Chunfeng's orders and backed by Chunfeng's power, Lu Jinxin no longer feared the Jiang family. I'll lend you this 3 million so you can repay Mr. Chun. But your cars, houses, all property under your name, those will be collateral. Sign here, put your fingerprint. Lu smiled sinisterly and pulled out a formal contract, black text on white paper. Zhang Lei was now completely terrified. He knew exactly how brutal Lu Jinxin was. Once he signed that contract, every last cent of his wealth would be drained. He might even lose his kidneys. Trembling, he begged, Director Lu, cousin-in-law, please give me a chance, just one chance. Please, please. Chunfong ignored him completely. Manager Jiang, refusing to sign? Lu Jinxin didn't seem angry at all. He simply waved his hand and ordered his men to grab Zhang Lei. Then we'll have Manager Jiang come with us for a little chat. We'll talk things over properly. Chapter 114. After speaking, Zhang Lei was immediately tied up by Lu Jinxin's men, a black cloth thrown over his head, and dragged away. Chunfong could well imagine what methods Lu Jinxin would use. Rubbing his nose slightly, he said, Boss Lu, don't kill him. Otherwise when his wife asks me about it later, I won't know how to explain. I understand. Lu Jinxin nodded, appearing completely at ease, as if this were routine for him. He was extremely pleased. Because of Chunfeng's phone call, not only had he settled an old score, but he now also had the chance to seize assets from Zhang Lei. True, he'd invested 3 million himself, but that paled in comparison to the profits he was about to reap. Mr. Chun, you knew about my grudge with Zhang Lei and still went out of your way to let me have my revenge. I'm truly grateful. Let me take care of the interior design and renovation for your new house. I'll arrange for a professional decoration company to handle everything for you. Lu Jinxin offered eagerly. Fine. Chunfong agreed. No matter how he looked at it, Lu Jinxin was far more reliable than scum like Zhang Lei. So Lu Jinxin made a phone call. Soon after, representatives from the decoration company arrived. They clearly looked much more professional, measuring the total area of the house and showing Chunfong numerous luxury villa renovation portfolios. They even mentioned that they had decorated Yi Xiaoqian's neighboring villa. Chunfong was highly satisfied. After further discussion, he signed a contract with them and paid a 50% deposit. Mr. Chun, why don't we exchange WeChat? I'll report the construction progress to you daily via WeChat messages. You'll be able to move into the new home with your wife and child within a month, the company manager said respectfully. Chunfong added the man on WeChat, exchanged a few more words, then headed back home. On his way, he happened to run into Yu Xiaoman, who had come looking specifically for him. Brother Chun, my grandpa found some medicinal herbs again and told me to bring them to you while they're fresh. Yu Xiaoman panted as she opened her backpack. Inside was a small piece of dark brown fungal mass resembling fatty meat. But Chunfong recognized it instantly. It was Rou Lingji, also known as Tai Shui, a tonic herb just as powerful as ginseng. Moreover, Tai Shui took far longer to grow than ginseng, meaning it could absorb much greater quantities of spiritual energy. Why is there only a small piece? Chunfong asked in surprise. Yu Xiaoman sighed. Grandpa said this piece of Tai Shui came from a very dangerous place. He got injured in the leg getting it, and probably won't be able to go up the mountain to gather herbs anymore. Seeing Chunfong reaching for money, Yu Xiaoman quickly waved her hand. Brother Chun, no need. You've already helped us so much. Grandpa said this piece of Tai Shui is our family's way of repaying you. I must absolutely not accept any money. Given Yu Xiaoman's sincerity, Chunfong nodded in acceptance. He examined the Tai Shui carefully. Although rich in spiritual energy and valuable, its size was ultimately too small. If it were a complete, whole specimen, it might have allowed him to refine an excellent medicinal brew. So he asked, is your grandpa seriously injured? Grandpa said something attacked him up on the mountain. He barely managed to cut off this piece of Tai Shui before falling off a cliff. Fortunately, he only broke his leg, but he may never walk again. Yu Xiaoman said, her face filled with worry. Chunfong stroked his chin thoughtfully. I know some medicine. How about you take me to see your grandpa? Perhaps I can heal his leg. Really? Hearing this, Yu Xiaoman's beautiful eyes widened in instant surprise and joy. Chapter 115. After finalizing plans with Yu Xiaoman, Chunfong first made a call to Jiang Shi. He learned that Jiang Shi had already picked up her daughter, and the two of them were eating at KFC. Babe, the renovation issue is settled. Your cousin has fully refunded everything. I found a more professional company to redo the job, Chunfong reported. Just handle it however you see fit, Jiang Shi replied. She clearly knew relatives weren't reliable, so she no longer interfered. I'll be back later. A friend of mine who lives in the countryside, his family member got injured. I'm going out there to check on them, Chunfong added. This time, Jiang Shi didn't answer immediately. Instead, she opened WeChat and checked her workgroup chat. As the manager of a jewelry store, she belonged to the lower management tier of Ye Group and thus had access to an official workgroup where important notices were posted. In the chat, the administrator's latest announcement stated that Ye Group would hold a management meeting tonight at 7 o'clock, hosted by President Yi Xiaoqian. All department managers were required to attend promptly. Jiang Shi had already seen this message in the afternoon. Checking again was just to confirm she hadn't misread it. Since Yi Xiaoqian herself would host the meeting, Jiang Shi no longer doubted Chunfeng's excuse. She nodded slightly. All right, go ahead. After hanging up, Chunfeng prepared to head back to Yu Xiaoman's hometown with her. Oh no. Yu Xiaoman suddenly stopped, wearing a worried expression. Brother Chun, it's already 6:30. The last bus left at 6. My village is far from the city center. There aren't any more buses running now. Chunfeng frowned slightly. He was deeply concerned about Yu Xiaoman's grandfather's injuries, but even more urgently, he was worried about the remaining large piece of Lingji meat fungus they still had. Wait here for me a moment. Luckily, Chunfeng spotted a Car 4S dealership across the street and strode directly toward it. The closest one happened to be a Volkswagen Group 4S store. The shop was already preparing to close for the night when Chunfeng abruptly walked in wanting to look at cars. This irritated the staff. With no choice, the manager personally received Chunfeng and began introducing the models displayed in the showroom. This one, how much is it? Chunfeng's gaze locked onto a large SUV, the Tuareg. Mr. Chun, this is our flagship model, the Tuareg. This particular unit is the top-tier configuration, with a listed price of 773,800 yuan. At current market rates, we can offer around 50,000 yuan off. And if you apply for financing, even greater discounts may be available. Before the manager could finish detailing the Yowinser, Chunfeng interrupted, asking, Can I take delivery today? The manager was taken aback, but nodded. Yes, the finance department hasn't closed yet. Then let's process the card payment. Chunfeng pulled out his bank card immediately. All he wanted was a ride to quickly get to Yu Xiaoman's hometown with her. The car's price wasn't really a concern. It was just tens of thousands after all. 5 minutes later. Mr. Chun, please take care. Hope to see you again soon. The same manager who earlier wore a stern face had now transformed into an eager-to-please attendant, standing respectfully at the 4S store entrance, watching Chunfeng drive away. Because Chunfeng was perhaps the most straightforward customer he'd ever served in years, viewing, paying, and driving off a fully loaded, luxury Tuareg in under 10 minutes. This was a walking god of wealth dropping right into his lap. Chapter 116. About 2 hours later, Chunfeng drove, finally arriving at his rural hometown together with Yu Xiaoman. It was a small village nestled deep in the mountains and forests, home to just over a dozen households. The paths in front of the houses were still made of dirt. Fortunately, the car had good off-road performance. Otherwise, it might not have reached the destination at all. By now, night had completely fallen. The Yu family's old house was in terrible condition, occupied only by Yu Xiaoman's grandparents. Her grandfather, injured in the leg, could only stay in bed. Brother Chun, my parents are away working, and my grandparents are old. Our house is kind of messy. Please don't mind it. Yu Xiaoman felt somewhat embarrassed because of the disorder inside. It's fine. Chunfeng replied gently with a warm smile. He walked straight into the bedroom, met the bedridden elder Mr. Yu, exchanged a few words, then examined his injured leg. The entire leg was wrapped tightly in gauze, stabilized with wooden planks. From the outside, the injury didn't appear too severe, but in reality, it was a comminuted fracture. The old man, unwilling to spend money, refused to go to the hospital despite the seriousness of the injury. It's just a minor issue, Chunfeng reassured him. We just need to reset the bone, that's all. Quickly, using only his hands, Chunfeng performed the reduction on Mr. Yu's broken bones, redressed the wound, firmly secured the limb, and then, utilizing some herbs already available in the Yu household, formulated a special healing ointment and applied it directly to the old man's leg. Upon learning that their grandfather would fully recover without any long-term impact on his ability to walk, the entire family erupted in joy. Grandma Yu even knelt down spontaneously to kowtow in gratitude. Chunfeng quickly stepped forward to support the elderly woman, smiling. I'm a doctor by profession. Saving lives and healing injuries is my duty. Besides, this was quite simple for me. No need to be so formal. At that moment, Yu Xiaoman turned to her grandfather and said, Grandpa, Brother Chen specially came all this way to heal your leg. Now please tell him exactly what happened that day. Mr. Yu was no fool. He understood why Chunfeng had come specifically to treat his injury, and so he nodded and began. That day, I went up the mountain with a few fellow villagers to gather herbs. Since most of the medicinal plants on the front hills had already been picked, we ventured to the back mountain. There's a legend here that says fierce beasts lurk within the thick mists of the back mountain, attacking and killing people, so we usually avoid going there. Near a cliff on the back mountain, we found a massive growth of Lingji mushroom, the size of a water bucket. While we were harvesting it, suddenly something stirred. We were attacked, but none of us saw clearly what it was. In the panic, I quickly sliced off a piece of the mushroom and jumped off the cliff into the water below to save myself. 4 of us went. Only 3 returned. One of them disappeared. Mr. Yu sighed deeply, clearly burdened by guilt over his companion's death. Chunfeng fell into thought. A Lingji mushroom the size of a bucket. It must have taken at least 500 years to grow. If such a thing really exists and I can get my hands on it, I'll be able to advance to the level of Sync Physician much faster. He then asked, Elder, do you remember the exact location where this happened? I'd like to go take a look. But Mr. Yu shook his head. Yu Xiaoman explained. Brother Chun, my grandpa is a farmer. He never went to school. He can describe things verbally, but drawing a map is impossible. And the terrain of the back mountain is extremely complicated. If you want to go, only grandpa can guide you there in person. Chapter 117. At the headquarters of Ye Group in Jiangzhou City. After attending a meeting, Yi Xiaoqian returned to her office to tidy up before heading home to rest. Just then, an unexpected guest arrived. It was Mingyu, the young heir of Ming's group. Miss Yi, I made an appointment with you earlier. I've come to have a quick chat. Hope I'm not disturbing. Mingyu asked politely. To be honest, you are a bit of a disturbance. Yi Xiaoqian pursed her lips. Still, out of courtesy, she poured 2 cups of tea and offered one to Mingyu. Mingyu sat down, sipped his tea, and smiled. Miss Yi Xiaoqian, at your father's 80th birthday celebration, you introduced your fiancé. Truly a stunning appearance that captivated everyone. I'd heard rumors before, but I never imagined the man you chose as your fiancé would turn out to be the current husband of my childhood friend. Seeing that Yi Xiaoqian remained silent, Mingyu continued. But I looked into relevant laws, and apparently bigamy is illegal. How do you plan to handle that, Miss Yi? Have you switched careers to become a lawyer? Yi Xiaoqian retorted coolly. Haha. Just curious, just asking casually. If it's inconvenient for you to answer, we can drop it. Mingyu chuckled lightly, promptly dropping the subject. Truthfully, that wasn't why he had come to see her. A few days ago, at the Jiangzhou Hotel, Chunfong had suddenly appeared, nearly exposing Mingyu's disgraceful behavior. Although Su Chao had taken the blame for him, Mingyu, as an elite who had never faced failure from childhood through adulthood, had never encountered a woman he couldn't win over. The recent frustration he'd experienced with Jiangxi left a bitter taste in his mouth. No matter the cost, he was determined to forcefully possess Jiangxi, both her body and her heart. Miss Yi, the reason I'm here today is to discuss the jewelry business under your Ye Group. I've recently developed some interest in the jewelry industry, and I'd like to acquire those stores, Mingyu said with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoqian couldn't help but frown slightly. Don't you know our group's jewelry division has been running at a loss? I do know. That's precisely why I'm here to rescue you, Miss Yi. Mingyu replied, taking another sip of tea, exuding confidence. Yi Xiaoqian didn't respond immediately. After a moment of thought, she suddenly seemed to grasp Mingyu's true intention behind acquiring the jewelry company. A knowing smile appeared on her face. Young Master Ming, you're really willing to go all out just to chase a girl, huh? Mingyu didn't deny it. His smile paused only slightly. Miss Yi, do you have any intention of transferring ownership? If yes, let's continue talking. If not, we'll leave it at that. Of course I do. The jewelry company isn't making money anyway. If someone wants to take it off my hands, why wouldn't I agree? Yi Xiaoqian readily accepted. After a brief discussion, they quickly agreed on a price for the transfer. Mingyu generously made the payment, and both parties signed the transfer agreement on the spot. Soon after, Jiangxi suddenly noticed that the workgroup chat of Ye Group she belonged to had abruptly been disbanded. She was completely baffled. Moments later, her former manager called her. Manager Jiang, I just received notice. The ownership of our store has changed. We're no longer under Ye Group, but now part of Ming's Group. All of us are now employees of Ming's Group. And starting tomorrow, I'll be transferred to the headquarters of Ming's Group. So from tomorrow onward, you'll be the new store manager. The operation of the entire store will rely entirely on you. Hearing the sudden news of her promotion, Jiangxi was completely caught off guard. What? Chapter 118. A Mountain Village. Mr. Chun, you are our Yu family's great benefactor. I've discussed it with my family, and if you insist on going to find that Fulong, I'll lead the way for you, though my legs aren't what they used to be, so I can't walk too fast. Old man, you said sincerely. Chunfong knew how difficult a decision this was for someone who had just barely escaped death and was still recovering from serious injuries. He felt deeply touched and nodded gently. Yes, thank you for your trust. Don't worry, I only need you to take me near the place. I won't put you in any danger. Old man, you nodded. It's getting late today. You can stay overnight here at our home, and tomorrow morning, I'll take you up the back mountain. That night, Chunfong stayed at the Yu household. The next morning, thanks to Chunfeng's exceptional medical skills, after just one night of treatment, Old Man Yu's leg wound had improved dramatically. After being firmly stabilized, he could now walk with crutches, slowly, but incomparably better than lying helplessly in bed as he had been before. After a simple breakfast, they were just about to set off, when suddenly several off-road vehicles drove into the courtyard. It was an off-road convoy, all vehicles modified Jeep Wranglers, roaring through the terrible road conditions without hesitation, tires kicking up dust. The cars parked in the open area, and a group of around a dozen people got out. They wore identical uniforms and carried various sized backpacks, clearly resembling a professional mountaineering team. Leading the group were two young people, a man and a woman. The group walked toward the Yu family's house. Seeing Old Man Yu with bandages wrapped around his leg, the young man asked, "Are you Old Man Yu?" Old Man Yu nodded. "Who are you?" "We're from Hezhou. We heard you discovered an unusually large Fulong on the back mountain a few days ago. Is that true? Do you still remember the way?" The young man continued. Before Old Man Yu could answer, the young woman beside him spoke up. "I'd like to hire you as our guide to take us to where you found that Fulong. You don't have to worry about anything else. We'll handle all the rest. The guiding fee is 1 million yuan. For farmers like them, whose incomes were meager, perhaps only a few thousand yuan a year, a sum of 1 million was unimaginable wealth." Hearing such a generous offer, everyone present was stunned. Then, Yu Xiaomin suddenly blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, "Excuse me, are you Lin Yin, the eldest daughter of the Lin family from Hezhou? You know me?" The woman responded in surprise. "Yes, I've seen you on a feature interview show." Yu Xiaomin nodded. Hezhou wasn't far from Jiangzhou. Both cities were roughly the same size, similar in GDP, ranking among the largest economic centers in Jiangnan province aside from the provincial capital. Lin Yin was the eldest daughter of the Hezhou Lin family, wielding significant power within the Lin group. Her public image was that of a business goddess, quite similar to Yi Xiaoqian. But why would someone in the business world come all the way here searching for a Fulong? Out of curiosity, Chunfong pulled out his phone and looked up some information. Sure enough, he found a recent news headline. The patriarch of the Hezhou Lin family was gravely ill, near death, and a renowned healer claimed only a celestial herb could save him. A celestial herb referred to traditional medicinal materials aged over 500 years. If what Old Man Yu said was true, that the Fulong was as large as a water bucket, then it was undoubtedly older than 500 years, qualifying as a celestial herb. Thinking this through, Chunfong couldn't help but frown. Looks like he had competition now. Chapter 119. Faced with the 1 million commission offered by Lin Yin, Old Man Yu didn't even pause to consider it. He shook his head and declined flatly. "Sorry, but I've already promised this Mr. Chun. He once did a great favor for my family. I can only take him to find the Tai Shui." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin immediately turned to look at Chunfong and asked bluntly, "Any room for negotiation?" Chunfong shook his head. The truth was, he had come solely for the Tai Shui. He was determined to get it no matter what, so there was no chance of compromise. No matter how high Lin Yin raised her offer, it wouldn't make any difference. "Fine then," Lin Yin shrugged, not bothering to embarrass herself further. At that moment, the young man standing beside her narrowed his eyes slightly, as if about to make a move. But seeing that Lin Yin remained silent, he held himself back. And so the group simply stood still, watching in silence as Chunfong and Old Man Yu walked away together into the wilderness. Because of Old Man Yu's poor mobility, their pace wasn't fast at all. It could even be described as snail-like. At times when the path became difficult, Chunfong had to support him. That group, just now? I don't think they'll give up easily. Old Man Yu voiced his concern. Don't worry about it. Let them do what they want. Chunfong shrugged indifferently. After all, he wasn't afraid of them. The two of them walked through the wilds for a while, when suddenly they heard a faint buzzing sound from the sky. At first, they thought it might be bees, only to quickly realize it wasn't. Oh, Chunfeng's gaze sharpened as he suddenly spotted a small drone hovering about 100 meters directly above them. Apparently, it had been tailing them for some time. Chunfong turned back to Old Man Yu and asked, earlier you mentioned something attacked you. What exactly was it? Did you get a good look? Couldn't see clearly. There was fog. All I saw was a huge dark shadow that suddenly lunged out. My friend was just about to harvest it when that shadow struck and sent him tumbling off the cliff. He vanished completely. I barely survived by cutting a piece during the chaos and escaping. Old Man Yu said this with palpable dread. Chunfong nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Though Old Man Yu's description gave little concrete information, Chunfong could roughly deduce that whatever had attacked them was likely a creature guarding the Tai Shui, either dwelling near it or using it as bait to lure and capture prey. Which meant the closer someone got, the greater the danger. And this was precisely where Lin Yin and her group came into play. So instead of pushing forward, Chunfong stopped and suggested, let's sit down and rest for a bit. Old Man Yu didn't quite understand, but he didn't question it. He simply nodded, found a rock to lean against, and settled down. The two waited in place for about an hour. Then, gradually growing louder, they heard footsteps approaching from afar, the sound of Lin Yin and her team following the same path they had taken. Why aren't you going anymore? Seeing the two sitting idly as if giving up entirely, Lin Yin frowned in irritation. She was counting on these two to lead her to the Tai Shui, but now that they'd stopped moving, how was she supposed to proceed? We're waiting for you. Chunfong replied with a calm smile. You sent a drone to follow us, but the terrain here is complicated. What if it loses track? So I decided to wait until you caught up. We might as well go together. Hearing this, Lin Yin's frown deepened. She didn't believe for a second that Chunfong had such good intentions. Instantly suspicious, she challenged him. What's your real purpose? Chapter 120. How could I possibly have any bad intentions? I just want to be friends with Miss Lin, Chunfong said with a pleasant smile. Lin Yin looked deeply suspicious and clearly didn't believe him. She turned to the young man beside her and conferred quietly for a moment. Miss, if you ask me, this kid's slick talking. We're in the middle of nowhere anyway. Let's just kill him, clean up after, and pay the old man off to keep his mouth shut. No one will ever know, the young man whispered coldly. Then he slid his hand into the inner pocket of his coat, gripping the hilt of a combat knife. I'd rather we didn't do that. My grandfather is a Buddhist, Lin Yin murmured, touching her small nose, refusing to agree. Chunfong had overheard their conversation. He remained calm. He could tell at a glance that apart from Lin Yin, the others exuded a sharp, fierce aura, clearly not ordinary bodyguards. At minimum, they were well-trained mercenaries. Besides outdoor gear, they also carried modern weapons. Although he was alone, Chunfong wasn't afraid of them should a real conflict arise. What worried him most was the shadowy figure Old Yu had mentioned, one that had attacked them, because he didn't know what that shadow actually was. Fear comes from the unknown. That's exactly why Chunfong had decided to wait for Lin Yin's group, to cooperate, let them lead the way, and clear the path ahead for him. Fine, I'll be honest. I heard this back mountain is always foggy and wild beasts roam here. With just two of us, it's unsafe. That's why I waited for you. We'll move as a larger group, Chunfong said calmly. This explanation made Lin Yin more inclined to believe him. She frowned slightly and asked, what terms do you want? I heard that the fungus is huge. Let's split it evenly, Chunfong replied indifferently. In truth, he never intended to share half, let alone anything at all, with Lin Yin. But these people still had their uses. Without offering some benefit, why would they willingly take the lead? The male youth clearly objected to Chunfeng's demand. Inwardly, he seethed. This brat is alone, while we're a whole team. Why should he get half? What gives him the right? But after a brief consideration, Lin Yin decided it wasn't wise to escalate things now. She nodded. All right, half each. Then let's continue on our way. Chunfong nodded and gave Old Yu a signal. Only then did the old man rise to his feet again, resuming his role as guide. With Lin Yin's team joining, the journey became much easier. She sent scouts ahead to survey the terrain, ensuring immediate awareness of any danger. And since Old Yu moved slowly, to speed up progress, Lin Yin simply ordered her men to take turns carrying him. By midday, the group had crossed the front mountains and arrived at the mist-shrouded rear range. It was a valley, thick with dampness, perpetually foggy, and visibility was extremely low. All one could see was deep green foliage blending into vast white mist, an eerie, mysterious scene. An outsider would never find their way here. Only thanks to Old Yu's lifetime of experience living in these parts could he point out the correct direction and lead them forward. It wasn't until evening fell. They climbed a fairly high peak when suddenly the land opened up ahead, near a wide, open cliffside. And there, right on the rocky ledge, was indeed a large fungal mass missing a chunk, with dried blood stains scattered nearby on the ground. It's really the immortal herb. Lin Yin stared from afar, instantly lighting up with excitement before hastening her pace. But just then, the young man beside her grabbed her arm, cautioning, Miss, don't rush. Send someone ahead first to check it out. Chapter 121. The young man was named Liang'an. Though he looked young, he was actually a mercenary leader, and the group behind him were all his subordinates. He had been hired by the Lin family of Hezhou to assist Lin Yin in her search for the immortal herb. The Lin family had heard rumors about the legendary medicine here and hastily assembled a team to come investigate. They naturally knew there were dangers involved. After all, a villager had already died. Miss Lin, don't rush. Liang'an grabbed Lin Yin's arm firmly, calm and composed, stopping her advance. You two go check it out first. Liang'an pointed to two trusted men nearby. The two exchanged glances, nodded, then walked cautiously toward the cliff edge. Each carried a military combat knife, ready to strike back instantly if danger appeared. Tap, tap. Their footsteps echoed softly as they approached the cliff. The path remained quiet, nothing unusual at first. But suddenly, Chunfong sensed the air turn icy cold. It was an overwhelming killing intent. He warned immediately, "Be careful, danger close." At those words, the two men froze and snapped into defensive stances. But Liang'an scowled fiercely, glaring at Chunfong. "Shut up. Keep moving forward," he barked. Clearly, Liang'an thought Chunfong was causing unnecessary panic, disrupting their operation. Under Liang'an's command, the two mercenaries resumed their advance. Yet just as they neared the immortal herb, fog abruptly rose from the cliff. Huh, it wasn't like this a moment ago. Why now? Both men looked puzzled. Mid-sentence, a dark shadow flashed through the thick, white mist, so fast it blurred. In the next instant, one of the mercenaries was yanked violently into the depths of the fog. His scream pierced everyone's ears, but lasted less than 2 seconds before cutting off completely. "Old Nine, where are you?" His partner shouted toward the spot where he vanished. Liang'an roared, "He's dead. Get back now." The man snapped to his senses and bolted back toward the group. But then, the shadow reappeared, lunging at his back. "Cover him," Liang'an shouted, hurling his own combat knife at the blur. As a seasoned mercenary, his throwing technique was precise and powerful. The blade became a streak of silver mid-flight. That throw could instantly kill a grown man, or even fatally wound beasts like tigers or grizzlies. Clang. But when the blade struck the shadow, it produced a sound like steel clashing against steel, then bounced off and clattered to the ground. Other thrown knives met the same fate, completely ineffective. Without proper cover, the fleeing mercenary failed to reach the group. About 10 meters from safety, the shadow caught up and dragged him backward. "Boss, save me." Those were his final words. At that moment, Liang'an and the others finally saw what the shadow truly was. It wasn't some ordinary giant beast. It was a massive serpent, pitch black from head to tail. Its body shimmered with iridescent, multicolored luster beneath layers of dark scales. And on its head, grew 2 small horns. Chomp! The serpent opened its blood-soaked jaws wide, sinking its fangs into the mercenary's neck, then dragged him deep into the swirling mist. Is that a python?" Lin Yin's pupils widened, her pretty face pale. She had never seen someone die right before her eyes. "No, I've seen pythons before, they don't look like this. This must be some kind of inland colobrid snake, but mutated, possibly even evolved." Liang'an analyzed coolly. "Men, we've got a tough fight ahead." Liang'an glanced at his remaining comrades. They nodded, faces lighting up with excitement. Then they unzipped their backpacks, pulling out an arsenal of guns and explosives. Chapter 122. Soon, everyone assembled their weapons, slotted in the magazines, and pulled back the bolts. Many wore looks of excitement. Haha, I thought this trip would be boring, just a mountain climb. But who knew we'd get a real fight? And our enemy is actually a mutated serpent. Exciting. So damn exciting. Grinning wildly, they all looked exhilarated, as if they were the protagonists in a python movie. "Miss Lin, wait here for a moment," said Liang'an, holding a desert eagle, addressing Lin Yin. "We'll kill this serpent, avenge our man, then go pick the immortal herb." Lin Yin nodded, then turned to Chunfong and Old Man Yu. "You two stay back. Don't get caught in the crossfire." "It's fine. This distance is safe enough." Chunfong had already backed up about 20 meters with Old Man Yu, smiling as he said, "The guns you've got are submachine guns and pistols. Their effective range isn't that far. They can't reach us." "You actually know about this stuff?" Lin Yin asked, slightly surprised. Liang'an sneered. "Kid, don't think because you've played a few shooter games you understand firearms. Real guns aren't something you just click a mouse to fire. Better stand farther back. If you get killed by accident, we won't take responsibility." In Liang'an's eyes, Chunfong and Old Man Yu were only useful as guides. Now that they'd reached the location and seen the herb, the two were nothing but dead weight. "No problem. Don't worry about us. I'll just stay here and enjoy watching your impressive moves." Chunfong chuckled, adopting the attitude of a spectator ready to enjoy the show. At this, Old Man Yu said worriedly, "I wonder who leaked the news. These people arrived too quickly. They're numerous and armed with guns. I'm afraid we won't be able to get that Lingji now." He didn't care much for himself. He'd only been guiding the way, but he felt bad that Chunfong might have made the trip in vain. Chunfong, however, remained calm and smiling, saying indifferently, "Don't be fooled by their numbers. I don't think they'll win against that thing." Just as he spoke, Liang'an led the group of mercenaries forward, forming a long, snake-like line as they advanced into the white mist. HSSSS. A dark shadow flickered within the fog. This time, no one hesitated. They opened fire immediately, and a storm of hundreds of bullets rained down upon the giant serpent. After a volley of gunfire, the serpent suddenly went still. "Is it dead?" Frowning slightly, the group felt a bit underwhelmed. One bolder mercenary stepped forward with his gun to check, but just as he took 2 steps, the serpent, pretending to be dead, sprang up violently, sinking its fangs into the man's neck. Blood gushed out uncontrollably in an instant. Only then did everyone realize the earlier barrage of bullets, though intense, had been completely blocked by the serpent's black scales. Their weapons couldn't penetrate its defense at all. "Damn it! Fall back! Retreat!" The mercenaries' faces changed instantly. No longer daring to advance, they began retreating while firing. Bullets struck the serpent's body, sparking violently against the scales before falling harmlessly away. Now fully enraged, the serpent charged straight through the hail of submachine gun fire, lunging toward the crowd, and launched a horrific massacre among them. Chapter 123. The moment this black beast charged into the crowd, the bloody massacre began. It lunged straight at a mercenary, biting through his neck with one snap. Then, in a swift motion, it swung its thick tail, instantly sending another shooter flying backward. Boom! The force of that tail strike was terrifying, enough to shatter stones. When it hit a human body, the impact sent them flying over 10 meters, their internal organs and bones pulverized on the spot. Bang! 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 The others opened fire frantically, but it was completely useless. The weapons in their hands lacked the power to penetrate the serpent's dark scales. Damn it! I should have brought an AK. Liang'an was both furious and desperate. Helplessly watching his men being slaughtered, he could take no more. He pulled out a military combat knife and charged headlong toward the giant snake. Years ago in the rainforest, Liang An had fought real giant pythons, once gutting one with nothing but a dagger. Clang, clang. Gripping the knife handle tightly, Liang An drove it downward with all his might. A sharp grinding sound rang out, but even with full strength, he only managed to pierce partway through a scale. No real damage done. By now, nearly all the other mercenaries had been killed or scattered in flight. FWSHH. Finally, the black serpent turned its head toward Liang An, launching an instant constriction attack, wrapping its massive coils completely around him. In an instant, blood began gushing from Liang An's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. With his last breath, he shouted desperately at Lin Yin, who stood frozen behind as if paralyzed by fear. Miss, run, quickly. But how could Lin Yin have ever faced such a horror? Having just watched several bodyguards die gruesomely before her eyes, she was already mentally numb with terror. She stumbled backward, tripped over a stone, and fell hard to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Chunfong, standing not far away, quietly observed everything before turning to old Man Yu and saying calmly, "This is the creature that attacked you back then. You were lucky, you only lost a leg." Old Man Yu, too terrified to speak, could only nod vigorously. Luckily we had them to scout ahead. Chunfong stroked his chin thoughtfully. He began considering retreat. With his current strength, he didn't have absolute confidence in defeating this mutated black snake. The immortal herb might be tempting, but it wasn't worth risking his life for. After all, he had a wife and child waiting at home. If he died here, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Just as Chunfong prepared to leave the place with old Man Yu, something completely unexpected happened. Instead of killing the helpless Lin Yin lying on the ground, the mutant snake suddenly raised its head, fixing its gaze directly on Chunfong. HSSSS. HSSSS. The serpent flicked its tongue in and out rapidly, using its forked tip to gather information from the air. It seemed to sense that Chunfeng's presence was stronger, potentially more dangerous. Gradually, deadly intent filled its vertical pupils. You've got to be kidding me. Chunfong sighed helplessly. He hadn't even approached, and there'd been plenty of live targets right in front of him. So why had this mutant snake chosen him as its prey? In the next moment, FWSHHH. The black serpent shot forward like a bullet, jaws wide open far in advance, rushing toward Chunfong at terrifying speed. Witnessing this scene, the few surviving mercenaries and Lin Yin herself couldn't hide their grim satisfaction. So you wanted to stand aside and watch the show? Now your retribution has finally arrived. Chapter 124. But what no one expected was this. Facing the sudden assault from the mutated black snake, Chunfong remained calm. Using his agility, he easily evaded the serpent's attack. He began maneuvering around it, dodging and weaving. Though the black snake possessed overwhelming strength, enough to kill a human in an instant, its speed was lacking. It could barely touch the hem of Chunfeng's robe. Whoosh, whoosh. Occasionally, Chunfong would flick his fingers, sending thin silver needles flying as certain shots. But acupuncture needles were meant for healing, not combat. They were too light and too weak compared to bullets. Even infused with inner energy, they merely tickled the monstrous creature. This is going to be tough. Chunfong frowned. Although the serpent couldn't land a hit on him, he couldn't harm it either. There was no way he'd charge in for close combat. That would be far too risky, practically begging to be crushed. At that moment, Liang An, lying motionless on the ground with only half a breath left, struggled to raise his hand. His voice was barely audible. Use this. Chunfong looked down. Liang An was pointing at a Desert Eagle handgun that had fallen nearby. A classic firearm, the Desert Eagle packed immense power for a handgun, but due to its heavy recoil and weight, it wasn't practical for regular use, typically reserved for hunting large game. Seeing Chunfong pick up the weapon, Liang An finally closed his eyes and breathed his last. Boom! Chunfong fired at the mutated snake. The muzzle flashed with fire, and the powerful bullet shot out, but nearly got stuck in the thick black scales. What a shame. Chunfong sighed lightly. Even the Desert Eagle's firepower wasn't enough. The remaining surviving mercenaries witnessed this and felt the last spark of hope die within them. They fled immediately, abandoning all their gear. They didn't even spare Lin Yin, leaving her collapsed on the ground, helpless. When death looms, who cares about the boss? No amount of money can outweigh life itself. Lin Yin, feeling utterly hopeless, simply shut her eyes and waited to die. Sigh. Old master, you let out a helpless sigh. The next moment, Chunfong fired again, but this time, he wasn't aiming at the snake's body. He aimed at its eyes. Boom. A flaming bullet shot out and pierced straight through one of the snake's pupils, turning it into a bloody hole. Boom. Another shot followed, striking the second pupil dead on. The serpent instantly thrashed wildly on the spot. Blinded, its combat effectiveness plummeted. Despite its immense strength, defense, and speed, it could no longer see its enemy, flailing about like a blind man trying to grasp an elephant. The creature clearly understood its disadvantage. Suddenly, it twisted its massive body and turned around, then darted at full speed into the depths of the white mist, disappearing completely. It ran away? Everyone stared in utter shock. They couldn't believe it. This ferocious, bloodthirsty, nearly invincible mutated black snake, which had slaughtered humans without mercy, had actually been driven off by just 2 gunshots from Chunfong. True, Chunfong hadn't killed it, but forcing it to retreat and allowing the survivors to live was already nothing short of a miracle. Lin Yin's face was pale, still shaken. Her expression was complex, fear, astonishment, fury, until all those emotions converged into one sharp accusation. If you were this strong all along, why didn't you lead the way? Why did you let my men go first to die? You are responsible for their deaths. Chapter 125. Oh, Chunfong was quite surprised by Lin Yin's argument. He hadn't expected that she wouldn't even be grateful to him. Instead, she actually turned around and accused him. So Chunfong raised his head and looked at the few surviving mercenaries. Do you all think the same way? These mercenaries were clearly much more reasonable. They exchanged glances, then shook their heads together. Brother, we're not members of the Lin family. We were hired by them. So this woman's words don't represent our thoughts, explained one mercenary. Yeah, we're extremely grateful to you, brother. If it weren't for your 2 shots driving away that beast, we'd all be dead, added another. Each of these mercenaries showed utmost respect and obedience toward Chunfong. because they had already witnessed his true capabilities. If conflict broke out, they stood no chance at all. At least there are still people who understand. Chunfong nodded. Then he ignored Lin Yin completely and walked directly toward the immortal herb on the cliff. It was a massive wild lingji growing on the cliffside, weighing at least 50 pounds. Based on Chunfeng's estimation, it probably began growing during the Ming dynasty. But how did that mutated black snake appear? Chunfong suddenly felt puzzled. Then he thought of something, and his expression changed instantly. Cough, cough. From deep within the mist came several coughs. Immediately afterward, an old man in black robes, hands behind his back, slowly emerged from the fog. Behind the elder followed a dark shadow obediently. It was none other than the murderous mutated black snake from earlier. Though the snake's eyes were now blind, it followed faithfully behind the old man like a well-trained pet. Seeing this snake again, everyone present became terrified. Chunfong froze in place as well, but not because of the snake. He was staring at the old man in black, standing before the beast. This very elder was the mysterious master from his past life, the one who had taken him as a disciple and taught him the celestial healing formula. Just moments ago, Chunfong had suddenly remembered his master. But before he could process what should come next, his master had already appeared. Not bad, said the old man in black, looking around at them with a slight nod. You've managed to injure my pet. Quite impressive. In the blink of an eye, the old man appeared right in front of Chunfong, narrowing his eyes slightly as he studied him carefully. Seeming to sense something oddly familiar about Chunfeng's aura, the elder asked, Young man, how is it that you know the celestial healing formula? Who taught you? I don't know what the celestial healing formula is. This is just a family cultivation method passed down through generations. I've only practiced casually, Chunfong answered cautiously. Thanks to his memories from his previous life, Chunfong knew that his master, a mysterious elder, came from an extremely secretive sect. The sect's heart technique, the celestial healing formula, was always passed down along a single lineage, one master to one disciple. Anyone who leaked its secrets would die. He himself was reborn with the memories of his former life, which allowed him to cultivate the formula once again. But his master was not someone who had been reborn. Therefore, Chunfong dared not reveal any of his true background. Is that so? The elder narrowed his eyes again, appearing somewhat suspicious. Then he stepped closer, leaned forward, and sniffed at Chunfeng's body. Chunfong did his best to suppress his inner aura. After a moment, the elder stepped back 2 paces and nodded. This lingji was originally discovered by me. I intended to use it for alchemy, but back then it wasn't fully matured, so I left Xiaohe here to guard it. Since you've defeated Xiaohe and paid a considerable price, consider this your prize. With a wave of his hand, the elder turned to leave, exuding the demeanor of a transcendent cultivator far removed from worldly affairs. However, just before disappearing into the mist, he lightly flicked his finger. A silent spell seal slipped unnoticed into Chunfeng's body. Chapter 126. The curse mark was silent and had no noticeable effect on the person it was placed upon. Thus, even someone with the highest vigilance could not detect it. But Chunfong also cultivated the heavenly physician's formula, so he immediately sensed it. Still, he did his best to suppress his reaction, pretending to be as clueless as ever. Only after the old man left did Chunfong let out a sigh of relief. Truly a crafty old fox. The curse mark the elder had implanted into him was a magical sigil. Though it caused no harm to the host, it would remain within the body for a period of time. The moment the marked individual performed a specific action, such as practicing the heavenly physician's formula, the sigil would activate. Clearly, the elder still harbored doubts about Chunfong, which was why he'd left this mark behind. No matter how far away the elder was, he would instantly sense it the moment Chunfong used the cultivation technique. To avoid exposing himself, Chunfong wouldn't be able to practice his cultivation for as long as the mark remained. Luckily, I managed to get a celestial herb. Chunfong glanced at the 500-year-old Tai Sui in front of him. At least that was some consolation. Although he couldn't continue cultivating, he could still refine medicine. Alchemy didn't require circulating internal energy, so the elder wouldn't suspect anything. At that moment, Lin Yin suddenly spoke up. You don't plan to keep that immortal herb all to yourself, do you? Oh right. Her words reminded Chunfong. He turned back to look at Lin Yin, remembering that she and her people had also contributed. So, using his fingernail, Chunfong cut off a small piece of the Tai Sui and handed it to her. Is this really all you're giving me? Seeing the piece of Tai Sui meat Chunfong gave her, smaller than her fingernail, Lin Yin's beautiful eyes widened in fury. Are you treating me like a beggar? Chunfong replied calmly. You came looking for Tai Sui to cure your family's patriarch, right? This amount is more than enough. After all, this Tai Sui was a celestial herb, aged 500 years, no trivial matter. An ordinary person could safely consume only a small portion. Any more would carry serious risks. But this is way too little. Give me more. Lin Yin protested, clearly dissatisfied. But now Chunfong wasn't willing to comply. After a brief thought, he said, that 100 grams is free of charge. If you want more, you'll have to pay 10,000 yuan per gram, clearly marked. 10,000 per gram. Are you robbing me? Lin Yin grew even angrier. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to take it. Chunfong shrugged, completely unfazed. Truthfully, he didn't care about making money. He just wanted to discourage her. From the perspective of his former life as a heavenly physician, even the most severe illness could be cured with 100 grams of Tai Sui. Anything beyond that was unnecessary. If Lin Yin insisted on taking more, she'd have to pay the price. You? Lin Yin's face turned livid. She glanced at the few surviving bodyguards behind her. Sensing the tension, they quickly shook their heads like drums being beaten. Miss, we can't go against this young master. We really can't. We're not afraid of death, but we won't throw our lives away pointlessly. Honestly, 10,000 per gram isn't overpriced at all. One by one, they urged her to back down, warning her not to cause any trouble. Seeing no support from anyone, Lin Yin could only swallow her frustration. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to say coldly, fine, 10,000 per gram, then, cut me another kilogram. But I don't have cash on me right now, I'll owe you. Once I return to Hezhou, I'll pay you. Chapter 127. Then write me an IOU. Chunfong said calmly. Even though she was the eldest daughter of the Hezhou Lin family, having written proof was still the safer approach. You don't trust me? Lin Yin was deeply offended. but she had no choice. She opened her backpack, found paper and pen, quickly scribbled out an IOU, and signed her name. Because her finger had been cut and was still bleeding, Lin simply pressed her bloody fingertip onto the paper as a fingerprint. Are you satisfied now? She flung the IOU directly into Chunfeng's face. Chunfeng glanced at it, nodded, then sliced off another small piece of the taishui and handed it to Lin as well. After that, he carefully packed up the remaining taishui, walked over to old Manhwa, supported the elderly man who had difficulty walking, and the two immediately began their return journey. Since many of Lin Yin's mercenaries had died and needed to be dealt with, her group couldn't leave right away. Chunfeng also didn't want to continue traveling with them. Before parting, however, he warned, Miss Lin, taishui is a highly nutritious substance. Be careful with the dosage. Too much could have the opposite effect. Got it, Lin replied with a hint of disdain. Several hours later, Chunfeng, an old man, you returned safely to the village at the foot of the mountain, carrying nearly the entire taishui. You're finally back. Yu Xiaoman had been worried all day long. Seeing the two return, she breathed a sigh of relief, her face breaking into a warm smile. We've got great fortune and tough luck. Old man, you chuckled, looking just as relieved to have survived. Though the journey had been perilous, with many lives lost, all the deaths were among the mercenaries hired by the Lin family. Chunfeng, an old man, you had come through almost completely unscathed. As thanks for his guidance, Chunfeng again cut off 2 small pieces of the taishui and gave one each to old man Yu and his wife, telling them to use it for recuperation and to maintain good health in their later years. That evening, Chunfeng drove back alone. Since Yu Xiaoman wanted to stay home for a few days to care for her grandfather, Chunfeng made the trip solo. Only on the road did he realize that his phone had lost signal ever since he climbed the mountain, causing him to miss several calls. Most of them were from his wife, Jiangxi. Chunfeng immediately called back, explaining he'd been in a remote village with no reception. Jiangxi didn't suspect anything, merely saying, hurry back. My mom has arrived. She wants to discuss something important with you. All right. Chunfeng nodded. Soon, he arrived back in the shantytown district of Jiangzhou City, carrying dozens of pounds of taishui into their rented apartment. There, Jianglan was already sitting in the living room, chatting with Jiangxi. When she saw Chunfeng walk in, she stood up at once, beaming warmly. My dear son-in-law, you're finally back. She told me you went all the way to the countryside to treat someone. You must have had quite the difficult journey. Mom, I'm fine, Chunfeng said, placing the chunk of taishui on the floor before turning to Jianglan. She mentioned on the phone that you had something you wanted to discuss with me? Yes, nothing too serious, Jianglan nodded. Next weekend is the annual gathering at my family home. Normally I'd go alone, but this year, Xi's grandfather specifically said he wants Xi to come back to the Jiang household, and insisted that you come along too. Oh, they invited me as well. Chunfeng was genuinely surprised. He'd been married to Jiangxi for 5 years. The only relatives he'd met more than once were his mother-in-law Jianglan and his younger sister-in-law Jiangxia. He'd only met his father-in-law once. As for his mother-in-law's extended family, he'd never laid eyes on any of them. Even during major events at the Jiang family, he, the poor, embarrassing relative, was never invited. Yet this time, for the first time ever, they were actually extending an invitation. Chapter 128. Yeah, maybe Grandpa's just gotten older and wiser, realized that since we're family, we should spend more time together, Jianglan said, nodding. But she didn't dare to pressure Chunfeng, quickly adding, good son-in-law, if you'd like to go, I'll let the family know ahead of time. But if you're busy, don't feel obligated. Chunfeng glanced at Jiangxi sitting beside him and gently squeezed her hand. Though Jiangxi hadn't said a word, Chunfeng understood. Grandma and Grandpa had doted on her when she was little. But ever since she married him, the Jiang family's attitude had turned icy cold. Over these past 5 years, she hadn't visited her grandparents' home, not because she lacked time, but because she felt ashamed, afraid of facing those relatives with a husband they considered useless and insignificant. Even so, those relatives never stopped gossiping behind her back. Thinking of this, Chunfeng smiled faintly and nodded. Of course we'll go. I've never been to Grandpa's house before. This time, I'm definitely bringing Xi to make our presence known. Exactly. Once you show up, their petty mouths won't have anything left to say. Jianglan beamed. With Chunfeng by her side, she could finally hold her head high among her in-laws. She continued, Grandpa loves collecting jade. Before we go, let's put some real thought into it. Buy a fine piece and take it to Hezhou as a gift for your grandfather. Chunfeng nodded. Mom, you and Xi decide on the jade. Just tell me how much. I'll cover the cost. No need. You focus on your work. I'll pay for it. Jianglan replied generously. After chatting a while longer, she noticed the time and got up to leave. After seeing his mother-in-law off, Chunfeng settled his wife and child, waiting until both mother and daughter were fast asleep before he began working on his immortal herbs. Because they were immortal-grade herbs, brimming with spiritual energy, refining them wasn't easy. It took Chunfeng the entire night just to prepare the cauldron. Now all that remained was maintaining the precise temperature and fire control. It would require 7 days and 7 nights of continuous refinement before completion. Well, I don't have much else going on anyway. I'll just watch over it myself. Chunfeng had already mentally prepared for the long vigil. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from his wife, Jiangxi. It turned out that Jiangxi and her mother had gone to the antique market to shop for jade. Halfway through, Jianglan accidentally knocked over and shattered a merchant's jade guanyin statue. The vendor immediately demanded an outrageous compensation of 15 million yuan, claiming it was the store's treasured centerpiece. Jianglan was ready to accept her misfortune and pay up. But Jiangxi sensed something suspicious and feared they'd been scammed, so she called Chunfeng to come check things out. Alright, don't pay anything yet. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Chunfeng hung up, grabbed his coat, and rushed straight toward the jade market. Meanwhile, Jiangxi's story began earlier that morning. She and her mother had made plans to visit the jade market together to find a suitable gift. But neither of them knew much about jade, and without Chunfeng present to help, they felt rather lost. Oh wait, my sister-in-law knows a lot about jade. And there's actually a famous jade brand in Jiangnan province that she invested in. Let's ask her for help. Jianglan pulled out her phone and called her sister-in-law, the wife of her brother, and thus Jiangxi's aunt, who readily agreed. If you're not familiar with Jade, just go directly to GUN Studio. It's the chain store I co-own. They have a branch in Jiangzhou. I'll call the manager there and have him give you a proper introduction. If you find something you like, I'll make sure you get an insider discount, her sister-in-law offered warmly. Great. Thank you so much, sister-in-law, Jiang Lan exclaimed, profusely grateful. Full of excitement, mother and daughter headed to GUN Studio, thinking their relative's connection would ensure a smooth, honest deal. Instead, they walked straight into a bottomless pit. Chapter 129. Jiuan's High Jade Shop. Haha, good thing I called my sister-in-law to ask. No wonder it's the biggest chain. The signboard here is way larger than at other branches. The mother and daughter arrived at the Jade Market and quickly found the three prominent characters, Jiuan's High. It was one of the largest jade shops in the entire market, both in size and customer traffic, by far the busiest. As soon as they stepped inside, an elderly man with silver hair and gold-rimmed glasses respectfully approached them. You must be Ms. Li's younger sister-in-law and her niece? I'm the manager of this branch. I'll do my best to serve you both. The shop manager introduced himself promptly. Jiang Lan nodded happily and said, in a few days, we're visiting our family home. I'd like to bring a gift for my father-in-law. He loves collecting jade pieces. Do you have any recommendations? We carry a wide variety of products, including many jade items suitable for elders. Let me show you around. The manager led them toward the boutique section of the store. The jade pieces displayed here were noticeably more refined than those elsewhere. Naturally, they also carried much higher price tags. Jiang Shi casually glanced around, noticing that jade bracelets and Buddha carvings were priced in the millions, some even reaching tens of millions. But remembering that her mother would be footing the bill, Jiang Shi didn't say anything. Ms. Jiang, when your father-in-law had his birthday, Mr. Li selected a jadeite Buddha from one of our chain stores. He was extremely delighted upon receiving it, the manager said, carefully taking out an exquisite jade guanyin statue from the display case. How about this guanyin statue? What do you think? The jade guanyin stood about 30 centimeters tall, weighed 5 jin, and was carved from the finest jadeite. All right, let me take a look. Jiang Lan nodded and reached out to accept it, but the manager released it too quickly. She failed to catch it, and the statue dropped to the floor with a sharp crack, chipping at the base. Oh no, Jiang Lan's expression shifted slightly. The shop manager instantly widened his eyes. Ms. Jiang, why didn't you hold on tighter? This guanyin statue was crafted by a master carver. It's a rare treasure. You were careless and damaged it. You must compensate us at full price. Since Jiang Lan had little knowledge of jade and believed it was indeed her fault, she could only reluctantly agree. Fine, I'll pay for it. How much does it cost? 1.5 million. 1.5 million. Hearing the figure, Jiang Lan nearly jumped on the spot. She'd expected a few million at most, but tens of millions? That number could bankrupt her. I'll call my sister-in-law. Helpless, Jiang Lan pulled out her phone and dialed her older sister-in-law. When her sister-in-law heard what happened, she frowned slightly. You really weren't careful enough, little sister. Which piece did you break exactly? It was that guanyin statue you all treat as the treasure of the store. Jiang Lan answered weakly. Oh dear, that's a problem. Her sister-in-law rubbed her forehead in frustration. If it were another piece, maybe I could pull some strings to get you a discount. But that guanyin statue is the store's centerpiece, one of a kind. Even if I agreed, the other shareholders wouldn't allow it. There's absolutely no room for negotiation. Not a single cent less. Hearing her sister-in-law refuse to offer a discount, Jiang Lan felt utterly helpless. By now, the manager had already summoned several burly bodyguards who surrounded the mother and daughter. Judging by the scene, there was no way they could leave without paying up. Chapter 130. 15 million? Can't you lower the price at all? Jiang Lan asked weakly. Madam Jiang, we really can't reduce it. If it were possible, we definitely would have, said the store manager with a smiling face. However, the several burly men standing beside him wore cold expressions, clearly not people to be messed with. Then let me make a call. I'll figure out a way to gather the money. Since Jiang Lan's total assets amounted to only about 30 to 40 million, coming up with 15 million in cash wasn't easy. She prepared to make some calls and raise the funds, and if that still fell short, she'd borrow a bit from relatives and friends nearby. At this moment, Jiang Shi suddenly felt suspicious and said, Mom, don't rush. I've already called Chunfong and asked him to come over. Let's wait until he arrives before deciding anything. Oh, why did you call your husband? We broke their item. Of course we need to pay. And if your husband finds out, he'll think I'm such a useless mother-in-law, unable even to buy jade properly. Jiang Lan resisted the idea, unwilling for Chunfong to learn of her embarrassment. Mother and daughter were talking when Chunfong had already arrived at Yuan's jade shop. After quickly understanding the situation, he picked up the shattered jade guanyin from the floor and examined it, sighing regretfully. This jade guanyin is carved from emerald, isn't it? A piece of raw emerald this large is indeed extremely rare. Judging by the craftsmanship alone, selling it for 15 million might barely cover production costs. Sir, you truly understand. The manager immediately gave Chunfong a thumbs up. Earlier, he'd been slightly worried that Chunfong might be an expert who could spot something off. But after hearing Chen speak, he concluded this man was just another fool, completely ignorant about jade. At that moment, Jiang Shi whispered, Honey, I think there's something wrong with this shop. It seems like the manager is deliberately trying to scam us. How could there be any problem? With such a big signboard, would they dare to deceive people? Chunfong lightly chuckled and shook his head, then glanced at Jiang Lan. Mom, you really weren't careful enough. Still, since we damaged their treasure exhibit, we should definitely compensate. I'll pay. Chunfong took out a bank card and placed it on the counter. The manager quickly brought over a POS machine, pressed a few buttons, and showed the successful payment confirmation. Here's your receipt. We'll also carefully package the broken jade guanyin for you. The manager's mouth curled into an exaggerated smile, his attitude turning exceptionally courteous. Jiang Lan kept her head lowered, silent, filled with guilt. All because of her clumsiness, they ended up paying 15 million. Worse still, as a mother-in-law, she lost tremendous face in front of her son-in-law. Jiang Shi furrowed her brows, appearing dissatisfied. She had called Chunfong because she suspected a scam and wanted him to appraise the jade, but instead, Chun came over and paid immediately, making her feel exactly like a gullible dupe. Just then, several official vehicles suddenly appeared outside Zhu Yuan Jijade's shop, and a group of uniformed police officers stormed in. What's going on? Why are the cops here? The manager looked utterly bewildered. At that moment, Chunfong calmly said, I called them. Mr. Chun, what are you doing? Meeting the manager's stunned gaze, Chunfong smiled faintly and said, You're supposedly a chain store, yet you used glass to impersonate Emerald and defrauded us of 15 million. As the victim, calling the police seems perfectly reasonable, doesn't it? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the officers rushed forward, swiftly apprehending all the thugs present, including the store manager, and taking them into custody. Chapter 131. Who said we sell fake goods? We're a legitimate business. You little punk, slandering us like that. The store manager shouted in defense. But Chunfong pointed at the shattered jade guanine in his hand. I could tell at a glance this thing is just glass. You claim it's genuine jade? Fine, don't admit it if you won't. Just send it to the Xuantian department for authentication. And this receipt for 15 million? Also evidence of your fraud. Chunfong waved the electronic invoice in his hand. Everyone had assumed Chunfong was just an easy target. No one expected he'd been playing dumb all along. Seeing this, the manager immediately softened. How dared he let the Xuantian department open a case and conduct an appraisal? If they confirmed the fraud of 15 million, he'd rot in prison. So he quickly pleaded, This jade guanine, we bought it at great cost ourselves. We didn't know it was fake jade. We've also been deceived, completely unaware. Mr. Chun, how about this? I'll refund your 15 million. Is that okay? But Chunfong only laughed, pointing at the sign above the door of Jiyuan Studio. Isn't it written right here? Triple compensation for any counterfeit item? Even if I take back my money, it should be triple, 45 million. F***CK? You're too greedy. The manager glared angrily. Fine, refuse then. Chunfong said indifferently. Let's head over to the Xuantian department for some tea. Now the manager was truly trapped. If he got arrested and the fraud exposed, not only would he face prison time, but Jiyuan Studio's reputation would be destroyed forever. But 45 million, that wasn't a small sum by any means. Soon enough, Jiang Lan's sister-in-law caught wind of the situation and immediately called her, pleading desperately. Little sister-in-law, I've heard what happened. It was indeed the manager's mistake. He passed off inferior goods as real. Don't worry, I'll deduct his salary and fire him immediately. Please talk to your son-in-law. Beg him to drop this matter, okay? 45 million in compensation. It's simply too much. We can't bear it. What if we return your 15 million in full, plus gift you a jade Buddha worth 5 million? How about that? Jiang Lan wasn't foolish. She'd just been scared earlier. Now, having calmed down, she quickly realized. Would a mere store manager dare pull such a scam? Clearly, her sister-in-law was the one pulling strings behind the scenes. So she replied calmly, Sister-in-law, if the money were mine to begin with, I'd agree without hesitation. But this 15 million came from my son-in-law. He's the one calling the shots. Even if I agreed, it wouldn't matter. He wouldn't accept it. This response mirrored exactly the dismissive tone her sister-in-law used half an hour ago when Jiang Lan begged for help. Her sister-in-law clearly understood the message. Without another word, she slammed the phone down. Not long after, Chunfong received the refund from Jiyuan Studio. Exactly 45 million, not a single credit more or less. Officers, this whole incident was a misunderstanding. Jiyuan Studio has already compensated me according to their triple repayment for fakes policy. Thanks for taking the trouble to come out. Chunfong thanked the group of uniformed officers sincerely. It's our duty. The officers, upright and professional, nodded and then withdrew. Mom, wife, let's go. Chunfong led his wife and mother-in-law out of Jiyuan Studio together. Good son-in-law, you really are something. You walk in, not only lose nothing, not a single coin, but actually make 30 million profit. Jiang Lan now looked at Chunfong with utter admiration, completely bowled over. This eldest son-in-law, every time she looked at him, he seemed better and better. She even began to wonder if she'd been blind before. Chapter 132. Hezhou, Jiangjia Village. Although Jiangjia Village was geographically remote and merely a small village, it was extremely special. This was because the village had its own company, factory, and school. The village's infrastructure was also exceptionally complete. Wide roads, dedicated bus routes, all contributing to a high standard of living. Over 1,000 households resided here, nearly every family owning a private car, enjoying an affluent and comfortable life. All of this was thanks to the village's elder patriarch, old villager, Chief Jiang Shijun. Years ago, Jiang Shijun left the village, made a fortune in the outside world, then returned with his wealth to heavily invest in Jiangjia Village's development. Because of him, the Jiang family had become one of the most prominent elite families in Hezhou City. In just a few days, the annual Jiang family reunion banquet would be held. At the residence of Elder Jiang, many of his children and relatives had gathered together to discuss matters concerning the upcoming event. What a joke. I'm so angry. That damn little bastard. A middle-aged woman with the air of an upper-class matron suddenly flew into a rage after hanging up her phone, cursing furiously before hurling her phone to the ground and stomping on it repeatedly until it shattered beneath her heel. Everyone turned to look at her, puzzled. What's wrong? Jiang Hua, Jiang Shijun's eldest son, quickly grabbed his wife Li Min, stopping her from continuing her outburst. All because of your sister's useless son-in-law. I just lost 30 million because of him. 30 million. Li Min was practically in tears from fury. Earlier, when Jiang Lan called asking for help buying jade, Li Min had a sudden idea. Knowing Jiang Lan knew nothing about jade and wasn't very bright, she ordered the manager of Zhu Yuan Zhai in Jiangzhou to set up a scam and swindle her niece for a huge sum. But things backfired completely. She ended up losing far more than she gained. That ungrateful animal. I curse him. He'll die a miserable death. Li Min gritted her teeth, seething with hatred. Enough. We'll deal with it later. Let's focus on the meeting now, Jiang Hua said. Though he too felt the pain of losing 30 million, he cared more about maintaining decorum and tried to calm his wife down. At that moment, old villager Chief Jiang Shijun, seated in the center of the room, heard his daughter-in-law's complaint. Something came to mind, and he spoke up. The Lin family called again yesterday, pressing me. During the reunion banquet in a few days, my two granddaughters will both be coming home. This time, no matter what, we must make my stubborn eldest granddaughter divorce that good-for-nothing husband of hers. This matter can't be delayed any longer. Jiang Shijun's tone was firm and decisive. Yes, this year's reunion banquet must prioritize this issue. We have to get it done right. Jiang Hua immediately chimed in. Other relatives nodded in agreement. The reason the Jiang family cared so much about this issue wasn't without cause. Besides the Jiangs, there was another powerful elite family in Hezhou, the Lin family. The Lin family had a wayward young master, Lin's son, who'd been idle and undisciplined since childhood. In his youth, he caused a fatal traffic accident and had spent several years in prison. Only recently had he been released. To settle him down, the Lins decided it was time to marry him off so he could start a family and take responsibility. But Lin's son, much like the ancient minister Chao, wasn't interested in young maidens. He preferred married women. Women who fit such criteria weren't easy to come by. Jiang Shijun, wishing to strengthen ties between their two families, immediately thought of his two granddaughters, Jiang Shi and Jiang Shiyao. My younger granddaughter, Shiyao, her husband is a doctor, earns over $1 million annually, not bad at all. Doesn't embarrass the family. She can stay as she is. But my eldest granddaughter Shi, her husband, a filthy gambler, nothing but trash. How dare someone like that become my grandson-in-law? During this year's reunion banquet, kick that worthless piece of garbage out for good. Chapter 133. After finishing his words, Jiang Shijun picked up his teacup and took a sip to calm himself down. Although Jiang Shiying was only his granddaughter through marriage, marrying such a pitiful man still brought shame upon the family. Dad, we unconditionally support your opinion. Jiang Hua, his eldest son, was the first to speak up in agreement. Others present nodded one after another. Only the silver-haired elderly woman sitting beside the patriarch, the grandmother of Jiang Shiying, sighed deeply and said slowly, Shijun, matters of marriage should ultimately depend on what your granddaughter herself wants. If she refuses divorce, then no matter how much you desire it, there's nothing you can do. Who says there's nothing we can do? If she disagrees, then we'll work on her. Persuade her into getting a divorce. Jiang Shijun declared confidently, then added, before the honor of our family, what is the opinion of younger generations, especially girls? Even matter? Your words are simply too soft-hearted, old woman. The grandmother merely shook her head, saying nothing more. Though inwardly disapproving, she remained silent because Jiang Shijun was far too domineering, leaving her with little say. Moreover, everyone else in the family followed Jiang Shijun's lead. Mom, I understand how you feel. You've always doted on those two granddaughters since they were young. But think about it. Shiying married a gambling addict who not only wastes money at the tables, but also beats her for no reason. Do you really think she lives well? Lin Lei, the young master of the Lin family, may have served time before, but he's reformed now. Marrying Shiying off to him would certainly mean a better life than what she has now. Jiang Hua tried persuading from another angle. Li Min snorted coldly, muttering darkly. That hateful brat made me lose 3 million for nothing. Serves you right. You'll soon be a homeless wretch. In Jiangzhou, Mom, how about letting me handle the purchase of jade pieces? Seeing his mother-in-law and wife together, Chunfong felt uneasy, worried they might fall into traps again. So he decided to take charge himself. Fine, then we'll trouble our good son-in-law. Jiang Lan didn't object this time, nodding repeatedly. After all, Chunfong had just demonstrated his expertise clearly. While she and her daughter couldn't tell the item was fake, Chunfong identified it instantly, and used that knowledge strategically to turn the situation around. Then the three parted temporarily at the street corner. Chunfong took responsibility for buying the jade. Jiang Shiying and Jiang Lan returned home together. On the way back, Jiang Lan couldn't help but sigh. Shiying, why didn't I realize earlier how intelligent your husband actually is? His thinking is meticulous, and he handles things so reliably. Mom, I only realized this recently. Ever since that night when Chunfong hit me, he suddenly seemed to wake up. Jiang Shiying pursed her lips. What a pity. If Chunfong had woken up a few years earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much, and I wouldn't have had to hang my head in shame in front of my relatives, Jiang Lan said with regret. But then, a hopeful smile appeared on her face as she continued. Still, it's not too late now. To be honest, I'm actually looking forward to this year's Jiang family reunion. Before, your grandfather and others thought Chunfong was completely useless. This time, let Chunfong show them who he really is. Let them see what a reformed prodigal can achieve. Hearing this, Jiang Shiying rolled her eyes and said, Mom, didn't you always teach us to rely on ourselves? Why are you now constantly counting on my husband to save face for you? Look at you talking. Isn't it only natural for a good son-in-law to stand up for his mother-in-law? Jiang Lan replied boldly. Chapter 134. After parting ways with his wife and mother-in-law, Chunfong drove to the west of Jiangzhou City, stopping outside a secluded courtyard. The residence didn't look particularly impressive from the outside, but in fact, it housed a renowned jade carving master who had chosen to live in seclusion here, devoting himself entirely to perfecting his craft. In his previous life, Chunfong only accidentally learned of this master's existence after achieving fame and fortune. So in this life, he decided to take advantage of his past memories and seek him out much earlier. Master Su, I'm planning to visit an elder soon, so I've come specially to request a jade guanyin statue from you. Chunfong said politely. Throughout the courtyard were numerous jade carvings, some finished works, and others still unfinished. Among them was a half-finished guanyin statue carved from Hetian jade. Although I don't know how you managed to find me here, this jade guanyin has already taken me 3 months just to complete about half. If your timeline is tight, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish it in time, Master Su said calmly. If Master Su can complete it within a week, I'm willing to pay 30 million, Chunfong said directly. Master Su did not respond immediately, seemingly uninterested in money. Chunfong smiled slightly, then took out a small, exquisite pill from his mouth. And there's also this Xiao Pei Yuan pill, which can cure your long-standing asthma. Really? Master Su was instantly moved. Just try it and see for yourself, Chunfong said, handing the pill directly over. Master Su took a glass of water and swallowed the pill with it. Then he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and carefully felt the changes inside his body. To his amazement, the asthma that had plagued him for years actually began to miraculously improve. His breathing became smooth and effortless. Come pick up the finished piece 1 week from today. Master Su immediately agreed to Chunfeng's request. Good. Chunfeng nodded. Without further disturbing the master, he promptly took his leave. A week passed quickly, and the immortal pill Chunfong had been refining was finally completed. However, because of the curse mark left on him by his master, he dared not consume spiritual pills for cultivation yet. So he temporarily stored the pill away, deciding to wait until the curse's restriction period ended. Since the Jiang family reunion was this weekend, and today happened to be Friday, Jiang Shi discussed with her mother and younger sister and decided to return to Hezhou a day early to prepare for the weekend event. But the Jade Guanyin wasn't quite finished. It still needed the final polishing step. So Chunfong contacted Lu Jianxin, asking him for a favor. Once the statue was complete, to arrange a transport vehicle and send it directly to Jiang village in Hezhou. Afterward, Chunfong returned home and packed his luggage. Originally, Chunfong had planned to drive his newly purchased Volkswagen Touareg to Hezhou, but his brother-in-law Li Bo suggested they just use his BMW X5 instead. No need to drive 2 cars. Sister, brother-in-law, aren't you bringing Xiao Xiao to Hezhou with you? When his sister, brother-in-law, and mother-in-law arrived at the shantytown to meet up with Chunfong and Jiang Shi, they noticed the couple hadn't brought their child and couldn't help but feel surprised. Xiao Xiao hasn't been feeling well. She gets carsick easily, so I've left her in the care of Grandma Zhou, Jiang Shi explained. It'll be more convenient for you two without the child, Jiang Lan nodded. At that moment, Jiang Shirao noticed Chunfeng's new car and said with surprise, brother-in-law, is this your new car? You have such financial ability. Why buy a plain Volkswagen instead of a BBA brand? Shirao, now you're showing your ignorance. This isn't just any ordinary Volkswagen. It's a Volkswagen Touareg, the most understated luxury SUV. This is even the top-tier model, worth significantly more than my X5. Li Bo said, visibly envious. Chapter 135. Compared to Jiang Shirao, Li Bo, being a man, naturally knew more about cars. After all, there's a popular saying, don't fear Mercedes or Land Rover, fear the Volkswagen with letters. The Touareg that Chunfong had just bought was exactly that legendary letter-badged model. Honey, didn't you tell me this car only cost 20,000? You're lying to me, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi immediately widened her beautiful eyes and glared at Chunfong in anger. Buying a villa behind her back was bad enough, but now he'd secretly purchased a car and hadn't even told her the real price. Thinking about it made her furious. She grabbed her handbag and prepared to give Chunfong a beating. No. Seeing this, Chunfong instantly jumped back 1 or 2 meters, narrowly avoiding attack from the she-tiger. At this moment, Jiang Lan quickly stepped in to restrain her daughter. Sweetheart, don't be rash. Chasing your own husband around in public. What kind of example is that? Besides, given Chunfeng's means, buying a high-end car is perfectly normal. Yeah, sis, look at me. I'm barely making my salary and I still took out a loan for an X5. With brother-in-law's status, getting a Touareg is actually pretty modest. Li Bo also spoke up earnestly. If I were brother-in-law, I'd have gone straight for a Lamborghini. But a car is just a means of transportation. It's simply too expensive, Jiang Shi pouted. The thought that this vehicle actually cost 1 million RMB still made her feel uneasy and slightly regretful. After this little incident ended, the family of 5 climbed into Li Bo's BMW X5 and drove straight toward Hezhou. Since the Jade Guanyin statue given to Grandpa for the annual gathering had been ordered by Chunfong, and because it was such an impressive gift, it could be considered a joint present from their entire family, so no one else needed to prepare anything additional. Jiangzhou was roughly 100 kilometers from Hezhou. As they drove, everyone chatted along the way, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. By the way, not long ago, cousin called me and we talked about some family matters. He specifically mentioned that Lin Lei, the wastrel heir of the Hezhou Lin family, has been released after serving his sentence. And now the Lin family is actively arranging a marriage for him. They want him to get married as soon as possible. Jiang Shiyao suddenly brought up a new topic. Shiyao, which cousin are you talking about? Jiang Shi asked. I mean Jiang Ziming, son of Uncle Jiang Hua, our eldest cousin, Jiang Shiyao replied. Because the Jiang family was vast, with grandfather Jiang Shijun having many children, the 2 sisters had countless cousins. Among them, signs like Jiang Lei who were good-for-nothing wastrels were far from rare. But there were also those striving hard and moving forward. Eldest cousin Jiang Ziming was a standout among the younger generation. After graduating from a top university, he'd been placed by grandpa into a government institution. Now only in his 30s, he already served as the chief secretary to a city leader in Hezhou, with promising prospects ahead. Sis, that's not the point, Jiang Shiyao continued. The key thing is, cousin said he knows Lin Lei personally. Apparently, Lin Lei told his family that if he's going to marry, he doesn't want a virgin bride. He wants a married woman. She suddenly paused, struck by inspiration. Grandpa suddenly insisting we 2 granddaughters come back for the annual gathering. Could it be that he wants to persuade one of us to divorce and remarry Lin Lei, to form an alliance between the Jiang and Lin families? As soon as she finished speaking, Li Bo, who was driving, was so shocked he nearly dropped his jaw. What? Then I'm done for. Half a month earlier, if he'd heard about something like this, Li Bo wouldn't have panicked. Compared to his brother-in-law Chunfong, he used to have every advantage. By the principle of survival of the fittest, it would have been Chunfong cast aside, not himself. But now things were different. Fortune shifts like a revolving wheel. The once worthless gambling addict of a brother-in-law now far surpassed him in every way. Who else but himself would end up the unfortunate one? Chapter 136. At the time, my cousin called me and said Grandpa's idea wasn't for us to get divorced, but actually for sister and brother-in-law to split up. Jiang Shiyao pouted as she continued speaking. Hearing this, Jiang Shi couldn't help but slightly frown, looking up at Jiang Lan. Mom, surely this isn't something you stirred up again. How could that be? Jiang Lan immediately waved her hand in the air. I barely keep in touch with my family. If Shiyao hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't even know about this. If I had known, I'd be the first one slamming the table in protest. What does that young master of the Lin family think he is? How dare he compare himself to my excellent son-in-law? Jiang Lan spoke deliberately loudly, showing unmistakable enthusiasm in her attitude, clearly meant to demonstrate her stance to Chunfong. Hearing the family conversation, Chunfong slightly furrowed his brow, then suddenly spoke up. This Lin family you're talking about, is it that top-tier powerhouse from Hezhou? Their group's president is a woman named Lin Yin. Yeah, exactly, brother-in-law. You've heard of them too. Jiang Shiyao nodded repeatedly. She assumed that the Lin family must have such immense influence and fame that even Chunfong felt somewhat pressured. But Chunfong merely replied calmly, yes. I recently dealt with Lin Yin. She received some benefits from me and signed an IOU. Now that I have time, I should go collect that debt. The Lin family owes you money. How much exactly? At this, all four people in the car stared in shock. Even Li Bo, the driver, turned to look at Chunfong through the rearview mirror. Not much. Just 100 million. Chunfong said it, as if it were nothing at all. 100 million isn't much? Jiang Lan was utterly stunned, nearly gaping with disbelief. Let alone Jiang Shiyao or Li Bo. Given their financial situation, they were really just upper middle class, far from wealthy. 100 million yuan was essentially astronomical to them, more than they could ever earn in a lifetime. As Chunfeng's wife, Jiang Shi was deeply shaken upon hearing that Chunfong had made another 100 million. She had thought his previous 100 million was sheer luck, which was why she constantly warned him not to spend recklessly. Never did she expect that within just half a month, Chunfong had brought in another 100 million. Seeing how capable Chunfong was at making money, she began viewing him in a much better light, and no longer felt so pained about that rundown Volkswagen worth several million parked downstairs in their building. Just then, Jiang Shiyao's phone rang. After answering and exchanging a few words, she turned back and told everyone. That was my cousin. He asked how soon we'll arrive. He said he wants to treat us to lunch and welcome us properly. With someone offering a meal like this, naturally no one would refuse. Half an hour later, the car arrived in Huzhou City. Following the navigation sent by Jiang Ziming, they pulled into a magnificent 5-star hotel located in the development zone. The luxury hotel was backed by an investment company registered under the Jiang family name. Having only recently opened, business wasn't particularly strong yet, but its interior decor and VIP services were undoubtedly first class and top tier. Cousin, we're here. Led by the lobby manager, the group of 5 took the elevator directly upstairs and entered the most luxurious suite, the Emperor's Hall. Inside the Emperor's Hall sat 20 or 30 people, mostly cousins around the same age as Jiang Shi and Jiang Shiyao, along with a few elder members of the Jiang family. Yet these relatives showed notably cold attitudes toward the arrival of Jiang Shi's family. Chapter 137. Come in, don't just stand there. Find a seat. A young man in his 30s stood up to greet them, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was big cousin Jiang Ziming, the most prominent and capable among the younger generation of the Jiang family. All the other cousins looked up to him. Sitting beside Jiang Ziming was another familiar figure, Jiang Lei, the one who had previously scammed people with fake renovation jobs. But now Jiang Lei looked utterly wretched, with visible scars on his face that hadn't fully healed, clearly a result of Lu Jianxin's special treatment. When he spotted Chunfong in the crowd, a flash of hatred flickered in Jiang Lei's eyes. She, is this your husband? Jiang Ziming suddenly turned to Jiang Shi and pointed at Chunfong beside her. Jiang Shi nodded. Jiang Ziming gave a faint smile and said to Chunfong, cousin-in-law, you've been married to my cousin for 5 years now, if I'm not mistaken. Today must be your first time coming to Huzhou to meet the rest of our relatives. How about introducing yourself before dinner? My name is Chunfong. Please take care of me. Chunfong replied simply. That's it. Jiang Ziming's smile instantly turned strange. Why don't you say a bit more? Let us get to know you better, our new cousin-in-law. Chunfong rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, I'm not much of a talker. How about this? You ask me anything you want to know, and I'll answer. Fair enough. Right away, a young girl stood up and asked, cousin-in-law, what do you do for work? And how much is your monthly salary? Snort. Several young people immediately covered their mouths, laughing uncontrollably. Obviously, they all knew about Chunfong, the gambling addict who not only earned nothing but constantly drained Jiang Shi's salary. This cousin was deliberately setting him up in public. If Chunfong told the truth, he'd be ridiculed. If he lied to save face, he'd be exposed anyway. Either way, humiliation was unavoidable. Heh. Chunfong glanced over the crowd and smiled faintly. Without any hesitation, he said plainly, I don't have a fixed job right now. I'm staying home taking care of our child. My wife recently got promoted to store manager. Her salary's pretty good, enough to support our whole family. Hearing such blunt honesty, everyone wore awkward expressions, inwardly looking down on Chunfong. Puffed, a grown man living off his wife, and he's so damn proud about it. What a disgrace. Then another cousin stood up and asked, cousin-in-law, since my cousin earns so well and you manage the household, your living conditions must be quite decent, right? I heard from second cousin that aunt even bought you to a villa. Since you live in a big villa, you wouldn't be riding a bicycle, would you? The question seemed roundabout, but everyone knew. He was really asking what kind of car Chunfeng's family drove. Bought a car just a few days ago, a Volkswagen. Drives fine. Chunfong answered calmly. Once again, the Jiang family relatives sneered inwardly. In our Jiang village, every household drives Mercedes or BMWs. Only distant, unwelcome relatives drive those cheap Volkswagens. And honestly, even a Volkswagen wouldn't be allowed through our village gate. At this moment, Jiang Ziming spoke up again. Smiling, he nodded and said, cousin-in-law, I used to think you were slick talking, but after meeting you, I see you're actually quite honest. But then, what happened to my younger brother Jiang Lei? Jiang Ziming suddenly shifted the tone. Chapter 138. Jiang Ziming glanced at Jiang Lei and continued. I heard you just bought a new villa and weren't sure how to decorate it. My younger brother Jiang Lei specially traveled from Huzhou to Jiangzhou to conduct an on-site inspection and provide a renovation plan. At that time, you both agreed and even signed a contract. But why suddenly demand to cancel the contract and ask my brother for a full refund? You knew full well my brother was struggling financially, yet still LY introduced him to loan sharks, causing his car to be seized and his house taken over, driving him to complete ruin. Jiang Ziming pushed up his glasses, his expression deadly serious. By bringing this up in public, he made his stance clear. He intended to confront Chunfong in front of numerous relatives, including his cousin and aunt, demanding accountability for his younger brother Jiang Lei. Jiang Lan and the others, seeing this scene unfold, were visibly startled. After all, the Jiang family side had overwhelming numbers. Yet Chunfong remained completely calm as he replied, I gave Jiang Lei chances, but all he cared about was making money without doing any actual work. This is a society governed by law. Those who don't abide by it naturally must pay the price. Jiang Ziming's face darkened as he shot back. So in your eyes, family ties mean nothing. Is that it? This was no small accusation. The Jiang family was a large clan, and the bond holding them together was precisely kinship. Clan head Jiang Shijun had more than once emphasized before family members the importance of familial bonds, that only through mutual support could they stand united. Anyone disregarding such ties would undoubtedly face punishment under family rules. Everyone turned to look at Chunfong, waiting to hear how he would respond. But to their surprise, Chunfong didn't answer directly. Instead, he said coolly, in terms of blood relations, Jiang Lei is your younger brother, much closer to you than to me. Since your brother has been ruined, why don't you, as his elder brother, step in and support him? Given the Jiang family's vast resources, securing some renovation projects for him shouldn't be difficult at all. So tell me, who truly disregards family loyalty, you or me? His words left Jiang Ziming momentarily stunned. He never expected his trump card to be used against him like a knife turned back toward himself. His face sank with anger as he snapped. You should answer my question first. Then you'll have the right to question me. Why should I answer? Because you're standing on a moral high ground, pointing fingers at me in broad daylight. Chunfong shook his head with a faint smile. Though this was the first time Chunfong had met Jiang Ziming, from their conversation alone, he already saw through him. A hypocritical man spouting righteousness while being nothing but sanctimonious underneath. Someone like this certainly wouldn't earn Chunfeng's patience. Jiang Ziming was instantly rendered speechless. As the city mayor's chief secretary, his greatest strength lay in his eloquence and skill in sophistry, twisting facts and calling deer horses when needed. Yet in this brief verbal exchange, he'd already been defeated in an instant, utterly crushed by Chunfong without any chance to retaliate. Seeing the young master about to lose face, the restaurant's banquet manager quickly stepped forward to mediate. Now that everyone's arrived, shall we go ahead and serve the dishes? Yes, serve the food. Jiang Ziming immediately seized the opportunity to change the subject and move past the confrontation. Chunfong didn't press further either, quietly taking a seat with his wife and others at an empty spot. Jiang Ziming narrowed his eyes, his face grim and sullen. At that moment, Jiang Lei sitting beside him whispered, urging him on. Brother, this bastard doesn't know his place. How dare he speak to you like that? Can you really take this? Let's just forget dinner, flip the table, and teach him a lesson. Chapter 139. At this point, Jiang Lei had been utterly ruined by Lu Jinxin. His car and house were both gone, leaving him no choice but to return to his hometown. He bore an intense hatred toward Chunfong, wishing nothing more than for his elder brother Jiang Ziming to kill him right away. Don't rush, Jiang Ziming said calmly, shaking his head. Though angry himself, he remained far more composed. I've observed our cousin and her husband. They seem to have a fairly solid relationship. If I continue opposing her husband now, it might turn her against our Jiang family, and that would make things much harder later on. Brother, then what do you plan to do? Jiang Lei asked, not the sharpest mind. After lunch, I'll make some arrangements. First, I'll arrange for young Master Lin and she to meet and get acquainted. Once they meet and take a liking to each other, the rest will follow naturally. At this, Jiang Ziming patted Jiang Lei on the shoulder. What matters most is securing a marriage alliance between the Lin and Jiang families. As for that dog Chunfong, he's worthless. Crushing him wouldn't even require me to lift a finger. Just wait patiently. You'll have your chance to settle the score. Seeing that Jiang Ziming had a plan, Jiang Lei didn't dare act recklessly. He nodded silently, thinking to himself, you little bastard, enjoy your extra few days of life. I'll make sure your end is even more painful. Midway through the meal, Jiang Ziming suddenly suggested, young Master Lin just texted me. His equestrian club just opened, and he wants me to bring some people over to help warm up the place. All expenses will be covered. Anyone interested? Me. I'm in. At once, many hands shot up. These were all rich second-generation kids who lived for indulgence and entertainment. They'd long grown bored of ordinary amusements, so something niche and upscale like horseback riding excited them immensely. Riding horses? Sounds fun. Jiang Shiyan blinked her beautiful eyes, visibly tempted. Sis, should we go together? Sure, Jiang Shi agreed with a nod. With both sisters eager to go, their husbands Chunfong and Li Bo naturally didn't object. Jiang Lan, however, waved her hand dismissively. Equestrianism is for you youngsters. I'm too old and frail for such things. I'll pass. I'll head back to Jiangjia village this afternoon to prepare for the annual gathering. You all go enjoy yourselves. So after lunch, the elders returned to Jiangjia village to handle the year-end banquet arrangements. The younger generation, meanwhile, all followed Jiang Ziming toward the equestrian club. Everyone had arrived by car, and since the youth loved speed and excitement, most drove luxury sports cars. At a glance, the parking area was filled with million-dollar vehicles, Porsches at the very least costing several million. Li Bo's BMW X5, therefore, looked plain and almost out of place among these dazzling supercars. Shiyan, your cousins are seriously loaded. Li Bo couldn't help but say enviously as he sat in his own BMW. Well, of course, Jiangjia village has countless businesses, generating several hundred million yuan in pure profit every year. Even when divided among households, each still gets at least $1 million. What about us? Do we get any dividends? Li Bo pressed. What are you talking about? Only the core Jiang family members get dividends. We're outsiders, distant relatives at best. Why would we get any cut? Jiang Shiyan rolled her eyes, though there was a hint of bitterness in her voice. Hearing his sister-in-law and brother-in-law's conversation, Jiang Shi shook her head slightly, disapproving of their mindset. Chunfong simply chuckled. Chapter 140. Everyone formed a convoy and headed toward the equestrian club. At the front of the convoy was an Audi A8 with consecutive license plates, Jiang Ziming's car. Since Jiang Lei's own car had been taken by Lu Jinxin, he could only ride in Jiang Ziming's vehicle. Brother, did you see that bastard? He doesn't even have a car of his own. He has to ride with someone else. How pathetic. I bet that villa of his was bought entirely by Auntie herself. Those two don't have a damn thing to do with it. Jiang Lei sneered maliciously. The better, Jiang Ziming replied calmly as he drove. The worse their living conditions get, the more likely my cousin will divorce and remarry. After all, this is a materialistic society. Which girl can resist the temptation of money? Exactly. Even the most virtuous woman will become your obedient dog, as long as you pay enough. Jiang Lei wholeheartedly agreed. He was increasingly looking forward to the day when Jiang Shi divorced Chunfong and remarried to the eldest son of the Lin family, leaving Chunfong behind like a homeless, desperate dog. Soon, the convoy arrived at the equestrian club on the outskirts of Huzhou City. As it was a riding facility, vast grasslands were required. The entire club spanned nearly 1,000 acres, artificially maintaining over 100 high-quality horses of various breeds, along with many professional riding instructors, making it one of the largest equestrian clubs in the country. Moreover, the club had extremely high spending requirements and operated on a membership basis. Membership cards often required deposits of millions. It was far beyond the means of ordinary people. Fortunately, today Jiang Ziming was here, so everyone could enjoy free access. Secretary Jiang, thank you for bringing so many guests to warm up the place for me. As they reached the entrance, a group emerged from inside. Leading them was a streetwise youth with tattoos on his arms and slicked back hair, walking with an arrogant swagger, head swaying from side to side, as if defying the world. Young Master Lin, I should be thanking you for allowing us the chance to visit, Jiang Ziming said, shaking hands and exchanging polite pleasantries before introducing the man to his siblings. This is young Master Lin Lei. This equestrian club is funded by the Lin Group and managed entirely under his authority as owner. Hello, young Master Lin. Everyone greeted him courteously. Lin Lei casually scanned the Jiang family members, but driven by instinctive lust, his eyes instantly locked onto Jiang Shi and Jiang Shiyao standing at the back. At the sight of the two beautiful sisters, Lin Lei's eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. Without hesitation, he hurried straight toward them. To protect his sister-in-law Jiang Shi, Li Bo, her younger brother-in-law, stepped forward to greet him first. Young Master Lin, hello. But Lin Lei completely ignored him, shoving him aside without a glance. Then Lin Lei stood before the two sisters, eyeing them both before finally fixing his gaze on Jiang Shi, older than her sister, more mature, exuding a married woman's allure, exactly Lin Lei's preferred type. You're Mrs. Jiang, right? Hello, I'm Lin Lei. Lin Lei extended his hand directly toward Jiang Shi. Out of politeness, Jiang Shi reluctantly shook his hand. But to her shock, Lin Lei wouldn't let go of her slender, delicate hand. Instead, he caressed it like a priceless artwork, gazing at her dreamily as he asked boldly, Mrs. Jiang, though we've just met, you're already my dream woman. May I ask, do you have any plans to divorce your husband and marry me? Chapter 141. This statement shocked everyone present. Of course, they all knew Lin Lei had such intentions. But no one expected him to be so straightforward. No preamble, no subtlety. The very first thing he said upon meeting her was asking a married woman whether she wanted a divorce and to remarry him. Sorry, I don't have that intention, Jiang Shi replied coldly, immediately pulling her hand back. Chunfong quietly passed her a tissue. Jiang Shi took it and vigorously wiped her hand, clearly showing her disdain for Lin Lei. This made Lin Lei feel somewhat displeased. Sensing Lin Lei's mood shift, Jiang Ziming quickly stepped over, slung an arm around his shoulder, and led him aside, whispering, Young Master Lin, don't rush things. My cousin is the kind of married woman who's rather proper. Even if she were interested, she wouldn't dare say so outright. Be patient. Spend more time with her, let her see your capabilities. Her husband is a total good-for-nothing, a complete waste. If you just show a little of what you've got, my cousin will definitely be swayed. All right, I'll follow your advice. Lin Lei nodded, calming down temporarily. Then Jiang Ziming led everyone into the equestrian center. Under the guidance of the riding instructors, each person walked through the stables, selecting their preferred horse. Jiang Shi and her younger sister Jiang Shiyao spent quite some time choosing. Because they were intimidated by taller, more imposing horses, they eventually picked two gentle alpine ponies. Noticing Jiang Shi's hesitation and fear at mounting her horse, Lin Lei seized the opportunity. He galloped over on his prized Tech, dismissed Jiang Shi's instructor, and said, Madam Jiang, let me teach you. As the head of the riding club, Lin Lei's equestrian skills far surpassed those of ordinary instructors. And since he was particularly attracted to women like Jiang Shi, elegant, married women, he eagerly volunteered to teach her, doing so with great care and attentiveness. At one point, he even led her horse by the reins himself, walking ahead while she sat atop the saddle, making the mighty heir of the Lin family appear almost like a groom. Having fun, Lin Lei asked with a cheerful grin as he walked ahead. It's not bad, Jiang Shi replied, nodding with genuine interest. Seeing her happy, Lin Lei became ecstatic and threw himself into teaching even more enthusiastically. Witnessing this scene, both Jiang Shiyao and Li Bo sensed something amiss. They quickly approached Chunfong to warn him to stay vigilant. Lin Lei's sudden kindness was surely insincere. Nothing good could come of it. But Chunfong simply sat in the lounge area, sipping freshly squeezed juice, completely calm. It's fine. Reborn and back again. Chunfong had full confidence in himself. Someone like Lin Lei, the spoiled rich heir of a powerful family, would never be able to steal his wife away. Besides, his wife actually enjoyed horseback riding. And here was Lin Lei, a perfect fool willing to offer free lessons. Why not let him keep performing? It was far more comfortable and relaxing than having to teach her himself. At that moment, Jiang Ziming and his brother Jiang Lei rode up slowly on their horses, stopping in front of Chunfong. You pathetic little wimp, sneered Jiang Lei from atop his horse, looking down at Chunfong with contempt. Your wife's having such a good time with young Master Lin, yet you just sit there doing nothing. Can't even utter a word. Jiang Ziming also felt delighted, though he maintained his composure and spoke more diplomatically. Kid, you've seen it for yourself. Young Master Lin is interested in my cousin. You know his power and background. There's no way you can stop him if he decides to pursue her. So why not step aside now? I'll put in a good word for you with Lin Lei and have him give you a generous severance package. Chapter 142. The two brothers played good cop and bad cop, their sole aim being to force Chunfong to back down and compromise. As long as they first made an empty promise to deceive Chunfong into divorcing Jiang Shi, dealing with him afterward would be easy once the big problem was solved. Brother-in-law, you two aren't standing by your own family, but instead siding with an outsider. Is that really right? Jiang Shiyao couldn't bear it any longer. She pursed her lips, clearly indignant. You call this piece of trash our Jiang family relative? Does he even deserve it? Both Jiang Ziming and Jiang Lei wore mocking sneers on their faces. In their eyes, all of Chunfeng's current status came from clinging to a woman. He was nothing more than a complete waste of space. Chunfong, meanwhile, calmly sipped his juice, then spoke lightly with a faint smile. Actually, I've got an idea. Oh, what idea? Let's hear it. Jiang Ziming thought Chunfong had finally come to his senses and immediately brightened. Expecting Chunfong to speak about his marriage to Jiang Shi, he was surprised when Chunfong simply smiled at the two brothers and said, "Since you two are so eager to defend young Master Lin, why don't you just go ahead and name him as your father and change your surname to Lin? You bastard! How dare you insult us?" Jiang Lei instantly turned furious. Jiang Ziming pushed up his glasses and coldly declared, "Boy, we were trying to help you. Since you won't appreciate kindness, forget everything we just said. Go ahead and clash head-on with young Master Lin. See how badly you get crushed." With that, the two turned and walked away, heading straight toward Lin Lei. When the Jiang brothers reached Lin Lei, they whispered something in his ear, clearly embellishing the truth. After listening, Lin Lei angrily threw his reins to the ground, stomped on them hard, then stormed over to Chunfong, pointing furiously. "You damn dog. Love whispering behind people's backs, do you? Do you have the guts to face me like a man? Let's settle this." Facing Lin Lei's provocation, Chunfong remained completely unfazed. He replied coolly, "How do you want to settle it? One-on-one fight, or a group brawl? Fighting is for kids. I don't lower myself to that anymore." Lin Lei crossed his arms, smirking. "This is my racetrack. If you've got the guts, how about a horse race? One full lap around the track. Whoever crosses the finish line first wins. The horses in the stable are yours to choose from. Pick whichever you want." Lin Lei struck a magnanimous pose. By now, everyone in the stable had gathered around, eager to see the spectacle unfold, wearing the grins of spectators ready to enjoy some drama. "Cousin-in-law, young Master Lin is a top rider. You can't beat him. Just give up now, kneel down, kowtow to him, admit your mistake, and this whole thing blows over," Jiang Lei shouted deliberately, ensuring Chunfong had no room left to retreat. Now Chunfong was backed into a corner. Refusing wasn't an option. Chunfong stroked his chin, scanning the horses, then pointed to the alpine pony that his wife Jiang Shi loved most. "That one. You're serious? You want to challenge my purebred Akeltech with this dwarf horse?" Lin Lei stared at Chunfong as if looking at an idiot. Jiang Ziming and Jiang Lei nearly collapsed laughing on the spot. "Honey, just pick another horse. This one's too gentle, it won't run fast," Jiang Shi urged anxiously. Even Jiang Shiyao and Li Bo couldn't bear to watch and covered their eyes. He's talented in so many things, yet he chooses to challenge Lin Lei in horse racing? Isn't this exactly what they wanted? Done for. Brother-in-law has walked right into their trap. Even though there's no bet mentioned, if he loses, these people won't let it go. They'll make a huge deal out of it. Chapter 143. Boom, boom. Lin Lei directly led over his prized Fergana horse, swung himself onto the saddle, and galloped around twice, showing off his superb horsemanship blatantly in front of everyone. Master Lin's riding skills have improved again. In this entire equestrian club, only he can tame this Fergana steed. So cool. So damn cool. The onlookers watched Lin Lei with admiration, one after another praising him. Several girls were even swooning slightly. "Secretary Jiang, would you mind serving as our timekeeper and referee?" Lin Lei asked, turning to Jiang Ziming. "My pleasure." Jiang Ziming nodded, then walked to the middle of the track, clicked his stopwatch, and assumed the posture of an official referee. On the racetrack, two horses stood side by side. One was the towering, majestic Fergana horse. The other was a short, small alpine pony. Seeing such a stark contrast, many people couldn't help but burst out laughing. How is this even a fair race? That guy challenging Master Lin. He must be an idiot. This is pure humiliation. Jiang Ziming forced himself not to laugh, cleared his throat twice, and announced, "Begin." Whoosh. At the very start of the race, Lin Lei mounted his Fergana horse and shot forward like an arrow from a bow, instantly surging more than 10 meters ahead, dust and pebbles flying behind him. It took 2 or 3 full seconds before Chunfeng's alpine pony finally reacted, slowly plodding forward with Chunfong seated calmly atop. "Ha ha ha. What kind of skill is that? You actually dare challenge me? Who gave you the nerve?" Seeing his overwhelming lead and victory already certain, Lin Lei dropped all pretense and broke into maniacal laughter. To mock Chunfong further, he even signaled his horse to stop, turned around, and flaunted himself defiantly toward Chunfong, proudly declaring, "See this Fergana horse? It's a wild-tempered beast, looks down on ordinary riders. But under me, look how obedient it's become. Whether domesticated or wild, there's no horse I can't tame. No matter how proud or defiant a stallion may be, in the end, it will always submit beneath me." "Madam Jiang," he called out, deliberately raising his whip high in the air, smirking at Jiang Shi, who stood anxiously watching Chunfong. "What do you think of my horsemanship?" After finishing his taunt, all eyes in the crowd instantly turned toward Jiang Shi. Suddenly, they understood. Lin Lei's earlier show of horsemanship wasn't really about horses at all. It was a veiled implication aimed at the woman he desired. "Ha ha, Master Lin truly is a genius. To connect horses and women like that," someone laughed loudly. "Well, aren't they basically the same? Both need to be tamed, just use different methods," another chimed in playfully. "This woman looks so dignified and proper, so serious. But mark my words, she won't withstand Master Lin's advances. Within a month at most, she'll be completely conquered by him." Many stared at Jiang Shi with lewd grins, clearly imagining the scene in their minds. Jiang Shi suddenly realized what was going on, becoming instantly flustered and furious, her delicate face turning bright red. "Lin Lei has gone too far, making such remarks about my sister in front of all these people." Jiang Shiyao couldn't help but protest indignantly. Li Bo sighed bitterly. "If our brother-in-law loses this race, I fear those words of Lin Lei's won't just be jokes anymore." This was only halfway through the race, yet Lin Lei was already this arrogant. If he actually won, who knew how insufferable he'd become? Chunfeng's situation now was extremely precarious. Chapter 144. At this, Chunfong slightly furrowed his brow, looked up at Lin Lei who was strutting proudly ahead, and said, "Your mouth really asked for trouble. So arrogant. Don't you fear suddenly taking a massive fall? Ha ha ha. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I ever fall? Can't you see this prized Fergana horse has been tamed like my own son?" Lin Lei deliberately whipped the horse's rear, but the steed remained obedient, not daring to resist in the slightest. "I bet you'll be thrown off within 1 minute. Want a wager?" Chunfong said with a faint, cryptic smile. "Oh, I believe it. Of course I do. On this racetrack, I'll finish in under a minute. So naturally I'll dismount afterward. You think I'm some green-headed turtle like you?" Lin Lei shook his head dismissively. He felt he'd already shown off enough, thoroughly humiliated Chunfong, and now it was time to display his true strength. Win the race decisively, then begin conquering women. "Let's go." Lin Lei squeezed his legs sharply, and the Fergana horse let out a loud whinny before shooting forward like an arrow. In moments, Chunfong seemed destined to vanish into nothing but dust behind him. Yet Chunfong rode leisurely on his horse, completely unperturbed. He raised his hand, pinched a silver needle between his fingers, then lightly flicked it. Whoosh! The needle shot over dozens of meters and plunged directly into the horse's backside. Instantly, the Fergana horse screamed in pain, ceased running forward, and began circling wildly in place. "Hey, what the hell are you doing? Move forward. Run." Lin Lei turned pale with shock. He yanked frantically at the reins, kicked wildly at the stirrups, even lashed the whip again and again. Normally, the slightest gesture from him would calm the horse instantly. But now, the beast seemed utterly crazed, bolting around uncontrollably with Lin Lei bouncing violently on its back. F***ck. Finally, losing all balance, Lin Lei tumbled headfirst from the saddle and crashed hard onto the ground, flat on his face, looking utterly ridiculous and beaten. Everyone present was stunned into silence. "Master Lin, what kind of act is this? If you're doing circus tricks, that's not how it's done." Jiang Ziming adjusted his glasses, momentarily dazed himself. But then, something even more absurd happened. The Fergana horse suddenly walked straight toward Lin Lei. Amid Lin Lei's pig-squealing screams, the massive animal bent its 4 legs and, astonishingly, climbed right on top of him, mounting him like a rider. My God, I've only ever seen people ride horses, never a horse riding a person. This is something you live your whole life to witness. Every single person there gaped at the unbelievable scene unfolding before them. Many quickly pulled out their phones to record the moment, afraid such a sight might never be seen again. The eldest young master of the Lin family, famed equestrian expert, publicly embarrassed, ridden by his own horse. Tap tap tap. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Chunfong calmly circled the racetrack at a leisurely pace atop the small horse handed to him by Jiang Shi, then returned nonchalantly to his starting position. My God, brother-in-law actually beat Lin Lei on his prized Fergana horse. Both Jiang Shiyao and Li Bo stared wide-eyed, completely incredulous. I was so scared. Jiang Shi sighed deeply in relief. Jiang Ziming, Jiang Lei, and the others stood frozen, utterly speechless. At last, Lin Lei finally wriggled free from beneath the horse, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and pointed at Chunfong, roaring, "You bastard! What did you do to my horse?" Chapter 145. Lin Lei might have been a spoiled young man, but he was by no means stupid. He was an expert horseman. This Bactrian steed usually behaved as obediently as a son. There was no way it would suddenly go wild for no reason. Chunfong must have done something. Your horse is right under you. What could I possibly have done? Chunfong sat astride his alpine mount, gently stroking the horse's head. Maybe your words were unpleasant. Horses have feelings too, you know. Bullshit. How could an animal understand human speech? Lin Lei's face darkened with rage. Today, not only had he lost the race, but he'd also been publicly humiliated, ridden by his own horse. If he didn't reclaim his dignity now, he wouldn't be able to show his face in this world again. Lin Lei immediately pulled out his phone and made a call. Within minutes, a well-dressed man arrived with a large group of burly henchmen. Due to the vast size of the equestrian club and the inherent dangers of horseback riding, the arena employed numerous security personnel, dozens of muscular men scattered throughout the grounds. Now, as these dozens of imposing bodyguards lined up behind Lin Lei, their presence radiated intimidation. You little bastard. If you know what's good for you, confess now, and maybe I'll go easy on you. Emboldened by the men behind him, Lin Lei crossed his arms and sneered arrogantly. And if I don't cooperate? Chunfong shot back. If you don't, I'll beat you until you do. Lin Lei said coldly, each word deliberate. At that moment, Jiang Ziming pointed at Chunfong and scolded. Lin Xiao gave you the honor of racing with him, and yet you broke the rules, resorting to underhanded tricks. What did you do? Spill it now. Yeah, you damn bastard. Whatever you're up to, don't drag us into it. Jiang Lei cursed furiously. Clearly, the Jiang family had some understanding of Lin Lei's temperament. When this young master went berserk, he didn't distinguish friend from foe. Everyone present could end up suffering. This is a society ruled by law. You really think you can just bully us because you've got more people? Li Bo stepped forward and pulled out his phone, preparing to dial for help. But before he could finish dialing, one of the thugs snatched the phone away. Crack! A straight punch landed square on Li Bo's face, making stars burst in his vision. Are you okay? Jiang Shiyan rushed over to support Li Bo, horrified to see his face already swelling badly. Clearly, he was in rough shape. Seeing this, Chunfong narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression growing grim. He had intended to reason things out, but now Lin Lei's side had resorted to violence first. Since you're the ones who started throwing punches, Chunfong took a step forward, raising a hand toward the 24 or so toughs standing before him. Then I'll play along. Did I see that right? You're all alone. How dare you provoke all of us? The group of henchmen laughed mockingly, clearly thinking Chunfong had lost his mind. Bro, this punk must be terrified, talking nonsense like that. Jiang Lei jeered. Jiang Ziming smirked inwardly, yet shook his head and feigned regret. Cousin-in-law, I warned you not to mess with Lin Xiao, but you refused to know your place. Now, every consequence falls squarely on your shoulders. Beat him to death. Without hesitation, Lin Lei waved his hand and issued the order. Once Chunfong, the thorn in his side, was eliminated, capturing the stunningly beautiful widow Jiang Shiwei would be only a matter of time. Just then, a car rolled into the stable area. A striking woman in a professional riding jacket stepped out. Xiaolei, what on earth are you doing? Chapter 146. Sister 6, why are you here? Seeing the young woman, Lin Lei immediately toned down his arrogance, his demeanor shifting into one of flattery. Director Lin, Jiang Ziming, along with his siblings, quickly stepped forward to greet her respectfully. This woman was none other than Lin Yin, the beautiful CEO of Hezhou Lin Group. Although ranked 6th in the family, Lin Yin had already seized control of much of the group's power at a young age thanks to her outstanding business acumen. Recently, she had even risked her life leading a team into deep mountain forests to find an immortal herb that cured her grandfather's previously incurable illness. At present, Lin Yin was effectively the general manager of Lin Group, her authority second only to the old patriarch himself. This equestrian club had actually been built because Lin Yin loved horseback riding, funded by the Lin family. Since she was too busy to manage it personally, she had assigned Lin Lei to oversee operations. I finished work early today and came over to relax, Lin Yin replied calmly, then added. But you still haven't explained yourself. Why have you gathered all these people? What exactly is going on? Sixth sister, there's an insolent fool here provoking me. I'm just teaching him a lesson. Please wait a moment. It'll be over in 5 minutes at most, Lin Lei said deferentially. Someone dared to provoke you? Lin Yin was genuinely surprised. Her good-for-nothing younger brother was notorious in Hezhou. Almost nobody dared to cross him. Curious, Lin Yin looked up, wanting to see who this bold individual was that would dare oppose her brother. The next instant, her expression changed. Mr. Chun. Seeing that Lin Yin clearly recognized Chunfong, Lin Lei was instantly stunned. Sixth sister, do you know this bastard? No way. How could someone so lowly possibly know Lin Yin? Beside them, Jiang Ziming and Jiang Lei were equally incredulous. Chunfong turned to Lin Yin and said coolly, Miss Lin, my wife and I came to your stable for some recreation, but your dear brother insisted on sending people to beat me up. Aren't you going to say something about that? Hearing this, Lin Yin's face darkened as she turned to Lin Lei. What exactly is going on? Sixth sister, it really wasn't me who started it. This guy, he must have used some kind of trick, made the blood-sweating warhorse kick me off, and then he made the horse ride me right in front of everyone. I'm a decent human being, yet I got ridden by a horse. If this can be tolerated, what cannot? Lin Lei whined pitifully. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin's attitude shifted once again. Frowning, she turned to Chunfong. Mr. Chun, isn't this going a bit too far? If her brother Lin Lei had instigated the conflict, she would have scolded him severely. But according to his account, it seemed Chunfong had provoked him first. Though Lin Yin respected Chunfong, she wouldn't back down if he threatened the Lin family's honor. Facing her accusation, Chunfong remained utterly unmoved. He snorted coldly. Your ignorant brother has a thing for married women. That's his business. But he dares set his eyes on my wife. Getting ridden by a horse is the least he deserves. I didn't break any limbs. That was already leniency. Of course, if Miss Lin takes offense, and the Lin family wishes to test its strength against mine, I'll gladly oblige. Chunfong spoke calmly, yet his tone was unshakably firm. What did you say? You want to challenge the Lin family? Who the hell do you think you are? You actually think you're qualified? Lin Lei burst into laughter. Jiang Ziming and the others couldn't help but chuckle either. Everyone thought, this arrogant brat without background or backing couldn't even handle Lin Lei. If he dared boast about challenging the entire Lin family, it was nothing short of a ridiculous joke. Chapter 147. To nearly everyone present, Chunfeng's words were nothing short of absurdly overreaching. Who the hell did he think he was? But Lin Yin's expression turned unusually serious, and hesitation flickered in her heart. Although she didn't particularly like Chunfong either, she had to admit that he possessed extraordinary abilities, certainly far superior to the group of mercenaries she'd paid a fortune to hire. On one side stood her useless younger brother. On the other stood Chunfong, whose true capabilities remained unknown. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yin reached her decision. Xiaolei, come here. At Lin Yin's gesture, Lin Lei immediately walked over, ready to speak. Asterisk slap. Slap. Asterisk. Suddenly, Lin Yin raised her hand and delivered 2 sharp, heavy slaps across Lin Lei's face. Lin Lei clutched his cheek, utterly stunned. So were the others. Why, when faced with a threat from an outsider, did Lin Yin lash out not at Chunfong, but at her own family member? Mr. Chun, my younger brother is completely idiotic. I've punished him severely on your behalf. Please don't hold it against him. Though not an outright apology, the act of striking her own kin while offering an explanation to Chunfong clearly signaled her willingness to back down. She then added, also, regarding the rumors about our Lin family forming an alliance through marriage with the Jiangs, that's all baseless gossip. We have absolutely no intention of interfering with your marriage. These words hit like thunder. The Jiang family members, who had moments earlier worn hopeful expressions, especially brothers Jiang Ziming and Jiang Lei, were now dumbstruck, as if they had lost a parent. If such words had come from anyone else, there might still be room for negotiation. But when spoken by Lin Yin, they carried finality. It was clear, the marriage alliance between their families was dead. Sis, why are you siding with an outsider against me? Lin Lei, still clutching his stinging cheek, bristled with resentment. No matter how hard he tried to make sense of it, he couldn't grasp why this was happening. You worthless fool. Do I need to explain myself to you? Lin Yin snapped, furious. If it weren't for Lin Lei's stupidity provoking Chunfong, she wouldn't have to compromise. She had no patience to sugarcoat things for him. But Lin Lei couldn't swallow this humiliation. Sis, no matter what, you and the family may oppose me, but I'll do this alone. I'm an adult. I can survive without the Lin family. This equestrian club is an asset worth hundreds of millions. It's under my name. Lin Lei's plan was simple. If the family wouldn't support him, he'd go it alone. With ownership of this club, a billion-yuan asset, he could still rank among the top 10 wealthiest individuals in Jiangzhou. With that kind of wealth, overpowering someone like Chunfong and taking Jiangxi, that exquisite beauty, would still be within reach. But then Lin Yin suddenly turned to Chunfong and said, Mr. Chun, due to Lin Group's ongoing restructuring, we're currently facing financial strain. This equestrian club originally cost over 100 million to build, and conservatively generates 2 to 30 million profit annually. On behalf of Lin Group, I'd like to transfer ownership of this club to you as debt settlement. Would that be acceptable? Hearing this, Lin Lei froze in shock. Sis, what did you say? You're giving my club to this bastard? No, I won't allow it. Absolutely not. Do I care whether you agree or not? Lin Ying shot him a cold, disdainful look, as if staring at an imbecile. As general manager of Lin Group, her authority ranked just below the chairman's. She had full discretion over most of the company's assets, including this very equestrian club. But Chunfong, surprisingly, didn't seem particularly eager. Chapter 148. As for Lin Yin's proposal to settle her debt with the horse ranch, Chunfong stroked his chin, his attitude somewhat ambiguous. He wasn't sure whether Lin Yin was telling the truth or not. After all, the ranch appeared quite deserted, with hardly any customers in sight. Babe, do you think this ranch can actually make money? Chunfong asked Jiang Shi for her opinion. I don't know. This is my first time at a place like this. Jiang Shi shook her head. Jiang Shiyao was equally clueless. But Li Bo had some insights. Bro-in-law, I think it's worth a try. Equestrian clubs have become an emerging aristocratic sport in our country in recent years. With the current strong economy and more wealthy people, the demand is growing. When I studied abroad, I knew a friend whose family ran equestrian clubs overseas. They made tens of millions of dollars annually. As long as we stabilize operations here, profitability won't be an issue. Hearing Li Bo speak so confidently, Chunfong nodded and said to Lin Yin, all right then, I'll leave it in your hands. Lin Yin nodded. She immediately called the group's lawyer, who printed out 2 copies of a ranch transfer contract on the spot. She and Chunfong signed the documents right there. Just like that, Chunfong became the new owner of the equestrian club. What the hell? This actually worked. The Jiang family members stared, mouths twitching uncontrollably. Just 10 minutes ago, Chunfong had been nothing but a presumptuous ant. Now he was suddenly the owner of a ranch worth hundreds of millions, possessing wealth that surpassed everyone present, including Jiang Ziming himself. Lin Lei couldn't accept it under any circumstances. He dropped onto the ground, throwing a tantrum like a spoiled child, yelling, this ranch is mine. No one can take it from me. I'm staying right here today. Let's see what you can do about it. Shaking her head helplessly at her immature younger brother, Lin Yin sighed. But Chunfong had no intention of indulging him. He turned sharply to the burly men in black and ordered, throw this idiot outside. Yes, sir. They nodded firmly. They were employees, and they followed whoever was the boss, whose identity didn't matter to them. Immediately, several of them stepped forward, grabbed Lin Lei by arms and legs, and flung him straight into a foul ditch just outside the ranch. Seeing Lin Lei tossed away like trash, Jiang Ziming and the others froze in fear. Who dared remain here now? Let's get out of here fast. Seizing the opportunity, the entire Jiang family scattered, fleeing as quickly as they could. Chunfong didn't bother chasing after them. Instead, he calmly took his wife, sister, and brother-in-law to continue enjoying their time at the ranch. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziming, Jiang Lei, and the rest drove off separately in panic, escaping in disarray. Never would have guessed. This useless son-in-law isn't as simple as he looks. He actually knows someone like President Lin, and judging from how she spoke, she even owes him money, using the ranch to pay it off. We can't afford to mess with him anymore. Jiang Ziming said gravely. After all, as the city master's personal secretary, he had accompanied the city master to numerous high-level gatherings and seen many powerful figures, some of whom were extremely low-key, blending into crowds like ordinary people. Now, Jiang Ziming suspected that Chunfong might be one of those hidden heavyweights. But Jiang Lei saw things very differently. Brother, don't fall for that bastard's tricks. He's got no real talent, just good at putting up a front and bluffing. Back in Jiangzhou, I fell for his scam. He doesn't know any big shots at all. It was all just him teaming up with Lu Jinxin to set me up. And why did Lin Yin show up so conveniently? There's definitely something suspicious here. Hearing this, Jiang Ziming furrowed his brows and pressed further. Go on. Chapter 149. I suspect this whole incident today was orchestrated by that woman Lin Yin. Chunfong is just a puppet she's controlling. Jiang Lei said convincingly. It was old Master Lin who originally proposed the alliance between the Lin and Jiang families. But now Lin Yin holds power in the Lin family, and clearly looks down on our Jiang family. She probably wants to back out of the deal, so she secretly approached Chunfong and made him cause trouble, biting at people randomly and stirring up chaos. Then when tensions rise, she swoops in perfectly positioned to revoke the Lin family's previous promise under legitimate pretenses. As for that horse ranch, that's nothing but a formality. Think about it. How could the Lin family actually transfer assets worth hundreds of millions to some worthless good-for-nothing? Jiang Ziming thought it over carefully. Although there was no evidence, and it was all Jiang Lei's speculation, it sounded extremely plausible. He instantly believed it and nodded. So that's how it is. Thank goodness you were burned once before. Otherwise, our Jiang family would have been fooled by that good-for-nothing today. Marrying into the Lin family is a major event for our clan, yet he ruined everything. He must pay for this. A dark, vicious look flashed across Jiang Ziming's face. Meanwhile, Chunfong was sitting with Jiang Shi in the rest area, drinking beverages. In the evening, Jiang Xia and Li Bo walked over to them. Sis, brother-in-law, Mom just called me saying we shouldn't go to Jiang village. We should head straight back to Jiangzhou, Jiang Xia said. Why? Jiang Shi asked, surprised. I don't know. Mom didn't explain clearly on the phone, but I think maybe cousin told grandfather about what happened here today, and grandfather must be upset. Most likely, Mom doesn't want to get us involved, so she told us to leave first. Jiang Xia shrugged. Then let's pack up quickly and head back. Li Bo immediately agreed. But Jiang Shi wasn't too pleased. She frowned. It feels wrong that we caused the trouble, yet Mom has to bear the consequences alone. No one could make up their mind, so they all turned to look at Chunfong. Chunfong, however, remained calm. He slowly finished his glass of juice, stood up, and stretched lazily. Honey, we've been married 5 years. This is our first time coming to Hezhou. It'd be a waste not to visit your grandfather. Otherwise, why even come? Since Chunfong decided to go to Jiang village, Jiang Shi immediately nodded in agreement. Jiang Xia and Li Bo exchanged glances. They weren't really on board, but didn't dare object. Thus, the four of them left the equestrian center and headed together by car toward Jiang village. As soon as their vehicle arrived at the village entrance, the gate guard quietly reported their arrival. Not long after, brothers Jiang Ziming and Jiang Lei arrived at the entrance to greet them. Oh, you're back. Hurry up and go to the ancestral hall. Jiang Ziming said with thinly veiled glee. Why are we going to the ancestral hall? Jiang Xia asked, puzzled. You caused quite a scene today. Grandfather found out, and he's furious. He's waiting for you there, Jiang Lei said, barely suppressing a smirk. The ancestral hall, where ancestral spirits were honored, was sacred ground. Being summoned there suddenly clearly meant nothing good awaited them. Yet Chunfong remained perfectly composed. Which way to the ancestral hall? Just follow us. The Jiang brothers led the way. The group crossed half the village until they finally arrived at a magnificent, imposing traditional Chinese building, the Jiang family ancestral hall. Usually quiet and deserted, today the ancestral hall was packed with people. At its heart sat the core elders of Jiang village, with Jiang Shijun presiding from a high-backed armchair. Every single face present wore an expression of deep displeasure. Chapter 150. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere inside the ancestral hall, the other three people besides Chunfong were overwhelmed with a sense of reverence. Kneel down. The moment the four of them stepped in from outside, Jiang Shijun, Chunfeng's grandfather-in-law, sitting in the central armchair, abruptly barked out. That sharp command startled everyone. But Chunfong remained unmoved. Why should I kneel? You damn brat. Kneeling before your ancestors in the ancestral hall is only natural. How dare you talk back? Jiang Hua, Chunfeng's elder uncle, sitting beside Jiang Shijun, couldn't help but roar in anger. These ancestors belong to your Jiang family, not mine. Why should I bow to them? Chunfong retorted firmly. After all, during the years he'd been married to Jiang Si, the Jiang family had never shown any care or recognition toward him as their grandson-in-law. If they didn't acknowledge him, then he had no obligation to respect their clan traditions. His words instantly caused outrage among the Jiang family members present. Aunt Li Min quickly turned to Jiang Shijun and said, Old master, did you hear that? This is your eldest granddaughter's husband. What outrageous disrespect. Jiang Shijun's face darkened. He slammed the table and shouted, You wretched creature. You've offended the Lin family and ruined our Jiang family's chance to grow and expand. Now you dare speak such insolence before our ancestors? Don't you fear heaven's punishment and lightning strikes? Kneel down. Another furious roar. Jiang Si turned deathly pale, instinctively about to kneel, but Chunfong held her back, stopping her. Chunfong let out a cold chuckle and said calmly, Grandfather, the so-called opportunity you're talking about, is it really just selling out my wife? Forcing her to divorce me and remarry that good-for-nothing named Lin Lei? Young Master Lin is the legitimate heir of the prestigious Lin family. Who do you think you are to call him a waste of space? Aunt Li Min sneered sarcastically. I say he's worthless, so he is. No explanation needed. Chunfong snorted coldly. You? Li Min was left speechless by his rebuttal. At this point, Jiang Si could no longer stand by. She spoke up. Grandfather, please don't blame Chunfong. Even if he hadn't done anything, I would never divorce him. See, are you crazy? Being with this nobody, you'll be looked down on your whole life. But if you marry young Master Lin, you'll be the madam of the Lin household, with everything you could ever want. Jiang Hua reminded her urgently. But I only wish to protect my own family. Jiang Si answered firmly. Seeing even Jiang Si openly defying them, Jiang Shijun's expression grew even more grim. He immediately turned to Jiang Lan, who stood silently at the back of the crowd, head lowered in fear, and snapped. Lan, is this the daughter you've raised? So stubborn and unyielding? If one day our family falls into decline, all of you will be traitors despised by history. Jiang Lan kept her head down, weakly saying, Father, I am guilty. I will kneel and beg forgiveness from our ancestors. But please, have mercy on my daughter and son-in-law. Spare them from punishment. Do you even know your place? How dare you bargain? A criminal of the highest order within this family. You have no right to make demands. Li Min, seated in the armchair, looked down arrogantly and rebuked her. Ever since her failed scheme against Jiang Lan, which cost her 3 million for nothing, she had been harboring resentment. Now, finally seated above others, she took every chance to humiliate Jiang Lan, reveling in the satisfaction it brought her. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Jiang Lan bowed her head meekly. But at that moment, Chunfong suddenly stepped forward to stand before Jiang Lan and said, Mom, you don't need to apologize. You've done nothing wrong. The one at fault isn't you. It's this backward, outdated Jiang family. If earlier, Chunfong had only targeted certain individuals in the Jiang family, now these words amounted to an outright insult hurled at the entire clan. You demonic creature. This abomination actually dares to claim he's done nothing wrong. Says it's we Jiang family who are mistaken. Such outrageous disrespect. He deserves to be struck dead by lightning, run over by a carriage the moment he steps outside. The elder generations of the Jiang family were beside themselves with rage, launching into furious tirades against Chunfeng's ancestors. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ziming adjusted his glasses, a smug satisfaction swelling in his heart. This was exactly what he wanted. Once Chunfong had completely severed ties with the Jiang family, crushing him as an individual using the full might of their clan would be effortless. Thus, Jiang Ziming serenely said, Boy, you're so arrogant. Are you not afraid that grandfather will expel your entire family from the Jiang household, leaving you homeless strays? Not interested. We never enjoyed any privileges from your so-called Jiang family anyway. Chunfong shrugged indifferently. But let me clarify one thing. It's not that you're kicking me out. It's simply that your temple here is too small to house a Buddha like me. So you're saying, you're more powerful than our entire Jiang family? Jiang Ziming wore a strange, twisted smile. Haha, how many gin of alcohol did you drink to get this drunk? Jiang Lei also thought Chunfong was talking nonsense. Jiang Hua and Li Min, the married couple, found it equally ridiculous. Every member of the Jiang family burst into loud laughter, none giving any weight whatsoever to Chunfeng's words. If you claim to surpass a single person in the Jiang family, maybe there'd be room for discussion. But to say that one man alone outweighed the entire influence and power of the Jiang family, that was pure absurdity. The Jiang family's total assets ran into 10-digit figures. Jiang village itself housed over 1,000 households. Not to mention anything else. If every person spat once, they could drown you alive. Jiang Shijun took a sip of tea and said coolly, I've lived half a lifetime and met many influential figures, but someone as brazen as you, I've never seen before. Tomorrow is our Jiang family annual gathering. Many wealthy tycoons and big shots have been invited. If you truly possess real ability, then summon a few billionaires to attend. If you can bring just 5 guests worth over 10 million each, I'll acknowledge you as my granddaughter's fiancé. We'll reconsider the alliance with the Lin family. But if you can't even bring 5 people, then you have no right to speak at all. With that, Jiang Shijun slammed the table and rose, leading the way out of the ancestral hall. The others quickly followed, dispersing from the hall and returning to their respective homes. Haha, better go to bed early tonight. Tomorrow's gathering is going to be quite a show. Jiang Lei gloated with malicious amusement. The other young members also covered their mouths, snickering quietly, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of a certain clown's humiliation. Jiang Shi and the others felt deeply uneasy. At that moment, an elderly woman with silver hair hobbled toward them on her cane. It was Jiang Shi's grandmother. After exchanging a few polite words with Jiang Lan and the others, the old lady spoke solemnly. These past few years, your grandfather has been obsessed with surpassing the Lin family, desperate to make ours the #1 in Hezhou. He's lost himself entirely. Don't pay him any mind. Don't attend tomorrow's event. Leave tonight. Return to Jiangzhou and live your lives peacefully. Her kindness moved Jiang Shi and the others profoundly. Grandma, I'm so sorry for causing you all this trouble. It's nothing at all. When you have the chance, just come back and visit me. The old lady smiled with gentle warmth. Just as the group was discussing plans to leave Jiang village that very night, Jiang Ziming suddenly approached them and said, since tomorrow's the annual gathering, we need to prepare everything overnight. Therefore, several main roads into the village have already been sealed off. You'll be staying at the village guest house tonight. Don't wander around. Clearly, Jiang Ziming had come to warn them. Thought you could provoke us and just walk away? Not a chance. Chapter 152. Due to its large size, Jiangjiakan had various independent living facilities, supermarkets, KTVs, sightseeing spots, and even a guest house specifically designated for receiving foreign visitors. Jiang Lan had left home early in life to start her own business, so she didn't have a house of her own. When she returned with her family for a visit, they were accommodated in the guest house. Fortunately, the conditions there weren't bad. You guys, keep an eye on the main entrance. Tomorrow is the annual banquet. Make sure no thieves get in. Understood. Outside the guest house, Jiang Ziming and Jiang Lei had specially arranged numerous security personnel. Though officially it was to guard against theft, in reality, it was to prevent Chunfong and his group from fleeing during the night. I went out earlier, said Li Bo with a bitter smile. The lobby was full of guards. When I said I wanted to go buy something, they immediately asked what I needed and offered to buy it for me and bring it back. We're practically under house arrest here. This is just too much. Jiang Shiyao felt a chill run through her. After all, they were family, yet they were being treated like prisoners. Tomorrow will be even harder to endure. Jiang Lan sighed helplessly. She had anticipated this situation, which was why she called ahead, urging them to return to Jiangzhou and leave her behind. But she hadn't expected all 4 of them to come anyway. Deep down, Jiang Lan was touched, so she couldn't bring herself to scold them. Chunfong, however, remained calm. He poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and said indifferently, Mom, sister, brother-in-law, it's getting late. You should go to bed soon. We need to get up early tomorrow for the banquet. After speaking, Chunfong yawned. He really was a bit sleepy. All right then, we'll talk again tomorrow morning. Jiang Lan, Jiang Shiyao, and Li Bo nodded, got up, and left for their respective rooms. Yet, thinking about the next day's banquet, all 3 tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Shiyao, we need to do something. We can't just sit around waiting for disaster. Jiang Lan quickly sought out Jiang Shiyao and Li Bo again to discuss their options. Mom has been thinking, the requirement your grandfather mentioned, that we need to invite 5 guests worth over 10 million. Well, it's not impossible. If we think hard enough, maybe we can gather enough people. It was a very reasonable point. So the 3 of them started discussing possibilities once more. In the end, they decided, Jiang Shiyao and Li Bo would each try to bring 1 guest, while Jiang Lan would use the network she built through years of business to try to summon 3 or 4 more. As long as these guests showed up as promised, they could make it through tomorrow's banquet unscathed. Only after finalizing these plans did the trio finally breathe easier, allowing themselves a peaceful night's sleep. The next day, they woke up early, ate breakfast at the guest house, and soon Jiang Ziming and Jiang Lei arrived to escort them to the annual banquet. Given the event's massive scale, nearly 1,000 attendees at peak times, the banquet was held in a central plaza located in the heart of Jiangjiakan. The entire square had been lavishly decorated with colorful lanterns and streamers, filled with round banquet tables laden with food. Auntie, this is your seat. Jiang Ziming pointed to a round table tucked away in a corner. Seating arrangements followed strict rules. The closer one's blood ties to the Jiang family, the closer to the center they sat. Those further out were more distantly related. On the outer edges were usually distant relatives, or servants and staff assigned to handle chores during the banquet. Grandpa said this table is reserved for you. When your guests arrive later, have them sit here as well, Jiang Ziming added. Auntie, please don't mind that it's such a remote spot. This year there are so many attendees, most of the central seats have already been reserved. We can only ask you to bear with this less ideal position, Jiang Lei said with false politeness. Chapter 153. Jiang Lan was naturally dissatisfied with such an arrangement. After all, she was Jiang Shijun's biological daughter and regarded as a sister-in-law in the Jiang family. Yet her seating position at the annual gathering was even worse than that of some distant relatives. But she knew her voice carried little weight, so she didn't dare say anything. Chunfong, however, said calmly, this table is too small. Too small? You've only got 5 people. This is a 10-person table, more than enough space. Jiang Lei rolled his eyes. Didn't your Jiang family ask us to invite guests? Chunfong countered. Don't rush it. If you end up bringing enough people, we'll arrange something for you later. Jiang Ziming patted Chunfong on the shoulder, putting on a friendly smile. Then the 2 brothers walked away first. Soon, other relatives began arriving one after another and took their seats. Yet the glances these relatives cast toward Jiang Lan and her group were somewhat peculiar, accompanied by hushed murmurs. Clearly, the 5 of them were not particularly welcome in Jiang village. As time passed, once all the Jiang family relatives had arrived, the guests they had each invited also began showing up. The chairman of Runda Group has arrived. The owner of Dalong Real Estate is here. The top official from Huzhou Development Zone has come. Each arrival was announced with a person's title. Billionaire tycoons or high-ranking officials. They were all prominent figures, none ordinary. At least a good portion of Huzhou's upper class seemed to have shown up. Although each household could only bring a limited number of guests, the Jiang family was so vast and influential, with members excelling across various industries, that if every branch brought 2 or 3 distinguished guests, the total easily amounted to over 100. Wow, this year my parents and older brother invited quite a few guests, filled up 2 entire tables. Jiang Lei deliberately strolled over to their group with a smug grin. Auntie, how are things on your end? Why is it still so quiet and empty? If you really can't get anyone to come, maybe I can talk to my dad about lending you a few wealthy businessmen to spruce up your side a bit? Jiang Lei wore a look of malicious amusement. In truth, he was setting a trap. He would never actually help even if Jiang Lan truly needed it. After all, many people present today were just waiting to see this family embarrassed. We're not in a hurry. Why are you so anxious? The emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is? Chunfong sat calmly, sipping water as he spoke indifferently. Who said I'm in a hurry? It's not me losing face anyway, so why should I care? Jiang Lei sneered. Yesterday in the ancestral hall, someone claimed to be a great Buddha, but from where I stand, they're not a Buddha, they're a pile of rotten dog shit. Who's the great Buddha and who's the pile of crap will become clear soon enough, Chunfong replied, still completely calm. Fine, we'll just wait and see then. In half an hour, the annual gathering will begin. Attendance will be counted then. You'd better hurry up. Jiang Lei nodded, then turned away without another word, walking off proudly. Although Chunfong remained unperturbed, Jiang Lan, Jiang Shiyao, and the others clearly grew restless. All 3 quickly pulled out their phones, calling around, gently urging their guests to arrive sooner. Oh dear, Dr. Li, Mr. Chun, terribly sorry, I've arrived late. Another quarter of an hour passed before a middle-aged man in a long robe finally rushed in from outside, looking travel-worn. This man was none other than Li Hanfeng, the famed physician of Jiangzhou. Chapter 154. Oh, we actually have guests. An old-fashioned Chinese doctor? Jiang family was somewhat surprised by Li Hanfeng's arrival. Jiang Lei and others looked at Li Hanfeng curiously. Li Hanfeng used to be the top physician in Jiangzhou, but ever since being humiliated by Chunfong, he'd become much more low-key, focusing solely on mastering his medical skills and avoiding public attention. Therefore, the Jiang family from Huzhou didn't recognize him at all. They assumed Li Hanfeng was just an obscure nobody. Bro-in-law, sorry about this. I'm just a regular doctor with no big-shot connections, so I could only invite Master Li, the divine healer, to come help fill a seat. Li Bo quickly explained to Chunfong. Chunfong simply nodded without saying anything. At that moment, another middle-aged man wearing a blue t-shirt and carrying a briefcase, exuding the air of a businessman, approached the group. Boss Zhou, you're here. Please, have a seat. Jiang Lan immediately stood up to greet him. Clearly, Boss Zhou had been invited by Jiang Lan herself. After sitting down and taking a sip of water, Boss Zhou immediately pulled out a bottle of health supplements from his bag and began pitching it. What? Jiang Shi and the others were utterly stunned. Jiang Lan kept nodding awkwardly with an apologetic smile. Boss Zhou, please sit back and relax for now. Let's talk about this after the annual party ends. No way. You called me yesterday and promised you'd buy my health products. That's why I came all this way specially. I'll sit right here with you until the event's over. What if you back out afterward? Then what? Boss Zhou's expression darkened instantly. Madam Jiang, I've got limited patience. If you're not buying, I'm leaving right now. With that, Boss Zhou grabbed his briefcase and stood up dramatically, ready to walk out at any second. Clearly, this Boss Zhou wasn't a decent character. The only reason he agreed to attend the party was because Jiang Lan had made him a promise. Don't go, Boss Zhou. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Jiang Lan couldn't afford to let this rare opportunity slip away. After all, she'd struggled hard enough just to find someone willing to lend credibility to her table. She quickly grabbed Boss Zhou's arm, wearing a desperately flattering smile. After some negotiation, Jiang Lan ended up purchasing a full course of the health product for 500,000 renminbi. Boss Zhou was extremely satisfied and sat back down, quietly sipping tea without causing further trouble. Witnessing this entire scene, whether it was the Jiang sisters Shiyao and Shi, or Li Bo and Li Hanfeng, everyone felt speechless, but they couldn't say anything. After all, this was just part of the transaction. Inviting someone worth tens of millions as a showpiece came at the price of handing over 500,000 in cold cash. Well, third sister, looks like things are getting lively over here. Just then, Jiang Lan's elder sister-in-law, Li Min, the wife of Jiang Hua, the eldest son of the Jiang family, suddenly appeared, accompanied by several other women passing by. When they noticed there were actually 2 real guests seated at Jiang Lan's table besides their own 5 family members, they were visibly astonished. So you managed to invite a traditional Chinese doctor and a business owner? Li Min eyed the 2 guests, Li Hanfeng and Boss Zhou. Suddenly, one of the women beside her blurted out, "Wait, doesn't this Boss Zhou look familiar? Ah, I remember now. Isn't he that scammer who sold overpriced health supplements? I saw him on the news before. Wasn't he arrested and sentenced? How is he sitting here now? We should call the police immediately." Upon hearing this, Boss Zhou panicked, fearing trouble. He hurriedly defended himself. No, don't call the police. Yes, I was arrested and sentenced, but I was just released last month. Chapter 155. Faced with the Jiang family's skepticism, Boss Zhou actually admitted outright that he was a scammer, and had even served time in prison. Third sister, I was wondering how you managed to have such great connections, inviting several bosses as guests. Turns out you brought over a fraud selling health supplements? Does Rin Jinai really willingly come support you? Or did you buy some of his products too? Li Min covered her mouth and laughed. The women around her burst into loud laughter, doubling over with amusement. Ha ha, what's the difference between this and hiring actors? This is hilarious, absolutely hilarious. I've got to tell everyone about this right away. Thanks to their gossip, it didn't take long before the entire Jiang family learned that Jiang Lan had spent money to hire a health supplement peddler, a known fraud, to prop up her image. This further shattered Jiang Lan's already shaky reputation. Her face turned pale and flushed by turns, utterly humiliated. Mom, why would you do something like this? You wasted money and made us all look ridiculous, Jiangxi said with a frown, feeling embarrassed herself. What was I supposed to do? If I didn't make the calls, who would gather 5 millionaires? I did it for all of us. Jiang Lan retorted defensively. At that moment, Chunfong suddenly asked, Mom, did you invite anyone else? Jiang Lan thought for a second and nodded. I invited a few others, but they haven't arrived yet, probably still on their way. Then give them a call and tell them not to come, Chunfong said. Seeing how confident Chunfong sounded, Jiang Lan looked puzzled. Dear son-in-law, do you have your own arrangements? Yes, Chunfong nodded. Hearing that, Jiang Lan finally sighed in relief and smiled. So you already had plans all along. Why didn't you say anything earlier? I've been anxious all night, barely slept a wink worrying. Well, none of you asked me. Chunfong replied with a light chuckle. Just then, Chunfeng's phone rang. It was Lu Jinxing calling. Mr. Chun, I just wrapped things up here. I'm heading out now. It'll probably take another hour to arrive. But I've already arranged for people to get the Jade Guanyin from Master Su. It's been loaded and is on its way. Someone should be contacting you within 10 minutes. Got it. Chunfong nodded and hung up. By now, the annual gala venue was buzzing with activity. Nearly all members of the Jiang family were present, with several seats still empty, reserved for the expected guests. Jiang Shijun, as the village chief of Jiang Family Village, was the one who had led the village to its current prosperity. Naturally, he presided over the event. But before the formal start of the gathering, there was one preliminary ritual. Every younger generation member of each household had to personally present New Year gifts to Chief Jiang Shijun. Everyone had prepared offerings, varying in type, some expensive, some modest. Grandpa, this ginseng was specially brought back from the north. May it bring you boundless fortune and longevity, Jiang Lei said, presenting an exquisitely crafted gift box containing a fresh, high-quality ginseng root. Clearly, this gift carried significant value. Haha, my dear grandson, you're truly thoughtful. Jiang Shijun stroked his beard, smiling broadly. Our Jiang Group's procurement department needs a new deputy manager. Since Xiao Lei has been idle at home lately, why don't you step into that role? Thank you, Grandpa. Jiang Lei's eyes lit up with joy. In truth, he was nothing more than a spoiled young idler, good at nothing except scheming and swindling to make money. He'd been behaving recently only because Lu Jinxin had extorted all his cash. Now, merely by offering an expensive gift, he'd won Jiang Shijun's favor and secured a position as deputy head of procurement, a department famously rich with opportunities for personal gain. Chapter 156. For Jiang Lei, this investment of his was nothing short of a bloodbath profit. Grandpa, I wish you laughter every day from now on. Jiang Ziming, the most accomplished eldest grandson of the Jiang family, naturally didn't skimp on appearances. His gift was a Methria Buddha statue carved entirely from solid gold, weighing several jin, gleaming brilliantly, and clearly worth a fortune. Haha, laughter every day, every single one of us must laugh with joy. Jiang Shijun was overjoyed and immediately ordered someone to place the Methria statue in the main hall of his home. At that moment, Jiang Lei suddenly remembered something. He turned his head toward the corner where Jiang Lan's family sat and smiled as he said, Auntie, 2 cousins, and cousin's husband, you came to attend the annual gathering. Don't tell me you came empty-handed? Seeing that no one responded, Jiang Lei continued, I gave ginseng worth over 1 million. My brother presented a golden Methria Buddha valued at more than 5 million. Even some less wealthy relatives at least brought some cigarettes, alcohol, or tea. But your whole family shows up hands-free, eating and drinking without contributing. How can you even face everyone? Murmurs quickly spread among the crowd. Clearly, everyone felt that Jiang Lan's family had acted inappropriately, shameful, even. Jiang Shijun's expression grew dark and grim. All eyes turned to Chunfong. Nobody spoke. Chunfong remained calm with a faint smile and explained, Of course we brought a gift. It's still on the way and will arrive shortly. Please wait just a little longer. Right after he finished speaking, Chunfong received a call. All right, bring it straight here. Following Chunfeng's arrangements, soon a small delivery truck entered Jiang Village and drove directly toward the annual gathering venue. Then, before everyone's astonished eyes, a black cloth covering the cargo was pulled away, revealing a pure white jade guanyin seated upon a lotus pedestal, crafted from Hetian jade. The figure held a purity vase in her left hand and a willow branch in her right, exquisitely detailed, solemn in presence, and lifelike in form. When this nearly life-size jade guanyin was unveiled, almost everyone present was stunned into silence. My goodness, no words could express the awe swelling in their hearts. Honey, is this your New Year gift? Even Zhang Shi and the others, upon seeing the jade statue, widened their eyes in shock. Chunfong nodded. Truthfully, though mentally prepared, even he felt deeply impressed by Master Su's carving skill upon finally seeing the finished sculpture. 3 million yuan plus a minor pay yuan pill for this jade guanyin? Absolutely not a bad deal. Even Li Min, his normally talkative sister-in-law, stood speechless, dazed as she asked, this entire large statue of guanyin, is it really all carved from real jade? What kind of massive piece of jade would that take? How much did it cost? Others were thinking the same thing. This jade guanyin must be priceless. Fake. It's definitely fake. Jiang Lei shook his head and was the first to voice disbelief. Jiang Ziming adjusted his glasses and said calmly, I have some knowledge about jade carving. If this guanyin statue is genuinely hand-carved, its value would be incalculable. But if it's mass-produced imitation glassware made on an assembly line, then the cost would be extremely low. He seemed merely to present 2 possibilities without bias. Yet nearly every relative of the Jiang family present overwhelmingly leaned toward believing Jiang Ziming's second explanation. What? Fake. Originally, Jiang Shijun had been elated upon seeing the statue, but hearing it might very well be a counterfeit, his expression instantly darkened. Having served as village chief for so many years, during each annual gathering relatives would bring him numerous gifts, some valuable, some modest. But never once had he received a fake. This made Jiang Shijun feel deeply humiliated. Chapter 157. At this moment, Grandma sitting nearby tried to mediate. It's the annual family gathering today, a joyous occasion. Don't be so serious. Whether it's real or not, it's still your youngest daughter, her children, and sons-in-law showing their heartfelt respect to you. Humph. But Jiang Shijun remained stern-faced, saying coldly, such a cheap gesture isn't worth having at all. With that, Jiang Shijun roared angrily. Quickly take this pile of junk away from here. I can't stand looking at it. It only annoys me. Get going. Drag it off right now. Find a trash bin and throw it in. Jiang Lei and others immediately rushed over to drive away the transport vehicle. The driver operating the truck was Lu Jianxin's trusted man. Seeing this scene unfold, he was momentarily stunned. After all, he had painstakingly delivered this masterpiece carved by Master Su himself. Yet these people were calling it trash and talking about tossing it into a dumpster. These people are fucking insane, aren't they? The driver couldn't help shaking his head. Unwilling to make decisions on his own, he turned to look at Chunfong, waiting for his instructions. Chunfong, however, shrugged indifferently and said, fine then. This was merely a small token of our affection as a family. Since you refuse to appreciate it, I'll just take the Guanyin statue back. I'll return it to Jiangzhou and place it in my new house. He instructed the driver. Yes, sir. The driver nodded, preparing to load the statue for removal. Just then, a cloud drifting overhead finally moved aside, allowing bright sunlight to pour down directly onto the Guanyin statue. It refracted gentle rays of soft white light, creating an ethereal glow that made everyone feel as if they had stepped into a crystal-clear fairyland. An elderly man seated among the guests, wearing reading glasses and exuding scholarly demeanor, suddenly stiffened, eyes widening as he exclaimed, This doesn't seem fake at all. It looks like genuine Hitian jade. Seventh uncle, are you sure you're not mistaken? How could this possibly be real Hitian jade? If it were, how much would it even cost? Someone voiced disbelief. But seventh uncle, renowned for his expertise in jade, affirmed firmly, no mistake. This is definitely Hitian jade. I've studied jade for decades. I cannot be wrong about this. His words instantly stirred a commotion throughout the crowd. Suddenly, from the guests' seating area, a wealthy businessman stood up and declared, I'm actually in the jade trade myself. The material used for this Guanyin statue cannot possibly be glass. It must be authentic Hitian jade, and not just any kind, but the absolute finest grade. Moreover, another prominent figure chimed in. I examined the carving technique closely. It's extremely sophisticated. It even carries traces of the style of Master Su Jihao. Traces of Master Su's style? Interrupted the wealthy man who had just spoken. This is Master Su's work. Half a year ago, I visited Master Su in Jiangzhou. At the time, he was already carving this very piece of Hitian jade Guanyin. It was still unfinished, but I caught a glimpse from afar, and yes, it was definitely this one, no doubt about it. He sighed regretfully. I even asked Master Su whether I could buy it once completed. I offered 50 million, but he refused outright. Although most members of the Jiang family lacked education and couldn't appreciate fine art, fortunately, many cultured guests had been invited to the event, and they immediately recognized the extraordinary value of the jade statue. What? The expressions of Jiang Ziming, Jiang Lei, and others shifted dramatically with the rising tide of public opinion. Even Jiang Shijun's face darkened, fluctuating between emotions. He took a deep breath, forcing a weak smile as he said, What I said earlier was just out of anger. Your grandma is right. Whether the gift is genuine or not, it represents your goodwill. Since you went through so much trouble bringing it all the way here, how could I possibly turn it down? Let's bring this jade Guanyin inside, and place it in the main hall of my house. Chapter 158. Jiang Shijun had originally been furious, but upon hearing that the jade Guanyin was not a replica, but genuine Hitian jade, and crafted by the renowned sculptor Su Jihao, immediately regretted his words. He quickly stepped in to smooth things over, suggesting that the jade Guanyin be placed in his own hall. This was far more prestigious than the Methriya Buddha statue his grandson Jiang Ziming had given, wasn't it? Seeing his grandfather speak up, Jiang Lei, eager to redeem himself, hurried over with a group of men to stop the transport truck. Didn't you hear my grandfather? The jade Guanyin is supposed to go to his hall. You're going the wrong way. The driver rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, what does his grandfather's word matter? Who exactly is he? Calmly and firmly, he replied, I work for Mr. Chun. I only take orders from Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, him. Jiang Lei suddenly pointed at Chunfong, who was sitting quietly in the corner, sipping tea at a round table. Jiang Ziming immediately urged, Chunfong, stop drinking tea. Hurry up and call off your driver. Grandpa just said returning the gift was a joke. But what he said might have been a joke, Chunfong responded coolly. What I said isn't. From the moment he first laid eyes on the jade Guanyin, Chunfong had been awestruck. Such a precious treasure would surely appreciate greatly in value. Giving it away to the Jiang family for free felt like a real loss. Still, he had already made an agreement with his mother-in-law and couldn't go back on his word. Just now, Jiang Shijun himself had clearly refused it, ordering them to take it back. Outwardly calm, inside Chunfong was practically grinning from ear to ear. He had instantly instructed the driver to return the jade Guanyin to Jiangzhou and place it in his own home as a decorative centerpiece. Now all of a sudden, they say it was just a joke? Then I'm afraid I can't help you. Seeing Chunfeng's firm stance, the entire Jiang family turned pale with shock. Jiang Lei glared angrily, shouting, You bastard! How dare you defy grandfather's orders? This is outright disrespect. Heh. Chunfong merely chuckled in reply. Seeing this tactic fail, Jiang Ziming paused, then changed his tone. Your whole family came to attend the annual gathering. It's only proper to give a New Year's gift. But taking it back after delivering it? Who behaves like that? Cousin, don't go throwing accusations around. Chunfong replied calmly. We sincerely wanted to give grandfather a New Year's gift. It was grandfather himself who rejected it, right in front of everyone. Don't expect us to lie about what happened. You, Jiang Ziming, despite being the city chief's private secretary, was left speechless. At this moment, Jiang Hua stepped forward and turned to Jiang Lan. Third sister, your son-in-law may be ignorant, but are you, as a daughter, also being disrespectful? Why don't you step in and persuade your son-in-law to send the jade Guanyin to father's house immediately? Do you really want to see your father fall seriously ill from anger? Li Min also stood up, using emotional pressure to corner Jiang Lan. From Jiang Shijun's current expression, it was obvious, he was filled with regret. If he truly lost this priceless jade guanyin, he might very well suffer a serious illness from sheer frustration. Now, their only hope rested with Jiang Lan. As Chunfeng's mother-in-law, she was the only one who could possibly influence him. Yet Jiang Lan looked hesitant and apologetic. I'm sorry, but my son-in-law always makes his own decisions. Even if I speak, he might not listen. Then she sat down and gave Chunfong a thumbs up. Good son-in-law. Well done. Chapter 159. For Jiang Lan and the others, Chunfeng's actions could only be described in 4 words. Utterly satisfying. Brothers-in-law, you were too brutal, rejecting them so mercilessly on the spot. Li Bo couldn't help but give Chunfong a thumbs up. What else would you expect? Should we let those snobbish relatives get their hands on such a precious artwork for free? Chunfong shook his head, speaking bluntly. You're absolutely right. Jiang Shiyao immediately voiced her support. Jiang Shiyan didn't say anything, but she also approved of Chunfeng's actions. Boom, boom. Soon, under the horrified gaze of the Jiang family, the jade guanyin was carried away. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Apparently realizing he had made a misstep, Uncle Seven cleared his throat twice and said, Oh dear, I'm getting old. My eyes aren't what they used to be. Maybe I just saw things wrong just now. I must have been seeing things too. Old master, we were all talking nonsense earlier. Just humor us and don't take it seriously, please. The merchants who had spoken up before quickly stood up one by one to disavow their previous statements. But Jiang Shijun wasn't foolish. The more others tried to backtrack, the clearer it became that he had just missed out on an immensely valuable treasure. Grandfather, my elder brother and I discussed it earlier. Jiang Lei stepped forward trying to comfort the old man. That jade guanyin is most likely fake. There's no need to feel too upset about it. You idiot. Jiang Shijun erupted in anger. After cursing, he added, Forget about your request to work in the procurement department for now. At these words, Jiang Lei's face immediately fell. Yet he dared not question him. He could only swallow his werchik whole and endure it silently. Damn it all. This is all that auntie's family's fault. And that bastard Chunfong. They defied grandfather and ruined me. Jiang Lei burned with rage. So he strutted over to Chunfeng's table, deliberately sneering. Looks like it'll be noon soon. After all this fuss, you've only managed to bring 2 people as placeholders? If I remember correctly, grandfather asked for 5 guests. Why are you in such a hurry? Chunfong shook his head, refusing to engage with such a clown. Haha, I'm just worried for you. If you don't have 5 people here by noon, just wait and see how grandfather deals with you. You piece of trash can start preparing to become a homeless mutt. Ha ha ha. Jiang Lei laughed wildly. Although Chunfong had caused the Jiang family great discomfort during the New Year gift exchange, a minor segment of the annual gathering, it wasn't particularly significant. What truly mattered was how many high-profile guests each side could invite. Clearly, in this regard, Jiang Lan's family held a distinct disadvantage. This was why Jiang Lei came here seeking a sense of superiority. However, just after Jiang Lei finished mocking them, suddenly, a cry from outside the square echoed in. The chairman of Jiangzhou Construction Group has arrived. A bald man wearing a suit and gold chain, swaggering arrogantly with several bodyguards behind him, strode into the banquet hall. It was Lu Jinxin. Lu Jinxin's demeanor didn't quite fit the image of a typical businessman. He had once been a notorious underworld figure, famous for his ruthlessness. People both respected and feared him. Many wealthy businessmen even greeted him Dudong Ly. President Lu, you're here too? Lu Jinxin gave them only a perfunctory response, then scanned the crowd. Once he spotted where Chunfong was sitting, he immediately rushed over with his entourage. President Lu. Seeing Lu Jinxin, Jiang Lei instantly turned pale with fear. Lu Jinxin burst into laughter. Mr. Jiang, looking good today? When do you have time? Come visit me again sometime. No, thank you. Jiang Lei hastily waved his hand and turned tail, running off without daring to stay another second. Jiang Lei quickly found his older brother Jiang Ziming, anxiously saying, Brother, we're in trouble. The auntie's table just got some real heavy hitter. Chapter 160-160. A ruthless person? How ruthless exactly? Jiang Ziming looked genuinely surprised. It's Lu Jinxin, the boss of Jiangzhou Construction Group. On the surface he's just a construction company owner, but in reality, he's a gangster. All my cars and properties were extorted from me by him. Jiang Lei stammered nervously. As a petty thug who only knew how to cheat and swindle, someone like him naturally feared a bigger, tougher gangster far more vicious than himself. But Jiang Ziming wasn't impressed. He said coolly, So what if he's involved with the underworld? What's so scary about that? I've always despised these crude ruffians. No matter how powerful he seems now, it's only temporary. He's sitting on mountains of dirt. Once the authorities launch an anti-gang campaign, he'll be arrested and sentenced in no time. Brother, you're absolutely right. Jiang Lei nodded, thinking to himself that his older brother truly lived up to being the city lord's chief secretary. His perspective was indeed on another level. Thinking this way, Jiang Lei didn't feel as afraid of Lu Jinxin anymore. At that moment, the doorman announced with a sweat, President Yi Yiqing of Jiangzhou Yi Group has arrived. This announcement immediately caused quite a stir at the annual banquet. What? The famous female president of Yi Group, the eldest Miss Yi, is here. That's old master Yi's cherished daughter. Incredible. Even the Yi family holds this Jiang family banquet in such high regard. Not only were members of the Jiang family shocked, but also many distinguished guests present. They were all wealthy businessmen themselves, though most had assets in the tens or hundreds of millions, with only a few surpassing 1 billion. But Yi Shaoqian, who ran the Yi Group, presided over a super conglomerate worth tens of billions. The Yi family itself was a top-tier powerhouse, thriving in both business and politics, far stronger overall than the Jiang family. What's going on? Why did the Yi family show up? The sudden arrival of Yi Shaoqian left the Jiang family insiders completely baffled. They had no prior connection with the Yi family, hadn't extended any invitation, and yet the other side had sent their most prominent princess out of nowhere. Ziming, could it be that Miss Yi is interested in our recent municipal investment bidding project in Hezhou? Jiang Hua calmly voiced his opinion. Dad, you make a good point. Jiang Ziming immediately agreed. As the chief secretary to the Huzhou City Lord, he had recently been assisting the city lord with the municipal investment bidding process, interacting frequently with various entrepreneurs. Although final decisions rested with the city lord, as his chief secretary, Jiang Ziming could influence recommendations, or even make certain calls himself. If the Yi family wanted a piece of this pie, sending their flagship representative to pay respects during the Jiang family banquet made perfect sense. Ziming, go welcome her quickly. Even though the Yi family probably wants something from us, their influence runs deep. We mustn't offend them, Jiang Hua instructed. On it, Jiang Ziming nodded and promptly headed toward the entrance of the banquet hall. He saw that Yi Xiaoqian had come alone. Dressed in a white chiffon dress and wearing Valentino heels, she exuded an icy, goddess-like aura, one that made men adore her and women feel inadequate in comparison. President Yi, what an honor, what an honor. Jiang Ziming strode forward confidently, extending his hand toward Yi Xiaoqian. He figured that since she was here seeking favors for business reasons, his personal reception would show great respect to the Yi family, and naturally, Yi Xiaoqian would respond positively in return. To his surprise, however, Yi Xiaoqian merely glanced at the hand Jiang Ziming offered, showing no intention of shaking it. Instead, she asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Chapter 161. Who are you? Yi Xiaoqian's question left Jiang Ziming momentarily stunned. He blinked, then explained, President Yi, I'm Jiang Ziming, Chief Secretary to the City Lord of Huzhou. You came to attend our Jiang family reunion, didn't you? For the upcoming urban investment project, to pay your respects. What urban investment project? What do you mean pay respects? You've mistaken me for someone else. With a slight frown, Yi Xiaoqian fired back 3 quick questions, leaving Jiang Ziming speechless. Just then, a familiar voice came from the side. President Yi, over here. We're here. Yi Xiaoqian turned and saw Lu Jinxin calling out to her. Lu was seated at a round table in the corner, with Chunfong and others around him. Without another glance at Jiang Ziming, she walked past him toward Chunfeng's group. Everyone present, except for Chunfong and Lu Jinxin, was shocked by Yi Xiaoqian's arrival. Li Hanfeng even felt a twinge of fear. After all, he had once nearly killed old Master Yi while trying to treat him. Since then, he'd never dared approach the Yi family again. Miss Yi, Li Hanfeng greeted nervously. Divine Dr. Li, long time no see. Yi Xiaoqian replied coolly, signaling that the Yi family bore him no grudge and wouldn't hold his past mistake against him. Only then did Li Hanfeng relax slightly. After sitting for a moment, Yi Xiaoqian frowned. There are plenty of open seats over there. Why are we crammed into this corner? Not even a glass of water on the table. It's so shabby. No choice. This is how the Jiang family arranged it. Chunfong shrugged helplessly. Seeing his chance, Jiang Ziming quickly approached with a smile. President Yi, you're an honored guest. Don't sit here. Come with me. I'll take you to a more comfortable spot. Who are you? Yi Xiaoqian looked at him coldly, clearly not remembering him despite his earlier introduction. She had come today because Chunfong invited her, so naturally she wouldn't follow some stranger off to another place. Jiang Ziming was utterly speechless. Li Bo, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. What are you laughing at? Jiang Ziming's face darkened as he snapped. Knowing he wasn't strong enough to challenge Jiang Ziming, Li Bo stammered. Nothing, cousin-in-law. I just suddenly thought of something funny. Yeah, cousin-in-law, we weren't laughing at you. Really not. Jiang Shiyao added. But halfway through, she burst into laughter herself. Jiang Ziming's expression grew even uglier. Only now did he realize, the president of the Yi family had actually been invited by Chunfong to support him. He had completely misread the situation. He'd basically offered his own face to be slapped. Just then, another distinguished guest arrived. Huang Mingyu, executive director of Jiangzhou Huang Group, has arrived. When the doorman announced the guest's identity, a fresh wave of excitement rippled through the banquet hall. Jiangzhou Huang Group. This was a financial powerhouse on par with Yi Group. Though it wasn't Chairman Huang Minghu himself, Huang Mingyu as executive director was a core figure in the company, almost equal in status. The fact that the Huang family sent such a high-ranking representative showed just how seriously they took this gathering. Yet, the Jiang family seemed completely unprepared for this turn of events. Chapter 162. Why Huang Mingyu? Has President Huang come again? The Jiang family members immediately gathered together to discuss. No one knew why Huang Mingyu had shown up. Logically speaking, someone of his status wouldn't just appear uninvited. Huang Mingyu is the second in command of Jiangzhou's Huang Group. He was already worth hundreds of millions a few years ago. I remember, we even graduated from the same university decades ago. Jiang Hua, the eldest of the Jiang family, seemed quite familiar with Huang Mingyu. The two had been college classmates, part of the earliest batches of university graduates. Well, why don't you go out and greet him? Maybe President Huang came specifically to catch up with his old classmate. Li Min urged quickly. That's unlikely. Back in college, Huang was a star on campus, while I was nobody. How would he even remember me? Jiang Hua shook his head, well aware of his own standing. Who knows? Now you're the general manager of Jiang Group too. You're not inferior to him at all. Besides, since Huang has come all this way, there must be a purpose. Maybe he wants to explore some business cooperation with our Jiang family. Li Min continued speculating wildly. After all, scanning through the Jiang family, only Jiang Hua seemed important enough to warrant such a personal visit from President Huang. As for Jiang Lan's family, they were completely overlooked. No one even considered them as potential reasons. You might have a point. Either way, I should go out to greet him. Jiang Hua nodded, then led several senior family elders to welcome the distinguished guest. President Huang. From over 10 meters away, Jiang Hua waved enthusiastically. Hearing this, Huang Mingyu turned to look. After a moment of pause, he asked, You are Jiang Hua, right? I remember you. We went to the same university. Haha, yes indeed. I'm truly honored that President Huang still remembers me. Jiang Hua was ecstatic, thinking this executive must have come specifically for him. As the eldest son of the Jiang family, destined to succeed his father, this year's annual gathering had attracted over a dozen guests, but most were ordinary people without much prominence. Now, with someone of Huang's stature showing up unexpectedly, it brought tremendous prestige to his branch of the family. President Huang, please, let's step inside and sit down. Jiang Hua began inviting him in. But Huang Mingyu's gaze swept across the crowd, and suddenly, When he spotted the person he'd been searching for, his eyes lit up. Without another glance at Jiang Hua, he walked straight past him. Soon, Huang Mingyu reached Chunfong and respectfully said, Mr. Chun, my older brother couldn't make it today due to an urgent matter. He sent me specially to join late and show support for you. Thank you for coming all this way, President Huang. Take a seat. Chunfong nodded slightly. Huang Mingyu nodded back and promptly found an empty seat to sit down. Nearby, Jiang Hua and his wife Li Min stood frozen, their faces pale as if they'd seen a ghost. They could never have imagined that a big shot like Huang Mingyu wasn't here for them, but for the most inconspicuous, lowly family among them, Jiang Lan's household. It was utterly absurd. Yet before the Jiang family could recover from the shock and embarrassment of being so visibly snubbed, another heavyweight figure from Jiangzhou arrived at the door. Chapter 163. Manager from Ming's group of Jiangzhou has arrived. This guest was also a top-tier financial tycoon from Jiangzhou, a core management figure of Ming's group. When the manager entered the annual banquet hall, all members of the Jiang family could only stare longingly, without approaching to make small talk, whether it was Jiang Ziming, Jiang Hua, or anyone else. What if they were humiliated again? Sure enough, after scanning the room, the manager didn't head toward the Jiang family's table, but walked straight to Jiang Lan's table. Director Jiang. Miss Jiang. The manager greeted Jiang Lan and her daughter Jiang Shi politely, then naturally found a seat, effectively serving as their prestigious escort. At this moment, Jiang Shiyao couldn't help but look at Chunfong in awe. Bro-in-law, you even managed to bring the general manager of Ming's group? Your network is truly incredible. After all, Ming's group belonged to the Ming family, whose young master, Mingyu, was Chunfeng's biggest romantic rival. This one wasn't invited by me. Chunfong shook his head. Seeing this, the manager explained, young Master Ming sent me here just to make a brief appearance. I see. Young Master Ming is truly thoughtful. Jiang Lan nodded in appreciation. Now, at their table, apart from their own family, there were exactly 5 guests present. Each of them had a net worth exceeding tens of millions. Among them, Yi Xiaoqian, Huang Mingyu, and Manager Ming were billionaires, true power players in the business world. President Yi, it's an honor. Chairman Huang, I've heard so much about you. I'm thrilled to finally meet in person. Manager Ming, I have a project I'd like to discuss with your Ming group. Many guests could no longer stay seated. They stood up and began shifting toward their table. In an instant, that previously obscure corner transformed into the epicenter of the entire banquet. Witnessing the scene, the Jiang family members standing at a distance wore increasingly grim expressions. Although Chunfeng's side had only brought 5 guests, the collective weight of these 5 people completely overshadowed all the guests the Jiang family had invited. And now, these guests were flocking over like fair weather followers. This was their Jiang family's annual banquet. Yet an outsider, Chunfong, had turned the tables, becoming the dominant presence. It was nothing short of a humiliating reversal. Grandpa, this is infuriating. Our guests are all going over to their side. Jiang Lei rushed to complain to Jiang Shijun. Grandpa, I suggest we just drive their whole family out immediately to avoid disrupting the banquet order, Jiang Ziming proposed. But although Jiang Shijun's face darkened, he wasn't foolish. He said sternly, do you two have any brains? If we expel them, those heavyweight guests will leave too. And then, don't you think the rest will follow? Then what should we do? Are we really going to let our Jiang family banquet be dictated by outsiders? Jiang Hua instantly lost his bearings, asking bitterly. I'll make a call. I'll get someone important here to take control. Li Min gritted her teeth, pulled out her phone, and started dialing to contact a VIP guest. At this moment, Jiang Shijun spoke up. Yesterday in the ancestral hall, I made a bet with them. If they could gather 5 guests, the matter of my granddaughter's remarriage would be reconsidered. Now that they've gathered 5, I must keep my word and not go back on it. Go find Alon. Tell their family the marriage alliance with the Lin family will be discussed again. Invite them to come sit at the central round table. Jiang Shijun had laid all this out carefully, but his ultimate goal was simple. To reconcile with Chunfeng's group, invite them to the main table, and bring the other guests back, so the banquet could continue properly. Chapter 164. Jiang Shijun often spoke of the priceless value of family ties, but in truth, he didn't truly cherish kinship. He only cared about Li. Originally, he had strongly opposed his granddaughter Jiang Shiying being with Chunfong, but upon seeing that Chunfong might actually have some potential, his attitude began to shift. Grandpa, who should we send to invite them over? Jiang Lei asked curiously. You go. Jiang Shijun immediately pointed at Jiang Lei himself. You've dealt with them before in Jiangzhou. You already have some rapport. You're the best choice. Jiang Lei was instantly speechless. Yet he didn't dare defy his grandfather, so he could only nod reluctantly and head off awkwardly to find Chunfong and the others. Chunfong, Grandpa said you and your family should come sit with him, Jiang Lei declared in an extremely stiff tone. Hearing this, Jiang Lan and the others lit up with joy, thinking they had finally earned the old man's approval. Jiang Shiyao and Li Bo were even quicker to rise from their seats, eager to move over. But Jiang Shiying remained seated, because Chunfong hadn't moved either. Instead, Chunfong calmly poured a glass of water and said indifferently, why should we go over there? I think this little corner is quite comfortable as it is. This is Grandpa's order. Jiang Lei snapped impatiently. So what? Chunfong shot back. Seeing Chunfeng's defiant attitude, Jiang Lei was momentarily powerless and had no choice but to return empty-handed. A moment later, Jiang Ziming arrived. He pushed his glasses up and said, Chunfong, Grandpa wants you all to come over. We're discussing your cousin's marriage arrangements. Right now, Grandpa does recognize you to some extent. As long as you behave yourself, he might put on hold the engagement with the Lin family. He said this hoping to pressure Chunfong into complying immediately. Could he really bear to become a homeless outcast, watching helplessly as his wife remarries? But upon hearing these words, Chunfong simply laughed. Do you people in the Jiang family really believe you can control my marriage? After speaking, he lifted his gaze toward Jiang Ziming and added, if you want me to go over there and lend your Jiang family some prestige, just say it outright. No need for all this beating around the bush. You damn bastard. Jiang Ziming turned livid with anger, fuming inwardly that this guy really gave not even a shred of face. Truthfully, everyone could see exactly what the Jiang family intended. Inviting Chunfong to sit in the center was clearly about saving face. But while everyone understood, they chose to stay silent, unwilling to offend the Jiangs. Chunfong, however, had laid it bare without hesitation. Soon, Jiang Shijun learned of the incident. Though somewhat angered by Chunfeng's attitude, he could do nothing about it. He finally nodded and said, "Fine then. It seems I'll have to go myself if I want to get this son-in-law of mine to come over." With that, Jiang Shijun stood up, preparing to personally go plead with Chunfong. The entire Jiang family bowed their heads, enveloped in gloom. At this year's annual gathering, Chunfong had almost single-handedly subdued the entire Jiang clan, leaving every one of them humbled and unable to raise their heads. "Dad, you don't need to go after that brat. I just got definite confirmation. Chairman Ouyang is coming." Li Min suddenly received a text message. Overwhelmed with excitement, she leapt to her feet and announced to everyone. "Really? Chairman Ouyang is coming." Beside her, Jiang Hua was instantly thrilled. Chairman Ouyang was none other than the second most powerful figure in Hezhou City, the direct superior of her own son, Jiang Ziming. If such a high-ranking official personally attended the Jiang family's annual banquet, it would bring unimaginable prestige to the Jiangs. Before Chairman Ouyang, figures like Yi Shaoqian, Huang Minghu, Manager Ming, and even that wretched Chunfong would be utterly insignificant. Chapter 165. Just as everyone was wondering whether someone of such high status as City Lord Ouyang would actually show up, suddenly, the head of Jiang Village's security team called in to report. An Audi just entered the village gate with a government license plate. The last two digits are 03. Looks like it's the kind of car reserved for top officials. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziming immediately lit up and exclaimed, "That must be City Lord Ouyang's vehicle. No mistake about it. The City Lord has arrived." As Ouyang's chief secretary, he knew his superior well, especially his private car and license plate number. "I never expected your branch of the family could actually invite City Lord Ouyang himself. Impressive. You've made this old man proud," Jiang Shijun said at once with a smile, openly praising Jiang Ziming's family. Earlier, to keep the annual gathering going smoothly, Jiang Shijun had even considered personally apologizing to Chunfong. Now, he didn't mention it at all. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry outside to welcome him." Jiang Shijun rose immediately and led the Jiang clan members toward the village entrance. Meanwhile, at the banquet site, Jiang Shiyan couldn't help but wonder aloud. "Why is Grandpa bringing so many people out? Could they be coming for us?" "I doubt it," Li Bo replied skeptically. "Yesterday in the ancestral hall, Grandpa was so domineering. Would he really lower himself so easily to my brother-in-law?" But Jiang Lan nodded and said, "Actually, it might be true. Your grandpa may have a fiery temper and care deeply about benefits. He probably realized Chunfeng's capabilities, which is why he's coming over in person to reconcile." She turned to Chunfong, speaking with a slightly tentative tone. "Dear son-in-law, I know Jiang family owes you an apology. But after all, this is my natal family, and today is our family reunion banquet. I hope you can see the bigger picture." Chunfong fully understood Jiang Lan's intention and nodded. "Don't worry, Mom. I know what I'm doing. As long as Grandpa speaks reasonably and drops that talk of arranged marriages, I'll reconcile with the Jiang family." Just as he spoke, the Jiang clan arrived beside their table. To Jiang Lan's surprise, however, they weren't stopping for her. They simply passed by without even glancing back and kept walking straight out. "Huh? They're not here for us." Jiang Lan was stunned. The others looked puzzled too. "Ha ha ha. Auntie, did you actually think Grandpa brought us here to apologize to you?" Jiang Lei noticed their confusion, stopped on his way, and sneered. "Do you really think a few of you nobodies are worth Grandpa personally coming to beg for mercy?" "Xiao Lei, don't dawdle. The city lord's car is almost here," Jiang Ziming urged from the side. Right now, Jiang Ziming was entirely focused on hosting the city lord and had no time to deal with these minor figures. Soon, the Jiang clan reached the paved road of Jiang village, forming several neat rows facing the village entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival. After a few minutes, a black, older model Audi slowly rolled toward them. Once the car came to a stop, a middle-aged man in a full suit stepped out from the back seat and walked toward the group. With excellent features and stature and an elegant demeanor, this man was none other than Hezhou City's star politician, City Lord Ouyang. "City Lord Ouyang, we're truly honored by your presence. Our humble village is aglow with your radiant visit." As the village chief, Jiang Shijun stepped forward with his entire family, greeting him with warm enthusiasm. Chapter 166. What? Chief Ouyang has arrived. At the annual banquet, not only were Jiang family relatives stunned, but also all the guests who had come to show their support. This was truly a heavyweight figure. Everyone quickly stood up and began gathering toward Chief Ouyang, eager for a glimpse of this powerful regional lord, perhaps even to make a connection or two. Chief Ouyang shook hands with Jiang Shijun and said with a smile, "Old master, your eldest grandson, Jiang Ziming, is my most trusted secretary. I happened to be conducting research nearby today, heard that the Jiang family was holding its annual event, so I dropped by. Hope I'm not intruding." "Not at all, not at all." Jiang Shijun and the others hurriedly shook their heads, thinking to themselves how honored they were to have such an influential figure visit in person. "Chief, it's sunny here. Why don't you come inside and take a seat?" As his chief secretary, Jiang Ziming knew Ouyang well and immediately stepped forward, smoothly taking the man's suit jacket from his hand. Chief Ouyang nodded appreciatively, then patted Jiang Ziming on the shoulder. "Ziming, I've always had high hopes for you. You're young, capable, emotionally intelligent. I want you to keep working hard these next few years. Then I'll find a chance to promote you to deputy director at the office." Hearing about the potential promotion, Jiang Ziming could barely contain his joy, his smile nearly splitting his face. "Thank you, Chief, for your recognition and support." Jiang Hua and Li Min, watching his husband and wife, felt as if they might faint from excitement. In Hezhou, Chief Ouyang was practically a feudal king, the kind whose word alone could launch someone's career overnight, raising even their relatives and subordinates to new heights. "Let's go inside and talk further." With a courteous and approachable air, Chief Ouyang followed the Jiang family into the venue. As he passed through, his gaze casually fell upon Yi Shaoqian, sitting at a corner table playing on her phone. He walked over and greeted her politely. Miss Yi, how is your grandfather's health? He's doing very well. Thank you for asking. Yi Xiaoqian responded with polite courtesy. Ouyang nodded slightly, then turned and walked away. At his level, even the wealthiest entrepreneurs had to seek his favors. Had old Master Yi himself come, Ouyang would have given a proper, respectful greeting, but since it was only Yi Xiaoqian, a casual acknowledgement sufficed. Chief Ouyang, please take this seat. To show their utmost respect, the Jiang family gave up the central seat, originally meant for Jiang Shijun, and offered it directly to the chief. And just like that, the external guests who had previously been drawn to Yi Xiaoqian's table now surged back like a tide, converging toward the center where the unshakable pillar, Chief Ouyang, had taken his place. Business people naturally gravitated toward strength. Earlier, when Chunfeng's table seemed powerful, they had flocked there. Now that an even more influential figure had appeared with the Jiangs, they shifted loyalties like grass bending in the wind. With Chief Ouyang presiding, the Jiang family's annual banquet finally proceeded smoothly. The Jiangs exchanged satisfied smiles. At that moment, Jiang Ziming and Jiang Lei, the two brothers, once again sauntered over to Chunfeng's group like persistent nuisances. Why aren't you saying anything now? Are you so shocked seeing Chief Ouyang that you've gone speechless? Jiang Lei folded his arms across his chest, sneering coldly. Jiang Ziming merely adjusted his glasses without speaking, but a smug smile curled at the corner of his lips. Chapter 167. Brother, what exactly did Lord Ouyang say to you just now? I forgot. Can you tell me again? Seeing that Jiang Lan and the others were silent, Jiang Lei deliberately turned to Jiang Ziming. Jiang Ziming coughed twice, then said calmly, Lord Ouyang told me to keep up the good work. In a few years, he'll arrange for me to become deputy director of the office. No way, then you're really getting promoted. Jiang Lei feigned astonishment, exclaiming repeatedly. Truth be told, he hadn't forgotten at all. He was deliberately making Jiang Ziming repeat it, so he could flaunt their family's influence right in front of these rebellious juniors and show them the might of the Jiang clan. Ziming, did Lord Ouyang really say that? You're so young. How could he appoint you deputy director already? Aunt Jianglan reacted with immediate, exaggerated surprise. After all, the director of the office held a position extremely close to the core power structure, usually reserved for only the most experienced and capable individuals. If Jiang Ziming became deputy director in the coming years, he would be the youngest ever in Hezhou history. His future prospects would be brilliantly bright indeed. Aunt, that's what the city lord said, but it's still uncertain. Just something for the future. Jiang Ziming adjusted his glasses, feigning humility as he added sarcastically. Besides, even if I do get the post, it's just a deputy role. Nothing special compared to your incredibly impressive son-in-law. As soon as those words left his mouth, several younger members of the Jiang family burst into laughter. Brother, you're being too modest. Once you become deputy director, you'll be the pride of our entire Jiang family. Someone like Chunfong wouldn't even be worthy to carry your shoes. Jiang Lei shot back without restraint. Chunfong merely chuckled. We'll talk when you actually get there. Brother, we all know you're talented. We know you're amazing. Jiang Shiyao pursed her lips, clearly Bufuqi, but unable to argue. Still Bufuqi or not, what could they do? The man had real clout. He'd even managed to bring someone as influential as the city lord to attend the annual banquet. Who else could possibly challenge him now? At that moment, Uncle Jianghua walked over. Seeing his two sons there, he frowned. What are you two doing here? Ziming, you're now a favorite of Lord Ouyang, the future deputy director. You must pay attention to your status. Don't associate with these shady characters, Li Min said sternly, her face expressionless. Yes, mother. Jiang Ziming nodded reluctantly, as if deeply troubled. Then the two brothers left ahead of everyone else, heading straight toward Lord Ouyang. Chunfong and the rest were thus completely left behind, standing isolated in the corner. Oh my, Manager Jiang, it's rare to meet such an important figure as Lord Ouyang. I should go say hello, get on his radar, and then come right back. The Zhou boss, ever the opportunist, couldn't sit still any longer. After uttering this excuse, he stood up and quickly joined the bustling crowd nearby. Let's go greet him too. See if we can land some business opportunities. Huang Mingyu and Manager Ming exchanged glances before rising and walking over as well. The table had already been quiet, but now with 3 more guests gone, only Li Hanfeng and Yi Xiaoqian remained. What a bunch of fence-sitters, seeing a big shot and rushing over to kiss up. Even then, who knows if they'll even get acknowledged. Yi Xiaoqian shook her head, deeply disdainful of their behavior. She sighed softly. If I'd known things would turn out like this, I should have brought my grandfather along to hold our ground. With him here, Lord Ouyang wouldn't dare act this way. Not necessary. They're just a bunch of clowns, Chunfong said indifferently. Chapter 168. Haha, clown indeed. Yes, some people really are clowns. Jiang Lei hadn't gone far. Upon hearing Chunfeng's words, he immediately sneered in mockery. The others also wore contemptuous smirks on their faces. In their eyes, Chunfeng was nothing but a joke. So what if you brought 5 guests? One city Lord Ouyang from my side alone would crush all of you. There's truly no need to bother with such vulgar people. Mr. Chun is young and talented. His future achievements will certainly not be inferior to those of city Lord Ouyang, Li Hanfeng said deeply, speaking from the heart. Yes, the skills Master Chun possesses have even earned high praise from my grandfather. Yi Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. But Jiang Lan and the others seemed unable to understand, forcing out weak smiles as their moods remained somewhat gloomy. Chunfeng didn't say anything. He simply poured himself tea, drank 1 cup, then turned to Jiang Shiying beside him and asked, Honey, shall we stay a bit longer, or just leave now? Jiang Shiying nodded. There was no point staying anyway. They might as well go home. Yet at that very moment, on the main road outside Jiang village, several luxury vehicles suddenly approached. These cars bore out-of-town license plates, and were all domestic blue flag models, a rare sight. Unfamiliar to the village security guards, they were immediately stopped for questioning. But these drivers were unusually arrogant, completely ignoring the guards' inquiries. Wait. Suddenly, the head guard sensed something off and rushed over, blocking his subordinates who were about to get physical. Then, bowing respectfully toward the convoy, he said, Sorry, my men are country folk, they don't know better. Please, go right in. The guards were then ordered to step aside. The blue flag convoy calmly drove into Jiang village. Boss, why'd you let them through? Those red flag cars aren't that expensive, are they? The guards were confused. You idiots. The team leader smacked one man hard on the head. Those weren't ordinary red flags. They were custom-made versions, not sold on the market, reserved exclusively for top-ranking officials. And didn't you see those provincial license plates? Upon hearing this, the guards' expressions changed instantly. Captain, do you mean the people in that convoy are even more powerful than City Lord Ouyang? Absolutely. The guard captain nodded firmly. No matter how mighty City Lord Ouyang is, he's still only the ruler of one city in Hezhou. But those individuals just now, those are heavyweights from the provincial capital. Never thought this year's annual gathering would be so grand. Several billionaires worth hundreds of millions have come. City Lord Ouyang arrived. And now even big shots from the provincial capital are here to show support. It seems my Jiang family is truly about to rise. Sitting back in his chair, the security chief crossed his legs, gazing into the distance with bright-eyed anticipation. Yet the guard chief was only half right. The people riding in those cars surpassed Ouyang, both in seniority and rank. But they hadn't come for the Jiang family at all. Shortly afterward, word reached the Jiang household. A group of powerful figures from the provincial capital had arrived. What? People from the provincial capital came? It wasn't just the Jiangs. When even Ouyang's city lord heard this, he was visibly shaken. Then, together with Jiang Shijun and others, Ouyang strode to the edge of the paved road to greet the dignitaries from the provincial capital. As the convoy halted, a small group stepped out, all dressed in uniform. Each wore shoulder insignia adorned with emblems, olive branches, five-pointed stars, gleaming brightly under the sun. A major, a lieutenant colonel, a senior colonel, and even a general. Good heavens. Those who recognized the meaning behind the badges stood agape, utterly stunned. Chapter 169. These visitors from the provincial capital all held high positions, their ranks adorned with shining stars of military prestige. Surrounding them were officers with insignias of colonels and higher. At the center of this star-studded entourage stood a general officer with streaks of gray in his hair and an intensely imposing demeanor. The olive branches and five-pointed stars on his shoulder boards seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. This is a real general, someone croaked, throat dry, barely managing to squeeze out the words. Though most didn't know the officer's name, his aura, posture, and shoulder insignia, none of that could possibly be faked. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoqian's eyes sharpened as she recognized the middle-aged officer. Isn't this General Hou Jia, the newly promoted commander of Jiangnan War Department? Miss Yi, you know him? Li Hanfeng asked in surprise. Of course. He's my dad's boss, Yi Xiaoqian muttered, then puzzled internally. Could this big shot have come because of my father? But that seemed impossible. Her father was still only a commanding officer, several ranks below a War Department commander. A subordinate couldn't possibly summon someone so far above him. Meanwhile, among the Jiang family, others had also recognized Hou Jia. Good heavens. How did such a towering figure end up at our humble little family reunion? Several of the elder uncles from the Jiang clan were utterly stunned. Many had lived their entire lives without ever seeing someone of such lofty stature. This man was a governor-general, a regional overlord. Even Ouyang, the city lord who'd been soaking in the limelight earlier, now had to step aside. I never expected someone of your stature, Commander Ho, would actually attend, said City Lord Ouyang, forcing calm as he stepped forward briskly and managed a strained smile. City Lord Ouyang, Hou Jia acknowledged with a brief nod, then walked past him without another word. To Hou Jia, a mere prefectural city lord warranted nothing more than a passing greeting. Ouyang stood frozen, face burning with embarrassment. Then Hou Jia turned toward the Jiang family, approaching their leader, Jiang Shijun. Elder Jiang, I hope your health remains strong. Jiang Shijun nodded silently, unsure what to say. He didn't recognize Hou Jia at all. In fact, across the entire Jiang family, there was probably no one with the connections to know someone at this level. Commander Ho, for a dignitary of your rank to visit Jiang village like this, it truly takes us by surprise. We're quite overwhelmed, Jiang Shijun stammered after a pause. May I ask what brings you here? Earlier, when Ouyang arrived, Jiang Shijun had grinned from ear to ear. Now, faced with someone even more powerful than Ouyang, he felt nothing but dread. If some misunderstanding arose, the consequences could be severe, so he had to be certain. The thing is, Hou Jia replied calmly, I have a close personal friend who asked me to come here today and show support for someone specific. May we know who your friend is? And whom exactly are you here to support? Jiang Shijun pressed cautiously. My friend prefers to remain anonymous, but the young man I'm here to support goes by the surname Chun. He's your daughter's husband, isn't he? Hou Jia said lightly. The moment those words left his mouth, every single member of the Jiang family froze in place. They stared, motionless, eyes wide, like statues suddenly carved from stone. Chapter 170. Commander, the Mr. Chin you're looking for is over there. Seeing that the Jiang family remained silent for so long, Hou Jia frowned slightly and instructed his subordinates to make inquiries. Soon, someone came back with an answer. Let's go. Without sparing another glance at the Jiang family, Hou Jia led his men straight toward Chunfeng's table. Seeing this, Jiang Lan, Jiang Shiyao, Li Bo, Yi Xiaoqian, and Li Hanfeng from the table all immediately stood up. Jiang Shi quickly pulled Chunfong to his feet as well. No need to be so formal. I'm just here for a cup of tea. Please, sit down, Hou Jia said calmly, waving his hand downward in a gesture of reassurance. He then turned to his officer underlings. You all find a seat too. They nodded, and under Hou Jia's lead, they took seats around the small round table. The space became extremely cramped with so many people crowded together, but none of them seemed to mind. So it really is Commander Ho, exactly like the photos online. At the banquet hall, guests who had gathered near the center because of Mayor Ouyang now revealed their true nature as fair-weather followers. One by one, they quickly shifted their seats and moved closer to surround Hou Jia and his group. In the blink of an eye, the central area of the banquet hall was left almost entirely to the Jiang family alone. Hardly a single guest remained near them. No one spoke. Chunfeng's brow furrowed slightly as he looked up at Hou Jia sitting across from him, calmly sipping tea like an unshakable mountain pillar. Commander Ho, did you come here to see me? I didn't come on my own behalf. A friend of mine asked me to stop by and lend some support, Ho Jie replied lightly. Seeing that Ho Jie had no intention of revealing his friend's identity, Chunfong suppressed his curiosity and said nothing more. After a while, members of the Jiang family finally began to stir, slowly emerging from their state of overwhelming shock. This is insane. This loser, this gambling addict, this country bumpkin, he actually has a military commander coming in person to back him up. Jiang Lei shook his head fiercely, unable to believe what he was seeing. This can't be real. I must be dreaming. Yeah, I drank too much tonight. I'm dreaming. Muttering to himself, Jiang Lei slapped himself twice across the face. When he realized he still hadn't woken up, he gritted his teeth and charged headfirst into a nearby lamppost. With a loud thud, Jiang Lei knocked himself unconscious. Beside him, Jiang Ziming stood frozen, his hands tightly clenched. He had thought that aligning himself with Mayor Ouyang made him invincible, but now this man he'd looked down upon, the mere cousin-in-law, had summoned nothing less than a powerful regional commander. Damn it, you bastard, if you were so capable, why didn't you say anything earlier? You deliberately held back, pretending to be weak so you could play the pig eating the tiger. That's your game, isn't it? Suddenly, it all made sense to Jiang Ziming. He realized he'd been made a fool of, reduced to a ridiculous clown. Then there was Jiang Hua and Li Min, the married couple, along with other members of the Jiang family, including several respected elders. All of them felt a crushing weight in their hearts, torn between joy and anxiety. Joyful because their granddaughter's husband turned out to be such a remarkable man. Anxious because they'd found out too late. They'd already created an irreparable rift. The one suffering the most was village chief Jiang Shijun, whose own actions had caused the break between the Jiang family and Chunfong. Now his face flickered between green and white with fear, his insides churning with regret. You useless bunch. Couldn't you at least do a proper investigation? Don't you have any brains? Jiang Shijun shrieked hysterically at his children. Everyone cowered under his rage, afraid to raise their heads. Only the old matriarch shook her head in disappointment, muttering, You. Don't blame others now. If you hadn't insisted on pushing for your granddaughter's divorce and remarriage, would we have offended such a powerful man? You've brought this upon yourself. As they say, when you create your own misfortune, you can't escape it. Chapter 171. It's about time. I should be taking my leave. Ho Jie drank a glass of water, exchanged a few casual words, then stood up to depart. Although arriving midway and leaving before the end of an annual banquet was considered rather impolite, no one dared say a word. For someone at Ho Jie's level, even showing up briefly was already an enormous privilege granted to them. Before leaving, however, Ho Jie turned back and said to Chunfong and the others, By the way, my friend is waiting for me at the Jiangnan Club in Jiangzhou. I'm heading there for dinner. Would you all like to come along and meet him? Sure. Chunfong readily agreed. Jiang Lan and the others exchanged glances, none of them objecting. They had nothing else to do here anyway, and were originally planning to return to Jiangzhou. Besides, they'd get a chance to finally meet this mysterious figure and satisfy their curiosity. In that case, we'll also take our leave. Yi Shaoqian and Li Hanfeng also stood up, preparing to leave. As they departed, the guests present, along with members of the Jiang family, all rose to see them off. At the front stood Jiang Shijun, watching longingly. His lips moved slightly, as if wanting to persuade Chunfong and the others to stay, but he simply couldn't bring himself to speak. A heavy gloom hung over the Jiang family. Almost every face bore an expression of despondency and regret. If only they'd known earlier how formidable this grandson-in-law could be, they should have treated him well from the beginning. But now it was too late. That young man was right indeed. The temple of our Jiang family is just too small. Jiang Shijun took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. For Chunfong and his group, their journey to Hezhou came to an end here. But by now, no one was still thinking about how the Jiang family's annual gathering would proceed. Instead, everyone was wondering about the identity of the mysterious person standing behind Commander Ho Jie. He's making such a big secret out of it. It's actually kind of nerve-wracking, Jiang Shiyao muttered, unable to hold back her complaint. Just then, Li Bo, who was driving, suddenly said, Brother-in-law, could Commander Ho's friend possibly be a relative from your Qin family? It wasn't an unreasonable guess. After all, Ho Jie had clearly come for Chunfong, so his friend was likely someone Chunfong knew. Chunfong merely gave a wry smile. All my relatives are living in the countryside. He wished one of his family members had such power, but that was obviously impossible. I think we should stop guessing blindly. We'll know soon enough, won't we? Chunfong said calmly. Yeah, my GPS shows we'll arrive at the Jiangnan Club in 10 minutes. Li Bo nodded. 10 minutes later, the car arrived precisely at the entrance of the Jiangnan Club, one of the most prestigious clubs in Jiangzhou. It normally bustled with business and was highly favored among the wealthy. Yet today, not a single vehicle occupied the main entrance or the parking lot. Upon inquiry, they learned that the entire club had been reserved exclusively. To have the whole Jiangnan Club booked out like this, what incredible influence. Li Bo and the others couldn't help but marvel aloud. Their curiosity about the mysterious friend grew even more intense. Soon after, led by the manager, the group made their way toward Chunhui Hall, the most luxurious private dining room in the establishment. Inside Chunhui Hall, a lavish banquet was set upon the long table. Many people were already seated. Among them, unmistakably, were the high-ranking officers who had appeared earlier at Jiang Village. Ho Jie was naturally present too. Beside him sat a middle-aged man dressed in a gray suit, wearing an expensive wristwatch, a man whose very demeanor radiated the aura of someone of great importance. The moment she saw this man, mother-in-law Jiang Lan froze instantly. Chapter 172. Old Jiang. After staring blankly for several seconds, Jiang Lan suddenly called out to the man with that name. She never would have imagined that the friend mentioned by Marshal Ho could actually be her long-lost husband, the father of her two daughters. Alan, we've been married for decades. You don't recognize me anymore. Jiang Huizhong, sitting there, gave a slight smile. At this moment, the sisters Jiang Shi and Jiang Shiyao were also staring wide-eyed at the man in disbelief. They too found it hard to believe that this extraordinarily refined man before them was their dad. Shiyao, didn't you tell me your dad was just an ordinary office worker? How could an ordinary employee possibly know someone like Marshal Ho? Li Bo stood beside Jiang Shiyao, asking curiously in a low voice. I don't know either. My head's spinning. Don't ask me. Jiang Shiyao looked dazed, shaking her head. In the minds of Jiang Lan and the two girls, Jiang Huizhong had always been a low-key, unambitious man, just an average worker who lived comfortably but without dreams. Precisely because Jiang Huizhong seemed so directionless and mild-mannered, relatives from the Hezhou Jiang family had always looked down on him as a son-in-law, causing Jiang Lan to suffer neglect within the family as well. Jiang Lan was proud by nature. Furious, she eventually left the family and chose to start her own business independently. But Jiang Huizhong had never helped her during her entrepreneurial journey. Gradually growing more dissatisfied, Jiang Lan finally erupted into a massive fight and kicked him out. The couple hadn't seen each other for years. The two daughters hadn't seen their father in ages either, only knowing he'd gone to the provincial capital, but not what exactly he did there. Therefore, the three of them, mother and daughters, could never have imagined that when Jiang Huizhong reappeared after all these years, he seemed like a completely different person. Sensing their confusion, Jiang Huizhong let out a light sigh and explained, "After our big fight back then, I packed my bags overnight and returned to the provincial capital. I borrowed some money from relatives and tried starting a business on my own. And then you got rich? So that's how you came to know someone as powerful as Marshal Ho." Jiang Lan, impatient by nature, couldn't help but press further. "No, I lost the capital quickly. I'm just not cut out for business." Jiang Huizhong shook his head. Then what happened? All three were utterly baffled. If he hadn't struck it rich, how could he afford expensive suits, wear luxury watches, and book the entire Jiangnan club just for lunch? Such extravagance surely couldn't come from nowhere. At that moment, Chunfong stroked his chin. After pondering briefly, he suddenly spoke. "Father-in-law, you must have inherited the family business in the provincial capital, didn't you?" Upon hearing Chunfeng's words, Jiang Huizhong glanced at him, a flicker of surprise flashing across his face. Clearly, he hadn't expected his eldest son-in-law to see through it so quickly. Chunfong continued, "Though I haven't interacted much with you, father-in-law, your interests, collecting jade, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, are certainly not hobbies one develops in an ordinary household. In the provincial capital, the most powerful conglomerate is the Jiangmen Group. Its chairman is Jiang Huimin, one character different from your name. That can't be mere coincidence, right?" Actually, Chunfong had long suspected his father-in-law's true identity. But since his father-in-law had disappeared for years and wasn't often present, he'd kept his suspicions to himself. Now that his father-in-law had reappeared, accompanied no less than by the commander of the Jiangnan War Department, his guess was undoubtedly confirmed. "Husband, is what you're saying really true?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Chapter 173. Not just Jiang Shi, but also Jiang Lan and her daughter Jiang Shiyao, as well as young son-in-law Li Bo, none of them could hide their utter shock. This man who had played the role of a simpleton for decades suddenly returned like a king after years of disappearance, revealing the truth. "Actually, I'm an heir to a wealthy family? How bizarre was that?" "You guessed right," admitted Jiang Huizhong with a nod. "Jiang Huimin, chairman of the Jiangmen Group, is my elder brother. After returning to the provincial capital, I stayed at home for a few years when my business failed. During that time, I helped manage the family affairs while keeping an eye on all of you. Originally, Mr. Jiang planned to attend the annual meeting himself, but then thought better of it to avoid complications. So he decided not to show up personally and sent me instead to back you up," Ho Jie said calmly. At this moment, Jiang Lan frowned anxiously. "Old Jiang, if you're really a scion of the Jiang family from the provincial city, why have you never mentioned it before?" "Back then, I had a quarrel with father and stormed out in anger. There wasn't much point talking about it." Jiang Huizhong sighed softly, then continued. "And honestly, even our eldest son-in-law managed to suspect something off about me. We've been sleeping side by side all these years. Didn't you ever doubt who I really was?" "I really didn't." Jiang Lan shook her head, blushing slightly in sudden shame. She had spent all these years struggling hard to build her business, neglecting family ties. In her mind, her husband had always been useless. She'd never imagined there could be anything special or different about Jiang Huizhong. If only she had seen through earlier, she wouldn't have had to suffer so much hardship. The Jiangmen Group ranked first among conglomerates in Jiangnan province, reaching a market value exceeding 10 billion this year. All the wealth she had painstakingly accumulated over so many years amounted to less than 1% of the Jiangmen Group's worth. "Come on, don't just stand there. Let's sit down and eat. The food's getting cold." Jiang Huizhong raised both hands, gesturing downward gently. Though he was their husband, father, and father-in-law, the drastic change in his identity now brought along a sense of unfamiliarity and overwhelming pressure. No one dared to take a seat. Only after Jiang Huizhong reminded them did Jiang Lan hesitantly nod, leading her daughter and son-in-law to sit down one after another. Just then, everyone noticed an empty seat beside Jiang Huizhong. "Old Jiang, why is there an extra seat?" Jiang Lan asked, puzzled. "There's someone else on their way. They'll be here shortly," Jiang Huizhong replied calmly. A moment later, the door to Chunhui Hall swung open, and a handsome young man walked in from outside. "Uncle Jiang, sorry I'm late." After greeting everyone, the youth went straight to the vacant seat beside Jiang Huizhong. Everyone present was stunned, because this person was actually Ming Yu, the young vice-chairman of the Ming Group. "Auntie, please don't misunderstand. I didn't know Uncle Jiang's true identity either until just recently. When he came to Jiangzhou 2 days ago," Ming Yu quickly explained, probably worried about being misjudged. Jiang Huizhong added, "Back when I stormed out in anger, I came to Jiangzhou. At my lowest point, it was the Ming family who helped me get back on my feet and settle here. Uncle Jiang, my father said it was nothing significant, hardly worth mentioning. Please don't think too much of it." Ming Yu politely responded. "One should remember kindness is received, even for 1,000 years. Jiang Huizhong patted Ming Yu's shoulder, moved. "When you were children, you and my eldest daughter Shi were childhood sweethearts. It's truly a pity fate didn't bring you together in the end." Although Ming Yu was merely the son of Jiang Huizhong's friend, the latter treated him with extraordinary respect, even giving him the seat closest to himself. In contrast, Chunfong, the actual son-in-law, received far less favor. Chapter 174. Xiao Yu, your Mingster Group has recently ventured into the jewelry industry, acquiring the jewelry company where my eldest daughter works, Jiang Huizhong said calmly. Uncle Jiang, you're really well informed. Mingyu nodded, suddenly feeling a bit guilty. His reason for acquiring the jewelry company wasn't due to confidence in the industry, but purely to get closer to Jiang Shi and continue his bet with his friends. Jiang Huizhong, clearly unaware of this, nodded and said, I've always had high hopes for this industry. Besides, my daughter Shi has extensive experience in it. At this, Jiang Huizhong turned to look at Jiang Shi and advised, Shi, now that you're the store manager, you're no longer just an ordinary employee. You need clear work goals. Take one more step forward, and you could transform from staff to boss. But to achieve that, you still have a long way to go. Try spending more time with Mingyu and learn from his business acumen. Such a suggestion, openly encouraging Jiang Shi to spend more time with another man in Chunfeng's presence, was something no one else would dare say. Jiang Shiyao and Li Bo exchanged glances, both too frightened to speak. Jiang Shi felt helpless as well, but dared not defy her father, so she gave a perfunctory nod to acknowledge what he said. At this moment, Jiang Lan couldn't help but interject. Old Jiang, have you forgotten? Your granddaughter is nearly 5 years old already. She has her own family. Raising a child isn't easy. Where will she find extra energy to build a career? In fact, these words were just a polite way of opposing Jiang Huizhong's suggestion. Feminine sentimentality. Jiang Huizhong simply shook his head, dismissing it with 4 words. Seeing this, Li Bo broke into a cold sweat and cautiously asked, Father-in-law, do you have any guidance regarding my sister-in-law Shiyao's career? She's doing fine working at the bank. Stability is good enough. Just live a peaceful life together and try to give me a grandson soon. His tone unexpectedly softened. Yes, I'll make it happen. Li Bo nodded repeatedly, finally letting go of the anxiety that had weighed on him. It seemed Jiang Huizhong was only dissatisfied with his eldest daughter's husband. As for his younger son-in-law, he apparently had no major complaints. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told them to hurry up and have a baby. Jiang Lan and Jiang Shi exchanged glances, both subtly frowning. Chunfong remained silent, deep in thought. Then everyone began to enjoy lunch. I still have official duties waiting. I'll take my leave first, Ho Jie said after finishing his meal, rising along with his subordinates to depart. Commander Ho, let me see you out. Mingyu stood up voluntarily and escorted Ho Jie and the others out. In the hallway, Mingyu curiously asked, Commander Ho, may I ask, when Uncle Jiang said just now that she should learn more from me about business, what exactly did he mean? Isn't the meaning obvious enough? Ho Jie replied faintly, turning the question back on him. Your Uncle Jiang is extremely dissatisfied with his eldest son-in-law, but he sees potential in you. If you put in effort here, perhaps one day you'll be able to call him father-in-law. However, all of this depends on one thing. You must settle down. No more rumors or scandals about you outside. Hearing Ho Jie's advice, Mingyu was instantly overwhelmed with excitement and joy. Commander Ho, thank you so much for your guidance. I'll definitely work hard. Originally, Mingyu had pursued Jiang Shi merely to win a bet within his social circle. He never expected that Jiang Shi had suddenly become the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, the most powerful financial clan in the provincial capital, whose status and background far surpassed his own as a young master of the Ming family. If he could successfully marry Jiang Shi, under the patronage of his future father-in-law Jiang Huizhong, he would surely climb several rungs higher in society. Thinking this through, Mingyu became even more resolute in his determination. Chapter 175. After leaving Jiangnan Club, Mingyu was on his way back to the company. Then suddenly, he received a phone call. Hey, you been busy lately? Why haven't you been in touch with me? A seductive woman's voice came through the phone. Mingyu slightly frowned. The woman on the other end was his mistress. Their relationship had always been kept secret. Although they hadn't seen each other for some time, he remembered Ho Jie's warning and felt a twinge of resentment. Still, after a moment's thought, a faint smile appeared on Mingyu's lips. Yeah, I've been swamped recently, but right now I happen to have some free time. How about we go book a hotel room and catch up? You go, you're being awfully direct this time. The woman giggled softly, but her nodding indicated agreement. Soon, the two met in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. After a passionate encounter, it's over between us, Mingyu said as he dressed, looking at the seductive woman. I've truly fallen for someone else. I want to change my ways, pursue her, and marry her. Who is she? Don't tell me it's that married woman with a child. The woman furrowed her delicate brows. That's none of your business, Mingyu replied evasively, well aware she wouldn't accept this easily. Of course, I know I've taken up 2 years of your youth. I'll compensate you for it. How will you compensate me? The woman asked. I can arrange matchmaking introductions for you. My friends all come from good families. If any of them suits you, marrying into their home as a young madam and living comfortably would be absolutely no problem, Mingyu answered. Hee, not bad, the woman said, licking her lips. The reason she had agreed to be Mingyu's mistress wasn't just because of his handsome looks. It was even more so due to his status as the eldest son of the Ming family. Since Mingyu clearly didn't intend to marry her, finding a husband among his circle of friends was a decent fallback option. But I also want a severance payment. I've spent 2 years with you. Give me 20 million. That's not excessive, right? The woman laid out her terms. Mingyu paused. Truthfully, he felt giving her 20 million was somewhat excessive, but then, glancing at the woman's alluring figure, an idea struck him. She might actually be useful. So he said, fine, but first, you need to do something for me. Once the job's done, I'll give you the 20 million. What kind of thing? Is it difficult? Don't worry. It's right up your alley. Use your charms to handle a married man. At the Jiangnan Club, Chunwei Hall. Have you all finished eating? Jiang Huizhong looked around at everyone present. They all nodded. Sure Yao, since you're done, why don't you two head off first? I'd like to have a private chat with your mother, Jiang Huizhong said calmly. Although the sisters hadn't seen their father in years and had plenty they wanted to say, since their father had spoken, they couldn't very well stay. Dad, Mom, we'll be going then. Jiang Shi and Jiang Shiyao each took hold of their respective husbands and left one after the other. Now only Jiang Huizhong and Jiang Lan remained in the private room, the once married couple. Jiang Lan's emotions were complex. Taking a deep breath, she spoke candidly. Lao Jiang, we've been married for decades. I've never treated you well. If you want revenge now, or even divorce me, I accept it. But Chunfong, he's our eldest son-in-law. He and she are living happily together. Why can't you just accept him? Chapter 176. For her husband, who had been missing for years and suddenly returned in triumph, Jiang Lan felt both familiar and distant, comforted yet afraid. Still, she voiced her doubts, not understanding why Jiang Huizhong had singled out Chunfong during dinner. Alan, where exactly do you see that I have anything against this son-in-law of ours? Jiang Huizhong asked calmly. Just now, when our family was having dinner, you deliberately invited young Master Ming, then told our daughter to learn business from him. Aren't you stirring up trouble for their marriage? Jiang Lan said discontentedly. I admit, I used to think the same way. I also admired young Master Ming, but he's too outstanding, with so many rumors surrounding him. He's not as steady and reliable as Chunfong. Besides, Chunfong has truly changed a lot. Not long ago, he bought a luxury villa by Guyun Lake for our daughter. Jiang Huizhong merely nodded, clearly already aware of all this. Alan, let me be frank, he explained. I'm not particularly satisfied with Chunfong as a son-in-law, but that doesn't mean I favor Mingyu either. Then what exactly do you mean? Jiang Lan was instantly confused. The reason I've arranged things this way is to create competition between them. Whoever defeats the other will earn my approval. Jiang Huizhong poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. Alan, your status isn't what it used to be. You're now the madam of the Jiang family, and your daughter is its young mistress. The man who becomes my ideal son-in-law can't just be some ordinary nobody. This was undeniably true. The Jiang family in the provincial capital wasn't influential only within the city. It was a renowned superpower throughout Jiangnan province, and even across 6 neighboring provinces. To the Jiangs, whether someone came from humble roots like Chunfong or hailed from a prominent Jiangzhou business family, like Mingyu, made little difference in terms of background. If the Jiang family wished, they could easily create another mixture group overnight. Since Jiang Huizhong had chosen to return to the family fold, his standards for a son-in-law had naturally risen. Old Jiang, I understand what you're saying, but I still don't quite get it. If you look down on Chunfong, and you don't care much for Mingyu either, then why on earth do you hold Li Bo in such high regard? Jiang Lan asked, puzzled. She used to really like Li Bo. He was young, already department director at Jiangzhou Hospital, earning 7 figures annually, capable and full of potential. But after recently witnessing Chunfeng's remarkable transformation firsthand, Jiang Lan had been shocked and humbled into quietly revising her opinion of Li Bo. How long would it take Li Bo, working as a doctor, to afford a villa? Probably never. Li Bo himself had sensed this shift, which was why he'd kept a much lower profile lately. Young Li Bo has talent, but it's limited, Jiang Huizhong said coolly. However, he does have a background. Background? What kind of background? His parents are just ordinary office workers, aren't they? Jiang Lan exclaimed in astonishment. Those are his foster parents. His birth mother passed away early. His biological father is an old friend of mine, but for certain reasons, they can't be reunited yet. Jiang Huizhong slowly revealed a major secret. Jiang Lan froze momentarily, then quickly caught on, gasping in shock. Old Jiang, are you saying our younger son-in-law Li Bo isn't an ordinary man at all, but actually an illegitimate child of a wealthy family? Chapter 177. Just keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone, not even Li Bo. Jiang Huizhong waved his hand. This was precisely why he had reassured Li Bo when the latter tentatively asked whether his position might be in danger. Jiang Huizhong was thoroughly satisfied with him and gave him that peace of mind for a reason. Because Li Bo wasn't from an ordinary background at all. He was also a young master of a prominent family. Though a bastard son, he would eventually return to claim his place. Old Jiang, ever since you came back, our once peaceful life has turned upside down again. Jiang Lan sighed helplessly. I don't even know whether I should feel happy or worried. There's nothing to worry about. I've planned everything. You must trust in the power of my family behind me. Jiang Huizhong walked over to her side and gently patted the back of her hand. Elan, your company doesn't have much going on these days anyway. Come with me. We'll go back to the provincial capital. After 20 or 30 years as husband and wife, you've never even visited my family home. Let's see my relatives, your new in-laws. Hearing this, Jiang Lan's eyes welled up with tears. She nodded silently. Meanwhile, Chunfong and Jiang Shi arrived home and prepared to pick up their daughter from Granny Zhou. But they found no one at Granny Zhou's place. Jiang Shi made a call and learned the truth. Her daughter had been suffering from frequent nosebleeds lately. Worried she might be seriously ill, Granny Zhou had taken her straight to the hospital. At the hospital, Xiao Xiao was holding Granny Zhou's hand, sucking on a lollipop, her face lit with a bright smile. Granny Zhou, however, wore a deeply worried expression. Clutching the medical report tightly, she whispered anxiously. The test results are back. The doctor said Xiao Xiao's condition has worsened again recently. What? The moment those words left Granny Zhou's mouth, Jiang Shi's beautiful face turned deathly pale. Her hands trembling, she took the report and read the diagnosis. Her features drained of all color. Don't worry, our daughter will be fine, Chunfong said calmly, patting Jiang Shi's shoulder. He wasn't alarmed. He was confident he could cure his daughter's leukemia. The reason her condition had declined these past couple of days was simply because he hadn't been around, so she hadn't taken her medicine regularly. The couple immediately carried their daughter home. Back home, Chunfong carefully prepared the medicinal ingredients, brewed a bowl of herbal decoction, and fed it to his daughter spoon by spoon. Under the effect of the medicine, the child's complexion gradually regained its rosy glow, and the nosebleed stopped. See, honey? Our little girl's doing much better now, Chunfong said softly, playing games with his daughter as he glanced at Jiang Shi. But Jiang Shi remained anxious. Her voice cracked slightly, nearly breaking into sobs. Xiao Xiao's illness just won't get better. It could deteriorate at any moment. How much longer do we have to live like this? Chunfong let out a quiet sigh. Honey, just give me a little more time. I've promised you, our daughter will be okay. I will heal her. In truth, according to Chunfeng's original plan, his current level of cultivation was nearing that of a saint physician. Once he reached that realm, he would be able to fully execute the Tai Su 9 Needles technique and reconstruct his daughter's life wheel. But unfortunately, luck hadn't been on his side. While retrieving a celestial herb, he had encountered his previous life's master, who grew suspicious of him and implanted a mystical seal inside his body to monitor whether he would use the Tianyi manual. Therefore, during this period, Chunfong couldn't dare cultivate, forced only to wait silently for the seal to fade away naturally. As a result, his daughter's treatment had suffered some delay. Chapter 178. The main reason why Chen Xiaoxiao was in poor health was because the shanty town they lived in was located near a chemical factory, where the environment had been severely polluted. Chunfong called Lu Jianxin to follow up on the renovation progress of their new house. 1 week later, thanks to Lu Jianxin's personal supervision, Villa number 7 on Lakeside Road was finally fully renovated, and the formaldehyde from the interior decoration had also been professionally treated and eliminated. Let's just leave behind the old furniture here. We'll buy all new ones, Chunfong suggested before moving in. Jiangxi nodded. After all, the furniture wasn't valuable, and it was bulky. Moving it would cost quite a bit in shipping fees. So the family of 3 only packed their personal belongings and clothes. Dad, you said earlier that if I went to school, you'd buy me a little puppy. Chen Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes, her face full of anticipation. Did I say that? Chunfong rubbed his chin. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately got upset, pouting and saying, Dad doesn't keep his promises. Dad is a big liar. Chunfong quickly picked up his daughter and kissed her cheek gently, speaking soothingly. Of course I remember, sweetheart. I'll go buy one for you today, okay? Yay! Chen Xiaoxiao instantly jumped up with joy. Jiangxi wasn't fond of keeping pets, thinking they might make the house unhygienic. But considering they were about to move into a big villa, she figured they could just let the dog stay in the yard and not allow it inside the house. Having a dog guard the house didn't sound too bad after all. That day, since Jiangxi had the day off, the whole family drove their old Volkswagen into the city and went to the furniture market, purchasing nearly every necessary piece of furniture and arranging for delivery and installation at their home. After finishing up the furniture installation, it was time to fulfill their promise to their daughter. Originally, the couple had planned to buy a pet from a pet store. However, right outside the furniture mall on the street, an elderly man with white hair was selling puppies from a roadside stall. The puppies were placed in a bamboo basket, looking chubby and adorable with their round heads. Chen Xiaoxiao was immediately drawn over and started playing happily with one of the black and white spotted dogs. Seeing this, Jiangxi quickly walked over and pulled her daughter's hand, saying, Xiao, don't look anymore. Mom will take you to a proper pet store. No, I don't want to go to the pet store. Mom, I want this one, Chen Xiaoxiao said longingly, staring at the puppy in the basket. At that moment, the little spotted dog also gazed back at Chen Xiaoxiao with pleading eyes, as if deeply hoping she would take it home. These are all stray dogs. They're too dirty and probably have fleas, Jiangxi said. But I can give it a bath. Chen Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. Still, Jiangxi disagreed and tried to pull her daughter away. After all, pets from legitimate pet stores were safer and more hygienic. Seeing that her daughter was on the verge of tears, Chunfong softened and said, Honey, forget it. Let Xiaoxiao make her own choice this time. Fine. Jiangxi relented, since Chunfong had already spoken. Chunfong then turned to the old vendor and asked, Grandpa, how much for this spotted pup? 100 yuan, the old man answered quickly. To Chunfong, 100 yuan was extremely cheap. Plus, seeing how hard the old man must be working, peddling in such blazing summer heat, Chunfong didn't bother to haggle. Just as he was about to take out his wallet, suddenly, a group of people marched over aggressively. Chapter 179. A group of young people in their early 20s, both men and women, stood there flamboyantly dressed in shamate style. Wang Jun, is this your grandpa? Just some farmer running a street stall? The others looked at a yellow-haired youth, sneering. This old bastard isn't my grandfather. He just raised me, that's all. Wang Jun, the one with dyed yellow hair, explained with clear disdain. At that moment, the white-haired old man looked at the young man and asked, Jun, why aren't you at school studying? And since when did you start dyeing your hair? What kind of student looks like this? Old thing, what I look like is none of your damn business. What you should care about is giving me this month's living expenses. I haven't gotten it yet. Wang Jun snapped, holding out his hand toward the elder. Could you wait 2 more days? The old man said helplessly. This yellow-haired youth had been picked up by him over a decade ago. With no children of his own, he had raised the boy as his grandson. Yet, despite all that care, the boy remained ungrateful. Since growing up, Wang Jun had cut ties with the family, only showing up when he needed money. Wait my ass, are you trying to starve me to death? Wang Jun immediately turned furious. Noticing an old bag placed in front of the vendor stand, he rushed over, snatched it up, and opened it. Sure enough, it was filled with scattered bills. God damn it, you old miser. You've got money but won't give me any. What kind of human being are you? Wang Jun cursed as he grabbed the larger denomination notes from inside. Seeing this, the old man panicked. Jun, don't do this. That money, it's your grandmother's life-saving money. She has uremia and needs dialysis every month. If you take this, you're signing her death warrant. Who says she's even my grandmother? Wang Jun didn't care in the slightest. Young and strong, he easily shoved the elderly man several meters away. Jun, please, I beg you. Seeing he couldn't retrieve the money, the old man had no choice but to fall to his knees before Wang Jun, pleading desperately. Go to hell. Stop faking pity on me. Wang Jun remained cold-hearted. See guys, told you I'd get the cash, he said proudly, waving the banknotes at his fellow shawmates behind him. They all jeered at the old man kneeling on the ground, utterly indifferent. Even as the old man bowed his head repeatedly, they felt no sympathy. Because it was a busy downtown area, several bystanders couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to intervene. What the hell? You asking for a beating? But Wang Jun immediately pulled out a set of brass knuckles and slipped them on, scaring the onlookers off instantly. Jiangxi, holding her daughter's hand, also couldn't bear the scene and spoke up. Of all virtues, filial piety comes first. How can you treat your grandfather like this? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Hearing this, Wang Jun and his gang turned toward Jiangxi. Noticing her beauty and fine figure, their eyes lit up. Sis, you sure know how to talk. How about this? I book a hotel room. You come keep me company, teach me a lesson properly. What do you say? Wang Jun grinned lewdly. Shameless. Jiangxi's pretty face turned icy cold, refusing to engage with them. Haha, being insulted by you actually feels good. Keep cursing me, come on. Clearly smitten with Jiangxi, Wang Jun led his gang forward deliberately, looking for trouble. At that moment, Chunfong suddenly stepped forward and said, "Want a lesson? Want me to give you one instead?" Chapter 180. You want to teach me a lesson? Wang Jun noticed Chunfong. He could obviously tell that Chunfong was Jiang Shi's husband, but he wasn't afraid. After all, he saw himself as a street punk with zero moral principles. All he believed in was his own fists. How do you want to do this? One-on-one, or all of you at once? Wang Jun deliberately shook the brass knuckles in his hand and sneered. In response, Chunfong merely chuckled lightly. Crack. The next moment, Chunfong slapped him so hard that Wang Jun spun around 7 or 8 times on the spot, nearly passing out. No one had time to react. Damn it. How dare you hit me? Get him, everyone, attack together. Wang Jun finally came to his senses, clutching his nearly shattered jawbone as he roared in rage. The group of youths behind him pulled out weapons and charged toward Chunfong. Thump, thump, thump. Yet against Chunfong, they were like chickens and dogs, utterly helpless. In an instant, every single one of them was knocked flying, lying on the ground screaming in pain. Seeing how formidable Chunfong was, Wang Jun became terrified, still holding his face as he stammered. You bastard. I'm warning you, I've got connections. If you touch me, my godfather won't let you off. My godfather is Lu Jianxin, chairman of Jiangong Group. Another son of Lu Jianxin? Chunfong had heard such claims so often it made his ears ring. Since Lu Jianxin was the underground emperor of Jiangzhou, every thug on the streets liked to hide behind his name. Fine then, call your godfather over here. Chunfong took out his phone and directly called Lu Jianxin himself. Lu Jianxin hurried to the scene. Upon learning that some punk kid had falsely claimed to be his adopted son, fury surged through him. He grabbed Wang Jun by the collar and slapped him hard several times. Go to hell. Who told you to spread lies about me? When Lu Jianxin raised his hand, he hit much harder. Wang Jun's face bled profusely, teeth flying from his mouth one after another. The other young men were also beaten into unrecognizable shapes by Lu Jianxin's enforcers. Director Lu, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We lied. Please have mercy on me. At this point, Lu Jianxin turned back to look at Chunfong, waiting for instructions on how to deal with these people. This kid started out as an orphan, raised by others, yet he never learned gratitude. This kind of person badly needs a lesson, something to teach him what it means to repay kindness, Chunfong said sternly. Big brother, I've learned. I really have. Give me a chance. I promise I'll take good care of my grandparents from now on. My grandmother has leukemia. I need to work. I need to earn money, or she won't be able to afford treatment. Wang Jun begged, clinging to Chunfeng's leg. You're right. You should indeed go out and earn money. Chunfong nodded, then turned to Lu Jianxin. Director Lu, please bring out 20,000 first and give it to the elderly woman. Yes, sir. Lu Jianxin nodded immediately and retrieved 200,000 yuan in cash from his car. But make it clear, this money isn't coming from you. It's a personal loan the young man Wang Jun is borrowing from you. From now on, you'll need to supervise him to pay you back both principal and interest, Chunfong added. Haha, Mr. Chun, you truly are brilliant. Lu Jianxin couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He immediately had his men produce a loan agreement, filled in the amount, and forced Wang Jun to sign and press his fingerprint. Then he patted Wang Jun on the shoulder. Boy, you now owe me 200,000. Monthly interest rate is 1%. So within this month, you must first pay me 20,000 yuan in interest. Any problem with that? Director Lu, you're literally killing me. I can't possibly come up with 20,000. If you want, just sell me off to settle the debt. Wang Jun shook his head wildly like a drum, already giving up completely. Well then, that's exactly what you asked for. To everyone's surprise, Lu Jianxin happily agreed. He waved his hand. 2 of his men stepped forward, lifted Wang Jun onto their shoulders, ignored his desperate cries and pleas for mercy, and dragged him straight into the car. Everyone watching stood frozen with fear. They didn't know where Wang Jun would be taken, but one thing was certain. They would never see him again. Chapter 181. When Wang Jun was taken away, his group of cronies immediately fled in terror. Chunfong didn't have time to deal with these insignificant ants. He paid the bill, picked up the spotted dog, and prepared to leave with his wife and child. At that moment, the old man suddenly grabbed Chunfeng's sleeve, asking anxiously, You took my grandson, Jun, away. Where did you take him? Jun isn't a bad kid at heart. He was just led astray by those friends of his. It's not his fault. It's mine for failing to raise him right. Despite Wang Jun's despicable behavior, the old man had raised him for years and grown attached. He believed Wang Jun had merely been corrupted and still hoped one day he might turn over a new leaf. So Chunfong didn't tell the truth. Instead, he smiled gently and said, Don't worry, Grandpa. Here, take this money. This is my friend, Director Lu. He's a great philanthropist who specializes in lending money to help the poor. Your grandson is fine. He's just gone to work somewhere far away to earn money. Really? Then once he earns enough, will he come back? The old man asked, eyes full of hope. Yes, of course, Lu Jianxin quickly replied, straightening his expression to appear kind and sincere as he nodded. That's good then. Hearing this, the old man broke into a relieved smile. Chunfong simply smiled back, then cradled his daughter in his arms and took his wife's hand, ready to head straight home. Just then, Lu Jianxin approached and said, Mr. Chun, there's something I need to consult you about. What is it? Chunfong asked, surprised. Do you remember when we first met? You guided me to dig up an urn of ashes beneath the pagoda tree at the construction site. You told me to keep the ashes at home and worship them. But as time passed, my house has become eerily cold, and I keep dreaming about that dead person at night. Now my wife and kids have moved out. They're too afraid to live with me anymore. Mr. Chun, is there any way you could help me remove those ashes? Lu Jianxin asked cautiously. Chunfong stroked his chin and said, removing them isn't difficult. But Director Lu, haven't you noticed your luck has improved ever since you started worshipping those ashes? Yes, Lu Jianxin nodded. But isn't that just because I met you? Not only because you met me. Mostly, it's because the spirit of whoever those ashes belong to has been protecting you, Chunfong explained. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianxin suddenly saw everything clearly. In that case, I'll keep worshipping them. When I dream of him at night, I'll pour him a few more drinks. Let him keep blessing me with prosperity. With that, Lu Jianxin happily took his leave, delighted. What he didn't know was that Chunfong had made it all up. Those ashes were actually cursed by a master practitioner, a malicious object meant to harm people. How could such a thing possibly bring wealth or protection? But since Chunfong hadn't yet found a way to completely neutralize the curse, he fabricated this well-intentioned lie to keep Lu Jinxin willingly worshipping the ashes. Finally sorted everything out. Half an hour later, the family of 3 arrived at Villa number 7 on Lakeside Road in their brand new car. The entire villa had now been fully renovated, with furniture perfectly arranged. The overall style was both simple and elegant. Chen Xiao had already bonded with the spotted dog. She led the little one around the new house, familiarizing her with her surroundings, and named her Dian Dian. Honey, I'll go buy some groceries. Tonight, let's cook at home, Chunfong suggested. Jiangxi nodded. It had been a while since she last cooked due to all the recent chaos. Just then, Jiangxi suddenly received a phone call. Chapter 182. Alright, I'll come right away. Jiangxi's brows furrowed slightly. After hanging up the phone, she turned to Chunfong and said, Honey, I just got a notice. The group is having an emergency meeting. As store manager, I have to attend. Then let me drive you. Chunfong said with a light sigh. He pulled the car out of the garage and set off toward the city center with Jiangxi. Their destination this time was Ming's group headquarters. Honey, I don't know when the meeting will end tonight, so you go back first. I'll take a taxi home later, Jiangxi said, then quickly stepped out and hurried into the main building. Chunfong watched her retreating figure, his brow unconsciously tightening. Since he'd been reborn, many of the immense regrets from his past life, his guilt toward his wife and daughter, had already been made up for. Life now was utterly transformed compared to a month ago. Still, Jiangxi's work situation remained unresolved. She was the kind of woman driven by ambition, unwilling to stay at home raising a child, even knowing that Chunfong had become wealthy. She insisted on working actively. Maybe I should use my cash reserves to invest, start a company or something, and let my wife run it. Chunfong murmured to himself. Being your own boss was far more comfortable than working for others. With his wife away, Chunfong didn't feel like cooking. Instead, he bought 2 McDonald's meals, one for himself, one for his daughter. After dinner, while his daughter played games with Dian Dian in the garden, Chunfong sat resting in the living room. Suddenly, unexpected visitors arrived. To Chunfeng's surprise, it was Huang Minghu, chairman of the Huang Group, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. Mr. Chun, congratulations on your new home. Huang Minghu stepped forward offering warm greetings, then presented an exquisitely wrapped gift. Chunfong accepted the present, exchanged polite pleasantries, then calmly said, Director Huang, if you have something on your mind, just say it directly. Haha, Mr. Chun, you truly are perceptive. I can't hide anything from you. Huang Minghu flattered him quickly before revealing his purpose. Mr. Chun, I've come to invite you to join me as an investor. Let's do business together and make big money. What kind of business? Chunfong asked idly, sipping his tea. The most profitable business now is real estate development. Recently, our Huang Group spent heavily acquiring prime land in the heart of a new district. We plan to build a landmark structure for Jiangzhou City. This project has government policy backing. It's guaranteed to be highly profitable. Huang Minghu spoke enthusiastically. Chunfong nodded slightly, then asked, if it's such a sure-win deal, why would you think of involving me? Well, after all, we do have some history. I value loyalty and friendship. Huang Minghu hesitated, stuttering through excuses. Cut the act, Director Huang. Chunfong shook his head, clearly unconvinced. His relationship with the Huang family wasn't close at all. It was plausible that Huang Minghu might seek help under pressure, but anything else would be nonsense. Sigh. The truth is, our construction project is currently missing one final permit. The last approval is being held up by a vice mayor. But here's the problem. His wife recently fell ill, and he's been staying at the hospital caring for her, too distracted to handle official duties. So everything's stuck. Every day the delay continues, I lose hundreds of thousands. Huang Minghu sighed helplessly, finally admitting the situation. That's why I came to ask you, Mr. Chun, if you could kindly visit the vice mayor and cure his wife's illness. In return, I'd willingly give you 10% of the project's profits. Chapter 183. Huang Minghu then went on to explain a lot of specific details to Chunfong. After listening, Chunfong thought for a moment and nodded. All right, but before I take any action, we need to sign an agreement first, just in case you decide to go back on your word later, Mr. Huang. Chunfeng's words were straightforward to the point of bluntness. Fine. Huang Minghu replied with an awkward laugh. Then he found a piece of paper and handwritten an agreement stating that as long as Chunfong cured the vice mayor's wife and helped secure the permit approval, he would give Chunfong 10% of the profits. However, this agreement was handwritten and extremely crude, looking rather unprofessional. Mr. Chun, even if it's handwritten, it's legally binding once I sign it, Huang Minghu said, signing his name. If you don't believe me, feel free to bring in a legal expert to verify. He said this deliberately to feign sincerity, hoping to gain Chunfeng's trust. But Chunfong wasn't naive. In his previous life, he had been the top figure in Jiangnan province and had dealt with people from all walks of life. He knew well that the wealthier business tycoons often were, the more cunning they became, especially when it came to signing contracts. A single oversight could lead to serious losses. Fine, I'll bring in a legal consultant. Chunfong nodded, then took out his phone. This time, he didn't call Lu Jinxin. After all, that guy operated in the underworld and probably didn't know much about the law. Instead, Chunfong called Yi Xiaoqian. That's my specialty. I majored in law at university. Wait for me. I'll come over and take a look for you, Yi Xiaoqian said cheerfully after hearing Chunfeng's request. Soon enough, she arrived at Chunfeng's new home, dressed casually and walking on foot. Chunfong, you've got great taste in interior design, Yi Xiaoqian remarked, glancing around his new apartment with clear approval. Miss Yi, please help me review the contract first. Once we finish business, I'll personally show you around, Chunfong said with a smile. Yi Xiaoqian picked up the document and glanced through it. Immediately, she circled several wording errors, then pointed at Huang Minghu's signature. Mr. Huang, there are problems here, and your signature? You intentionally misspelled one character. What exactly do you mean by that? Are you planning to turn your back on Chunfong once he finishes helping you? She looked at Huang Minghu with sharp suspicion. Misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Huang Minghu quickly interjected, forcing a smile. Since you're so professional, Miss Yi, why don't you draft the contract instead? Mr. Chun and I will simply sign it. That's all. Thus, Yi Xiaoqian temporarily became Chunfeng's legal advisor. Despite her youth, she was extremely professional and meticulous. An hour later, the two of them finally finalized a contract acceptable to both parties, clearly stating that Chunfong would cure the vice mayor's wife, and in return, Huang Minghu would grant Chunfong 10% equity in his investment company. Huang Minghu was crafty. He often tried to sneak tricks into contracts. But Yi Xiaoqian was even sharper, leaving Huang Minghu powerless to manipulate anything. Finally, Huang Minghu sighed in frustration. This contract puts me at too much disadvantage. I must add one clause. If Mr. Chen fails to cure the vice mayor's wife, you'll have to compensate me for my economic losses, at least 50 million. Fine. Chunfong agreed without hesitation. He was completely confident in his medical skills. Then it's settled. Yi Xiaoqian handed each party a copy of the revised contract. Both signed. Yi Xiaoqian, serving as the witness, also signed her name. Now, the contract carried legal force, and both parties were bound to its terms, with no room for breach. Chapter 184. Miss Yi, thank you for your help, Chunfong said to Yi Xiaoqian. Hee, it's nothing. Just treat me to a meal sometime. Yi Xiaoqian replied with a radiant smile, then got up and took her leave. After seeing Yi Xiaoqian off, Chunfong turned to Lu Jinxin, actually Huang Minghu, and asked, Director Huang, when can we go make the house call? I have a good relationship with that vice mayor. As long as Mr. Chun is available, we can go anytime, Huang Minghu replied. Then let's go now. Chunfong shrugged. He was a straightforward person who disliked unnecessary delays. If something needed doing, he preferred to get it done quickly. All right. Huang Minghu nodded, made a phone call, and after receiving confirmation from the other side, set off with Chunfong. About 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the vice mayor's residence. Inside the living room sat a middle-aged woman with a pale complexion and a blank expression. She didn't appear physically ill, yet her eyes were lifeless, fixed in place. She remained motionless and silent, as if frozen. Sitting beside her was her husband, Mayor Yu. Huang Minghu greeted respectfully upon entering. Half a month ago, when I saw your wife, she looked healthy and full of energy. How did she suddenly become like this? I don't know. It's as if she's been possessed by some evil force. The doctors say she isn't sick. Her brain CT scan shows nothing abnormal. They suspect it might be depression, Mayor Yu sighed. Depression? That's serious. Huang Minghu's expression subtly changed. His words carried a double meaning. On one hand, depression was indeed difficult to treat. Many celebrities had taken their own lives because of it. On the other hand, Huang Minghu was deeply concerned for Chunfong. Could acupuncture really cure a psychological condition like depression? Director Huang, is this the divine physician you mentioned? Mayor Yu glanced up at Chunfong. Seeing how young he was, and noticing nothing particularly impressive about his demeanor, he frowned slightly, and began to doubt Chunfeng's professional ability. Is this kid really capable? Huang Minghu didn't dare speak recklessly. He turned to Chunfong and asked cautiously, Mr. Chun, the mayor's wife is suffering from depression. Can you treat such a condition? If you're not confident, perhaps we should leave. Traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound. Mental illnesses are certainly within its scope of treatment. Chunfong replied calmly. Good. Huang Minghu immediately relaxed. Chunfong stepped toward the mayor's wife, studying her closely. Then, as if noticing something unusual, he looked around at the air surrounding the woman, his brow furrowing tightly. Mayor Yu, your wife does not have depression. Upon hearing this, Mayor Yu became even more skeptical and said, I've taken my wife to countless hospitals and consulted numerous experts. Every diagnosis came back the same, depression. Yes, Mr. Chun, you shouldn't just say things without evidence. You need to be certain before speaking. After all, this is the mayor's wife. Huang Minghu reminded nervously. His biggest fear now was that Chunfong would say something reckless and offend Mayor Yu. I'm certain, which is why I said it, Chunfong replied. Young man, if you claim my wife doesn't have depression, then tell me, what illness does she have? Mayor Yu asked, barely holding back his frustration. Your wife isn't ill. Chunfong shook his head. The reason she's unresponsive is because she has lost all perception of the outside world. Her eyes cannot see, her ears cannot hear. That's why she doesn't speak. Mr. Chun, are you telling the truth? Then why have the mayor's wife's eyes and ears stopped functioning? Huang Minghu interrupted anxiously, more afraid than ever that Chunfeng's words might provoke the powerful official. Because she's been ghost-blinded. Chunfong stated flatly. At those words, Huang Minghu froze instantly. Mayor Yu's face turned pitch black with anger. Chapter 185. Just imagine, Chunfong said. If an invisible hand covered your eyes and usually your ears, leaving you completely unaware of the outside world, how could you possibly communicate then? Worried that Huang Minghu and Mayor Yu might not understand what ghost veiling the eyes meant, Chunfong took extra care to explain. Mr. Chun, please, just stop. Huang Minghu hastily interrupted, noticing that Mayor Yu's expression had already turned extremely sour. Sure enough, Mayor Yu snapped sharply. Huang, is this really the so-called divine doctor you dragged me out in the middle of the night to meet? If he can't treat it, just say so outright. Don't make up nonsense about ghost veiling eyes. Really, I'm speechless. In modern society, most people were atheists. If one didn't believe in gods, naturally they wouldn't believe in ghosts either. Mayor Yu, I'm sorry. Huang Minghu quickly apologized, then grabbed Chunfong by the arm, intending to leave immediately. He had thought Chunfong actually possessed some skill, but instead he was spouting sheer nonsense. If they didn't leave now, who knew what even more ridiculous things Chunfong might say next? This was utterly humiliating. At that moment, Chunfong shook his head and said calmly, What? You don't believe me? What I'm saying is the truth. If you don't believe me, go find some cow tears and smear them on your eyelids. Cow tears connect the living and spirit worlds. You'll see things beyond belief. Chunfong continued with unruffled composure. If this were merely helping a friend out, and the other party didn't trust him, he could simply walk away without a word. But he had signed an agreement with Huang Minghu, so the matter had to be resolved properly. Mr. Chun, come on, you can't be serious. In the middle of the night, where exactly are we supposed to get cow tears? Huang Minghu nearly burst into tears. He almost wished he could knock Chunfong unconscious with a single blow and drag him away, so he wouldn't continue disgracing himself here. But unfortunately, he couldn't overpower Chunfong even if he tried. Try the countryside, Chunfong suggested coolly. You go get the cow tears, Mr. Huang. I'll stay here with Mayor Yu and wait for you to return. Huang Minghu was utterly speechless. Not only did Chunfong start giving orders to him, but Mayor Yu didn't object either. With no choice, he could only nod and drive off to the countryside, eventually finding a household that raised cattle and managing to obtain some cow tears. Mayor Yu, apply these cow tears and take another look, Chunfong said, pointing at the bottle containing the substance. Mayor Yu's face remained dark and stormy. After a moment's hesitation, he warned, if this doesn't work, forget about getting that construction permit, Huang. Mayor Yu this. Huang Minghu felt like crying. He deeply regretted ever seeking out this unreliable man named Chunfong. Now, not only had he failed to accomplish anything, but he'd also managed to anger Mayor Yu. This was a textbook case of losing everything while trying to gain a little. Yet Chunfong remained completely calm, quietly sitting in his chair playing with his phone. Mayor Yu picked up the cow tears, smeared them across his eyelids, blinked several times, then stared at Chunfong and challenged. I did exactly as you said. Why can I still see nothing? Why are you looking at me? I'm not the one whose eyes are veiled by a ghost, Chunfong replied, shaking his head and gesturing toward the woman sitting on the sofa. Look at your wife. Upon hearing this, Mayor Yu instantly whipped his head around to look at his wife, but he suddenly shuddered violently, as if terribly startled. Then he rubbed his eyes and looked again, his expression shifting into even deeper shock. Seeing this reaction, Huang Minghu grew puzzled. Mayor Yu, your expression, could it be that you actually saw something? Hiss. City Lord Yu inhaled sharply. Without paying any attention to Huang Minghu, he walked straight up to Chunfong and extended his hand. Mr. Chun, I deeply apologize. I was remiss earlier. What did you see? Chunfong asked with a faint, ambiguous smile. After touching the ox's tears, I saw a dark mist beside my wife. From within it, 2 hands reached out, covering her eyes, covering her ears. City Lord Yu stammered. As an atheist, witnessing the existence of ghosts and spirits firsthand was a tremendous shock to him. Were it not for his strong willpower, he might have broken down on the spot. Mr. Chun, what should I do now? His attitude grew increasingly humble. Ghosts don't cling to people without reason. There must be a cause, and recently, within the past half-month. Think carefully, Chunfong prompted. You pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. That's right. About 10 days ago, my wife drove alone to the countryside. She rarely drives and isn't very skilled, and the rural roads are narrow. She encountered a funeral procession, lost control of the car, and nearly crashed into someone's coffin. Could it be related to that incident? Immediately, you called his secretary and ordered him to look into it at once. After all, as the city lord, obtaining such information wasn't difficult. Soon, the secretary called back. Sir, we've confirmed it. The funeral procession your wife encountered that day was for a middle-aged couple who died tragically in a traffic accident. They died a gruesome death. The secretary reported. Upon hearing this, Yu's heart sank. The 2 hands he had seen matched perfectly with 2 restless spirits. It was almost certain these were the vengeful souls of that unfortunate couple. I understand. You nodded calmly, though inwardly tense, then hung up the phone. Mr. Chun, it's been confirmed. My wife inadvertently offended those 2 deceased individuals because of that incident. He hurried back to Chunfong, his tone now extremely deferential. Now that we know the cause, what must I do to resolve it? As long as my wife returns to normal, I'll approve your permit immediately, without delay, not even a single day. It's simple. Since you've offended them, go and apologize, Chunfong said, then took a piece of paper and drew a talisman with a brush before handing it to you. Go to their graves, kowtow, and offer your apologies. Burn plenty of offerings for them. Also burn this talisman along with the rest. If nothing unexpected happens, after completing these rituals, your wife should recover. Chunfong was only 90% certain about this. He instructed you to personally apologize and present offerings. This was the courteous approach. The talisman served as a warning. If the spirits refused to back down after receiving proper respect, he would resort to more forceful methods. All right, I'll go right away. You nodded firmly. Clearly, his wife meant everything to him. Seeing this, Huang Minghu stepped forward and said, City Lord Yu, let me accompany you. You readily agreed. After all, visiting a grave at night was unsettling. Having another person along meant greater peace of mind. Then both men looked expectantly at Chunfong, hoping he would join them. But Chunfong merely stretched lazily and said indifferently, You 2 go ahead. I'll stay here and wait for your report. Chapter 187. Worried about encountering unexpected situations, Chunfong did not go home, but instead waited at the city lord's residence. City Lord Yu and Huang Minghu went together to the couple's grave and followed Chunfeng's instructions. A few hours later, the 2 returned dusty and weary. Mr. Chun, something's wrong. When we got there, everything was fine. We knelt down to burn joss paper, but suddenly the wind started raging, and it began pouring rain. It extinguished the fire completely. You weren't there. You have no idea how dangerous it was, Huang Minghu said with a terrified expression. The city lord didn't speak, but his face was pale. Clearly, he had also been badly frightened. Oh, upon hearing this, Chunfong frowned. He hadn't expected this pair of malicious ghosts to be so ungrateful and unreasonable. They were clearly trying to harm people. Then I'll handle it myself. With that, Chunfong took out a jade Buddha from his pocket, gave it a squeeze, and immediately activated the heavenly thunder formation inscribed on it. Boom! In an instant, a bolt of lightning flashed inside the room, striking directly at the city lord's wife. More precisely, it struck the 2 ghostly hands covering her eyes and ears. Heavenly thunder was the greatest natural enemy of evil spirits. Struck by such power, the hands vanished instantly into nothingness. The hands, they're gone. The city lord, whose vision was enhanced by ox tears, could still see supernatural beings and now noticed that his wife seemed to have returned to normal. At that moment, the city lady slowly opened her eyes, looked around, and asked in confusion, Lao Yu, who are these 2 guests? Wife, you can finally speak again. The city lord rushed over in excitement and tightly embraced her. I don't know what happened before. It was as if I'd fallen asleep, unable to see, unable to hear, and unable to speak. I even thought I was going to die. She murmured weakly. No, you won't die. Even if you do, I'll be right beside you. The city lord replied deeply. Overjoyed that his wife had recovered, the city lord turned to Chunfong and Huang Minghu and said, Mr. Chun, I truly can't thank you enough. You are truly my benefactor. And Mr. Huang, thank you so much for the introduction. Your matter is settled. Leave it to me. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll take care of it. Huang Minghu was overjoyed but modestly replied, City lord, my matter isn't urgent. Please attend to your wife first. We won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now. With that, Huang Minghu quickly pulled Chunfong along and bid their farewells. The next afternoon, while Chunfong was cleaning his new house, he suddenly received a phone call from Huang Minghu. Ha, Mr. Chun, thanks entirely to you. The permit has been approved. The big stone weighing on my heart has finally come off. Huang Minghu said joyfully. How about dinner tonight? Let's discuss the investment company. Sure, you pick the place. Chunfong readily agreed. Soon after, Huang Minghu sent the exact location. Chunfong had originally planned to bring his wife and child, but Jiangxi said she had to work overtime, and their daughter wanted to stay home and play, so they declined. Thus, Chunfong drove alone to the meeting. In the most luxurious private dining room, Huang Minghu had already prepared wine and food, waiting inside. However, besides Huang Minghu, there was also a very young and beautiful woman present. Mr. Chun, let me introduce you. This is my niece, Huang Jiaowei. I plan to appoint her as chairman of the investment company. As for the executive director position, you can designate whoever you like. What do you think? Huang Minghu explained. Chapter 188. Although the commercial building project was led by Huang Group, before actual implementation, Huang Group still needed to register an investment company and conduct the investment under the name of that company. This was essentially a safeguard, minimizing risks as much as possible. No matter how serious the incident, it could never implicate Huang Group directly. Chunfong had some understanding of business practices and fully grasped the reasoning behind this arrangement. An executive director wasn't as powerful as a chairman, but still held significant authority, ranking among the top leadership of the company. Having his wife, Jiangxi, take up this position was very suitable. I won't be the independent director. Just put my wife's name down, Chunfong said calmly. Hearing this, Huang Minghu looked slightly surprised, but Huang Jiaowei smiled warmly and said, Mr. Chun, you're truly a husband who cherishes his wife. Being your wife must be such happiness. Chunfong merely responded with a light smile. His wife, Jiangxi, had only begun living a better life in this lifetime. As for the previous one, I've already written in the company charter that your wife will serve as the independent director. Next, we should discuss the rest of the charter provisions, Huang Jiaowei said, opening the laptop she had brought along, specifically used for handling legal matters. No rush. Let's eat first, then talk after dinner, Huang Minghu said, pouring fine wine for both of them. The three enjoyed a lavish dinner together. After the meal, since Chunfong and Huang Jiaowei needed to continue discussing the investment company's charter, Huang Minghu excused himself to go smoke outside, leaving them alone to deliberate. Inside the private dining room, the two sat close together, reviewing the document on the computer screen while conversing. Huang Jiaowei wore a white blouse with a low neckline. Beautiful-faced and shapely, combined with her elegant demeanor, she exuded a constant air of seductive charm, an innate enchantress. What's more, she was wearing strong perfume. Miss Huang, this scent you're wearing. Chunfong couldn't help but speak up. It smells good, doesn't it? Huang Jiaowei immediately blinked her beautiful eyes, revealing an eager smile. She knew this unique fragrance was her secret weapon against men. It's a bit overpowering, Chunfong said, pinching his nose slightly before subtly shifting his body away from her, deliberately creating distance. This reaction shocked Huang Jiaowei. Every man she'd encountered before always found excuses to get closer to her. This was the first time someone actively moved away. I'm sorry, I'll pay attention next time. Huang Jiaowei could only apologize meekly. Then they resumed discussing the charter. As she talked, Huang Jiaowei secretly observed Chunfong, trying to detect any sign of interest in her. But to her disappointment, Chunfong kept his gaze fixed on the computer screen the entire time, showing absolutely no inappropriate intentions toward her, despite her status as a breathtaking beauty. Can it be? Is there really a man in this world who's completely immune to feminine charm? Huang Jiaowei puzzled inwardly. She continued looking for opportunities. So, pretending nonchalance, she crossed her legs, gently swinging her long, slender leg, the sole of her delicate high heel brushing lightly against Chunfeng's trouser leg. Oh sorry. Huang Jiaowei quickly half knelt down, crawling before Chunfong to wipe his pants clean. The movement was extremely intimate, and if Chunfong were to look down, he'd have a clear view straight down her blouse. Chapter 189. Mr. Chun, I'm really sorry. Huang Jiaowei lowered her head and apologized, appearing delicate and submissive. It's fine. Chunfong replied indifferently, showing no particular reaction. Seeing Chunfeng's calm expression, Huang Jiaowei was once again baffled. Normally, just a few simple moves from her would send men into a whirl, but with Chunfong, no matter what she did or said, he wouldn't even spare her a second glance. His full attention remained fixed on the company bylaws displayed on the computer screen. She made several more attempts afterward. All of them failed completely. It began to make Huang Jiaowei doubt her own looks. This shouldn't be happening. Could it be that she wasn't attractive enough? Not beautiful enough? They discussed for several hours before finally finalizing every detail of the company bylaws. Yet Huang Jiaowei remained gloomy. Because her purpose for being here wasn't to draft the bylaws, it was to seduce Chunfong. And by all appearances, she had utterly failed. Just then, Huang Minghu returned from outside, smiling as he said, now that the bylaws are settled, let's have one more drink to celebrate. As he spoke, Huang Minghu poured another round of liquor into 3 glasses. After this drink, I need to head back, Chunfong said, glancing at the time and finding it was getting late. He accepted the glass and lightly clinked it with theirs before downing the drink. Mr. Chun, you shouldn't drive after drinking. Let my driver take you home, Huang Minghu suggested. Chunfong nodded without objection. So instead of driving his own car, Chunfong got into Huang Minghu's private vehicle, which began heading toward Hubin Road. Sitting in the back seat, drowsiness overcame him. He closed his eyes for a brief nap, only to sink into deep sleep almost instantly. Mr. Chun. The driver called out tentatively twice, but received no response. Following Huang Minghu's instructions, he drove around the city loop for a while, then returned to the entrance of the restaurant where they dined earlier. Chunfong was completely unaware. He lay motionless in the back seat, fast asleep. Daddy, what did you put in his drink? Huang Jiahui asked, staring at the unconscious Chunfong with astonishment. Medical anesthetic, used for general anesthesia during surgery. Works like a charm, Huang Minghu grinned. When I stepped out earlier to smoke, that's what I was arranging. I figured you probably couldn't handle this kid. Huang Minghu lit a cigarette, looking every bit the shrewd manipulator. Huang Jiahui wasn't his real niece. She was his goddaughter, placed by him in the business world as a socialite to network with powerful figures. Mingyu, the young heir of the Ming group, had been captivated by Huang Jiahui's beauty. They'd been secret lovers for a time. So when Mingyu asked Huang Jiahui to get close to Chunfong, Huang Minghu had known about it. On top of that, Huang Minghu himself held some old grudge against Chunfong, so he decided to take the opportunity to help Mingyu. He wouldn't gain anything tangible, but causing trouble for Chunfong would at least let him vent some frustration. Now it's your turn. You can handle this, right? Huang Minghu asked, smoke curling from his lips as he looked intently at Huang Jiahui. Don't worry, Daddy. I'll take care of everything. Looking at the sleeping man in the car, Huang Jiahui licked her lips, a sly smile creeping across her face. Chapter 190. When Chunfong woke up, it was already the next morning. He found himself lying on a strange large bed in an unfamiliar room. As Chunfong felt confused, his hand suddenly touched a soft body. He quickly turned his head and saw an extremely alluring woman lying beside him. You're awake. Huang Jiahui had long been awake. She spoke casually, pointing at the phone beside Chunfeng's pillow. Your wife called you many times last night, but you were asleep, so I didn't dare to answer. Upon hearing this, Chunfong immediately grabbed the phone and indeed saw over a dozen missed calls. How did I end up here? I remember clearly going home last night. Chunfong murmured to himself, feeling extremely dizzy, as he couldn't quite recall what had happened the previous evening. Hee, Mr. Chun, if you'd gone home, then how could you be lying in a hotel room with me now? Huang Jiahui asked with a charming smile. I'm really puzzled too. Chunfong shook his head. Last night, he clearly remembered discussing regulations with Huang Jiahui, then sharing a drink together before getting into a car to go home. He never expected that upon waking, he would find himself inside a hotel, having apparently slept with Huang Jiahui. This left Chunfong utterly bewildered. In his previous life, he had achieved fame and high status, surrounded by countless beautiful women, yet none had stirred his heart. Until he learned of his wife Jiangxi's death, he had lived alone. In Chunfeng's eyes, there were only two kinds of women. One was his wife Jiangxi, and all others simply didn't matter. Seeing Chunfeng's conflicted expression, Huang Jiahui remained calm, poured him a glass of water, and comforted him, saying, It's okay, Mr. Chun. We're both adults, and we've been drinking. Things like this can't always be avoided. As long as we don't tell anyone, everything will be fine. She seemed to be comforting him, but actually she was subtly conveying one message. Not only did they sleep together last night, but they had also done everything. Now Chunfong was even more speechless. Mr. Chun, I have things to attend to this morning, so I'll leave first. Huang Jiahui quickly gathered her belongings, smiled, and said goodbye to Chunfong, then left promptly. Chunfong drank several glasses of water and took a hot shower, which helped him feel slightly clearer. He quickly dressed and packed up his things. Just then, his phone rang again. It was Yi Xiaoqian calling. Chunfong, what's going on with you? You didn't come home all night. Miss Jiang couldn't reach you and actually came to my place looking for you. Yi Xiaoqian said angrily. Chunfong was taken aback, then hurried to explain. Sorry, Miss Yi. I ran into some trouble. Just make sure you're okay. I'm just calling to check. Hurry up and call Miss Jiang back. She's really worried about you. With those words, Yi Xiaoqian hung up. Prompted by her reminder, Chunfong quickly called Jiangxi back. Facing Jiangxi's questioning, Chunfong could only lie, claiming he'd been helping the city lord's wife with a medical condition, one so complicated that it took the entire night, leaving no time to check his phone. Were they generous with payment for such hard work? Jiangxi pouted. Though she harbored some doubts about where he'd really been, she had already gone to Yi Xiaoqian's place and confirmed Chunfong wasn't there, so she had no evidence to challenge his story. Not bad. Chunfong nodded, replying offhandedly. Honey, are you at home? I finished my business here and am heading back now. Chapter 191. After explaining things to his wife, Chunfong didn't want to stay a moment longer. He immediately left the hotel room and headed straight home. No sooner had Chunfong left than two men wearing masks emerged from the hotel hallway. They used a key card to unlock the room Chun had just exited, then retrieved a tiny camera hidden inside the ceiling light fixture. This camera had been in place all night, recording everything that had happened on that bed the previous evening. Chunfong remained completely unaware. Dragging his drowsy body back home, it was already nearing noon. His wife and child weren't there, so Chunfong tidied up the house and prepared to take a nap. At that moment, however, he suddenly received a call from his brother-in-law, Li Bo. Bro-in-law, are you free at lunchtime? Can we meet up? Li Bo sounded hesitant over the phone. What's up? Chunfong yawned. Well, better discuss it in person. It's hard to explain over the phone, Li Bo replied with hesitation. They agreed to meet at a cafe beside the downtown hospital. When Chunfong arrived by car, Li Bo was already there, having ordered 2 cups of coffee in advance. Feeling dizzy, Chunfong quickly drank a cup to refresh himself. Bro-in-law, were you with a woman last night? Li Bo asked cautiously. Chunfong slightly furrowed his brow. How do you know? After work at noon, I accidentally saw a video on a website. It showed you, bro-in-law, lying in bed with a young woman. Li Bo lowered his voice desperately, afraid of being overheard. Although Li Bo was married to Jiang Shiyao, who was famously beautiful, spending long periods together inevitably led to boredom. So sometimes, Li Bo would watch short videos alone for entertainment. That very noon, upon opening his usual website, he discovered that the man in one newly uploaded video was none other than his own brother-in-law. Alarmed, Li Bo immediately called Chunfong and arranged this meeting to tell him. Bullshit. Chunfong shook his head, still unwilling to believe it. But Li Bo took out his phone and played the video right in front of him. After watching it, Chunfong went completely numb. How is this possible? How could I possibly end up with a woman I've only just met once? As an outsider, Li Bo remained much calmer than Chunfong. He asked, bro-in-law, who exactly is this woman? Once he learned Huang Jiaohui's identity and how she'd met Chunfong, Li Bo calmly analyzed the situation. Bro-in-law, this woman takes you to bed during your very first meeting. She's clearly an experienced seductress. Women like her always have ulterior motives. Now that this has happened, she'll likely use it against you. You need to handle this quickly. If my sister finds out, it'll be a disaster. As part of the Jiang family, and also a man himself, Li Bo truly understood Chunfeng's predicament. I'll make a call to check, Chunfong murmured, still struggling to accept it. After all, his memory of last night was completely blank. Yet the video lay before him. He couldn't deny its reality. Besides, what Li Bo said made sense. The situation was already bad enough. If Jiang Shi ever found out, the consequences would be unbearable. Fortunately, they had exchanged contact information during dinner the night before. Chunfong dialed Huang Jiaohui's number. But after 2 rings, she hung up the phone. Chapter 192. What? Chunfong found that he couldn't get in touch with Huang Jiaohui. Sitting across from him, Li Bo also frowned. Bro-in-law, this woman isn't even answering your calls. That means she might have something bigger planned. In that case, all I can say is good luck to you. If they could reach Huang Jiaohui, they'd know what she wanted. But she simply refused to answer the phone. This was truly frustrating. Chunfong had never encountered such a strange situation before. Right now, his head was spinning. He could hardly think clearly and only wanted to sleep. I'll go home and rest for now. Once I've recovered, I'll figure out what's really going on. There's nothing else you can do, Li Bo said, nodding. Meanwhile, back at the store, Jiang Shi was concerned. After receiving Chunfeng's call, she hadn't thought much of it and continued focusing on her shift at work. But by the afternoon, her co-workers began whispering among themselves about something intriguing, deliberately excluding her. Xiaowan, did you see that video? Of course I saw it. It made the local trending list here in Jiangzhou. Not just me, my sisters, my husband, everyone's seen it. I think those 2 people in the video must be having an affair. No doubt about it. And you know what? That guy kind of looks like the husband of our manager Jiang. You've seen Manager Jiang's husband? I saw him recently. Once when he drove to pick her up after work. I caught a distant glimpse. You don't think it actually is him, do you? As the store manager, Jiang Shi happened to be making her rounds and overheard fragments of their conversation. Sensing it might involve her, she walked over and asked, "What are you all talking about so intently?" "Nothing, nothing." Everyone quickly replied, shaking their heads. No one dared to speak openly. After all, Jiang Shi was their boss. She could fire them with a single word if angered. Yet among them was a co-worker named Xiaowan, who had worked alongside Jiang Shi for years and shared a close friendship with her. So Xiaowan quietly pulled Jiang Shi aside and whispered, "Shi, check today's local trending list. There's a viral video of a man and woman." "So what? Why should I care?" Jiang Shi wasn't particularly interested. "Just take a look. It's not busy today anyway, right?" Xiaowan urged her without elaborating further. Puzzled, Jiang Shi picked up her phone. Since it was a top trending topic, she easily located the very video everyone was discussing. She tapped on it. After just a few seconds, her beautiful eyes narrowed sharply as she stared fixedly at the familiar face on the screen. One embracing a complete stranger, a woman she had never seen before. That face, identical to her husband Chunfeng's. Not just similar, exactly the same. And immediately, Jiang Shi recalled Chunfeng's unexplained disappearance and complete disconnection throughout the previous night. Boom. In an instant, she felt dizzy and lightheaded. She barely managed to grab the nearby wall for support, her face turning deathly pale. The crushing weight of betrayal made it hard to breathe. Jiang Shi instantly realized she could no longer stay at work. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm as she requested time off. As store manager, her leave required approval from the management team at Ming Corporation. The vice president assigned to handle her request was polite and accommodating. "Miss Jiang, Director Ming has instructed us. If anything comes up, please attend to it first. Don't worry about work." "Thank you." Once her leave was approved, Jiang Shi immediately headed home. She needed to confront Chunfong face to face. Chapter 193. Meanwhile, back with Chunfong. Because he had been feeling dizzy all day, after parting ways with Li Bo, he went straight home and took a nap. When he woke up from his sleep, he was startled to find that Jiang Shi had already returned home. Not just Jiang Shi, his aunt-in-law Jiang Shiyan and brother-in-law Li Bo were also at home. "Huh, why are you all back?" Chunfong was baffled and couldn't help but rub his eyes in disbelief. There sat Jiang Shi on the living room sofa, her face stern, completely silent. Jiang Shiyan and Li Bo beside her wore strangely awkward expressions. Brother-in-law, you should check the local trending topics on your phone," Jiang Shiyan kindly advised. "There's something about you up there." "Huh? Something about me?" Chunfong was utterly confused. He picked up his phone, glanced at it, and immediately understood. No wonder his wife came home so early. The truth had come out. She had brought her relatives home to confront him. "Honey, let me explain." Chunfong tried to reason, but Jiang Shi cut him off, coldly demanding, "Is that man in the video you?" "Well, about this matter." Chunfong attempted to continue. "Answer my question." Jiang Shi interrupted again. With no choice left, Chunfong could only confess. "I don't remember last night clearly, but judging from the facts, it most likely was me." As soon as those words left his mouth, Li Bo and Jiang Shiyan both covered their faces in dismay. Jiang Shi bit down hard on her lip, tears welling up and spilling continuously from her eyes. Chunfong knew she was a woman who deeply valued family. She simply couldn't accept her husband cheating on her. But the facts were laid bare. Even if Chunfong denied it, it wouldn't change anything. "I'm sorry, honey. I really didn't mean for this to happen." Chunfong could only apologize. Thinking back to last night's dinner gathering, he felt utterly cursed. If only he hadn't drunk that last glass of alcohol, he should have gone home directly. What a mess now. But everything had already happened. At that moment, Jiang Shiyan stepped closer to her sister and gently comforted her. "Sister, I think brother-in-law really didn't mean to do it. Maybe he drank too much during last night's business dinner, got unconscious, and that woman took advantage of the situation. Yeah, brother-in-law is such an outstanding young man. There are plenty of women eyeing him. It's impossible to guard against every single one, Li Bo added, nodding in agreement. The couple, being bystanders, could do nothing more than speak a few kind words for Chunfong while enjoying the drama unfold. They couldn't possibly let this incident end in divorce, could they? You don't need to defend Chunfong. Jiang Shi wiped her tears, speaking solemnly. Cheating is cheating. I can't accept this. Right now, she didn't even want to look at Chunfong. Sis, can I stay at your place for a while? How could Jiang Shiyan refuse? She could only nod silently. Chunfong. This time, Jiang Shi didn't even call him husband. She addressed him by name directly, her tone icy cold. I'll be staying at my sister's place for some time. I'm taking our daughter with me. You stay here alone and reflect properly. Sis, let's go. With that, Jiang Shi packed a few clothes and cosmetics, then walked out without looking back, accompanied by Jiang Shiyan. Jiang Shiyan could only cast an apologetic glance toward Chunfong. Li Bo followed behind, and before leaving, reminded softly, brother-in-law, don't worry, sister will be fine at our place. We'll try our best to talk some sense into her. But you've got to figure out a way to fix this quickly. Chapter 194. Chunfong stood at his doorstep, watching the three of them walk away. He felt deeply frustrated. How could something like this happen? Chunfong shook his head. He had no idea what had actually happened last night. Even if there was something wrong with that drink, perhaps he passed out after drinking it, giving Huang Jiaowei the chance to act. That still didn't explain the bedroom scene in the video. The worst part was that he couldn't remember a single thing. It was as if a black pot had fallen from the sky and slammed directly onto his face. Gulp, gulp. Helpless, Chunfong opened the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of alcohol, drank half of it in large gulps, and only then did he feel slightly better. Just then, barking came from the backyard. It was the newly bought spotted dog, barking at Chunfong excitedly, wagging its tail non-stop, and rubbing its head hard against the front door of the villa. Want to go out for a walk? Although Chunfong wasn't particularly fond of pet dogs, he knew they had lots of energy and needed to be taken out every day. Normally, his wife or daughter would take the dog out, but today neither of them was home. Fine then, I'll take you out for a stroll. Chunfong nodded, found the leash, clipped it onto the dog's collar, and headed out, bringing the dog for a walk along Guyun Lake. Since this area was full of luxury homes with low density, the lakeside greenway was extremely quiet. Sometimes you could walk for a long time without seeing a single person. Chunfong, why are you walking the dog today? As he strolled along the lake, a bright young girl suddenly appeared ahead. It was Yi Xiaoqian, his next-door neighbor. I just wanted to take a walk, Chunfong replied casually. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoqian couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it because your wife took your daughter back to her parents' house? You already know, so why ask me? Chunfong couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Yi Xiaoqian giggled. Chunfong, because of that video, you've become famous now. You're a big star in Jiangzhou. How do you feel about it? Not at all. Chunfong shook his head. He'd rather not be famous like this. And Yi Xiaoqian bringing up the incident right away felt like pouring salt on an open wound, making him deeply uncomfortable. Seeing Chunfeng's disinterested expression, Yi Xiaoqian stopped joking around and suddenly asked, Chunfong, have you offended someone? Why do you ask? You must have angered someone. Otherwise, why would someone set up a trap just for you? Yi Xiaoqian said firmly, her expression certain. Hearing this, Chunfong immediately grew serious. Then Yi Xiaoqian continued, I've watched your videos several times. Although it looks quite realistic, there are actually major problems with it. As she spoke, Yi Xiaoqian pulled out her phone, opened the video, and started playing it right in front of Chunfong. The images were utterly indecent. Chunfong couldn't even bear to look. Missy, can we talk about something else? No, we have to talk about this, Yi Xiaoqian refused flatly. She calmly watched the video, occasionally pausing to freeze frame certain shots and analyzing them. Look at the man in the video. Even though his face is yours, the overall image is somewhat blurry. And honestly, his build doesn't really match yours. I think this video has been photoshopped and digitally altered. What do you think? Prompted by Yi Xiaoqian, Chunfong began paying closer attention. As the video played on, he gradually became more convinced. The footage looked highly suspicious and clearly wasn't real. Chapter 195. The two arrived at the luxurious hotel from last night. Since the hotel owner was acquainted with the Yi family, Yi Xiaoqian simply greeted him and obtained the surveillance footage from outside the hotel the previous night. According to the recording, Chunfong got into Huang Minghu's private car after drinking, but instead of leaving, the vehicle circled around and came back. Huang Minghu and Huang Jiaowei stood together for a brief conversation, but the content no longer mattered. This was already enough to prove that it was an elaborate setup by the Huang family. Those bastards, acting one way to your face and another behind your back. Chunfong narrowed his eyes, a flash of anger crossing his face. He had trusted Huang Minghu, so he let his guard down. Otherwise, he never would have touched that drink, or would have tested it with a silver needle before consuming. Now that the incident had occurred, the only thing left to do was track down these masterminds, force them to confess the truth, and thus regain Jiang Shi's forgiveness. Previously, he hadn't been able to contact Huang Jiaowei, leaving Chunfong helpless. But now he wasn't worried anymore. If he couldn't find Huang Jiaowei, he could go straight to Huang Minghu. Miss Yi, thank you for reminding me. I know what to do now, Chunfong said gratefully to Yi Xiaoqian. Treat me to a meal sometime. Yi Xiaoqian smiled lightly, glancing at the spotted dog beside Chunfong, who clearly looked disgruntled, walking peacefully by the lake earlier, only to be suddenly dragged into the city hotel. This little guy, what are you going to do with him? Want me to take him back for you? Sure. Chunfong immediately handed the leash to Yi Xiaoqian, saving himself a trip so he could head directly to confront Huang Minghu. Although Huang Minghu's phone remained unreachable, as the chairman of Huang Group and a prominent figure in Jiangzhou's business circle, coupled with his extremely conspicuous private car, wherever he showed up was practically impossible to hide. Chunfong quickly learned through Lu Jinxing's network that Huang Minghu's car was parked outside Jiangnan Club. Got it. Chunfong nodded and headed straight for Jiangnan Club. Inside the sauna room at Jiangnan Club, father and son, Huang Minghu and Huang Fading, lay on bamboo beds, enjoying professional massages from skilled attendants. Both men were rather heavy-set, with high blood lipid and glucose levels, so they frequently visited for saunas, which helped lower these numbers effectively. Son, did you learn something? Never hate your enemy. That blinds your judgment. Huang Minghu proudly recounted his scheme as a teaching case for his son. Precisely because he didn't harbor hatred toward Chunfong, he personally approached him for help. Not only getting Chun to resolve his construction permit issue, but also seizing the opportunity when Chun was off guard to deliver a devastating blow. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Dad, you're right. I need to learn well. Huang Fading agreed earnestly, nodding his head, but then added with some dissatisfaction. Still, don't you think this retaliation is too mild? Even if public opinion explodes, it might not hurt that kid much. You'd be wrong there. That Chin fellow values his family deeply. With this scandal breaking, his household is bound to erupt in chaos. That gives young Master Ming plenty of room to maneuver, Huang Minghu said, sipping water with a pleased smile. Causing him all this trouble, isn't that sufficient? Must we go all out until someone's dead? We're businessmen, making money comes first. Everything else is secondary. As the father and son spoke, suddenly, the door to the sauna swung open. A tall figure strode in from outside. Chapter 196. And Mr. Chun? Huang Minghu's pupils instantly shrank at Chunfeng's sudden appearance. Huang Fading was also startled, but quickly forced a smile and said, Mr. Chun, you're here for a sauna too? What a delightful hobby. Chunfeng chuckled. I'm not here for the sauna. With that, he glanced at the two masseurs behind father and son. You two can leave early. Sensing the imposing aura emanating from Chunfeng, the two masseurs exchanged a glance and quickly scurried away. Now, only Chunfeng and the Huangfida remained inside the sauna room. The temperature in the room was already high, but now, as the two men looked at each other, they both felt like they couldn't breathe. Mr. Chun, you're here to see us about something? Huang Minghu asked, clearly nervous, yet trying hard to appear calm. What do you think? Chunfeng shot back. What exactly happened last night? Mr. Chun, didn't we just have dinner together last night to establish some ground rules? I left early afterward. I had no idea you and my niece ended up sleeping together. I don't know what went down at all. Huang Minghu quickly distanced himself from the situation, acting as if nothing could possibly concern him. Mr. Chun, could it be that the video went viral and your wife got upset? Huang Fading couldn't resist adding with a hint of gossiping curiosity. Chunfeng ignored Huang Fading completely, instead hurling the hotel surveillance footage directly into Huang Minghu's face. You claim you don't know? Then why did the car that drove me back make a loop and return to the hotel? And why were you and your niece standing together, scheming something? Chunfeng narrowed his eyes and demanded. Faced with such undeniable evidence, Huang Minghu immediately lost his composure, stammering, that, I was drunk last night, blacked out completely. Honestly, I don't remember anything. How about this, Mr. Chun? Why don't you go ask my niece? Call her and find out from her. Asking her isn't nearly as straightforward as asking you. Chunfeng replied coolly, now almost certain that the mastermind behind it all was this smirking hypocrite standing before him. Whoosh! In one swift motion, Chunfeng plucked a silver needle, flicked it with his finger, and sent it flying straight into Huang Fading's lower spine. Huang Fading felt a sudden jolt of numbness surge through his body, and then, to his horror, realized he could no longer feel or move anything below his waist. What's happening? Why do I feel like I'm paralyzed? Huang Fading gasped in shock. That's exactly right, Chunfeng said quietly. Right now, you are paralyzed. Unless I remove the needle, you'll spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair, unable to control your bladder or bowels. Upon hearing this, Huang Fading was on the verge of tears, frantically pleading. Brother, this whole thing was my dad's plan. I've got nothing to do with it. If you're going to use needles, use them on him. Why are you doing this to me? Haven't you heard the saying a son pays for his father's debts? Chunfeng sneered coldly. Now it was Huang Minghu's turn to sweat bullets. He had mentally prepared himself to deny everything, but never expected Chunfeng to resort to such underhanded tactics, targeting his own son. After all, he hadn't even gotten a grandson yet. If his son became permanently paralyzed, the Huang family line might very well end here. But to confess everything now would mean all his scheming amounted to nothing, and that thought filled him with begone. Boss Huang, Chunfeng said calmly, sitting comfortably as if unaffected by the tension. You went through so much trouble just to hang an affair scandal on me. My wife is furious and has already left home, but she'll probably come back after some time. It's not exactly an unforgivable crime, right? As for your son, though, to become crippled at such a young age, having his entire future ruined, truly tragic. Chapter 197. Upon hearing this, Huang Minghu immediately fell into conflict. Of course, he didn't want to tell the truth, otherwise all these efforts would have been in vain. But what Chunfeng said made perfect sense, leaving him with no way to argue. Dad, save me. I'm your flesh and blood. Huang Fading, terrified that his father might abandon him, quickly opened his eyes wide and pleaded desperately. If I end up crippled, you'll be the one who ruined the Huang family. Even our late grandparents won't forgive you. These words put immense pressure on Huang Minghu. He pulled out a cigar, lit it, took a couple of puffs, and finally spoke. Mr. Chun, I really have nothing to do with this. My niece, she's the lover of Mingyu, the young master of the Ming family. I don't know what agreement they reached, but she was determined to seduce you into bed. I only helped a little as an elder relative. The young master Ming bought her a villa in the suburbs for their trysts. Huang Minghu immediately gave Chunfeng the address of the villa. Chunfeng got exactly what he wanted, then nodded slightly. All right. With that, he turned and began walking away. Mr. Chun, I've told you everything I know. What about my son? Huang Minghu pointed at his paralyzed boy. Your son will be fine. Let him live like a disabled man for a few days. Once I settle everything, I'll come back and remove the needles. Chunfeng said indifferently. How could he not be cautious with someone like this two-faced snake? If he didn't leave a backup plan, Huang Minghu would surely tip off the others the moment he left, making things complicated again. Huang Minghu could do nothing but accept his fate helplessly, nodding reluctantly. Mr. Chun, then please hurry. I heard my niece is preparing to immigrate overseas and is already arranging exit procedures. Just wait. After saying that, Chunfeng walked away without looking back. In a villa on the outskirts of the city, dressed in a silk nightgown, Huang Jiahui sat in the living room, searching for the latest flights abroad. Although the video had gone viral online and damaged her reputation, she didn't care, because Mingyu had promised her a huge sum of money, and soon she'd be leaving for a luxurious life overseas. Once there, she could change her name, who would recognize her? And who knew? She might even meet some genuine handsome Western men. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound from outside. Is it you, Yugo? Thinking it was Ming Yu coming to deliver her money, Huang Jiahui rushed excitedly to open the door. But the moment she saw who was standing there, she froze. Chin mister. How did you find me here? Huang Jiahui instinctively stepped back, guilt flashing across her face. Chunfong didn't beat around the bush. Your uncle Huang Minghu told me. What? What did my uncle tell you? Huang Jiahui grew even more nervous. What do you think? Chunfong narrowed his eyes slightly, imposing tremendous psychological pressure. How would I know? Since you're already here, how about we do something fun instead? Huang Jiahui forced a smile, then suddenly untied the sash of her white nightgown right before Chunfong, opening her arms as if to embrace him. This was her signature move. Whenever faced with a man she couldn't handle, she'd resort to throwing herself at him. With her figure and beauty, no normal man could resist. But Chunfong simply pushed her onto the sofa. Do you want to be on top? Huang Jiahui blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing at Chunfong with eager anticipation. Chunfong walked straight up to her, looked down at this seductive temptress, and slowly pulled out several gleaming silver needles. Seeing those sharp needles, Huang Jiahui instantly tensed up. What is this? Some new game? You guess. Chunfong smirked. Since Huang Jiahui refused to speak the truth, he'd show her firsthand exactly what it meant to ruthlessly crush a blooming flower. Chapter 198. In the city, at Jiang Shiyao and Li Bo's home. Because her elder sister Jiang Shi had moved in with her daughter, Jiang Shiyao specially cooked a lavish dinner herself. Xiao, how's your little aunt's cooking? Jiang Shiyao asked with a smile, watching Chen Xiao devouring the food. Little aunt is the best chef in the world, Chen Xiao replied cheerfully. She had said the exact same thing to Chunfong before. Hee. Praise from her niece made Jiang Shiyao especially happy. After all, she rarely cooked. Then, she noticed her older sister Jiang Shi sitting across from her. She seemed to have no appetite at all, having taken only a few bites of plain rice before putting down her chopsticks. Sis, are you still feeling down? Jiang Shiyao pouted, also setting her chopsticks aside. After a moment, she said thoughtfully, actually, I think if my husband had half the talent brother-in-law has, earning tens, or even hundreds of millions just by healing people, buying me a luxury mansion by Guyun Lake. Even if he messed around on the side, I could probably accept it. Really? At these words, Li Bo immediately perked up excitedly. Just forget it. With your current income, don't even dream about it. Jiang Shiyao instantly shot him a dirty look. Li Bo scratched his head and laughed, then added, yeah, sis, in modern society, wealthy men face so many temptations. It's not easy for brother-in-law. And those tycoons in Hong Kong? Even crazier, they each have several concubines. Neither of them wanted the conflict to escalate. After all, their current brother-in-law was now their golden goose. Back in the day, even when Chunfong hadn't cheated, they often pressured Jiang Shi to get a divorce quickly. But now that Chunfeng's infidelity was confirmed, with video evidence, no less, they were suddenly advising Jiang Shi not to take it too seriously. I don't care how others live, but I have emotional defeat. I simply can't tolerate this kind of thing. Jiang Shi shook her head, her beautiful face pale, her voice firm and resolute. Sis, then what do you plan to do? Are you really going to divorce him? Jiang Shiyao asked tentatively. Jiang Shi nodded. Yes, my daughter stays with me. Let him go off and mess around by himself. Seeing Jiang Shi's unwavering stance and unwillingness to listen to reason, Jiang Shiyao and Li Bo exchanged a glance, both appearing helpless. Just then, the doorbell rang. See? Brother-in-law must be here to apologize, Li Bo said eagerly as he rushed to open the door. But instead of Chunfong, he found Ming Yu, the young heir of the Ming group, standing outside. Young Master Ming, it's you? Ming Yu nodded, holding a gift in hand, speaking gently. I've been a bit worried about Shi's mental state, so I came to check on her. With that, Ming Yu stepped inside and saw Jiang Shi sitting silently in the dining area. Jiang Shi was in a bad mood, and despite Ming Yu's arrival, her attitude remained cold and distant, not even bothering to greet him. Shi, seeing you're all right, I feel relieved, Ming Yu said with a nod, playing the role of the warm, considerate man perfectly. This is just a small token of my concern. He placed the gift on the table. Of course, such things are hard to accept. Take your time to adjust. Don't rush back to work. I've temporarily reassigned your duties to someone else. Ming Yu spoke in a soothing tone, and knowing when to leave well enough alone, after expressing his concern, he politely excused himself. Young Master Ming, let me walk you out. Given Ming Yu's social status, Li Bo dared not be disrespectful, so he accompanied Ming Yu downstairs. Once they reached the ground floor, Ming Yu suddenly asked, what exactly is she thinking right now? Young Master Ming, how would I know? Li Bo scratched his head, pretending ignorance. You're her closest family, and she's living under your roof. How could you possibly not know? Ming Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, deciding not to press further. Instead, he changed his approach. I heard one of the deputy hospital directors is retiring soon. There's an opening. Would you like to step into that position for a couple of years? Sure enough, at these words, Li Bo hesitated immediately. Chapter 199. You're young, being a department head is impressive, sure, but only compared to average people. Making $1 million a year? That's not actually much, is it? But if you become deputy director, you'd have status, power, and earning 4 or 5 million annually would be effortless. Ming Yu said calmly. These words struck right at the heart of Li Bo. He had always been proud, but with Chunfeng's rise, his confidence had been steadily crumbling. He used to think $1 million a year was a huge amount, but now it felt like nothing. Clearly sensing Li Bo's hesitation, Ming Yu added, I can make this happen. I know your hospital's top leader personally. We're quite close. A phone call, a little gift, and it's settled. Of course, whether it works or not doesn't depend on me, but on you. Li Bo thought for a long time, then shook his head. Sorry, young Master Ming, I can't betray my family. When did I ask you to betray your family? This is just a simple transaction. You tell me Shi Yi's true feelings, and I get you the position of deputy director. One deal, that's all. Ming Yu smiled. This made it extremely hard for Li Bo to refuse. He lit a cigarette, took several puffs, and finally gave in. Young Master Ming, my sister's stance is that she can't accept this. If it's true, she plans to divorce my brother-in-law and live separately with her daughter. I see. Mingyu nodded. Upon hearing this news, a faint, satisfied smile appeared on his lips. It seemed his plan had succeeded. Young Master Ming, please don't betray me. Li Bo grabbed Mingyu's collar, saying anxiously, don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Mingyu nodded, then drove his Bentley further ahead. Inside the suburban villa. What kind of trick is this? It's actually thrilling. Huang Jiahui lay flat on the sofa, her body limp and boneless, allowing Chunfong to prick her with silver needles. Far from feeling pain, she didn't even show discomfort. Instead, she wore an expression of pleasure. This left Chunfong utterly stunned. He was extremely confident in his needle techniques. Though the needles were thin, hitting precise points could induce intense discomfort, extreme pain, tingling numbness, strange itchiness, the full range. Yet after nearly a full round on Huang Jiahui, she hadn't cried out for mercy. Instead, she grew more excited. Woman, are you some kind of masochist? In the end, Chunfong could only sigh in disbelief. Still unwilling to give up easily, he said sternly, Miss Huang, better confess honestly. How exactly did you frame me? Otherwise, I won't mind repeating what I just did to you. He expected these words might frighten or shake her, but instead, she eagerly replied, hurry, stab me. I can't wait. Chunfong felt like vomiting blood. With such extreme masochists, the harsher the treatment, the more aroused and delighted they became. There was simply no way to deal with someone like this. It seemed impossible to force her to talk. Sighing, Chunfong held on to a final thread of hope and tinglingly asked, I heard from your uncle that you used to be Mingyu's mistress. How much did he give you? If you tell me the truth, I'll double it. To his surprise, at these words, Huang Jiahui immediately gave in. Double it? You should have said so earlier. Chapter 200. Huang Jiahui, a social butterfly of the upper class who thrived on maneuvering between men, had only one true faith, money. In fact, even someone as wealthy as Huang Minghu, a billionaire tycoon, didn't love money nearly as much as Huang Jiahui did. For money, she would sell everything, her dignity, her body, even her soul. Master Ming gave me 20 million, plus this villa worth 8 million. If you transfer me 56 million right now, I'll immediately clear your name, Huang Jiahui said decisively. Fine. Chunfong didn't hesitate. He immediately transferred 56 million in cash to her via bank, exactly as she requested. If he had known it was this simple, he wouldn't have gone through all that unnecessary trouble. After receiving the money, Huang Jiahui's attitude flipped 180 degrees. Without waiting for Chunfong to ask, she spilled everything. Before Master Ming gave me the breakup money, he assigned me a task, to seduce you. The dinner last night was arranged by my uncle. He slipped a proper dose of anesthetic into your last drink. This matched perfectly with the deductions he and Yi Xiaoqian had made, as well as what Huang Minghu had already confessed. In fact, Master Ming had hidden cameras installed in the hotel room beforehand. But you passed out so deeply that nothing happened between us that night. So he took an old video of himself and me, used professional editing software to Photoshop your face over his, and then uploaded it, hiring internet trolls to stir up public outrage. If you want the original video, I have it on my phone, I'll send it to you. Huang Jiahui directly sent the video to Chunfong from her phone. Sure enough, in the original footage, the man was not Chunfong at all, it was Mingyu. This is sufficient, Chunfong nodded in satisfaction. Everything before had merely been testimony, witness accounts that couldn't fully eliminate suspicion. But this original video was solid evidence, not only clearing his name, but also exposing Mingyu as the mastermind behind it all. Still, Chunfong remained cautious. If I release this video, it won't cause any problems for you, right? No problem. Huang Jiahui shook her head firmly, then put on her sunglasses and said with Xiaosa charm. Anyway, I've already listed this house for sale. My passport, visa, and flight ticket are all ready. At first light, I'm gone. Whatever happens in Jiangzhou will no longer have anything to do with me. Then all the best. Safe travels. Chunfong simply bid her farewell before leaving. On the drive back, Chunfong eagerly pulled out his phone and called Jiangxi. Babe, let's meet up. About today's matter, I've made progress. I'll explain everything in person. Worried it would be too confusing over the phone, he didn't elaborate much, only set a meeting. He figured once he saw his wife and presented the evidence, all misunderstandings would vanish instantly. I don't want to see you right now, Jiangxi replied coldly. But yes, we should meet. We need to talk properly. Then tomorrow, I'll come find you in the morning, Chunfong suggested. Jiangxi gave only a faint reply before hanging up. Chunfong didn't call again. Instead, he drove back to his new home and waited excitedly for dawn. Meanwhile, Huang Jiahui had packed all her belongings, put on her sunglasses, wheeled her suitcase to a taxi, and headed straight for the airport to catch the first flight at daybreak. On the way, seeing countless missed calls on her phone, she sneered, then simply ripped out the SIM card and threw it away. At the same time, Mingyu, who had been trying and failing to reach Huang Jiahui, grew increasingly dark-faced, almost losing his composure. Can't even get through to her. What the hell is this woman doing? Chapter 201. Not being able to reach Huang Jiahui gave Mingyu a bad feeling. He immediately drove through the night straight to the suburban villa. But when he arrived, he found the main gate locked tight, with a for sale sign posted at the entrance. Seeing Mingyu's dark expression, the vice president standing beside him spoke cautiously. Young Master Ming, didn't you promise earlier that this house would be left to Miss Huang? Her putting it up for sale should be considered normal, shouldn't it? No. Mingyu shook his head. Although he had promised Huang Jiahui certain benefits and knew she was planning to go abroad soon, he understood deep down that this woman was money-grubbing and utterly unreliable, willing to help him for money, but just as likely to betray him for the same reason. This woman has very likely already betrayed me. Mingyu's sixth sense grew stronger by the second. Though the possibilities seemed slim, years of business experience taught him one thing: never take chances. Always act with certainty, never rely on luck. He had drunk a few glasses of alcohol earlier in the evening, so he let the vice president drive for him. Any hint of sleepiness he might have had vanished instantly. It seems I'll have to initiate a new plan. The next day, Jiangxi woke up early, sitting in the living room with her daughter, waiting for Chunfeng's arrival. Jiang Shiyao and her husband Li Bo had also taken time off work to keep Jiang Shi company as they waited. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. My brother-in-law is here. I'll get the door. Li Bo quickly stood up and went to open it, only to freeze in shock. Standing at the doorway wasn't Chunfong, it was Mingyu. Young Master Ming, what are you doing here again? Seeing Mingyu, Li Bo instinctively felt uneasy. Is she here? Mingyu asked. Spotting Jiang Shi seated on the sofa in the living room, he addressed her directly. Shi, I've learned some details about your husband and that woman. It's too complicated to explain over the phone, so I came personally to tell you face to face. This statement surprised not only Li Bo, but also Jiang Shiyao and Jiang Shi. If yesterday Mingyu's visit was merely an attempt to win Jiang Shi's favor, today's visit raised serious questions about his true intentions. Mingyu walked into the living room, didn't even accept a glass of water, and got straight to the point. That woman's name is Huang Jiahui. She's the adopted daughter of Huang Minghu, chairman of Huang Group, trained specifically to be a socialite used to manipulate married men. According to information I've gathered, your husband has recently been doing business with Huang Minghu. This may well be Huang Minghu's method of controlling your husband. Also, I have contacts in the hospital who told me that Huang Minghu visited the hospital that night and, through backdoor channels, purchased certain anesthetic drugs. Those drugs were most likely used to subdue your husband, leading him right into a sex trap. I've consulted an anesthesiologist as well. This drug can induce unconsciousness for at least 8 hours or more. Therefore, that viral video circulating online, what everyone's talking about, might not even be real. Mingyu said all this with an earnest expression. At this moment, he appeared less like a schemer and more like an honest seeker of truth. Seeing Mingyu actually come forward to defend Chunfong, both Li Bo and Jiang Shiyao felt utterly bewildered. Jiang Shi herself stared in stunned silence. The flood of information overwhelmed her, and after a long pause, she murmured, "Are you saying all of this was a setup by the Huang family? That they framed my husband, and in reality, he didn't actually cheat?" Chapter 202. Based on what I currently know, that's very likely the case, Mingyu nodded. So my advice is, you and your husband should communicate properly. Clear up any misunderstandings face to face. Otherwise, you're playing right into someone else's hands. These words deeply impacted Jiang Shi. Her mood had been Chunfong, convinced that her husband had cheated, unable to tolerate such a fact. She'd even prepared to confront Chunfong and file for divorce. But now she learned that Chunfong had only been framed. The tension in her heart finally loosened. Master Ming, thank you so much for telling me all this, Jiang Shi said gratefully toward Mingyu for his proactive disclosure of information. You're welcome. It's the least I could do, Mingyu replied, behaving exactly like the perfect gentleman. This was his backup plan B. Once plan A failed, he would immediately switch sides, publicly helping Chunfong clear his name, shifting all blame squarely onto the Huang family, thus securing himself a completely safe position. Even if he couldn't win, at the very least, he wouldn't lose. Just then, the doorbell rang again. This time, it was finally Chunfong arriving late. As soon as he stepped inside, he began to explain himself to Jiang Shi, but instead of anger, she suddenly smiled, stepped forward, and embraced him gently. Honey, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive yesterday. Now I know, you didn't cheat. You were set up. How did you find out? Chunfong was taken aback by her sudden change of attitude. He himself had spent most of the night using every method available, spending heavily, just to uncover the truth and gather evidence. It was Master Ming who told me. Jiang Shi pointed toward Mingyu sitting calmly on the living room sofa. He said he uncovered the truth, that the one framing you is the chairman of Huang Corporation. Oh, Chunfong turned to look at Mingyu, eyes slightly narrowed. Don't mention it. It was my duty. After all, Uncle Jiang called me before returning to the provincial capital, asking me to take good care of his daughter, Mingyu said coolly, sipping plain water with a calm expression. There was even a faint smile on his face, one of confidence in his own judgment. Even if Chunfong eventually discovered the truth and realized he was the mastermind behind it all, it wouldn't matter. He had already secured Jiang Shi's trust and left no traceable evidence. He wasn't afraid of any accusations. Chunfong stroked his chin, looking at Mingyu with an ambiguous half-smile. Clearly, Chunfong understood this perfectly, and so, he chose not to say anything at all. Instead, he quietly drafted a text message and sent it to Huang Minghu. Master Ming, seriously, I really have to thank you for clearing my name. If not for you, I'd be in deep trouble, Chunfong said, extending his hand toward Mingyu. My pleasure, Mingyu responded with strong composure, shaking his hand firmly. On the surface, the two appeared reconciled. Seeing this, both Jiang Shiyao and Li Bo breathed sighs of relief. Who would have thought it turned out this way? Big sister, big brother. If you're back together, that's truly wonderful. Let's go out and have some dim sum breakfast together. Jiang Shiyao suggested joyfully. Since everyone had skipped breakfast earlier due to their heavy hearts, they unanimously agreed. They headed out together and entered a nearby Hong Kong-style dim sum restaurant, sitting down for breakfast, eating and chatting. The atmosphere seemed exceptionally harmonious. Yet shortly after, a brand new topic suddenly surged to the top of Jiangzhou's local trending list. Damn it, Li Bo suddenly received a push notification from an app. He opened it and was instantly stunned. Chapter 203. Shortly after, the rest of those present also received push notifications. The topic had gone viral and shot straight to number 1 on the trending list. Countless people were discussing it. Wait, isn't this video exactly the same as yesterday's? Not quite. The woman is the same, but look at the man. His face is someone completely different. So yesterday's video was fake, edited with Photoshop? No wonder it looked a bit unnatural. This guy looks familiar. Hey, isn't he Mingyu, the young heir of Ming's Group? No way. It really is young Master Ming. Never thought young Master Ming would be this kind of person. All that ideal CEO image he built up was just for show. But then again, he's not married. Sleeping with a woman isn't that big a deal. It's immoral. He should be condemned. Although this controversy had been orchestrated by Huang Minghu hiring online trolls, once it caught fire, it inevitably sparked widespread public discussion. After all, Mingyu, as the heir of Ming's Group, was highly educated, exceptionally capable, good-looking, and until now had never had any scandals. His public image had always been that of a charismatic corporate idol. Now that this genuine video had surfaced, his reputation took an immediate nosedive. It was like what happened years ago to that famous actor. After the photo scandal broke, he was forced to leave the entertainment industry entirely. Inside the dim sum restaurant, everyone including Chunfong and Mingyu had seen the news. Young Master Ming, is that really you? Jiang Shiyao widened her beautiful eyes, staring at Mingyu with the eager curiosity of someone enjoying gossip. Jiang Shiying said nothing, only slightly furrowing her delicate brows. Clearly, the lofty impression she'd held of Mingyu had now completely shattered. Mingyu's expression turned extremely dark. As the mastermind behind such tactics, he could instantly tell this video hadn't blown up organically. There were invisible hands, troll armies, deliberately hyping it. This was a tactic he himself used often against business rivals. But now, having spent his life hunting eagles, he'd finally been pecked blind by one. The young lady in the video and I used to date. Mingyu explained helplessly, forcing himself to sound calm. We later realized we weren't compatible, so we broke up. Nobody responded. Chunfong, however, spoke up casually. Well, young Master Ming, you've always been single. Having a close female friend is natural. I'm just surprised how fast the internet spreads these days. It blew up out of nowhere. It doesn't matter, Mingyu replied, still feigning indifference, appearing unperturbed. I'm not some celebrity. I don't care about this sort of thing. In truth, his heart was churning with rage, and he barely resisted the urge to punch Chunfong hard in the face. He had changed his plan specifically to preserve his positive image in front of Jiang Shiying. But now, with this indecent video leaked, that carefully constructed image lay in ruins. It didn't matter much to others, but Jiang Shiying was different. He had long hoped to eventually replace Chunfong, marry Jiang Shiying, and become the prestigious son-in-law of the Jiang family in the provincial capital. With this scandal, even the slim chance he'd had now seemed nearly impossible. I'm done eating. I have work back at the company. I'll go first. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Mingyu paid the bill and left alone. Only when he returned to his Bentley did he finally let his anger explode. He slammed his fist violently into the windshield, cracking it with a loud snap. Damn bastard. Just you wait. Chapter 204. Jiangnan Province, provincial capital. Inside a grand mansion overlooking the Yangtze River, Jiang Huizhong and his wife Jiang Lan sat in a pavilion, facing a middle-aged man who was reporting with great caution all that had occurred in Jiangzhou over the past few days. This included not only events known to the public, but even obscure details unknown to most. The man recounted everything as vividly as a storyteller, leaving nothing out. Thus, the couple came to understand the full picture of what had transpired. I always thought young Master Ming was an upright gentleman. Never expected he'd resort to such despicable moves just for profit. Jiang Lan couldn't help but sigh. This incident had given her a much clearer perception of Mingyu. A man like this, hypocritical on the surface and scrupulous in action, was utterly unreliable. If he became their son-in-law, their daughter would surely suffer. And so, Jiang Lan now felt increasingly satisfied with Chunfong. Those who accomplish great things don't get bogged down by trifles. You simply haven't seen enough of the world. The power struggles among nobility are 1,000 times darker. To achieve greatness, one must have the resolve to achieve their goals by any means necessary, and face the abyss head-on, Jiang Huizhong said calmly. He waved his hand, signaling others to withdraw. Old Jiang, aren't you thinking that character matters most? Jiang Lan asked. Character is important, yes. But if someone wants to become a son-in-law of our Jiang family, they also need real strength. Otherwise, they won't stand firm. Jiang Huizhong sighed lightly. In this round of confrontation, these two young men are evenly matched. Neither has won nor lost. Let's see if the next round brings more fascinating maneuvers. There was a faint note of anticipation in Jiang Huizhong's voice. Beside him, Jiang Lan could only silently sigh. She disapproved of her husband treating people like chess pieces, yet she was helpless. She couldn't change anything. After all, times had changed. Her husband was no longer the obscure middle-aged office worker he once was. After the misunderstanding was cleared, Jiang Shi took her daughter home. Life resumed its normal course. Chunfong kept his promise, personally cooked at home, and invited Yi Xiaoqian over for a lavish dinner, as a way of thanking her for her support during his time of confusion. In addition, Chunfong found time to remove the silver needles from Huang Fading's lumbar region, fully restoring his health. Huang Minghu assured Chunfong that their agreement remained unchanged. Once the investment company's approval procedures were complete, Jiang Shi would be arranged to join as an executive director, overseeing relevant business operations. As for your matter, it's still up in the air. Let's wait until the company is officially established. For now, I'll keep working. Recently I got a raise. The pay is pretty good. If I quit now, I'd lose this month's salary. When Chunfong proposed the idea of Jiang Shi quitting her job to become a director, she didn't reject it outright, but neither did she agree immediately. Instead, she chose a cautious approach. All right then. Chunfong could only nod in agreement. That day, while on her way to work, Jiang Shi suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number outside the city. Assuming it was some advertisement, she almost ignored it, but upon answering, realized it wasn't. The caller turned out to be a relative from Chunfeng's hometown. Immediately, Jiang Shi called Chunfong. Honey, just now a girl called me. She said she's your younger sister, Chunning. At the sound of that name, Chunfong froze instantly. Memories of his original family surged into his mind. Chapter 205. Chunfong was born in a small county under the administration of Jiangzhou City. He had been bright and intelligent since childhood, once an outstanding student both academically and morally. But during middle school, influenced by a group of reckless friends, he gradually gave in to indulgence and pleasure, eventually developing a terrible gambling habit. Before he realized it, he had accumulated over 100,000 yuan in high-interest debt, an astronomical sum for his family. To avoid dragging his parents and younger sister into his troubles, Chunfong chose to leave without saying goodbye. He took several thousand yuan from the household safe and left home alone to survive in Jiangzhou. It was in Jiangzhou that he met Jiang Shi. The two fell in love, married, and started a family. All along, Chunfong carried deep guilt toward his family, so much so that he never dared to face them again. Even in his previous life, after becoming the most powerful figure in Jiangnan province, he still lacked the courage to return to his hometown. Yet deep inside, Chunfong still held a lingering affection for his family. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Why would his younger sister Chen Ning, whom he hadn't spoken to in years, suddenly call him? Could something have happened at home? Your sister said she couldn't get in touch with you, so she came to me instead. She said. Jiang Shi's voice trembled, as if afraid to continue. What did she say? Chunfong asked urgently. She said your mother was in a car accident last night. The hospital has issued a critical condition notice. Before she passed out, the last word she called was your name. At those words, Chunfong felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in his ears, leaving his mind instantly blank. He had always assumed that after he left, his family, though grieved for a time, would eventually return to normal life, and perhaps even find happiness. He never imagined they would be struck by such misfortune. Recalling how he had stolen money from home and vanished without a trace, yet his mother had called out for him in her unconscious state after all these years, an overwhelming wave of guilt crashed over Chunfong. His eyes instantly reddened. Honey, take our daughter and come pick me up. I'll ask for leave right away. Let's go together to see your mother. Jiang Shi spoke gently, effectively making the decision for Chunfong and helping him take that first difficult step forward. She immediately called the vice president of Ming Group to request leave. Manager Jiang, you just took leave not long ago. Requesting another leave so soon might be hard to approve. I'll need to consult young Master Ming first and see what he says. If we can't arrange enough personnel, I'm afraid we won't be able to approve it, the vice president said hesitantly. After all, Ming Group's rules and regulations were quite strict. The reason Jiang Shi's previous leave had been granted so easily was because Ming Yu had already anticipated it and personally informed the vice president beforehand. This time, without Ming Yu's instructions, the vice president wouldn't dare to make exceptions lightly. But Jiang Shi's tone was firm. Vice president, please submit my request. If my leave isn't approved, then I'll have no choice but to resign on the spot. Hearing this, the vice president immediately changed his attitude. Manager Jiang, don't be rash. Let me make a call. Wait just a moment. 5 minutes later, the vice president called back, informing her that Ming Group had officially approved Jiang Shi's leave application and would immediately dispatch a temporary store manager to replace her duties. Jiang Shi packed her belongings and waited by the roadside. Soon, Chunfong arrived with their daughter, driving up to meet her. Then, the family of 3 set off directly from the city, heading toward Chunfeng's hometown county. Chapter 206. Chunfong drove for dozens of kilometers along mountain roads, bringing his wife and child to Choshan County, the most remote and poorest county under Jiangzhou's jurisdiction. Even though Chunfong hadn't returned for many years, the streets, buildings, and every tree and blade of grass here had hardly changed at all. In this era of rapid economic growth and booming real estate development, Choshan County, due to its remote location and constant population outflow, simply hadn't had any chance to develop. Maybe the idea that my family would be better off without me was just wishful thinking, Chunfong thought quietly. All he hoped for now was that his mother might still be safe and alive. Now that he was in a much better position in life, he could finally improve his family's circumstances and overcome any difficulty they faced. The greatest sorrow in life is when one wishes to care for their parents, but finds they are no longer there to receive it. Because Choshan County's urban area was small, and there was only one major hospital in town, they arrived at the hospital quickly. Meanwhile, inside the ICU ward of the hospital's inpatient department, a middle-aged woman covered in blood lay unconscious in an isolation room. Her entire body was hooked up to tubes and surrounded by medical equipment. Her life sustained entirely by these machines. Due to the severity of her injuries, the young nurse assigned to monitor her dared not touch her. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to remove this patient's oxygenator and ventilator right away? Why are they still connected? A chief physician in a white coat walked over, frowning in dissatisfaction at the sight. Director Liu, the patient's condition is extremely critical. She can't even breathe on her own. If we remove the ventilator, how will she survive? The nurse asked cautiously. Do you know how few ventilators we have in this hospital? Less than 10. Do you have any idea how expensive they are? And the patient's daughter only paid 30,000 yuan for treatment fees, which has long been used up, and we can't even get in touch with her. Director Liu snapped, his face stern. As head of the intensive care unit, he'd seen it all. Long accustomed to life and death struggles, he had grown a heart of stone. To him, life was money, no right to live. After all, the ICU wasn't a charity. Staying here cost at least tens of thousands per day in medical fees. Director Liu, I can't bring myself to do it. The young nurse shook her head again, clearly torn with guilt. Director Liu was exasperated. In a cold voice, he said, fine, then I'll do it myself. You watch carefully. Learn from this. To be honest, after working here long enough, you'll realize human lives aren't that valuable. Sometimes, they're not much different from lab rats or Xiaobai rabbits. As he spoke, he began operating the ventilator, preparing to shut it down and cut off the supply of fresh oxygen to the woman. And don't feel guilty. Think about it. Her own daughter abandoned her. What obligation do we have to see this through? A true old fox, a veteran ward director. At first glance, his words seemed logical. The young nurse appeared swayed, standing silently. But just then, a thunderous shout suddenly echoed down the hallway. Stop! Don't touch my mom! Down the corridor, a tall young man rushed forward rapidly. Behind him followed a young mother and her little daughter. It was Chunfeng's family, arriving at the most critical moment. Chapter 207. Who are you to Wang Xiangqin? Director Liu turned around and looked at the 3 members of Chunfeng's family with confusion. She's my mother, Chunfong said slowly, each word heavy with emotion. Oh, I thought she only had a daughter. Didn't know she had a son too. Director Liu nodded, glancing at Chunfong. Seeing how ordinary he appeared, he added in a scornful tone. If you want her to keep using the ventilator, fine, but go pay the outstanding fees immediately. Every second spent in ICU is money, every single second. But Chunfong completely ignored Director Liu. He walked straight to the bedside and saw his mother lying there unconscious, her life hanging in the balance. 2 streams of hot tears instantly poured down his cheeks. He had been away from home for only 5 or 6 years, yet his mother's hair was now completely white, her face lined with deep wrinkles. She looked as if she'd aged decades. Clearly, life hadn't been kind to her all these years. Mom, I failed you as your son. I haven't come to see you all these years. Chunfong dropped to his knees beside the bed. Seeing this scene, the young nurses nearby were moved. But Director Lu snorted in contempt. Don't put on a show. I've seen this act too many times. You people always talk about filial piety, but when it comes to action, if you really cared, just pay the medical bills. Words mean nothing without money. Chunfong suddenly lifted his gaze and challenged him. Are you a doctor or a businessman? As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Chunfong didn't charge fixed fees. He charged more from the wealthy, but charged little or even treated for free those who were poor. That was the heart of a true healer. Seeing that Director Lu had no answer, Chunfong continued. You look at us and assume we're poor, so you treat our lives as meaningless. Is that it? Ask yourself honestly, do you deserve to call yourself a doctor? Hearing this, Director Lu's expression darkened instantly. He growled. You penniless beggars can't even scrape together a penny, yet you stand here spouting grand morals. Let me make one thing clear. Every piece of equipment in ICU costs money. No money, no right to stay here. The moment you pay, we'll arrange the best treatment for your mother. I'll personally perform the surgery, guaranteed she'll be safe. But if you can't pay, don't even talk to me. He waved his hand dismissively. Just you, you're not even worthy. Chunfong shook his head with a cold laugh. Then, without another word, he pulled out a bank card and handed it to Jiangxi. Honey, go settle the bill. Pay whatever they demand. Okay. Jiangxi nodded and took the card. You dare say I'm unworthy? Who the hell do you think you are? What makes you so special? Director Lu sneered, radiating an overwhelming sense of superiority. But the moment he saw the bank card Chunfong had produced, his entire body froze. Because the card was pure gold, with a frosted dragon pattern etched on the back. Even in the dim evening light, it shimmered brilliantly, impossible to ignore. The surrounding nurses, watching quietly, were stunned by the sight of such an extraordinary card. Wow, why is this card golden? I've never seen anything like this. Isn't this the exclusive gold dragon card issued by Jiangnan Bank's headquarters? I heard you need at least 10 million yuan in deposits to qualify. No, it's not 10 million. It's 100 million. 1 billion. Good heavens. When they realized Chunfong was worth over 1 billion yuan, every medical staff member present, including Director Lu, was utterly shocked into silence. Chapter 208. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry. I spoke too harshly just now. But please understand, that wasn't my intention at all. Director Lu quickly adjusted his attitude, putting on a respectful smile as he stepped forward to apologize. He was a man who bowed deeply to the rich, yet looked down his nose at the poor. Several young nurses couldn't help but look at him with disdain. But Chunfong didn't even glance at Director Lu. Instead, he pulled out his phone and called Lu Jianxin in Jiangzhou. Men like Lu Jianxin, who lived in the gray areas of society, had wide-ranging connections and knew people from all walks of life. It didn't take long before Lu Jianxin located the medical division head in Qiushui County. That official immediately placed a call to the hospital's chief operating officer. Soon, the elderly executive vice president, dragging his chronically sore legs, hurried over to the ICU ward to meet Chunfong. Mr. Chun, I'm truly sorry for keeping you waiting. The hospital president looked to be in his mid-70s, gray-haired, visibly aged, yet his eyes were sharp and perceptive. President Gu, why you're actually here? Seeing his superior appear, Director Lu froze in shock. His heart first sank in fear, then swelled with wild excitement. Never had he imagined this dying female patient would have such an accomplished son. If he could treat her successfully, wouldn't he soar to success himself? With that thought, Director Lu rushed forward, pounding his chest. Mr. Chun, rest assured, I will cure your mother. I'll treat her like she's my own mother. His words were disgustingly sycophantic, but he didn't care one bit. Chunfong continued to ignore him completely. Instead, after greeting Chunfong, President Gu immediately turned to Director Lu and said, the patient is now under my direct care. I'm taking full charge. You're no longer involved. Oh, okay. Though resentful inside, Director Lu dared not protest and instead pressed, President Gu, Mr. Chun, if there's anything I can help with, just call me anytime. I won't ask for your help, replied President Gu sternly. Because starting right now, you're no longer the head of the isolation unit. You've been transferred to Cochin. What? At those words, Director Lu nearly burst into tears on the spot. Here, as department head, he easily earned hundreds of thousands each year, sometimes even over 1 million. But once moved to Cochin, he'd end up sweeping toilets and scrubbing urinals for the rest of his days. President Gu, don't do this to me. Mr. Chun, I was wrong, truly wrong. I'll count out to you. I'll count out to your mother. Please, give me one more chance. I beg you, please. On the spot, Director Lu dropped to his knees and clung tightly to Chunfeng's legs. 10 minutes earlier, how arrogant he had been. Now, how utterly wretched he appeared. Get lost. Chunfong merely uttered one low word, then kicked him hard, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away. Drag him out. President Gu immediately summoned security to haul Director Lu away, so he wouldn't continue causing trouble. Thanks to Chunfeng's payment of the full medical fees and Lu Jianxin pulling strings behind the scenes, medical resources were no longer an issue. President Gu called together several top specialists in the hospital to conduct a joint consultation for Wang Xiangqin. Wang Xiangqin's injuries were severe. The truck collision had damaged both bones and internal organs. Immediate surgery was essential, but her body was extremely weak. No one could say for certain whether she would survive the operation table. Hearing the grim prognosis from President Gu and the others, Chunfong clenched his fists tightly and solemnly uttered 3 words. Let me do it. Chapter 209. In the early hours of the morning, the operating room lights flashed on urgently. Chunfong, now wearing a sterilized white coat, entered the operating room. He didn't need to participate directly in the surgery. This wasn't his area of expertise. His presence here was necessary to sustain Wang Xiangqin's life force using the Taisu 9 needles, helping her survive this critical ordeal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chunfong flicked 3 silver needles and inserted them precisely into acupoints on Wang Xiangqin's head. Under the effect of the needles, part of Wang Xiangqin's latent potential was activated, temporarily boosting her vitality. Immediately afterward, Dean Ge led a team of senior surgeons who began the operation with clear roles and seamless coordination, not wasting even a single second. We finally made it. After several intense hours, just as dawn broke, Dean Gu and his team ceased their work and let out collective sighs of relief. Wang Xiangqin had just undergone major surgery. Her bones and internal organs had been repositioned and repaired. The most dangerous phase was over. From here on, careful care would ensure her recovery. It's unfortunate this patient missed the golden window for surgery. Otherwise, her condition wouldn't have been so perilous, one expert remarked objectively. The others nodded in agreement. Fearing that Chunfong might misunderstand and blame the hospital, Dean Gu quickly explained. Mr. Chun, we actually recommended surgery immediately when your mother arrived at the hospital. But since none of her immediate family members were present or reachable, no one could sign the informed consent form. There was nothing we could do. Where is my sister? Only then did Chunfong realize he hadn't seen his younger sister, Chunning, all night. I heard she came by earlier, paid 30,000 yuan for medical fees, then left due to some urgent matter, and since then, nobody could reach her. Dean Gu said, clearly not fully aware of the details himself. At this moment, two young nurses were brought before Chunfong. They knew the situation best. Your sister did come, sir. She stayed and looked after her for a while, but later in the evening, a group of friends showed up and called her away. I overheard them talking about taking her to a bar to drink and dance. Upon hearing this, Chunfong couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. His mother had just suffered a car accident, her life hanging in the balance, and his own sister, a daughter by blood, disregarded her completely, going off drinking and clubbing with friends instead, and then vanished the entire night, unreachable? It was simply outrageous. Soon, daylight filled the sky. Around 7 in the morning, voices echoed down the corridor. A young girl with revealing clothes and bright red-dyed hair was talking to a nurse, asking about the patient. Then the nurse guided the girl toward the private ICU ward where Wang Xiangqin lay. Brother? When the girl noticed the young man sitting beside her mother's bed, her eyes widened in disbelief. Chunfong turned and looked at her too. Xiaoning. Though they hadn't seen each other for years, despite his sister having grown taller and changed in appearance, Chunfong recognized her instantly. How could you let yourself become like this? Why didn't you stay at the hospital to take proper care of mom? I heard you went out singing and dancing with some friends. Chunfong demanded sternly. But at those words, Chunning suddenly exploded in anger, shouting back. Who are you? A dead man missing for 6 or 7 years, to lecture me? Chapter 210. These words cut deeply into Chunfong as well. He took a deep breath and said, just because I wasn't around, your mom's only daughter, why couldn't you take better care of her? Is drinking and singing with your friends more important than mom's life? If that's what you want to believe, then fine. Chunning shot back, her voice growing even louder. Seeing his sister acting like this, Chunfong felt frustration boiling inside him, a bitter disappointment that left him speechless. Without another word, he raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face. Slap. The crisp sound echoed sharply through the room. Everyone present froze in shock at the scene. Chunning clutched her stinging cheek, tears instantly spilling down her face. How dare you hit me? What gives you the right? Because I'm your brother. Chunfong replied firmly. You're not my brother. I don't have a brother. With those words, Chunning turned and fled out the door, her hand still pressed against her burning cheek. Seeing this, Jiangxi seemed about to say something. Don't bother with her. Let her fend for herself. Chunfong said coldly, his face grim. Jiangxi remained silent, though her delicate brows subtly tightened. As an observer, she could see things more clearly than Chunfong, whose anger clouded his judgment. Besides, when she had spoken with Chunning on the phone last night, she sensed that Chunning was actually a thoughtful and considerate girl, certainly not someone who would indulge in pleasure while neglecting her family. So why had she been nowhere to be seen all night? There might be more to this story. Honey, I think there's some misunderstanding between you and your sister. Just as Jiangxi was about to comfort Chunfong, sudden footsteps approached from outside the ward. Then, a group of heavily tattooed, burly men pushed open the door and strode in. Huh? Why isn't this woman dead yet? The leader, a large man covered in dragon tattoos, looked surprised upon seeing Wang Xiangqin lying on the bed, stable and breathing steadily. He scratched his head. Boss told us to come collect the body. She's still alive. What do we do now? Biao Ge, this doesn't make sense, one of the underlings said doubtfully. Yesterday when we came, she was barely clinging to life. How come today she looks even better? TCH, the tattooed man snorted. Boss was clear. Her corpse must be collected today. Since she's not dead, just yank out the tubes. Let's see if she stays alive then. With that, he marched toward Wang Xiangqin, reaching for her breathing tube. The nurse assigned to watch over Wang Xiangqin rushed forward to stop him, but the thug casually shoved her aside, sending her flying several meters backward. The young nurses scattered, terrified into silence by the gang's violent presence. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. You want to die? The tattooed man snapped his head toward the sound. Seeing only a seemingly ordinary young man, he sneered. Who the hell are you? Think you can interfere? You want to end up dealt with too? As he spoke, he stepped toward Chunfong, clenching his left fist and striking it repeatedly against his palm with loud thuds. I think you really are asking to die. Unfazed by the threat, Chunfong narrowed his eyes and lashed out with a powerful kick. Boom! The dragon-tattooed man went flying like a rocket, crashing straight through the hospital room's glass window before plummeting outside. A second or two later, there was a heavy thud as he smashed onto the ground below. Holy shit! The other thugs stood frozen in terror, then turned and bolted without looking back. They sprinted outside and rushed to check their boss's condition, only to find he was practically dead. Chapter 211. We've really run into trouble this time. Brother Biao is done for. Let's get out of here. The group of burly men exchanged glances, then simply ignored the dragon-tattooed man and scattered in all directions. The dragon-tattooed man had terrible luck, bumping straight into Chunfong at a moment when Chun was already in a bad mood. He showed no mercy at all. Even if the man somehow survived, he'd likely spend the rest of his life as a vegetable. Honey, are we going to be held responsible? When Jiangxi heard how severe the man's injuries were, she began to worry. After all, they lived in a society governed by law. Killing someone meant going to prison. Don't worry, this was self-defense. If he dies, it's his own fault, Chunfong said calmly. But immediately afterward, Chunfong frowned. Those people just now, they came after mom specifically. It seems mom has enemies here. That car accident might have been planned. Realizing this, Chunfong regretted acting so impulsively. He should have asked questions first before resorting to violence. Of course, with his medical skills, Chunfong could easily heal the dragon-tattooed man. But he didn't see the point. Once Wang Xiangqin recovered and woke up, the truth would come to light naturally. Besides, after using the Tai Su 9 needles the previous night to stabilize Wang Xiangqin's heart pulse, costing him some internal energy, he felt unusually exhausted. Honey, you look tired. Rest for a while. I'll keep watch, Jiang Shi said considerately. Chunfong thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, call me if anything happens. He unfolded a simple cot beside Wang Xiangqin's hospital bed and lay down, soon falling asleep. Jiang Shi stayed nearby with little Chen Xiao, the two of them keeping vigil. Then, in her sweet, childish voice, Chen Xiao asked, Mommy, who was that red-haired big sister just now? That's your auntie, your daddy's younger sister, Jiang Shi explained. Why did daddy hit his little sister? Chen Xiao continued, puzzled. I don't know. Maybe there's some misunderstanding. Jiang Shi shook her head. The more she thought about it, the more she sensed something was off. Chen Ning couldn't possibly be such a cold-hearted person. Luckily, Jiang Shi still had Chen Ning's call record on her phone. She dialed the number, calling as Chun Feng's wife, attempting to talk things through with her sister-in-law. Shouting, some things are hard to explain over the phone. Can we meet in person? Don't worry, I'll come alone. I won't bring your brother. Jiang Shi spoke cautiously. Chen Ning was silent for a moment, then gave the address of a milk tea shop. Okay, I'll be right there. Jiang Shi nodded, put down her phone, and told Chen Xiao to stay and watch over dad and grandma. Then she left the hospital and headed straight for the milk tea shop. Because of the complicated relationship and misunderstandings between the siblings Chunfong and Chen Ning, Jiang Shi felt it was both her duty and responsibility to clear the air and uncover the truth. Meanwhile, in the city of Qiushan, inside a high-end entertainment club, what? Biao the Loyal is dead, kicked to death? A middle-aged man with bare torso sat lounging, a cigar between his lips, flanked by two young college girls. Behind him stood a group of black-clad enforcers. When he learned that his trusted henchman, Biao the Loyal, had been beaten to death at the hospital, a look of shock flashed across his face. Yes, boss. Boss Biao led us back into the ward to pull the tubes. The mission was almost complete, when suddenly that woman Wang Xiangqin produced a son out of nowhere. He charged in, kicked once, and Boss Biao flew across the room. A trembling underling reported. You useless trash. Why didn't you all attack together? The man's expression turned dark. He snatched the ashtray off the coffee table and hurled it violently at his subordinate. Chapter 212. Boom. The ashtray smashed directly into the head of a burly man, instantly splitting his skull and drawing blood. The others kept their heads down, not daring to utter a word. The middle-aged man continued coldly. That woman, Wang Xiangqin, she came here seeking revenge on me because of her husband's death. She infiltrated my company for 2 whole years and took nearly all the financial records. Those documents must never see the light of day. So this woman has to die? I don't care what methods you use, just handle her. If you can't handle her, then I'll handle you. Understand? His face darkened like that of a venomous serpent, sending chills down everyone's spines. No one dared to speak. They could only nod meekly in silence. Inside a milk tea shop. Here you go, Xiaoning, your oat milk tea. Jiang Shi placed 2 freshly made milk teas on the table, handing one to Chen Ning. They sat together at the same table. Nearby was a middle school, so the place bustled with students. Chen Ning looked about 17 or 18, dressed in an edgy, alternative style that stood out awkwardly in the crowd. Her mental state was clearly poor, dark circles under her eyes, looking utterly drained. You shouldn't stay up so late. It's bad for your skin. Especially for us women, one night of sleep deprivation takes heaps of skincare to recover from, Jiang Shi said gently. She phrased it skillfully, not preaching from a superior, elder position, but speaking as an equal, subtly increasing her warmth and approachability. Sis, I don't usually stay up late. It's just these past few days. Mom had a car accident, and I didn't know what else to do. Chen Ning took a sip of her milk tea and sighed helplessly. I asked every relative I could think of at the time, but no one was willing to lend me money. In the end, a close friend introduced me to a man called Brother Jun. He runs a trust-based lending service. When he heard I needed cash, he immediately gave me 30,000. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi was inwardly shocked. She hadn't expected Chen Ning had actually taken out a loan shark loan. Having nearly fallen into a similar trap herself, she quickly pieced things together and asked, so last night, it was Brother Jun who specifically demanded you go sing and drink with him? Yeah, Chen Ning nodded. Clearly, Brother Jun wasn't interested in singing at all. With just 30,000 yuan, he had easily gained control over Chen Ning, leaving her powerless to resist his demands. Don't worry, this kind of problem is exactly what your brother excels at handling. He knows how to deal with people like that, Jiang Shi said with a reassuring smile. Hearing this, Chen Ning frowned, unable to hold back her question. Sis, is my brother also involved in the underworld? No, Jiang Shi shook her head. She wanted to explain Chen Feng's actual occupation, but paused, unsure how to put it. Calling him a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner wasn't quite right since he rarely treated patients. Calling him a feng shui master might be too confusing for Chen Ning. Your brother isn't part of the underworld, but he knows many people. In Jiangzhou, even the big shots in the criminal world are afraid of him. Then she recounted the recent incident when she'd risked approaching Lu Jinxin for a loan to cover her daughter's surgery fees, nearly falling into a trap, only to be rescued by Chunfong. After hearing the story, Chen Ning's delicate face showed astonishment. The gloom that had clouded her expression noticeably began to fade. Just then, Jiang Shi asked, by the way, Xiaoning, shortly after you left earlier, a group of tough-looking men showed up. They seemed to be targeting your mom. The leader even tried to rush over and pull her out. Who were those people? Chapter 213. Upon hearing this, Chen Ning's expression changed instantly. Is mom alright? She's fine. The ringleader, him, and the whole group, they were all driven away by your brother. Because she was afraid Chen Ning might misunderstand, and not wanting Chen Feng's image to appear too violent, Jiang Shi left out part of what had happened. They must be Wang Shi's men, Chen Ning said through gritted teeth. Who is Wang Shi? He's the local gangster in Qiushan County. 3 years ago, Dad was killed because of him. Chun-Ning's eyes turned red as she spoke. Then, Chun-Ning recounted a painful chapter from the past. Originally, after Chunfong had taken the family's money and vanished without saying goodbye, life didn't get easier for the rest of the family. Unable to find Chunfong, the debt collectors naturally turned their attention to his parents and younger sister. The family was forced to sell their house in town to repay the debts, and then moved back into the old house outside the county seat. Years earlier, before their passing, Chunfeng's grandparents had left behind 2 old houses, one for each of their 2 sons. Originally, both houses had been under the control of their elder uncle. But when Chun-Ning's family returned to live there, the uncle felt his interests had been harmed, leading to severe tension between the 2 families. Later, Chun-Ning's father died in a workplace accident while laboring at a construction site. However, because the contractor had connections with Wang Shi, he sent Wang Shi to suppress the incident entirely, offering only 10,000 yuan as a paltry funeral compensation. Mother and daughter had nowhere to appeal for justice. Determined to seek vengeance for her husband, Wang Xiangqin secretly applied for work at that very construction company, spending several years undercover collecting evidence of their crimes. But in the end, she was discovered and abruptly fired. On the very day of her dismissal, a large truck ran a red light and plowed directly into Wang Xiangqin as she rode across the intersection on her electric scooter. My God! After listening to Chun-Ning's story, Jiang Shi was utterly shocked. She could hardly believe that in such a modern society with a well-established legal system, such injustice could still occur. Sister-in-law, Qiushan County is too small. Wang Shi is the local tyrant. He has connections in both the underworld and the official circles. Ordinary people like us simply can't bring him down. I regret it so much now. We should have listened to our uncle back then and given up on seeking revenge. It was never realistic. Chun-Ning hung her head, sobbing uncontrollably. But Jiang Shi tightly gripped her hand and said, Xiaoning, listen to me. Let's go find your brother right now. Such a tragedy would move even a stranger to sympathy, much less when it involved the family of her own husband. Even Jiang Shi was filled with righteous fury, wishing desperately that those evildoers would receive their due punishment immediately. Seeing the deep sorrow on Chun-Ning's face, Jiang Shi added firmly, Xiaoning, I don't know how you see your brother in your heart, but trust me, your family's suffering and injustices over these years can finally be avenged. That tyrant called Wang Shi, his days are numbered. Jiang Shi didn't fully understand the extent of Chunfeng's capabilities, but she did know one thing. Someone as powerful as Lu Jinxin still treated Chunfeng with utmost respect and deference. Could this Wang Shi possibly compare to Lu Jinxin? At Jiang Shi's words, Chun-Ning finally felt a flicker of hope. She nodded slightly, preparing to return with Jiang Shi to the hospital to find Chunfeng. Just then, however, several motorcycles suddenly roared up outside the milk tea shop. A group of grim-faced men charged straight toward the 2 women. Chapter 214. There were about 5 or 6 men in the group. The one leading them wore a military green cap. When the customers inside the milk tea shop saw them, they scattered like prey spotting a predator, fleeing immediately. Even the shop owner stepped forward, trembling as he said, Jiyunga, what wind brings you here? We're just running a small business. Please show us some mercy. The man in the hat was none other than Yunga, the lone shark. Yunga ignored the owner completely. His eyes locked onto Chun-Ning with mocking amusement. Miss Chun, why aren't you answering my calls? Looking down on me, huh? Yunga, I spent the whole night drinking with you. What more do you want? Chun-Ning pleaded, her voice cracking with tears. She was nearly broken. Drinking was just the first half. The second half hasn't even started yet. I've already reserved a private room. Yunga sneered darkly. I'm so tired. Can I just not go? Chun-Ning begged. Tired, huh? Then try this. Pop one of these, and you'll be wide awake in no time. At that, Yunga pulled out a white pill right then and there in public. Clearly, he had no intention of letting Chun-Ning go easily. At this moment, the milk tea shop owner chimed in. Hey little miss, if Yunga wants you to keep him company, you'd better go quietly. Everyone knows who Yunga is. Whether you like it or not, in the end, you'll have to go anyway, right? In a small place like Qiushan County, far from central authority, local thugs like these were much bolder and more brazen than in Jiangzhou City. Ordinary people didn't dare to provoke them. Anyone targeted by them could only consider themselves unlucky. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Shi took a deep breath, silently urging herself to stay calm. Taking advantage of the fact that Yunga and his gang were focused entirely on Chun-Ning, she quickly sent a text message to Chunfeng on her phone, then immediately powered it off. She forced a smile and said, Xiaoning, this must be the generous Yunga you mentioned? Huh? And who might this pretty sister be? Upon hearing her, Yunga tilted his head, noticing Jiang Shi for the first time, then broke into a grin. After all, in terms of figure, demeanor, and beauty, Jiang Shi, a mature woman from the big city, was far more alluring than a girl like Chun-Ning. I'm Xiaoning's sister-in-law, Jiang Shi replied, knowing full well she couldn't provoke Yunga now. She had to stall for time to protect them both. Yunga, since you've booked a private room to take Xiaoning out for fun, can I come along too? Haha, of course, absolutely welcome. Seeing such a beautiful woman willingly offering herself, Yunga's mouth split into an ear-to-ear grin. Then let's get going. With a wave of his hand, Yunga led the group out of the milk tea shop. Jiang Shi and Chun-Ning each got onto a motorcycle, escorted by Yunga's gang to a run-down, secluded karaoke bar on the opposite side of town. The KTV booth was small, thick with the stench of smoke and alcohol, and there were only 2 girls present. A crowd of men led by Yunga stared at them like starving wolves, their eyes glazed with hunger. Chun-Ning was too terrified to even breathe. Jiang Shi was frightened too, but she had to buy time, wait for Chunfeng to come to their rescue. Forcing herself to appear relaxed, she picked up the microphone, intending to sing a few songs to stall. But the microphone was broken. Enough of this singing crap, it's boring. Let's play something more interesting. Yunga said slyly, suddenly pulling out a deck of playing cards. Chapter 215. Seeing Yunga pull out a deck of playing cards, Jiang Shi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Come on, let's play Fight the Landlord. You 2 against me. Yunga started dealing the cards right away. Alright, Jiang Shi happily agreed, pulling Chun-Ning closer. Soon, 1 round was over. It was Jiang Shi who first emptied her hand. Haha, sister-in-law, you're pretty good. Yoonga said with a chuckle, then took off his jacket, exposing his bare torso. Our rule is simple. Loser takes off one piece of clothing. I'll go first. Let's go again. Yoonga shuffled the cards once more. After the second round, Yoonga lost again. This time, he directly removed his pants, leaving only a pair of tight shorts. Come on, hurry up and shuffle. The third round began. This time, Jiangxi and Chen Ning had used up all their luck. They were dealt terrible hands and stood no chance against Yoonga. Soon, Yoonga cleared his cards. Finally won a round. Hee. Both of you lost together. Each take off one piece, Yoonga said with a sinister grin. The group of men in the private room watched with eager eyes. Some stared at Chen Ning, others at Jiangxi. I won't do it. Chen Ning immediately refused. Seeing Yoonga's expression darken and about to explode in anger, Jiangxi quickly stood up and said, how about this? I know my little sister-in-law here is a bit shy. This round, I'll take her place. I'll remove 2 pieces instead, okay? Compared to the inexperienced Chen Ning, Jiangxi was clearly more mature and feminine. Most of the men in the room found Jiangxi far more appealing. Fine, you do it. Yoonga grinned widely. He glanced at what Jiangxi was wearing. It was summer, so her outfit was light. A V-neck blouse on top and a form-fitting skirt below. Removing 2 items would practically leave her naked. Sister. Chen Ning looked at Jiangxi with deep concern. Jiangxi kept a smile firmly on her face as she slowly took off her shoes in front of Yoonga and the others, revealing a pair of delicate, snow-white feet. That's it. Yoonga and the others were clearly dissatisfied. Are shoes not considered clothing? 2 shoes make 2 pieces, Jiangxi said sweetly. Yoonga, can I shuffle now? She hoped to play another round or 2, stalling for more time. But Yoonga seemed to have lost patience. He flung the deck aside angrily. Damn it. No more games. Boring. You two, perform some talent. Entertain us brothers a little. Yoonga barked the order. Yoonga, I don't have any talents. Chen Ning said weakly. No talent? Then drink. Chug down a whole bottle right now. Yoonga pointed at a beer bottle on the coffee table. Sensing that Yoonga's patience had nearly run out, Jiangxi knew she still had to stall. Chunfong hadn't arrived yet. Yoonga, I'll drink. I can handle my alcohol. Smiling gently, Jiangxi picked up a beer bottle from the table and twisted off the cap. Just as she was about to start sipping slowly, Yoonga suddenly patted his thigh. Come here, drink it sitting on my lap. Jiangxi froze momentarily, then maintained her smile, nodding slightly as she stepped toward him. But she simply stood in front of Yoonga, carefully avoiding any contact. Damn it, little sister-in-law, what are you being so modest for? Sit your ass down now. Unable to hold back any longer, Yoonga reached out forcefully, trying to grab Jiangxi and pull her onto his lap. Jiangxi's beautiful eyes narrowed. She didn't hesitate a second. Lifting the beer bottle in her hand, she brought it down hard onto Yoonga's head. Chapter 216. Boom. The beer bottle exploded, and Yoonga's head immediately burst open. Everyone in the private room froze. Chen Ning also wore a look of sheer terror. Xiao Ning, run. Jiangxi grabbed Chen Ning's hand, and the 2 of them fled before anyone could react. They sprinted down the corridor, but when they reached the end, they found the main door locked from the outside. There was no way out. Damn it, you dare smash my head. Yoonga was now completely enraged. He led his men forward, rushing straight toward Jiangxi and Chen Ning, who were trying to escape. 2 burly men seized Jiangxi from both sides, twisting her arms behind her back so she couldn't move. Then Yoonga strode over and slapped her hard across the face. Slap. The crack was sharp and clean. The force split Jiangxi's lips open. Seeing this, Chen Ning screamed, Yoonga, don't touch my sister-in-law. Take it out on me. It's me who owes you money, not her. She was filled with regret. She should never have involved Jiangxi. If not for that, only she would have suffered. Now another person was dragged into this mess. What are you rushing for? Yoonga sneered, ignoring Chen Ning for now. Once I'm done with her, you'll be next. His eyes fixed on Jiangxi with cold malice as he calculated just how thoroughly he'd punish her. Rumble. Suddenly, it was as if an earthquake had struck. The ground beneath them shook violently. What the hell? Yoonga frowned. Boss, let me go check. One of his underlings volunteered, stepping out of the private room to investigate. But the moment he stepped outside, he came flying back in. Boom. To everyone's shock, the man flew backward into the room, knocking down several comrades before crashing heavily into the solid wall, leaving a visible crack in the concrete. He didn't move again. What? Yoonga stiffened, then abruptly realized something. He turned sharply toward the door. The corridor beyond was pitch black, the door tightly shut. From the darkness, a tall figure strode forward, step by heavy step. Cut him down. Yoonga, a seasoned street thug, instantly sensed danger and roared. The dozen or so men inside scrambled for weapons, beer bottles, chairs, wooden sticks, and surged together toward the entrance. Crash. Bang. But in an instant, all of them went flying, collapsing onto the floor in heaps, blood and teeth scattered everywhere. Yoonga was now utterly alone. He took a deep breath, pulled out a sharp dagger, and lunged at Chunfong, aiming the blade at his abdomen. Yet the sharp dagger was suddenly gripped tight in Chunfeng's bare palm. The next moment, crack. Yoonga's entire arm, still clutching the knife, was twisted violently backward, bones shattered into multiple pieces. Ah! I surrender. I surrender. Yoonga screamed in agony and immediately dropped to his knees. At once, Chen Ning rushed to Jiangxi's side. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Jiangxi's cheek was bright red, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She shook her head weakly and reassured Chen Ning, your brother's here now. It's all right. When Chunfong saw the slap mark on Jiangxi's face, his fury erupted in that instant. Feeling the terrifying aura radiating from Chunfong, Yoonga felt as if his soul had left his body. Trembling, he stammered, Big brother, don't kill me. I was just following orders. Chapter 217. Big brother, I was doing business with Wang Shi. It's that bastard Wang Shi who has a grudge against your Chen family. He's the truly heartless one. Spare my life, and I'll tell you all his dirty secrets. Give you a chance to bring him down. Yoonga pleaded, kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear. Do you really think I need your help to take someone down? Chunfong sneered. He had returned from rebirth, armed with the heavenly physician's manual and every memory from his past life, essentially wielding every cheat code imaginable. But at the moment, Chunfeng's focus was solely on his wife and daughter. Everything else meant little to him. If there truly were someone unforgivable, Chunfong had 100 ways to make them suffer beyond death. My sister borrowed some money from you, didn't she? Chunfong suddenly shifted the topic, staring at Yunga. Add up the principal and interest, tell me the total. I'll pay it for her. Big brother, such a trivial matter, just forget about it. Yunga wasn't foolish. He knew better than to ask Chunfong for money. I said calculate it. Hurry up and give me the exact amount. Chunfong stepped hard on Yunga's back. I'm calculating. Yunga quickly worked out the sum. Chunfong, in turn, immediately transferred a large sum of cash into Yunga's bank account. Big brother, you've sent too much. Yunga pointed out cautiously. It's not too much. Chunfong shook his head, then added, my sister's debt is settled. Now it's time for my wife. Didn't you slap her just now? Big brother, I acted in the heat of the moment, but your wife hit me first. Yunga pointed at the gash on his head. How about this? I'll apologize to your wife and offer 10,000 yuan as compensation. Let's just drop it, okay? To such a request, Chunfong could only find it laughable. After finally being reborn, his sole purpose was to dote on his wife beyond limits. And now she had actually been slapped? Not even 100 million yuan could settle this. You take one slap from me. If you're still alive afterward, then we'll call it even. Chunfong grabbed Yunga by the collar and raised his other hand straight at his face. Whoosh! The moment the slap launched, freezing gales surged forth like a storm. At that instant, Yunga finally understood why Chunfong had transferred extra money into his account. That was his funeral expense. Crack! Yunga was sent flying by the single strike, flipping through the air countless times. When he crashed to the ground, he lay there like the dragon-marked man before him, barely clinging to half a breath. True to his word, after delivering the slap, Chunfong ignored Yunga completely. He turned instead toward his wife and sister. Wife, Xiaoning, we're leaving. Ning still felt a bit fearful around Chunfong, but Jiangxi took her hand, offering great comfort. The three of them left the KTV together and returned to the bustling streets. On their way back to the hospital, Jiangxi suddenly said, Honey, aren't you going to apologize to Xiaoning? Chunfong rubbed his nose, feeling awkward. That morning, when he first saw Ning, overcome by emotion, he had slapped her. Looking back on it now, he realized he had wrongly blamed her. Ning stared quietly at Chunfong. Seeing he remained silent, she pouted and said, It's fine. Never mind. Brother's slap didn't even hurt that much. No way. When you're wrong, you're wrong. Your brother must apologize to you. Jiangxi insisted firmly. Chapter 2:18. In the end, Chunfong still apologized to Ning in person. Ning forgave Chunfong. Let's go back to the hospital first. We can talk after mom wakes up, Chunfong suggested. Jiang Shiying and Ning both nodded in agreement. The three of them headed straight back to the hospital. But when they arrived, they found the hospital hallway in chaos, equipment smashed, several medical staff bleeding. What happened? All three wore looks of shock. Chunfong and Ning exchanged a glance, then instinctively rushed toward the ward where Wang Xiangqin had been staying. They opened the door to find it completely empty. Only a hospital bed remained, along with scattered medical devices. Mr. Chun, shortly after you left, a group of thugs barged in, attacking anyone they saw. Your mother. They took her away. Director Gu said shakily, supported by someone beside him. That gang must have been hiding outside the whole time. They only dared to act once they saw you leave. Damn bastards. Chunfong clenched his fists tightly. It must be Wang Shi behind this. Mom has evidence of his crimes. He wants to kill her to cover them up. Ning spat angrily. Jiang Shiying looked panicked, frantically searching for her daughter. Only when she realized her child was safe, hidden and protected earlier by hospital staff, did she pull the little girl tightly into her arms, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Meanwhile, inside Wang Shi's private mansion, Wang Shi leaned back, puffing on a cigarette as he stared at the unconscious Wang Xiangqin. Although Wang Xiangqin had narrowly escaped death, she had just returned from the gates of hell and still needed time to recover, hence her continued unconscious state. Is there any way to wake this woman up quickly? Wang Shi asked impatiently. Boss, we'd have to give her an injection, one of his underlings replied cautiously. But she was hit by a car. We're afraid one shot might kill her. If she dies, she dies. Just inject her now. Wang Shi waved his hand dismissively. He didn't care whether Wang Xiangqin lived or died. But if she could survive, he might extract information about where the evidence was hidden, giving him greater security. And if the injection killed her? Even simpler. As long as he wiped out all her relatives, he'd sleep peacefully. HSS. Soon after receiving the powerful stimulant injection, Wang Xiangqin abruptly awakened from her coma, eyes flying open as terror filled her gaze at the surroundings. When she saw Wang Shi beside her, fear instantly flooded her face, rendering her speechless. Didn't expect to survive that car crash, did you? Wang Shi smirked darkly, cigar dangling from his lips. To be honest, neither did I. It was your son, the one who's been missing for 7 years, who came back and saved your life. My son, he's come back. Hearing this, Wang Xiangqin was deeply moved. After her husband's death, her entire existence had revolved around revenge. The only other thing tethering her heart was her runaway son. She never imagined he would actually return. As a mother, she desperately wanted to see Chunfong with her own eyes. Want to see your son? No problem. I'll make it happen. I'll reunite your whole family. Wang Shi sneered. Just not here, but in hell. Ruthless by nature, Wang Shi especially couldn't tolerate someone possibly holding incriminating evidence against him. It didn't matter who currently held the evidence. Eliminate everyone involved, and he'd be safe. Hand me the phone. He raised his hand, taking a bulky mobile phone from one of his men, then dialed a number. Chapter 219. Wang Shi made the call directly to Ning. As the local underworld boss of Qiushan County, getting someone's contact information was ridiculously easy for him. What do you want from me? When Ning received the call from Wang Shi and learned that Wang Xiangqin was with him, she nearly broke down in despair. I don't have time to waste on a little brat like you. I heard your brother's back. Put him on the phone. Wang Shi barked. Helplessly, Ning handed the phone over to Chunfong standing beside her. Kid, you've got some nerve. My assistant, Sang Biao, rumor has it you killed him? Wang Shi asked coldly. Chunfong didn't answer that question. Instead, he said emotionlessly, I don't care about your power or connections, but if you dare lay a finger on my mother, I'll make sure you die in a way far uglier than your underlings. Ha! Wang Shi laughed instead of getting angry. I've lived in Qiushan County for 30 years, and this is the first time anyone's dared to threaten me. I'll be waiting for you at my villa on Dongshan Mountain. You've got half an hour. Bring what I want and come see me. Let's settle this once and for all. With that, Wang Shi hung up. Since Chen Ning had been listening nearby, she turned pale and exclaimed anxiously, Wang Shi wants the evidence against him, but Mom hid those documents somewhere. We won't be able to find them at all. Don't worry. We won't need them. Chunfong said calmly, shaking his head. But without evidence, how can we save Mom? How can we bring Wang Shi down? Chen Ning shot back. In her eyes, Wang Shi was an untouchable figure towering above them. No single individual could possibly pose a threat to him. To take down someone like that, they would need solid evidence, and even then, they'd have to go all the way to Jiangzhou City, maybe even the provincial capital, to report it through official channels. But Chunfong offered no further explanation. He simply said 3 words. Leave it to me. After saying that, Chunfong took out his phone and made several consecutive calls. Once everything was arranged, he turned to Chen Ning and Jiang Shi. Stay here and don't go anywhere. Wait for me to come back. Brother, are you really going to go to Dongshan Villa alone? Chen Ning immediately grabbed tightly onto Chunfeng's sleeve. Chunfong was now the only close family she had left. She couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to him. Xiaoning, don't worry. If your brother dares to go, then he must have a way. Jiang Shi stepped forward gently to comfort her. After all, the big shots Chunfong had dealt with back in Jiangzhou, weren't they all 10 or even 100 times more powerful than Wang Shi? And even they had bowed to Chunfong. What chance did a mere local thug like Wang Shi stand? So Jiang Shi wasn't worried at all. I'll sort everything out quickly and bring Mom back. Chunfong smiled faintly, then gently peeled apart Chen Ning's slender fingers clinging to his sleeve. Turning around, he strode out of the hospital alone, heading straight toward Dongshan Villa. Qiushan County wasn't large, and there was only one villa on Dongshan Mountain, that being Wang Shi's private estate, built exclusively for himself. The villa stood halfway up the mountain, nestled between hills and water, accessible via a specially constructed asphalt loop road winding from the foot of the mountain all the way to the main gate. As Chunfong walked, he carefully observed the surrounding terrain. The feng shui of Dongshan Mountain was indeed good, suitable for construction, but not for a residence meant for the living. Rather, it suited a tomb. Plainly speaking, it was a place fit for the dead. TCH, choosing such a spot to build a villa, what a real genius. Chunfong shook his head slightly. As he drew closer to Dongshan Villa, he began to see it clearly. Crowds of burly men packed both inside and outside the compound, standing in thick clusters like dark clouds. Chapter 220. Outside the villa, dozens of vehicles were parked, and over 100 burly men shaped like tigers stood on both sides. Each one looked ferocious, brandishing weapons in their hands. Their leader, Wang Shi, sat on a leather sofa right at the entrance of the villa, surrounded by his subordinates like a king among stars. Before Wang Shi lay a crude stretcher, on which a middle-aged woman rested with her eyes wide open. It was Chunfeng's mother, Wang Xiangqin. Though still gravely injured, she had been temporarily revived by a special drug. Unable to move her limbs, she could only gaze helplessly at the approaching figure of her long-lost son. After 7 years apart, the sight of her own child instantly moistened Wang Xiangqin's eyes. With all the strength she could muster, she cried out, Xiaofeng, just seeing you once is enough to satisfy your mother's heart. Run now. Take your sister and go. Run. And where exactly do you think you're running to? Wang Shi sneered, puffing on a cigar. In an instant, more than 100 enforcers surged forward, completely surrounding Chunfong and cutting off every possible escape. But Chunfong had no intention of fleeing. He gazed at his mother and smiled gently. Mom, I came here to take you with me. We still have a long life ahead. Me and Xiaoning, we'll take good care of you from now on. You've got quite the positive attitude. Wang Shi regarded Chunfong with a hint of surprise. Given his fearsome reputation, most people would collapse in fear at the mere sight of him, some even fainting outright. Yet here was Chunfong, calm, fearless, and even taking time to comfort his terrified mother. Where's the thing I want? Wang Shi held out his palm toward Chunfong and demanded bluntly, hand it over, and I might consider letting you walk away. Of course, those words held no truth. Even if he obtained the evidence, Wang Shi would still kill them all to erase any trace. Chunfong responded calmly, I don't have what you're looking for. You don't? Are you fucking mocking me? Wang Shi immediately exploded in rage. He was certain Chunfong had the item he sought. Then, Chunfong spoke quietly. How about we make a deal? Go on. Wang Shi asked through clenched teeth, barely containing his fury. You release my mother now, then go to my father's grave and kowtow to apologize. Chunfong paused, and then, Wang Shi's anger seemed ready to erupt. I can give you a humane way to die, Chunfong said indifferently. The moment these words left his mouth, every black-clad thug present froze. None had ever seen someone so eager to die. Even Wang Shi was caught off guard. After a stunned pause, he stared strangely at Chunfong and laughed. You mean a humane death? For me? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. His wild laughter echoed across the mountaintop of Dongshan. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. I've ruled Dongshan for 30 years. I'm its emperor. Even newly appointed officials give me respect. In Qiushan County, there isn't a single soul in both the underworld and the official world I don't know. Boy, you really have no idea who you're dealing with, do you? Wang Shi lit another cigar, staring down at Chunfong with imposing arrogance. Yet Chunfong remained utterly unfazed, saying coolly, aren't you just a narrow-minded, uneducated frog in a well, who's never seen the outside world? Chapter 221. Do you even know who I am? Chunfong suddenly asked Wang Shi. You? Wang Shi sneered, not having a chance to continue speaking when suddenly they all heard a deafening roar from down the mountain in the distance. Boom, boom. Not just Wang Shi, but all the henchmen around him heard it too, turning their heads toward the source of the sound. What the hell? What is that? Then many of their faces changed color. Wang Shi was still puzzled when his phone suddenly rang. Wang Shi, you're in big trouble. Don't worry about anything else. Get out now, run. A grim voice came through the phone. The caller was a major figure in Dongshan County, one of Wang Shi's most reliable connections. Brother, what are you talking about? What trouble? Why should I run? Wang Shi could barely process it. No time to explain. Just go, the voice roared back. But moments later, sounds of doors being broken open echoed from the other end. I don't know Wang Shi. I have nothing to do with him. Go catch him. Leave me out of this. Beep. Then the call cut off abruptly. Staring at the disconnected phone, a chill crept up Wang Shi's spine. That man, he was one of the top bosses in Choshan County. Whenever Wang Shi got into trouble and things blew up, it was always him who stepped in to calm things down. To Wang Shi, he had been an immovable pillar, the reason he dared act so recklessly. Now even he had been arrested? It seems like real trouble has arrived. Wang Shi quickly regained his composure. He no longer cared about Wang Xiangqin or Chunfong, immediately barking orders at his men. Get my car ready. I'm leaving now. Boss, you might not be able to get away. One of his subordinates stammered nervously. Just now, a convoy of government vehicles arrived. They've surrounded the entire Dongshan. Many brothers have already been taken. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi's brow tightened. What kind of convoy? Patrol cars? I know the head of the Sky Patrol Department. I can make a call. In Wang Shi's mind, this wasn't too serious. Sometimes his men got arrested for crimes, but a single phone call, plus some legal maneuvering by a lawyer, would get them out without much cost. That was the power of being a local tyrant. In his corner of Choshan, there was nothing he couldn't solve. Not patrol cars, armored tracked vehicles. His subordinate trembled as he spoke. Boom. Hearing this, Wang Shi felt the world spin, as if a shell had exploded beside his ear, leaving his mind blank. Tracked vehicles. That meant it wasn't the Sky Patrol coming after him. It was the military department. And that was something impossible within Choshan County. It meant the force coming after him now was an overwhelming external power, beyond resistance. Slow them down. Hold them back. Wang Shi roared. Now all he could hope for was that his men hadn't been useless, that they'd buy him enough time to escape, to flee Choshan as fast as possible. Yet, moments later, rumble, rumble. The convoy of tracked vehicles arrived in full force, rolling straight up to the main gate of the Dongshan Villa, crushing the iron gates, and crashing through. Out poured soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms, fully armed. These thugs Wang Shi had kept around were good for nothing more than bullying the weak. In truth, they were a disorganized mob. Now, faced with real military force, they didn't dare resist. One by one, they raised their hands behind their heads and crouched down, frozen in place. Before Wang Shi could even attempt escape, he was completely surrounded. Gazing at the dark gun barrels pointing at him from every direction, terror filled his face. Then, in an instant, realization struck. He turned sharply toward Chunfong, eyes wide with horror. You called him here? Chapter 222. In the past, Wang Shi had been extremely arrogant, believing himself invincible in Dongshan. He thought so because he had built an extensive network of connections and kept a large group of capable fighters under his command. But now Wang Shi realized how naive he had been. When powerful external forces intervened, everything he had painstakingly constructed crumbled like rotten wood, instantly crushed. At this moment, a middle-aged officer approached Chunfong and said, Mr. Chun, I'm the deputy to Commander Yi. Based on the intelligence you provided, all criminal personnel associated with Wang Shi have been apprehended. What should we do with them next? Handle it by the book? Chunfong shrugged, then pointed at Wang Shi, who stood alone. Just hand this man over to me. Understood. The deputy immediately nodded in agreement. Although officially the combat department had entered Choshan County to crack down on organized crime and evil forces, in reality they had been called in by Chunfong, and Commander Yi Hua had already given orders. Everything was to follow Chunfeng's lead. Please take my mother back to the hospital. Chunfong added another request. Of course, the deputy didn't refuse. Chunfong then walked over to Wang Xiangqin, who lay on the stretcher, tightly grasping her hands. Mom, Xiao Ning is waiting for you at the hospital. You go back first. I need to deal with something, but I'll come find you soon. Wang Xiangqin nodded without saying much. Soon, everyone evacuated the Dongshan Villa. The entire estate was sealed off, and all involved personnel, except for Wang Shi, were arrested and taken into custody. Once bustling, the villa now stood empty, leaving only Wang Shi and Chunfong inside. Why you? Who exactly are you? Wang Shi looked at Chunfong with fear in his eyes. He never imagined that the power he'd spent years cultivating could vanish in an instant, all due to Chunfong. I told you before. Chunfong shook his head. You're nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant of the wider world. Everyone connected to you will face justice. But you're an exception. Wanna know why? Why? Wang Shi stammered nervously. Because I intend to take revenge for my parents myself. Chunfeng's calm voice carried chilling intent. Though it was summer, Wang Shi shivered violently upon hearing those words. True, in modern society, vigilantism wasn't legal. But for someone like Chunfong, wielding immense influence, laws were little more than scraps of paper. Run! Wang Shi turned and bolted. But Chunfong narrowed his eyes slightly and flicked out a silver needle, which pierced straight through Wang Shi's left knee. He collapsed onto the ground, rolling several times in agony. Brother, please no. Don't kill me. All my money. Take it. It's all yours. The once underground emperor of Choshan County now groveled like a stray dog, begging pathetically, willing to give up everything just to survive. Do you really think I care about your filthy wealth? Chunfong sneered coldly. The next half hour would be the longest and most torturous stretch in Wang Shi's entire life. Chunfong drove silver needles one after another into his body, subjecting him to nearly every conceivable extreme of human pain. There was no bloodshed, yet it was no less horrific than the 10 great torments of the Qing dynasty. Eventually, even Wang Shi's resolve broke. Struggling weakly, he begged, please, just kill me. Give me a quick death. Please. Chapter 223. Seeing Chunfong remain silent, Wang Shi, desperate to end his suffering as quickly as possible, no longer held back and struggled to speak. Big brother, I'll tell you the truth. Your father's death, it really wasn't me. It was Xiang Fei, the young master from the Xiang family in the provincial city. He personally pushed your father off the building. Upon hearing this, Chunfeng's pupils instantly constricted, and he snapped. Tell me everything clearly. Wang Shi nodded, then revealed the truth. Back then, Chunfeng's father had been working at a construction site. When wages were withheld, he went alone to the site to demand justice. Since the construction company had shares owned by the Xiang family from the provincial city, Xiang Fei happened to be visiting Choshan County that day to check the accounts. Chunfeng's father ran into Xiang Fei. Seeing how expensively dressed he was, wearing Mingpa clothes and a watch worth over $1 million, he knelt before Xiang Fei and begged him to pay the overdue wages. I told your father to leave immediately, Wang Shi continued, but he wouldn't listen. After kowtowing, he grabbed Xiang Fei's leg and wouldn't let go. Then Xiang Fei kicked him straight off the building. After finishing his story, Wang Shi added, "Big brother, the wages I owed your father were only a few thousand yuan. I wouldn't kill someone over such a small sum, would I? It was all because of that bastard Xiang Fei acting recklessly. After causing a death, he just left, and I was left cleaning up the mess. That's how all this chaos started. In fact, most of the profits from my underground operations ended up in the Xiang family's hands. To be honest, I'm nothing more than their white glove, a mere dog serving the Xiangs." Hearing this, Chunfong narrowed his eyes. With the torture methods he'd used, no one could endure and still lie. So what Wang Shi said now was very likely true. He sneered coldly. "So what you're saying is, I misunderstood you. No, big brother. I truly deserve punishment. I deserve to die. But Xiang Fei deserves it even more, doesn't he?" Wang Shi sounded quite reasonable. And within that reasoning, he sensed a flicker of hope for survival. "I've dealt with the Xiang family before. I know all their dirty secrets. Keep me alive, and I'll help you bring them down." As for Wang Shi's unsolicited offer, Chunfong remained unmoved. After a moment of thought, he asked, "From which floor did my father fall that day?" "About the 5th or 6th floor," Wang Shi recalled. Chunfong nodded slowly. Then, seizing Wang Shi by the collar, he dragged him straight up to the rooftop of the East Mountain Villa. The villa was a privately built estate, extravagantly luxurious like an imperial retreat. The main structure stood 6 stories tall, 8 if counting the 2 underground levels. "Big brother, don't do this, please don't. I can really help you against the Xiangs." Wang Shi dropped to his knees, kowtowing frantically. Chunfeng's eyes narrowed further. He had no intention of wasting time, asking only, "Will you jump yourself, or do I have to push you?" Moments later, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. Wang Shi plummeted from the rooftop of the East Mountain Villa, crashing onto the solid marble floor below. Nearly every bone in his body shattered, his internal organs severely ruptured. Blood poured steadily from his mouth and nose. "Save me, save me." With his last ounce of strength, Wang Shi croaked out a plea for help, but Chunfong merely glanced at him, then turned and walked away without looking back. He was a divine physician. He could see at a glance that although Wang Shi had suffered fatal injuries, he wouldn't die immediately. Left untreated, he would probably survive another 1 or 2 hours. And once Chunfong left, there would be absolutely no one else coming to the East Mountain Villa. In this world, nothing was more despairing than watching death approach slowly, helpless and alone. Chapter 224. After dealing with Wang Shi, Chunfong turned back and returned to the hospital. It had only been less than 2 hours since he left. Within just a couple of hours, the long-dominant tyrant Wang Shi was completely uprooted, and all individuals involved were arrested and brought to justice. The entire incident even made headlines in the news. From then on, the sky over Qiushan County seemed clearer and brighter. "How's Mom doing?" Chunfeng's first concern upon returning was his mother. Earlier, Director Ge came by. "Mom's fine. She was just frightened, but she's already asleep now," Chunning whispered. "That's good." Chunfong nodded. He didn't leave again, staying instead beside his mother's bedside. To help her recover as quickly as possible, Chunfong specially bought some Chinese herbs, brewed them into a medicinal soup, and fed it to Wang Xiangqin spoonful by spoonful. With Chunfeng's meticulous care, Wang Xiangqin recovered almost entirely within a week and met the criteria for discharge. Excitedly, Chen Ning told Wang Xiangqin about how Wang Shi and his entire gang had been wiped out. After hearing this, Wang Xiangqin appeared both relieved and sorrowful. She sighed deeply and slowly said, "I worked as an accountant at Wang Shi's company for several years, and only now do I realize that the real mastermind behind Wang Shi's shady dealings was a man named Xiang Fei. Wang Shi was actually just taking orders. The one responsible for killing your father back then might not have been Wang Shi himself. It could have been Xiang Fei pulling the strings." "Xiang Fei? Who is he?" Chen Ning had never heard the name before. Wang Xiangqin shook her head. "I don't know either. Wang Shi must have known him, but now that Wang Shi is dead, we may never find that person again." Chunfong furrowed his brow slightly. Just before dying, Wang Shi had mentioned Xiang Fei too. At the time, Chunfong hadn't been fully convinced, but now that even his mother said the same thing, it was likely true. Moreover, Chunfong knew that Xiang Fei was a young master from the Xiang family in the provincial city. That information would suffice for now. Before Chunfong could speak, "Let's drop it. Let bygones be bygones. Let's move on and live our lives peacefully as a family," Wang Xiangqin concluded firmly. Chen Ning nodded. Seeing their mother's stance, Chunfong said nothing more, but silently stored this matter in his heart, waiting for the right opportunity to track down this man and finally avenge his father. Later that day, Wang Xiangqin underwent a full body examination at the hospital. Once it was confirmed that her injuries posed no further threat, they processed her discharge. After leaving the hospital, the family went straight to pay respects at Chunfeng's father's grave. Overcome with guilt, Chunfong knelt and kowtowed multiple times before his father's tombstone. "Father, forgive me for failing you as your son. If your spirit can hear me, rest assured, I will take good care of mother and my younger sister. I won't let them suffer any hardship ever again." Chunfong made a silent vow in his heart. After finishing their tribute, Wang Xiangqin looked at Chunfong and his family and smiled. "Xiaofeng, why don't you bring your wife and child to visit our hometown?" Chunfong nodded, eyes glistening. He also wanted to see firsthand what kind of life his mother and sister had lived these past few years. Soon enough, the group arrived at the countryside outside the county town. 2 small buildings stood side by side, built years ago by Chunfeng's grandfather. According to the old man's original plan, each of his 2 sons would get one house so they could live close and look after one another. But as they approached, they realized that although the houses were separate, the courtyard outside was completely occupied by Uncle Da's family next door. To monopolize the yard, they'd even extended their wall right up to Chunfeng's front gate, leaving only a narrow passage less than a meter wide for Chunfeng's family to enter and exit. Chapter 225. Seeing Chunfong frowning, Chen Ning explained, "Back when our family lived in the county town, These two houses both belong to your uncle Da. Later, when we moved back, he wasn't happy about it. He felt we were taking over his property. Eventually, he let us have the houses, but he refused to give up this courtyard no matter what. To keep us from using the yard, Uncle Da paid to build that wall, enclosing the entire courtyard. Chen Ning was deeply helpless about the situation. After all, no one would want a wall built right in front of their doorstep, making the path home so narrow and cramped. Your uncle's always been like this. We can't do anything about it. Let it be. Wang Xiangqin shook her head, resigning herself to fate. But Chunfong couldn't accept this reality. Even though he didn't live here himself, his mother and sister did. Clearly, his uncle's family was bullying them, a widow and an orphaned daughter. Now that he had returned, he had to stand up for his family and seek justice. Besides, this courtyard rightfully belonged to them too. I'll go talk to Uncle Da. After settling his wife and child, Chunfong left alone and went straight to the neighboring house, knocking on the door. It took a while before a short, middle-aged man wearing a white tank top and holding a palm leaf fan came to open the door. Seeing Chunfong standing there, he asked in surprise, "Who are you?" "Uncle, I'm Chunfong," Chunfong said politely. "Oh, you're Xiaofeng? I can't believe you've actually come back." Uncle Chun seemed genuinely shocked by Chunfeng's return and courteously added, "Have you eaten, Xiaofeng? Want to come in and have something with your uncle?" "Uncle, I've already eaten." Chunfeng nodded, exchanging polite pleasantries with his uncle. Then he got straight to the point. "Uncle, what's the meaning of that wall you built right in front of my house?" At those words, Chun's smile froze. He seemed a little uneasy and forced a laugh. "Xiaofeng, I don't really know much about that. The wall was built by your cousin. He just went out for a spin. Wait until he gets back, and you can ask him yourself about what happened." "Alright then, I'll wait for my cousin to return and hear what he has to say." Chunfeng nodded firmly, clearly indicating he wouldn't let the matter drop until it was resolved. About half an hour later, the sound of a roaring engine came from the distant concrete road, followed by a flashy sport motorcycle speeding toward them. Riding it was a long-haired young man radiating a delinquent aura. It was none other than Chunfeng's cousin, Chintao. "Xiao Tao, look, your cousin's come back." Chinda quickly introduced. "What? My cousin's back? Didn't he die out there or something?" Chintao looked astonished. He removed his helmet and only then noticed Chunfeng standing perfectly alive at the doorstep. "Damn, it really is you. You could have come back earlier or later, but you show up years after your dad died, and just when your mom's about to kick the bucket? Are you here to fight with your sister over the inheritance or something?" Although they were cousins, the two had never been close. Chintao's words were full of sarcasm. And in a way, he wasn't entirely wrong. Chunfeng had indeed neglected his family by staying away for so many years. So Chunfeng didn't argue. Instead, he calmly said, "Cousin, while I was gone, you bullied my mom and sister and built this wall right in front of our home. Don't you think that's going too far?" "Going too far? Doesn't seem that way to me," Chintao replied bluntly, pretending ignorance. Chapter 226. Clearly, to Chunda and his son Chintao, this was perfectly reasonable behavior with nothing inappropriate about it. "This courtyard has always belonged to our family. My dad keeps some chickens and ducks at home, so of course we need to enclose the yard so they can move around freely. What if they run away otherwise? And what about my motorcycle? Don't I need space to park it? You guys don't even have any vehicles, nor do you raise livestock. What use do you have for the yard anyway?" Chintao crossed his arms across his chest and spoke as if he had every right on his side. Hearing this, Chunfeng's expression immediately darkened slightly. "Cousin, didn't you see there's a car parked outside? That's my car. Because of this wall, I don't even have a place to park." "Oh, so that old Volkswagen is yours? Haha, little cousin, you really made something of yourself. After 7 years out in the world, getting married, having kids, and even managing to get yourself a broken-down VW. Not bad." Chintao said mockingly. "What? Xiaofeng, you bought a car?" Old man Chunda, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan while sitting on a bench, was instantly surprised. "It's just an old Volkswagen, tops worth yuan, barely more than 10,000 yuan. Probably costs less than my motorcycle." Chintao jingled the keys to his BMW motorcycle with smug superiority. Chunfeng didn't bother explaining further. He simply said coolly, "This wall here is completely inappropriate. Just tell me when you're going to tear it down. Do you know how much money we spent building this wall? You think we'll just take it down because you say so?" Chintao sneered. "Fine. If you want us to remove it, pay us 100,000 yuan as compensation. Then we'll tear it down and give half the yard back to your family." 100,000. Hearing the figure, Chunfeng furrowed his brows. He wasn't stupid. A mere 10-meter-long brick wall like this wouldn't cost more than a couple thousand yuan at most. How could they possibly demand 100,000? It wasn't that he refused to pay, but rather that he couldn't stand their outrageous price gouging. So Chunfeng stood his ground and replied. "Grandpa clearly stated before he passed, the house and yard should be equally divided between our two families. Right now, your family has built this wall right into my half of the yard. Legally speaking, I have full right to tear it down myself. Even without paying a single cent in compensation, it would still be justified." "Oh, you're threatening me now, boy." Chintao crossed his arms again, laughing mockingly. Since he was older than Chunfeng, whenever they had arguments as kids, he'd always been the one beating Chunfeng, who never managed to fight back. Even now as adults, his impression of Chunfeng remained unchanged, that weak, worthless younger cousin. "Alright then, if you've got the guts, go ahead and tear down this wall right in front of me." Chintao pointed at the wall, his voice dripping with menace. "You're the one who said that." To his surprise, Chunfeng agreed immediately. Then he turned and walked back to his own front door, where Jiangxi stood nearby watching curiously. He said to her, "Honey, record this on your phone, get it all on video. We'll need evidence later, knowing how Uncle's family might try to deny things afterward." Jiangxi nodded and pulled out her phone right away. Now, Chunfeng lifted his gaze toward the neighboring house and called out, "Cousin, this land here originally belongs to my family. You were the one who challenged me just now to tear it down. So I'm warning you, I'm taking down this wall now." With that, he stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick. Boom! With a single mighty kick, the entire 10-meter stretch of red brick wall collapsed like foam, crumbling violently into countless fragments that scattered wildly, landing entirely in front of Chunda's doorway. The scene was instantly chaotic and devastated. Father and son, Chunda and Chuntao, stared in utter shock at the destruction before them. Chapter 2:27. No one expected that a 10-meter-long wall could be kicked down by Chunfong with just one kick. This was even more impressive than the martial heroes in TV dramas. Xiao Tao, who did you hire to build this wall? Their craftsmanship is terrible. Is this the quality you call acceptable? Chunda shook his head in clear dissatisfaction. Chuntao glared, pointing at Chunfong and roaring. You bastard! You actually destroyed our property. Our property. Chunfong narrowed his eyes slightly. You built a wall right in front of my house, encroaching on my land. What do you have to say about that? If they had communicated reasonably, he would have willingly paid some compensation. But since his uncle's family was pushing things too far, there was nothing left to discuss. Seeing Chunfeng's firm attitude, Chuntao gritted his teeth in rage. He stormed back into his house, grabbed a large baseball bat, gripped it tightly, and marched straight toward Chunfong. Xiao Tao, don't do this. Wang Xiangqin couldn't help but warn. Cousin, let's talk this over. Chen Ning also stepped forward. The mother and daughter intervened, not because they feared Chuntao might injure Chunfong. They both knew Chunfeng's capabilities. They were purely worried that Chuntao would get beaten, and that it would ruin relations between the two families. Bastard, I paid for this wall, and you destroyed it. What's there to talk about? I guess you're just itching for a beating. Chuntao was still living in the past, unable to accept that his cousin, the same boy he used to beat until he cried, now dared to stand up to him without fear. Swinging the bat, Chuntao charged at Chunfong and swung hard. He often fought before. He knew baseball bats weren't lethal, but they hurt like hell. He wanted to teach his cousin a lesson and show him who was stronger. Chunfong narrowed his eyes. Seeing that Chuntao really intended to attack, Chunfong didn't hold back. He suddenly lashed out with a powerful kick, late but arriving first, striking Chuntao square in the stomach. Though Chunfong had pulled his strength, the force still sent Chuntao flying 5 or 6 meters before crashing heavily onto the ground, nearly vomiting blood. Chunfong, how dare you hit your older cousin? You ungrateful wretch. Seeing his son injured, Chunda could no longer stay seated. He rushed over, helped his son up, and snarled furiously at Chunfong. Then, Chunda immediately took out his phone and dialed 110 to report the incident. Soon, a patrol car arrived at the scene. 2 officers approached, assessed the situation, and examined Chuntao's injuries, confirming he had indeed been severely beaten. Yet neither Chuntao nor Chunta mentioned they had initiated the violence. How would you like to handle this? Privately, or through legal channels? If legally, you'll face 15 days detention. The officer turned to Chunfong, asking for his opinion. If you settle privately, you can negotiate a medical fee compensation and be done with it. Before Chunfong could respond, Chuntao growled bitterly. You beat me like this, without at least 100,000. Forget about settling quietly. 100,000 isn't enough. At least 200,000. Chunda demanded even more aggressively. Hearing this, Chunfong almost laughed. He shook his head. Are you too crazy? Have you lost your minds chasing money? Then, taking the phone from Jiang Shi, he showed the officers the video Jiang had recorded earlier. The video clearly captured the entire conflict, showing unmistakably that Chuntao had attacked first with the baseball bat. So that's how it happened. The 2 officers exchanged glances and nodded. They then turned toward Chuntao and Chunda, pulling out their handcuffs and arresting both father and son. You too. You're suspected of provoking trouble and disturbing public order. And you, suspected of giving false testimony. Come with us to the police station for further investigation. Chapter 2:28. Father and son never expected that after suffering heavy losses and getting beaten up, they would still face legal consequences. Wait. I know someone. Can I just make a phone call? Chunda tried desperately to negotiate. Just get in there quietly. At those words, the officer's face turned pitch black. In the past, he might have let him make that call. After all, Qiushan County was a small place, a society built on personal connections. But not now. Just 1 week ago, several powerful officials had been arrested due to the Wangxi incident. A strict crackdown was underway. Any hint of favoritism could cost you your job at best, or land you in prison at worst. So the officer shoved the 2 straight into the vehicle and hauled them away. Witnessing this scene, Wang Xiangqin felt a bit pleased but also deeply worried. Xiaofeng, your uncle and cousin being locked up. Will they actually